Chapter 96. The Frenzied Inter Milan. Has Professor Boo's moment of glory arrived early? The realm of competitive sports is often imbued with an air of mystique, much like the extraordinary occurrences unfolding at the Meazza Stadium at this very moment. Eto'o's deft shot surged into Inter's heart like a potent dose of adrenaline. From the instant the score was equalized, the momentum of Inter Milan surged to unprecedented heights. Beginning from their defensive line, every player on the field seemed invigorated, as if they had been administered a stimulant. No, it was not merely the 11 players, the fervent supporters in the stands, acting as the 12th man, erupted into a frenzy, their wild cheers resonating in support of their beloved team. The previous 20 minutes, during which Barcelona effortlessly maneuvered the ball into Inter's defensive territory, had vanished. From the center circle, yes, it was from that point that Inter commenced their most tenacious pursuit. In the 23rd minute, Messi received the ball on the right flank and, with a subtle shoulder drop, eluded Eto'o. However, just as he intended to advance, Motta surged in from the side and, without hesitation, brought Messi down, both man and ball. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Though a foul was called on Motta, no card was issued. This decision, naturally, incited discontent among the Barcelona players, led by Professor Boo, who encircled the referee in protest. Nevertheless, the ruling was final, and the referee had no recourse for alteration. Barcelona was awarded a free kick. Given the distance from the goal, Xavi opted to play the ball back. Iniesta received it and passed it further back, allowing Busquets to regain control. It must be said, Motta's defensive efforts against Messi were indeed commendable. Mourinho's talent for player assessment was evident. Rather than launching the ball forward, they played it back to the defense, demonstrating Barcelona's unwavering composure. Guardiola's transformation of Barcelona had been nothing short of exquisite. Busquets, advancing slowly with the ball, was met by Su Chin, who, avoiding a direct confrontation, shadowed Busquets closely. With a deft diagonal pass, Busquets delivered the ball to a surging Iniesta on the right flank. The match settled into a tense stalemate, with all of Inter's players focusing intently on their defensive duties. Yet, concurrently, Inter remained poised for their most audacious counterattacks. In the 27th minute, Barcelona continued their offensive. Xavi danced around the center circle, employing his almost unassailable magical prowess. Even though Su Chin recognized the slim chances of stealing the ball from Xavi, he gritted his teeth and trailed closely behind, knowing that his mere presence could exert some pressure. At this moment in the Meazza Stadium, all Inter players shared Su Chin's sentiment, including Eto'o, who doggedly followed Iniesta. Not only Iniesta, but Motta clung to Messi like a persistent shadow. Cambiasso focused intently on his former teammate, Ibrahimovic. Every player of Barcelona finds themselves closely marked by an Inter Milan defender. There are no absolute superstars in this moment. The team, forged by Mourinho, truly embodies the essence of a cohesive unit, with every member entwined and fervently battling against the formidable Barcelona stars. In the stands of the Meazza Stadium, over 40,000 Inter supporters transform into the 12th player of the team, their raucous chants resonating through the air, uplifting the players who are striving on the pitch. This exemplifies Mourinho's defensive philosophy. In his squad, there has never been an individual who abstains from defensive duties. Even the forwards, stationed at the forefront, become Mourinho's first line of defense when the time calls for it. Xavi passes the ball to the onrushing Busquets behind him. Without hesitation, Busquets receives the ball and strides purposefully toward Inter's defensive line. Pandev approaches and executes a perfect slide tackle. Remarkably, Pandev's intervention successfully halts Barcelona's advance, and he commits no foul. Sneijder seizes the ball. Inter's counterattack begins. From defense to offense, Mourinho's team crosses the halfway line in under 3 seconds. Sneijder surges forward with great strides. Eto'o leads the charge, racing toward the edge of Barcelona's penalty area. Upon noticing Eto'o's positioning, Sneijder delivers a swift diagonal pass. The leopard adeptly collects the ball, but at that very moment, Pique emerges from the penalty area to obstruct him. With impeccable positioning, Eto'o loses the chance to shoot. However, he remains composed, waiting for Motta to advance. In a flash, Eto'o deftly nudges the ball to Motta on the left flank. At this juncture, Suarez has firmly established his position within the penalty area. Motta, undeterred, aims for Suarez's location and delivers a precise diagonal pass at a 45-degree angle. Suarez leaps high, and despite Puyol's relentless challenge, he directs a header toward Barcelona's goal. The Meazza falls silent. All eyes are fixed on the airborne ball soaring toward Barcelona's net. They hope for Suarez to once again deliver a moment of magic. Unfortunately, this time, due to Puyol's desperate interference, Suarez fails to generate the necessary angle. Consequently, Valdez, well-positioned, effortlessly leaps and gathers the ball. Alas, what a pity. Inter's counterattack was resolute, yet Suarez's final header lacked precision. Nevertheless, it is no small feat for Suarez to have directed the ball under Puyol's anticipatory positioning. Valdez, seeing that Inter's players have yet to retreat, promptly sends the ball soaring forward with a powerful kick. Barcelona's assault continues. In the 33rd minute of the match, Barcelona launched another vigorous offensive. Following a series of 24 consecutive passes initiated from the midfield, the ball was ultimately delivered to Xavi, who, before being unceremoniously tackled by Motta, executed a precise, scalpel-like through ball into the path of Pedro, who had made a sudden incursion down the left flank. The referee, adhering to the principle of allowing advantageous play, signaled for the game to continue. Pedro, eschewing personal glory, noticed Ibrahimovic, who was closely marked by Lucio within the penalty area, and deftly laid the ball off to the awaiting David Villa. Without a moment's hesitation, Villa turned and unleashed a powerful shot, which ricocheted off Lucio's foot, altering its trajectory and sailing out of play. This awarded Barcelona a corner kick. At this juncture, the referee hastened over to issue a yellow card to Motta. The corner kick, however, was not Barcelona's forte. Consequently, Xavi executed a tactical corner with Iniesta, enabling Barcelona to reassert control over Inter Milan. In the 39th minute, Inter Milan encountered their finest opportunity of the first half. The offensive was spearheaded by Součan, who, amidst a trio of defenders, seized the first touch. Ignoring the tugging from Professor Bu behind him, Součan sent a header back to Eto'o. Just as Eto'o prepared to advance into Barcelona's penalty area, Alves, who had been positioned on the right flank, controversially intervened with a sliding tackle, abruptly halting Inter's attack. The fallen Eto'o, upon seeing the referee's gesture to continue play, incredulously grasped his head in disbelief. On the sidelines, Mourinho furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Remarkably calm, he refrained from expressing outrage, instead observing the unfolding scene with a cold detachment. Was this not a foul? In slow motion, it was evident that Alves had indeed made contact with Eto'o's foot first. This action, by strict definition, could warrant a red card, especially considering that had Eto'o managed to nudge the ball forward, he would have been one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Look, this is the cleverness of the Barcelona players. The pressure exerted by the entire Barcelona squad following Inter's foul on Messi had undeniably placed psychological stress on the referee. Something seems off. How can this not be a foul? Haha. It seems the commenter above may not watch Barcelona often. Such calls are quite standard, and the referee would be unlikely to whistle for a penalty. Nonsense. It sounds as if you think Barcelona has always relied on the referees for their success. Besides, who knows if Eto'o was merely imitating someone diving? Not issuing a yellow card to him is already generous. Oh, look who has emerged, a deluded fan. Does your club not realize that Barcelona is UEFA's golden child? It hasn't been long since Stamford Bridge. Have you forgotten? Moreover, when it comes to watching football, let us focus solely on the game, devoid of any snide remarks. When has Cristiano Ronaldo ever resorted to theatrics? Haha, no one has accused the mule of diving. Do you have the audacity to admit that? To hell with the mule. Wasn't your diminutive champion's success orchestrated by Platini? Spare us the incessant chatter. The most irksome aspect of online broadcasts is your incessant bickering. Let us simply enjoy the match, for every game has its share of fervent fans who engage in disputes. Ah, how peculiar yet undeniably real it is, in that era when the king of football had yet to don his crown, and the sovereign of the Champions League had not yet descended from his pedestal. Across the globe, rival fans engaged in mutual attacks. Yet, the two individuals at the center of it all shared a mutual respect for one another. As Messi once articulated during an interview, the world's finest players include Neymar, Mbappe, Hazard, Suarez, and Aguero. However, when journalists inquired whether he had forgotten Ronaldo, Messi resolutely stated that he placed Ronaldo alongside himself. Likewise, at the Ballon d'Or ceremony, a triumphant Ronaldo, having secured 3 consecutive Champions League titles, sat beside Messi, recounting their decade-long reign over the footballing world to the global media. Many years later, as Ronaldo ventured to Saudi Arabia and Messi soared to America, The fans who once passionately debated between the two began to realize that their youth had quietly faded away with the conclusion of the Messi-Ronaldo rivalry. The first half of the match has concluded, with the score remaining unchanged at 1-1. Barcelona continues to press Inter Milan, yet Inter's counterattacks pose a significant threat. In the dying moments, Inter seemed to gain a slight upper hand. Within the home team's locker room, Mourinho praised each of his players, aware of the arduous journey to this 1-1 scoreline. Despite Barcelona's staggering 69 possession, Inter had not been overly outplayed. The fundamental reason lay in the relentless effort of the 11 players before him. Well done, lads. I have seen your dedication. Not just me. But I believe that at this very moment, the Meazza stands, the entire city of Milan, and all Inter fans have witnessed your hard work. Keep going. The patience of the Barcelona players is wearing thin. Just hold on for another 20 minutes, or perhaps just 10. I firmly believe that the scales of victory will tip in our favor. Great job, Sue. And you too, Eto'o. Each and every one of you. As Mourinho encouraged his Inter players, in the visiting team's locker room, Guardiola was meticulously outlining tactics. Do not rely solely on Leo to win this battle. You have witnessed it. Mourinho has concentrated all defensive efforts around Leo. This presents a conundrum for us, yet simultaneously an opportunity. The left flank. Did you observe? Maicon lost his position 3 times during the first half. However, you only seized one opportunity. From the beginning of the second half, we focused on the left side. And when a chance arises with Leo, irrespective of who it is, you must immediately pass the ball to him. Zlatan, I require you to serve as the fulcrum for Barcelona. Ultimately, Guardiola expressed his thoughts to the underperforming Ibrahimovic from the first half. There was neither nodding nor rebuttal. Ibrahimovic quietly wiped his sweat with a towel in the corner. Naturally, Guardiola, undeterred by the lack of response, remained unfazed, akin to the situation with Eto'o last season, who was cast out of the team. He would never take offense with someone already marked for removal in his notebook. Allow him 10 more minutes. If he continues to dwell on scoring, then he may as well conclude his season in that manner. In a fleeting moment, Guardiola recalled Eto'o's arrogant celebrations in his presence. Yet, it was but a brief thought. Perhaps next year, he will have another player to criticize publicly. Reflecting on this, the last encounter he had with Sue at the club's entrance turned out to be rather pleasant, at least thus far. That individual has never uttered a single disparaging word about him. Haha, joy. It seems we have a promising chance to triumph over Barcelona today. Mourinho's insistence on counterattacking is indeed correct. Having watched an entire season of La Liga, even the attacking line of Ronaldo and Kaká could not mount a successful offense against Barcelona. To defeat Barcelona, I believe we must rely on Mourinho. Mourinho and Sue are truly gifts bestowed upon us by the divine for Inter. In these 45 minutes, as long as Sue contests for the ball in the front line, Inter's offense will pose a threat. Indeed, Mourinho, Sue, as long as they remain with Inter, I am confident that our team will consistently claim championships. Haha. The match is about to commence. Let us carry on. Though my voice may grow hoarse, the anthem of Inter must not cease. Let us persist. The Barcelona players have already lost their patience. With just one opportunity for a counterattack, we can secure victory over Barcelona. In the stands of Meazza, the devoted fans, who have adorned their faces with the Inter emblem, erupted into a tremendous roar the moment the Inter players appeared on the pitch. You know, for a goal, I would give my life. And deep down, I know, love the crazy Inter, love them. Amidst the frenzied singing of over 40,000 fans, the second half of the match commenced. As anticipated by Mourinho, after a prolonged period of ball possession yielding no results, Barcelona's originally precise and steadfast offense began to exhibit signs of impatience. In the 48th minute of the match, after merely 7 transitions, Busquets received the ball and executed a diagonal long pass to Pedro, who was making a forward run on the left flank. Without hesitation, the swiftly advancing Pedro surged towards Inter's penalty area. However, at the moment Pedro entered the box, Cambiasso, who had been marking Xavi, inexplicably lunged directly in front of Pedro, executing a decisive sliding tackle. Cambiasso cleanly dispossessed Pedro of the ball. Lucio, seizing the opportunity, disregarded Mourinho's instructions and forcefully pushed the ball forward with his right foot, initiating his first long-distance run of the match as one of the world's most formidable attacking center-backs. Sneijder and Pandev flanked him on either side, which compelled Iniesta and Xavi to refrain from fully committing to reclaiming the ball from Lucio. capitalizing on this slight gap in Barcelona's defense. Lucio swiftly advanced past the halfway line, with Suchin already positioned and Eto'o retreating to provide support. Confronted by Busquets, Lucio prudently opted not to penetrate deeper into enemy territory. After a diagonal pass to Eto'o, Lucio turned back. The cheetah, gritting his teeth, charged towards Barcelona's penalty area single-handedly. In this moment, Eto'o harbored no sentiment for his former club. Perhaps at that instant, he was the one most eager to dismantle Barcelona within the entirety of the Meazza Stadium. With remarkable speed, Eto'o swiftly reached the edge of Barcelona's penalty area, once again confronted by Alves. However, this time, Eto'o denied Alves any chance to close in. Observing Suchin charging out from the penalty area, Eto'o delivered the ball directly to Suchin's feet. With his back to the goal, Suchin received the ball while fending off Puyol. Without hesitation, powered by Belgian prowess, Suchin executed a stunning turn that left Puyol astonished, although he had heard Guardiola's numerous pre-match admonitions. Witnessing Suchin's astonishing speed in action left Puyol momentarily stunned. In an instant, Suchin faced Valdez. Pique was alarmed. He did not wish to witness Suchin breach Barcelona's goal once more. Thus, as Suchin maneuvered past Puyol, Pique lunged desperately toward him, extending his long legs in an effort to block Suchin's shot. Fortunately, just as Suchin lifted his right leg to strike, Pique arrived in the nick of time. Without hesitation, Pique threw himself forward, attempting to obstruct Suchin's shooting path. Yet, at the critical moment when Pique believed he could salvage the situation for Barcelona, Suchin, poised to shoot, unexpectedly withdrew his right leg. A feint. In front of Barcelona's goal, Suchin executed an extraordinarily calm feint to evade Pique. Immediately following, he deftly maneuvered the ball to his left with his right foot, creating space for himself. This time, Suchin hesitated no longer. With a powerful strike from his left foot, he struck the ball with precision, just as Valdez rushed out in a moment of panic. Suchin's push shot sent the ball skimming beneath the fallen goalkeeper, finding its way securely into the net. The moment the ball collided with the net, the referee's whistle echoed simultaneously. Gulu goal Suchin. The long silent DJ haze at the Meazza erupted into ecstatic shouts. Even more fervent was the commentary booth, where the exuberant commentator Huang could hardly contain his excitement. What a beauty! What a beauty! The ball is in. The ball is in. 21. Inter has taken the lead. Once again, it's a Mourinho-style counterattack. In the 51st minute, after feinting past Pique, Suchin scored with a precise shot into the corner. This was not a header, nor a mere scrappy goal. Suchin netted a goal reminiscent of Milito's style at the Meazza, having assisted Eto'o with his unmatchable hold-up play to equalize earlier in the match. Suchin received a return pass from Eto'o and struck to turn the tide. Inter's counterattack. A classic Mourinho counterattack. I always say, to beat Barcelona, one must employ defensive counterattacks. Don't you agree, Xiao Duan? Sitting beside Huang, Duan Xian, who had just unscrewed his water bottle, could only nod in agreement at Huang's inquiry. But when exactly had Huang made such a statement before? Suchin's goal ignited a fervor at the Meazza. All Inter fans in the stands leaped up, shouting in ecstatic frenzy. In the north stand, Suchin's designated celebration area, before he could even reach it, countless devoted Inter supporters surged toward him. In the penalty area, witnessing the ball find the net, Suchin was the first to sprint towards the northern stand. Amidst the deafening cheers, his excitement was palpable. This goal was not solely a product of the system. The final feint and the subsequent touch were techniques he had diligently learned from Milito throughout the season. At last, after a season of perseverance, he realized that his relentless training served a purpose beyond merely accumulating training points. Thus, Suchin raced toward the wire fence, just as he had countless times before. Climbing up to that familiar spot, basking in the adoration of countless Inter fans, before the substitutes' bench as the referee's whistle sounded. The previously stoic madman finally celebrated with unrestrained joy, as if he had cast aside all burdens. From his original position, he sprinted fervently towards Suchin's direction. Upon being seized by his assistant coach, the old Mourinho knelt, raising his fists to the heavens in an ecstatic roar. 21. His tactical scheme had triumphed. Confronted by Barcelona, the team dubbed the Cosmic Squad by all, it became evident that his counter-attacking strategy was indeed the most effective means to vanquish them. Let this continue. 21. 31. Just one more goal. Even if they conceded one away, his Inter Milan could boldly eliminate Barcelona and advance to the finals. As this fervent celebration unfolded, the previously serene Guardiola now furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, at this moment, Guardiola felt a twinge of anxiety. Before the match, he had reiterated countless times that Mourinho relied on the very Suchin he once dismissed. The insurmountable pivoting ability and the explosive speed from a standstill. He had conveyed all of this to his players repeatedly, although his encirclement tactics had effectively curtailed Suchin's aerial threat. That wretched Mourinho had countered his carefully laid traps with the simplest of defensive strategies. For Barcelona to mount an offense, they inevitably had to push their formation forward. And if they did so, what good would his encirclement tactics be? The score of 21 became the pivotal moment in this monumental clash. From the 50-minute mark onward, Barcelona's offense took on an odd hue. Busquets dared not venture past the halfway line to join the attack, constantly shadowing Suchin, who stood at the forefront. Without Busquets' support, Xavi and Iniesta found themselves ensnared in Inter's defensive onslaught, struggling to advance. Everything unfolded just as Mourinho had predicted. The scales of victory began to tilt in favor of Inter. At the 58th minute, Maicon surged down the right flank, delivering a sublime cross. Once again, Suchin, amidst a double team, fiercely seized the opportunity for a header. However, the post played the role of divine intervention for Barcelona as the ball soared past Valdez, striking the upright and rebounding out of the goal. By the 62nd minute, Ibrahimovic received a through ball from Xavi, yet once more ignored the better positioned Messi. His shot, while of decent quality, narrowly grazed the crossbar and flew out of play. This very attempt caused Guardiola on the sidelines to lose all patience. Youngster Boyong replaced the ineffective De Fonction. In that instant, all Inter fans cast aside any grievances and offered comforting applause to this former hero. Inter's offensive momentum surged. With prolonged attacks yielding no results, excessive ineffective possession, and Ibrahimovic's lack of contribution, it felt as though this match was firmly within Inter's grasp. As the situation appeared increasingly favorable, Old Huang began to firmly believe that Inter would secure a victory at home. However, just as all Inter fans gleefully anticipated another goal from their team, an astonishing scene unfolded on the pitch, one that completely altered the course of the match. In a seemingly innocuous confrontation near the center circle, Motta instinctively raised his right hand while being pressured by Busquets. By mere chance, Motta's hand made contact with Busquets' face. Almost instantaneously, the towering Busquets collapsed to the ground. It was not merely a fall. He writhed in agony, clutching his face. The referee halted the game with a sharp whistle and swiftly approached Motta, who was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? However, the referee delivered an unequivocal yellow card. Almost immediately, he produced a red card from his pocket. 2 yellows converted into 1 red. In the 65th minute of the match, Motta was sent off. A red card? A red card? This was the 65th minute. A controversial moment had arisen. Upon reviewing the slow-motion footage, it was evident that Motta's turn had indeed made contact with Busquets' face. However, it was merely a flick of the hand. Busquets' dramatic fall was rather excessive. On the field, upon seeing the red card brandished, Motta was left in shock, holding his head in disbelief. Referee, it wasn't me. Motta understood the implications of a red card. Not just Motta, but Zanetti, Eto'o, Sneijder, and even the rushing Suchin. Every Inter player surrounded the referee, especially Suchin, who vividly recalled the monumental moment. Yet, it was clear that Busquets' claim to fame would manifest in the second leg at Camp Nou. So why had it occurred prematurely in the first leg? All the Inter players fervently pleaded their case to the referee. But alas, no miracle transpired. Motta was ultimately condemned to the harshest of penalties. On the sidelines, Mourinho remained unperturbed, merely observing the unfolding drama with a sardonic smile. From the moment Eto'o was felled by Alves without receiving a penalty, it seemed that Mourinho had anticipated this very outcome. Motta, tears streaming down his face, trudged off the field. Mourinho did not chastise him. He simply approached and gently patted Motta's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Ah, how familiar this narrative felt. With less than 65 minutes gone, Inter was to be a man down. Coincidentally, this occurred just as Inter began to mount an offensive. The replay of the foul was shown. Motta had indeed struck Busquets' face with his hand, yet the force behind it suggested no malice. Busquets' reaction was undoubtedly exaggerated. Oh, the intricacies of football, such tactics are not without merit. How intriguing. How intriguing. At the moment Busquets fell, ostensibly in pain and shielding his face, he still managed a furtive glance at the referee. Haha, this scene undoubtedly qualifies as a masterpiece. In the 69th minute of the match, the undermanned Inter began to make substitutions. The forward Suchin was replaced, with Mourinho bringing on Stankovic to bolster the midfield, leaving only the swifter and more counter-attacking Eto'o up front. To be frank, Mourinho did not genuinely wish to substitute Suchin. However, facing a one-man disadvantage against none other than Barcelona, the pace of Eto'o posed a greater threat than that of Suchin. With 20 minutes remaining, Mourinho aimed to staunchly defend the scoreline. This highly anticipated UEFA Champions League semi-final commenced a new chapter of dramatic twists and turns. The diminished Inter commenced a vigorous defense, while the extra man, Barcelona, launched a fervent counterattack. Not only was it Hablabou leading the charge, but both flanks began to flood forward following Inter's numerical disadvantage. Particularly, the right flank featuring Alves. Born in 1983, Dani Alves was merely 26 this year. After joining Barcelona from Sevilla for $36 million in the 2008-2009 season, this Brazilian fullback seamlessly transitioned into a pivotal figure for the Catalan club. Not only was he known for his tenacious defense, but Alves also exhibited an almost innate synergy with Messi. In less than a season, Alves and Messi forged a right-wing corridor that garnered global admiration. In the 71st minute, Hablabou confidently maneuvered the ball past the halfway line, with Alves closely in tow. Busquets, in possession, unhesitatingly passed the ball to Alves on the flank. With his right foot, Alves deftly controlled the ball and surged down Inter's right side. Upon noticing Alves advancing, Eto'o instinctively charged towards him. As last season's teammates, Eto'o was well aware of the Brazilian's prowess. Should Alves manage to penetrate Inter's defense with ease, he undoubtedly possessed the capability to alter the scoreline. Eto'o approached, yet Alves felt no pressure. Faced with Eto'o's challenge, Alves nudged the ball slightly to the right, intending to outmaneuver the cheetah. However, as he flicked the ball past, Eto'o swiftly attempted to reclaim possession by using his shoulder. Realizing his position was compromised, Alves abandoned his aggressive advance, retreating the ball slightly while abruptly halting his momentum. In that very instant, Eto'o, overexerting himself, lost control of Alves. Seizing the opportunity, Alves executed a quick pass to the side, delivering the ball to the waiting Xavi, and continued his forward stride. Simultaneously, Messi, Xavi, and Iniesta surged forward through the center, igniting a sudden acceleration for Barcelona. On Inter's side, although Eto'o was bypassed, Sneijder, Cambiasso, and others resolutely pursued in a desperate attempt to keep pace. As the ball was held by Xavi, he exhibited no hesitation. Upon noticing Sneijder's advance, he swiftly dispatched the ball to Iniesta. With a deft touch using the outside of his foot, Iniesta returned the favor by passing it to Messi. At that moment, the most ferocious assault from Barcelona commenced. The instant Messi received the ball, the entire San Siro fell into a hush. With a flick of his right foot, Messi eluded Sneijder with a mere feint. Thus began Messi's moment of brilliance. Unfettered by Motta's constraints, he ravaged the Inter Milan central defense as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Just as Cambiasso lunged towards Messi, the latter deftly flicked the ball behind him to Xavi. Without pausing to control it, Xavi spotted Alves, who had made a diagonal run into the penalty area on the right. With a precise outside-of-the-foot strike, the ball zipped between Zanetti and Samuel. Alves skillfully brought it down with his right foot before unleashing a powerful shot. The ball hurtled towards the goal at breakneck speed. Cesar, in a desperate bid, hurled himself to block the shot. In that fleeting moment, as over 40,000 Inter fans held their breath, Cesar saved the day for Inter. The ball was deflected out for a corner. Inter had narrowly escaped calamity. Mourinho, filled with exasperation, looked at his weary captain Zanetti and was compelled to make another substitution, bringing on Chivu for Zanetti. Yet, the siege by Barcelona persisted. Inter's valiant defense continued in kind. On the sidelines, the Inter substitutes, Suchin and Beckham, sat in a stupor, observing the unfolding drama. Suchin pondered what his arrival had brought to Inter Milan, while Beckham questioned whether he still had the merit to partake in such an intense match. "Hey, Su, have you really mastered my technique? Damn it. Starting tomorrow, you must train with David on headers. This is unacceptable." Suddenly, Milito, seated beside Suchin, chimed in. At the San Siro, All Inter fans experienced the match as if aboard a roller coaster, although their team maintained a lead. The numerical disadvantage against the formidable Barcelona felt akin to a small boat on the brink of capsizing amidst a tempest. In the 78th minute, Inter faced yet another perilous moment. However, this time Samuel emerged as the hero. Just as Boyong maneuvered past Lucio, preparing to shoot, Samuel courageously positioned himself in front of Boyong. The impact of Boyang's powerful strike struck Samuel squarely on the nose, causing blood to flow from his nostrils. Nevertheless, Samuel remained resolute, fixated on the ball he had deflected. Lucio sprinted back, executing a desperate clearance that sent the ball out of play. As the match approached the 85th minute, Barcelona's relentless assault showed no signs of abating. At this moment, the entire Inter Milan team, including Sneijder and Eto'o, had retreated to the vicinity of their penalty area. Even as their physical stamina waned close to exhaustion, the squad persevered resolutely. Holding on to this score meant that Inter's hopes remained alive. Iniesta's long-range shot, Pique had even surged past the halfway line. The Barcelona players, brimming with arrogance, had all converged deep within Inter's penalty area. They resembled the so-called universal team that everyone spoke of. They relentlessly pressed upon the beleaguered Inter Milan. A score of 2-1 was not something the Catalans could not accept. A single away goal would suffice. Yet, with a man advantage, how could they possibly relinquish the opportunity to equalize? Thus, Inter held firm while Barcelona relentlessly attacked. In the 89th minute, the tireless Eto'o finally succumbed to cramps from exhaustion. Nevertheless, he continued to endure. During the stoppage time, the entire Inter squad was nearly standing right in front of their goal. Finally, through sheer grit, Inter Milan managed to maintain the score in the last moments. 2-1. Inter Milan, against all odds, triumphed over Barcelona with a 10-man lineup. However, when the referee blew the final whistle, there was no celebration among the Inter players. They all collapsed onto the grass in utter fatigue. As the whistle sounded, all the reporters turned their cameras toward the ever-rebellious figure of Mourinho. A controversial red card, coupled with the absence of the crucial Motta in the next round, left them eager to see how Mourinho would respond. Yet, contrary to expectations of discontent or fury, Mourinho simply walked resolutely towards his exhausted players sprawled on the pitch. For Mourinho, this was merely the first match. The true confrontation awaited at Camp Nou. He strode purposefully toward the field, followed closely by Součan, Beckham, and Milito, the substitutes who had witnessed their teammates' valiant defensive efforts. Indeed, not only Mourinho but all the Inter players understood that the real battle would unfold 7 days later at Camp Nou, a venue that instilled fear in teams worldwide. The chapter concludes with a narrative note. Baga. Upon witnessing Lu Yu's actions, Yoshi cursed angrily, hastily dodging to the side. Su Luo noticed a dressing table before her. While at that moment, the poisonous toad had already leapt onto it, vigorously nudging a cosmetic box. It's fine. Since the teacher isn't here, I shall take my leave, Lu Yu declared, preparing to turn and depart. As long as the Meow girl was dragged into the fray, there was no fear of Su Luo not stepping in to save her. With her intervention, Elder Ning would have room to maneuver. Uncertain of her surroundings, she dared not move recklessly, standing at the edge of the passageway, slowly observing the scene beyond. The wounds on Mo Zhu's body were yet to be tended, his entire form drenched in blood. Most striking was the charred hole in his chest, from which blood continued to flow profusely. Thus far, even the formidable power of the sky net knew little of that enigmatic force, only aware that it was referred to as the Heavenly Palace, with its precise location and the caliber of its masters remaining a mystery. Perhaps the Heavenly Palace concealed the greatest secret in this world. Each year, the Spring Festival Gala features magic performances, and during the festive season, there is a special program dedicated to revealing the secrets of magic. Enough said, I understand. Contact me by phone if necessary. With that, Lu Yu hastily hung up. A sudden rush of wind pierced through him, causing an immediate and excruciating pain in his innards, accompanied by a buzzing in his mind, reminiscent of some instrument playing within. It is said that one should execute tyrants above and treacherous ministers below. Sister, why is it that in your case, the tyrant need not be dealt with? Lu Yujian teased from the side. She activated the recording and played the voice message. Indeed, Lin Shui had mentioned the name Han Mei. Lin Shui took a deep breath, suppressing her surging anger, and took a few steps to open the door to the guest room. Where had that item been placed? Qin Wani cherished all the medical instruments specially crafted for her by Sun Wen. and without them, she would be utterly powerless regarding any surgical procedures. Meanwhile, at this moment, Xiang Xiaolong, having prepared ample meat, ceased hunting in the mountains and began to study the low-level extraordinary ability potion purchased from Andrew. That moment of casualness struck Zhao Yunlong with an immense shock and awe, rendering him nearly speechless. If you're not insane, hurry up and eat. Gu Kunshin placed the returned meal onto the table, fastening his weapon belt around his waist as he exited the dormitory. Zhang Guiran had spent the morning learning in the imperial kitchen and finally mastered the art of making yuanxiao. She pondered that the emperor found yuanxiao too excessively sweet, so she spent some time reworking the filling. Moreover, recalling the promise she made to Qin Wani, his mind felt muddled, realizing how significant a lifelong commitment truly was, and how easily it slipped from his lips. The esteemed Lingya Xinzuan subtly nodded, gesturing with her delicate, onion-like fingers towards a patch of greenery growing from the cliff across from Lady Wang, where an exceptionally unique specimen thrived. At this moment, the Tiger Lock Pass remained in tranquil silence, oblivious to the imminent battle that awaited them. Understanding that the human race would emerge victorious, Ilian was uncertain of the implications of her sudden remark, but responded nonetheless. Yet, knowing that Yu Yin's relationship with Yi Jinmu had grown closer because of this, he felt a disquieting sensation in his heart. Ouch, it hurts. Lu Shirtao had yet to concoct a reasonable excuse when Master Yuan immediately began to paw at his face, pulling and tugging as if he would not relent until he had stripped a piece of skin from him. After the adventurers had completed their exploration, they would likely discover some treasures within the scene, which would incur charges based on the extent of their exploration. Upon seeing her countenance, it was only natural to perceive a connection between her and the Chu family. Is that so? Observing Ilian as she relentlessly ravaged the surrounding trees, Master Yuan expressed his skepticism. Left with no choice, Captain Zhui gestured to the soldiers nearby to refrain from any rash actions and gradually followed Chunyu into the Fu family mansion. It appeared that, during the recent tempest, Qin Feng had seized an opportunity to inflict a wound upon her arm while her guard was down. Yi Xiaoyu detected the mockery in her tone, and anger flared within her, causing her eyes to redden. Ruoli hastily turned her face away. However, tears fell unbidden like mischievous children, one by one, chilling her heart. I concur with Master Qingwan's perspective. I wonder what the rest of you think. Ji Zili glanced at them, fully aware that Guan Ho deserved his fate. But the timing was not right. Yet, to her astonishment, Mu Xiang simply held her quietly, extending a hand to clasp her delicate fingers tightly. They were so close that they could hear the rhythm of each other's hearts. Yao Qingmu recalled the incident of being forcibly kissed, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Her first kiss had been taken from her in a previous life, and now, in this life, it was occurring in a similarly distressing manner, compounded by the fact that she was kissed as if she were a man. Upon seeing Shengshi return, the servant hurriedly prepared a meal for him. Shengshi washed his hands and sat at the dining table. Perhaps it was more accurate to say that, though they appeared to be partners, their relationship was rather distant, a situation he had not desired. Unfortunately, Jinyu did not hear her calls. Ruoli tried several more times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Thus, compared to the once reckless Lin Yuanai, the current version of him possessed far more. Yi Qingqing's voice carried a faint plea and helplessness, her nasal tone evoking deep sympathy for Mu Xiang. A chapter has been deleted, accompanied by a crucial self-disclosure. Apologies for my presumptuousness. Let me reveal a bit about myself. I am the author of max-level Shot Messi. I can write exhilarating tales and invincible narratives. I merely believed that with my writing prowess, I could weave a narrative that would bring immense joy to all, yet I did not anticipate such backlash. For those who wish to continue reading, please do so. If you seek greater satisfaction, feel free to explore my work on Messi. The calamity of Camp Nou is imminent. Let it unfold. Last night, I nearly suffered a heart attack, for heaven's sake. Chapter 97. The no-fly moment at Camp Nou begins. The epic battle of the demon. 21. The match has concluded. This score, I believe, is one worth celebrating for many Inter Milan fans who stayed up late to watch. At least in the first round, Mourinho's Inter Milan has emerged victorious. However, this victory came at a severe cost, a red card. This very card means that in the next match, Motta, who performed exceptionally in defense, will be entirely absent from the battle at Camp Nou. Nevertheless, at least for now, Inter Milan remains a victor, and thus concludes the live broadcast of this match. Congratulations to the fortunate fans with phone numbers 139x3032 and 138x2645, who supported Inter Milan's victory and will receive a special Champions League gift package sponsored by Li Ning Sports. In the commentary booth, Mr. Huang removed his headset. Hey, Xiao Duan, do you think there was an issue with that red card issued by the referee? Once the headset was off, Huang Jinxiang, unable to contain himself any longer, inquired of his companion Duan Xian. Brother Jinxiang, have you not witnessed such occurrences in Barcelona's matches over the years? TSK. It always feels like there's some bias against us domestically. It seems the world is equally flawed. Haha, at least out there, nobody meddles with their youth training. Nonsense. Those foreign folks are shrewd. Would they engage in such short-sighted actions? Unlike our lot, who think about profiting off children as young as 7. As commentators, they often find themselves unable to voice their true sentiments. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Su Qin was expressing gratitude alongside all the Inter players to the audience present. They managed to secure victory even when down to 10 men. This was undoubtedly a match worth celebrating for the Inter players, especially since no one anticipated them to triumph over the formidable Barcelona, particularly under such circumstances. Of course, the friendly exchanges between the players were soured due to Busquets' antics. Eto'o, furious after the match, intended to confront Busquets immediately. Fortunately, Su Qin managed to restrain him. Boss, my apologies, I'm just in the locker room. Motta's eyes were still red from emotion. He understood that he was a crucial asset in Mourinho's strategy, the only one capable of somewhat containing Messi's influence. But now, all due to his instinctual gesture. What are you saying, Thiago? And we won, 2-1. We emerged victorious. What Motta did not expect was that Mourinho appeared not disheartened, but rather genuinely pleased. We have triumphed over Barcelona. In the Meazza Stadium, we have defeated Barcelona with the referee's assistance. Is there anything more significant than this? Thiago, when you were on the field, you successfully contained Messi. I didn't see him score, and that is your achievement. As the head coach, Mourinho was fervently encouraging Motta at this moment. On the football field, his disciples had exerted every ounce of effort. As for the other factors, not only could his disciples not control them, but he too felt powerless, especially at such times. Though he was seething with anger, he could not voice any complaints in front of the media. He understood that the moment he spoke out, the next match would see more than just Motta absent from the new camp. The post-match press conference commenced, with Mourinho accompanied by Captain Zanetti. Upon the sight of Mourinho entering with a furrowed brow, the journalists immediately surged forward with palpable excitement. Although Inter Milan had triumphed over Barcelona, it is imperative to note that Barcelona departed with an away goal. Moreover, this season, Barcelona boasts an almost flawless victory rate at the Camp Nou. When the time comes, a mere 1-0 victory would suffice for Barcelona to effortlessly eliminate Inter and advance to the finals. And a score of 1-0? Frankly, not to mention a 1-0. Even a formidable team like Arsenal suffered a 4-1 defeat at the hands of Barcelona. One can only speculate what fate awaits the aging squad of Inter Milan at the Camp Nou. It is a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, there is a significant point to consider. Motta has been sent off with a red card. As a pivotal winger for Inter, Motta's presence is a crucial element in Inter's ability to match Barcelona's prowess. Mr. Mourinho, I am Hammer from Marca. First, congratulations on your victory at home. How do you assess the match? As one of the largest professional football media outlets in the world, the question posed by the Marca reporter ignited a spark of anticipation among all present journalists, who eagerly turned their gaze towards Mourinho. They were brimming with expectations for an explosive tirade against the referee, Barcelona, and perhaps even Guardiola himself. Such remarks would surely lead to sensational headlines. Regrettably, the Mourinho seated before them displayed no signs of anger. With a smile, he simply took the microphone and stated, It was a truly splendid match. My team triumphed over our opponents. Although the journey was somewhat tumultuous, the victory undoubtedly belongs to Inter Milan. In just 3 succinct sentences, Mourinho pushed the microphone away from him. What was happening? The journalists were taken aback. Was the sun rising in the west? Was this still the same man known for his scathing critiques? His team had been mistreated by the referee, and yet he offered no response. This was a blatant penalty not awarded, coupled with an utterly unwarranted red card. Had these two variables not occurred, Inter would have been in a commanding position, perhaps winning 3-1 or even 4-1. The press conference concluded, leaving all present journalists profoundly disappointed. They were left pondering what had transformed the once defiant Mourinho into a figure of acquiescence. His expression, brimming with indignation, suggested otherwise. Indeed, while Mourinho and the entire Inter squad maintained their silence, one individual could not restrain himself from vehemently criticizing the officiating, Motta, the true architect of Inter's treble. He unleashed a torrent of complaints regarding the referee's decisions in front of the reporters. I do not understand why, in what is clearly Inter Milan's home ground, Castle would make such erroneous calls. This is not his beloved Camp Nou, especially regarding that red card. I believe that even if there were 1,000 more penalties, Motta's hand gesture could hardly warrant a red card. Motta is an exceedingly protective individual, especially when he witnesses the promising situation of Inter Milan being squandered by an Englishman. Of course, aside from Motta, a person of such integrity, being somewhat dissatisfied with the referee Castle. Reports from certain obscure media suggest that on the very night Inter triumphed over Barcelona, Castle returned to his hotel and discovered a brass peanut tucked beneath his pillow. This very peanut frightened Castle to the extent that, after contacting the authorities, he was escorted by 10 Milanese police officers straight to the airport. Milan, after all, is known for its infamous organization. Who knows when it might have been delivered directly to his head? The media erupted under Busquets' textbook-like performance. Even the historically supportive Mundo Deportivo placed his epic moment on the front page for the sake of circulation. In the extensive coverage, the writer was rife with sarcasm towards Busquets. However, Součin had no time to concern himself with any of this. The reason was simple. After a long wait, Součin had finally amassed 100 match points. After a modest celebration with Eto'o and a few others that evening, he returned home, closed his door, and lay down on his bed. The previously gifted Belgian explosion from the system had already been astonishing enough. This time, he was genuinely unsure if the system would bestow upon him an even more incredible skill. Upon entering the familiar system, his 3 primary module panels stood quietly before him. The Holland raw header module. Of course, there was still one vacant slot. However, what left Součin somewhat disheartened was that this troublesome system only dispensed rewards after the season concluded. Otherwise, he could have filled that 3rd module with the league championship right now, as the top scorer. He doubted the system would give him a miraculous module akin to Wu Lei's decisive strike due to participation. Well then, he decided to draw skill first. Clicking on the skill module, he noted the requirement of 100 match points for the lottery, which did not dishearten him. He promptly confirmed the action. Just like last time, this antiquated system offered no glimmering effects whatsoever. After a few seconds, the system announced his lottery result. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the silver level skill, Wu Lei's agile positioning. What the heck? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Součin was initially inclined to curse. However, upon further reflection, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he believed that this flawed system had deceived him once more, akin to the initial reward he received from Wu Lei's striking module in front of the goal. However, this was indeed Wu Lei's agile movement on the field. It is noteworthy that, although our village's Wu Lei has often been the subject of criticism from numerous domestic fans, his positioning is undeniably world-class. The goal he scored against Barcelona was purely the result of his exquisite movement. He had always been a stationary striker, which, while contributing significantly to the team, diminished his effectiveness when faced with multiple defenders. Now, however, the situation has changed. With Holland's raw power and Klose's aerial prowess, combined with Wu Lei's elusive runs, how could the opponents possibly defend against him? At least at Camp Nou, it seems improbable that Peak could keep pace with him. Yes, even if he could barely match his movements, he still has to contend with Holland's relentless strength. It is akin to a once static artillery position suddenly transforming into a high-speed tank. What a sight that would be. Upon exiting the system, Součin was still so exhilarated that sleep eluded him. As he opened the door, intending to step out onto the lawn for some fresh air, he was surprised to find Old Stan sitting on a chair at the entrance, smoking. "Hey Sue, why are you still awake?" Old Stan remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. "I can't sleep, so I came out for some fresh air." Haha. Sue, are you worried that without Motta, the next match at Camp Nou will be quite challenging? Not at all. TCH, you little rascal. I could see that troubled look on your face when you first walked in. It reminded me of Mario, who was so frustrated after losing that he wanted to take it out on the bunny girl. Your expressions were quite similar. Ahem. All right, Sue, I was just joking. You never have a serious moment. Hey, Sue, do you think we can win against Barcelona at Camp Nou? Absolutely. Sue, do you know that my earliest memory, from when I was very little, is of my father carrying me on his shoulders as we cheered for our team's victory? At that time, Inter Milan was perpetually overshadowed by Milan. I didn't understand why my father, mother, and grandfather were so ecstatic over a single goal that I nearly got tossed into the air. However, as I grew older, I came to understand that this phenomenon is called legacy. Sue, do you know the phrase that every Inter Milan fan can recite? What phrase? Born here, at the Clock Restaurant, a gathering place for artists, and it shall forever be a team of talent. This splendid night bestows colors upon our emblem, the black and blue against a golden backdrop of stars. It shall be called Internazionale, for we are brothers of the world. This is the declaration from the founding of Inter Milan. I memorized it at the tender age of 6, tricked by my grandfather with breadcrumbs smeared in ketchup. Just as the declaration of Inter has been passed down, so have we fans continued this legacy. Inter has been established for over a century. Yet we have steadfastly adhered to the principle of unity from our inception. We may not always stand as the pinnacle of Italian football, but we have always been the most united team. For over 100 years, we have remained unchanged. And now, Inter Milan still stands as one of the most formidable clubs in the world. Thus, sometimes, change is not necessary. Suddenly, Suchin looked at the ever-disheveled old Stan with a hint of surprise. This fellow is lewd, petty, and enjoys pilfering his breakfast. So much so that even Aunt Susan has been flirted with, and he is utterly shameless. Yet, in this moment, old Stan appeared unusually different. Was there a deeper meaning in his words? Sue, honestly, I have seen your efforts on the training field, from practicing Milito's striking to fervently honing Beckham's free kicks. But have you ever considered why you are here at Inter? Or why you have taken the place of Milito and others as a starter? Do not let the words of others alter your true intentions. You are you, not Milito nor Beckham. When you face those diminutive players at Camp Nou, you do not need flamboyant dribbling or intricate footwork. Just use your head to collide fiercely with those La Masia talents. I believe that with your physique and heading ability, if you charge forward, those Barcelona performers will be unable to stop you. As the clock struck midnight, the gentle Milanese moonlight fell softly upon the old man and the youth. Suchin did not respond. He merely nodded in silence. Indeed, he seems to have truly wandered into a misconception. He has been preoccupied with the idea of expanding his arsenal, aspiring to become the most versatile player. However, in doing so, he appears to have almost forgotten what has made him the top scorer in Serie A. Just moments ago, Suchin was quietly lamenting that his presence has cast a butterfly effect over Inter Milan. Without him, the team might have triumphed over Barcelona with a score of 3-1. Now that he has arrived, it feels as though the very fabric of reality has shifted, bringing the awe of Camp Nou closer than anticipated. Well then, to hell with the cosmic team. It's just Barcelona, after all. I now possess the raw power of Holland, the aerial prowess of Klinsmann, and most importantly, I have the dynamism of Wu Chio Wang alongside me. 6 days remain. In just 6 days, let the skies of Camp Nou become a no-fly zone. Thank you, Mr. Stan. Sue, I'm merely speaking casually. I don't really know much about football. By the way, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, could you perhaps reimburse me for this takeout I ordered? Takeout? Yes, Sue, don't worry. I'll finish it by the roadside and 1 tea bring it home. If it were you, you could completely. Oh, just forget it. Suchin remains the same Suchin, the one who starts with Holland's raw power and Klinsmann's headers. Under the sky of Camp Nou, let us witness a moment of supreme dominance. Here is the first update. The second will follow later. I humbly request the continued support of the esteemed patrons of Pippi, pleading for monthly votes. The numbers have already dropped. As for those who have withdrawn their support, Pippi is grateful for their companionship along the journey. Suchin's tale is far from over. Pippi will strive to continue sharing it with everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Ingenious simplicity. The blitz at Camp Nou begins. It's the weekend. The 35th round of Serie A is being held as usual. However, for Inter Milan, aside from Motta, who cannot participate in the Champions League, the starting lineup consists entirely of substitutes. Even old Mu has called up 2 U18 young players. Naturally, with such a purely substitute squad, Inter Milan faced defeat, losing cleanly to Atlanta by 2 goals. Nevertheless, the fans bore no grievances about the loss. Even the media, typically harsh in their criticisms of Inter, had nothing to say. Thus, on the morning following the conclusion of the league match, the entire Inter Milan team boarded a flight to Barcelona, as if divine intervention had occurred. Fortune smiled upon them. Just 5 days prior, volcanic ash had disrupted flight paths, yet on the morning of their departure, the routes were fully operational again. This spared the team a grueling 14-hour journey. On the private jet, from takeoff to cruising altitude, everyone gazed out at the clouds drifting by. An unusual tranquility enveloping the cabin. Hey. Once we eliminate Barcelona, I'll treat everyone to a night at the finest club in the city. At last, Eto'o has broken his silence. Haha, be careful celebrating at Camp Nou this time. You might get a pig's head thrown at you. Sneijder interjected. Damn, I'm not going to Real Madrid. What would they throw? The Inter Milan players began chattering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Mourinho, seated in the front row, sat with his eyes closed, deep in thought. At this moment, his mind was occupied with the words spoken by Su Qin after training. Boss, how about trying to revert to the Christmas tree formation? Let Milito lead the front line. My headers could certainly assist the team. It will be hard to defend at Camp Nou. We have so much to contend with. He despised players meddling in his tactical decisions. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, when Su Qin spoke these words, he felt neither disdain nor anger. Instead, he sensed that Su Qin genuinely cared for his interests. It was hard to fathom that an 18-year-old, under such immense pressure, dared to approach the world-renowned Special One with such boldness. That kid must have an earnest desire to assist him. Nevertheless, he was still too young. He lacked the understanding of Guardiola's intricate possession system. The tactic of utilizing possession to tear apart opponents could only lead to victory through counterattacks. Only through counterattacks. Indeed, the iron-willed Mourinho dismissed Su Qin's suggestion, still intent on employing a defensive counterattack for this crucial match. However, Su Qin's words were not without impact. At least from that moment, he had planted a seed in Mourinho's mind, a seed daring enough to engage Barcelona in open combat. As the entire Inter squad flew to Barcelona, Shakira, far away in America, had her assistant book a flight to the same destination. Do not misunderstand. Shakira was not delivering a feather from thousands of miles away. She simply needed to go to Barcelona to have Su Qin sign a specific contract, and while there, invite him to record a sample for the World Cup theme song. Of course, Shakira never intended for Su Qin's raspy voice to actually sing anything. She just wanted him to record a few lines of the melody he had hummed. A few simple phrases. Shakira believed that Su Qin would not refuse. Yet, deep down, she harbored a small concern. Last time, she had noticed something different about him. He claimed he was still in his growth phase, and in the past 6 months, who knew how much he had grown? Shakira's intentions were quite straightforward. However, the reporters who caught wind of the news had a different take. Queen Shakira sets off for Barcelona. Is there a romantic development between Su Qin and Miranda? Pique faces another setback. Will the painful scene at Camp Nou repeat itself? Before Shakira's plane had even touched down, headlines about her flooded the front pages of major newspapers. Such is the influence of the pop diva. While the world focused on the impending clash between Inter and Barcelona, the center of attention lay elsewhere. Shakira's journey captivated all attention. On April 25, 2010, with only 3 days remaining until the UEFA Champions League semifinal, the entire Inter Milan team arrived at the Grand Camp Nou. Gazing upon the magnificent stadium, Mourinho reaffirmed his resolve to adopt a defensive strategy. However, much to his surprise, he discovered an unexpected facet in Su Qin on the pitch, an ineffable quality that seemed to suggest a newfound intelligence. No, it was not merely heightened cleverness. Rather, Su Qin had astonishingly mastered the art of deceptive runs, a skill he had never previously exhibited. These were not merely forced movements. They were genuine attempts to draw defenders away, particularly in his synergy with Sneijder. What was once a lateral movement suddenly transformed into a swift dash down the right flank, perfectly timed with Sneijder's exquisite pass. Thus, Su Qin, using his robust physique to withstand defensive pressure, executed a precise shot into the far corner of the net. Most significantly, he scored 2 such goals. The prospect of combining his deceptive runs with Su Qin's heading ability ignited a long-buried spark within Mourinho's heart. No, to be precise, it was as if Mourinho had unlocked an entirely new realm of possibilities. Without hesitation, the Special One summoned Milito, originally a member of the B team, back to the A squad. Just as Su Qin had suggested, they adopted a Christmas tree formation. positioning Milito at the forefront while Suchin's deceptive runs facilitated direct incursions into the penalty area. During the closed training sessions, Mourinho witnessed scenes that irrevocably altered his mindset. He had not anticipated that Suchin's newfound fluidity in movement would manifest so dramatically, compelling even this notoriously obstinate individual to embrace change. That night, Mourinho and Rui Faria remained awake, their excitement palpable despite the lack of sleep. On April 27, 2010, with only a day before the decisive battle, Mourinho refrained from organizing any further scrimmages. Instead, he dedicated an afternoon to delivering a final tactical lesson in the hotel conference room, striving to reacquaint his players with the formation he had employed countless times in the league. He understood that Guardiola would never expect such a strategic twist in such a critical match. Indeed, the special one was taking a gamble, wagering a year's worth of effort on Suchin. Mourinho was acutely aware of the stakes. Losing would signify dire consequences. Yet, for reasons unknown, he was willing to place everything on the shoulders of this young man with whom he had once forged a pact. On April 28, 2010, the long-awaited clash between the Titans has finally arrived, igniting the anticipation of all football aficionados. At 7 p.m. local time in Barcelona, the bus carrying the entire Inter Milan squad made its entrance into the hallowed corridors of the Camp Nou, a venue enveloped in the iconic blue and garnet hues of Barcelona. The thunderous anthem of the home team reverberated through the bus windows, seemingly causing them to tremble under the weight of the sound. Yet, the resolute players of Inter Milan remained unfazed, exchanging lighthearted banter. "Hey, remember, if we eliminate Barcelona, the treat's on me tonight," someone joked. "I bet even the boss would want to join us if we knock them out." They laughed. During the pre-match press conference, the ever-controversial Mourinho maintained his usual composure, responding to the journalists seeking to stir the pot with his characteristic poise. "I have stated that we will play according to our own strategy. In football, anything is possible. No one can claim victory with certainty. Whether it is Barcelona or Inter Milan, no one dares to assert that victory is guaranteed." However, upon returning to the locker room, the cold demeanor of the special one melted away. As he gazed at the determined faces of his players, Mourinho nodded in acknowledgement. This was the most significant moment since his arrival at Inter Milan 2 years prior. Drawing up the tactical board, he passionately reiterated his audacious game plan, sacrificing midfield control to engage in a direct, long-ball assault against the formidable Barcelona. This audacious strategy quickly heightened the urgency in the breaths of the players seated before him. Indeed, at this moment, not only were his disciples' spirits soaring, but Mourinho's own fervor seemed to ignite as well. He had countless thoughts he wished to express, yet, inexplicably, he found himself at a loss for words. Here they were at the Camp Nou, a venue that instills fear in teams worldwide. Wenger's Arsenal had suffered a devastating defeat here. The reason for their loss was their attempt to engage in an open contest. But today, I implore you to demonstrate to the world that Inter Milan is not merely a team that cowers in its own penalty area. Give your all in the pursuit of attack, even in the face of Messi, even against the seemingly invincible Barcelona. I firmly believe that we, Inter Milan, shall emerge victorious in the end. For the players of Inter Milan, there was no doubt regarding Mourinho's words. They knew that whatever the task may be, they need only to follow the directives of this man. Here we are, live broadcasting the second leg of the 2009 to 2010 UEFA Champions League semifinals. Barcelona at home against Inter Milan. The players of both teams have taken their positions on the pitch. The referee is checking his watch. Beep. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match has officially commenced. Firstly, let us unveil the starting lineups of both teams, dressed in their home colors. We have the Inter Milan starting goalkeeper, Cesar, while the visitors don their white away jerseys. From left to right, the formidable defense includes Cambiasso, Sneijder, Eto'o, and the illustrious David Beckham in the midfield quartet. Up front, the striking duo consists of Suchin and Diego Milito, a starting lineup that has taken everyone by surprise. At Camp Nou, Mourinho has opted for an audacious 4-4-2 formation, completely overturning the expectations of countless observers prior to the match. The commentator, Lao Huang, was left astounded. And it was not only Lao Huang. Even Guardiola, stationed on the home team's bench, was rendered bewildered by Mourinho's audacious selection. Guardiola had envisioned countless configurations for a defensive setup, contemplating whether to deploy Cambiasso alongside Stankovic or Montari. Or perhaps a dual pivot of Montari and Cambiasso with Pandev and Sneijder on the flanks. However, he could never have anticipated that Mourinho, who has always prioritized defense, would choose such a gamble in a match where he holds a 2-1 advantage. Milito, Suchin, Eto'o, Sneijder, and Beckham, a quintet solely focused on offense. With Cambiasso being the only defensive presence in midfield, one might wonder if Mourinho had lost his mind. Did he not recognize the formidable opponent he faced? After all, he was up against the mightiest Barcelona in the world. Even Real Madrid would hesitate to field such a reckless formation at Camp Nou. Nevertheless, it mattered little. If Mourinho chose to embrace madness, all Guardiola needed to do was maintain possession and dictate the rhythm of the game. This is Camp Nou. No one can defeat the great Barcelona through sheer attacking play. Amidst the thunderous roars of over 100,000 Barca fans, the match commenced. Inter Milan launched the first offensive. Milito passed the ball to Suchin, who skillfully turned and, just prior to being intercepted by Boyong, delivered the ball to the awaiting Sneijder. Xavi pressed forward. No matter, with a deft touch of his right foot, Sneijder directed the ball to the left flank where Eto'o awaited. Confronted by Messi's tenacity, Eto'o hesitated not for a moment, deftly nudging the ball away and sprinting down the wing. In the center, Milito surged headlong into the Barcelona penalty area. Yes. At that moment, within the box, Pique and Puyol exchanged bewildered glances. Over the past week, their training had focused exclusively on double-teaming Suchin. In their minds, no one would dare to unleash a twin tower formation at Camp Nou, unless Mourinho had truly lost his senses and decided to abandon midfield control altogether. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that Mourinho had indeed, as if possessed, fielded such a lineup at Camp Nou. The number 39 lingered just outside the box, and observing Suchin's movement, it appeared highly likely that he would dart towards the front post to connect with Milito, although Busquets trailed closely behind him. Pique and Puyol were acutely aware that a solitary Busquets could not contain the threat posed by Suchin. However, Milito had already entered the penalty area. Surely, you cannot let this go unchecked. Barcelona found themselves in a precarious situation. At this moment, Eto'o was sprinting down the left flank, directly confronting Alves. In terms of defense, Alves's capabilities were not particularly remarkable, especially when faced with a cheetah whose speed and physique far surpassed his own. Thus, resolutely determined, Eto'o effortlessly maneuvered past Alves. In the blink of an eye, Eto'o had surged into the vicinity of the goal line, as though in a training drill. Just as the ball was about to cross the line, Eto'o unleashed a powerful lob into Barcelona's penalty area. Inside the box, as the ball soared through the air, Puyol and Pique immediately sought out Suchin. However, to their astonishment, the very Suchin who had been positioned at the edge of the penalty arc had, unbeknownst to them, dashed toward the far post. Had all his seemingly deliberate movements merely been an attempt to draw Barcelona's defense away? At this moment, a sweating Puyol could only place his hopes on Busquets, who was trailing closely behind Suchin. That had become Barcelona's sole glimmer of hope. Yet, the miracle did not unfold. With a 5-point strength boost, Suchin faced the theatrical Busquets, needing only a slight shoulder shimmy to effortlessly push him aside. Professor Busquets longed to fall in agony, but he realized that the number 39 before him showed no signs of foul play. Thus, Eto'o's cross sailed perfectly into Suchin's path. Without hesitation, Suchin leaped into the air above Camp Nou, delivering a powerful header onto the ball. Bang! It was merely a header, yet the already out-of-position Busquets seemed to hear the thunderous crack as the ball met Suchin's forehead. What astonishing power behind that header! Consequently, propelled by Suchin's strike, the ball transformed into a white streak, hurtling toward the goal defended by Valdez. In the face of such a close-range superheader, Valdez had no reaction, nor could he muster one. He simply stood there, watching helplessly as the ball zipped past him and nestled into the net's corner. Beep! The home crowd erupted. 10. In Inter Milan's first offensive foray, Suchin had broken through the fortress of the Universe team with a header. Brilliant. Magnificent. The ball found the net. The ball is in. At the 18-second mark of the match, just as the game commenced, Inter Milan had scored. Suchin. Once again, it was Suchin's indomitable header. Unbelievable. In just 18 seconds, Suchin had utilized his signature header to propel Inter Milan into the lead. 10. The aggregate score is 3-1. Inter Milan is ahead. Who could have anticipated that merely 18 seconds into the match, Inter Milan would rewrite the scoreline? A long pass and lob, Even a team of elementary school students could skillfully employ this introductory football tactic. Yet it astonishingly breached the formidable Universe team's defenses in a mere 18 seconds. Suchin. It is indeed Suchin. At the commentary booth, Teacher Huang erupted into a frenzied roar the instant the ball nestled into the net. Meanwhile, on the pitch, Suchin had yet to commence his exuberant celebration when he was abruptly tackled to the ground by the on-rushing Snyder. On the sidelines, at the moment the whistle blew, the madman on Inter Milan's bench, who had previously clenched his fists tightly, now wildly waved his arms toward the skies above Camp Nou as if he were shattering something. Roar! The madman bellowed in a fit of delirium, as though he were releasing a torrent of pent-up rage and frustration. Mourinho knew he had made the right gamble. This was the approach. An all-out assault, abandoning the midfield, purely playing long balls. He aimed to demonstrate to the world that football is not solely a game of feet. Rui Faria, Stankovic on the bench, Montari. All the Inter substitutes surged forth from the sidelines. The entire Inter Milan squad was engulfed in a frenzy of celebration. Meanwhile, before Barcelona's substitutes, Guardiola widened his eyes in disbelief, turning to the replay of the goal on the big screen. What just transpired? How could they have scored in merely 18 seconds? The second update arrives. 5,200 words delivered. The Camp Nou tragedy begins. Monthly tickets. Oh, monthly tickets. 11th place. What a tragedy. The chapter concludes. Tonight, a grand continuation awaits. Esteemed readers, I've been delayed by certain matters and just returned home. I shall commence writing forthwith, crafting a substantial chapter, though updates may arrive around 2 or 3 a.m. Those who cannot wait may rest early and catch up in the morning. Chapter 99. An epic masterpiece, the soaring number 39 jersey at Camp Nou. In the deathly silence of Camp Nou, Peake murmured as he observed Suchin being pinned down by all the Inter players. 18 seconds. What does that signify? Inter Milan's first attack, and they scored without any semblance of attacking finesse? Snap out of it. Go assist Sergio. Diego, keep an eye on that lad. Sergio cannot handle this alone. As the iron-willed captain of Barcelona, Puyol was unfazed by Suchin's lightning goal. After instructing Peake, he swiftly made his way to Maxwell and Alves. Puyol understood that, judging by the earlier attack, Inter Milan's strategy was clearly focused on the flanks. Hey, that player scored so effortlessly? My God, it's only been a year, and this fellow Su has become so formidable. Why on earth did Guardiola send such a strong player to Inter? Damn it, not only him, but also our Eto'o. It was just Eto'o who assisted this lad. Just a year ago, both were our Barcelona players. If these two fellows were still in Barcelona, would these damned Italians dare to be so arrogant? No need to panic. The match has only just begun. There are still 90 minutes remaining. We are Barcelona. No one can leave Camp Nou with a victory. Haha, indeed. Perhaps that recent goal was merely the soul strike from this group of Italians, just as they mercilessly dispatched Arsenal. Let them do the same to Inter Milan. Such a crude display of long ball tactics has no place at Camp Nou. What a bunch of unrefined individuals. Fear not. It won't be long before Guardiola demonstrates to these players what true, beautiful football entails. Haha, indeed. We are the 6-time champions. How could a ragtag team like Inter possibly triumph over our illustrious Barcelona? Barcelona is noble. So noble that even the fans regard this Inter Milan, who rely on the most rudimentary long ball tactics to breach the net, with disdain. It seems to them that this opening goal was merely a result of their own players' lack of preparedness. Once their Barca stars fully acclimatized to the match, Inter will be nothing more than fish on the chopping block. Dealing with a shoddy team like Inter requires little effort. Barcelona will show them what it means to be a true top-tier team. This is the sentiment among the fans, and it resonates with the players on the field as well. Xavi, the brain of Barcelona, once the match resumed, seamlessly took control once more. They began to execute the most exquisite tiki-taka on the pitch at Camp Nou, with fluid passing and control. The ball danced around the blue and red like a graceful spirit. From Xavi to Iniesta, then from Iniesta to Busquets, Maxwell surged down the left flank, while Alves advanced on the right. Of course, as Barcelona unleashed their most elegant tiki-taka towards Inter's half, the entire Inter squad, including Suarez, hastily retreated to their own half. All 11 players. They huddled deep in their defensive territory. Thus, Barcelona, with their dazzling passing, brought the ball to the front of Inter's bus. Xavi received the ball once more. Yet, as he glanced towards Inter's goal, Even he was taken aback by the density of their defensive formation. Next to him were Suarez and Milito, the two forwards of Inter. How astonishing it was that the forwards had dropped back to such depths. Eto'o, Beckham, Sneijder, and Cambiasso formed the second line of defense, a Mourinho-style defense. From the forwards back, every Inter player returned to the edge of their penalty area. Xavi's legs continued to dance about the ball at his feet. He was searching for a chink in Inter's armor. But sadly, the positioning of Inter was far too compact. In the 3rd minute of the match, as Iniesta skillfully maneuvered the ball, evading Milito's advance, he deftly nudged it sideways with his right foot, intending to execute a 1-2 pass with Busquets. However, Eto'o, who had already anticipated Busquets' run, accelerated and executed a sliding tackle the moment Iniesta released the ball. The football was thus intercepted by Eto'o and sent directly to Milito's feet without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity, Milito flicked the ball behind him with his right foot, pivoted swiftly, and dashed towards Barcelona's goal. It wasn't he, just Milito. At that moment, Inter Milan seemed to have sounded the horn for a full-scale assault. The fallen Eto'o gritted his teeth, forcefully grasped the turf, and sprang to his feet. On the right flank, Beckham and Maicon, fueled by determination, launched themselves into a frantic sprint. The Barcelona team was thrown into disarray. They had never anticipated that anyone would dare to unleash such a fervent offensive on their home ground, Camp Nou. With a blink of an eye, Inter Milan, previously compressed in their own half, surged across the midfield. The counterattack was on. Milito, with a deft touch of his right foot, passed the ball to the advancing Sneijder. Sneijder, swift as the wind, was pursued by Busquets, who aimed to reclaim possession. Yet, Sneijder, unfazed, deftly sent the ball forward once more. Beckham. At Camp Nou, the once resounding cheers of the 100,000 Barcelona fans fell into silence as they fixated on the figure of David Beckham, who had just received the ball. They fervently hoped that Maxwell would be able to thwart the advance of this veteran. However, a terrifying scene unfolded. Beckham, without even pausing the ball, skillfully caressed it with his right foot. Still on the right flank, the world's premier right back, Maicon, was already racing towards the ball's anticipated landing. Maxwell miscalculated. The left side of Barcelona's defense was now entirely exposed. Maicon, with grand strides, caught up to the ball, gently flicked it, and upon halting its motion, cast his gaze towards Barcelona's penalty area. There, Milito and Součin had already penetrated the heart of Barcelona's defense like phantoms ready to strike. Without hesitation, Maicon aimed his right foot at the ball's lower diagonal. Thud, accompanied by a muffled sound, the ball soared through the sky above Camp Nou, tracing a lethal arc as it entered Barcelona's penalty area. Inside the box, Součin had employed agile footwork reminiscent of Woolay to outmaneuver Peak, who leapt high. Just then, in the skies of Camp Nou, a mere 2 minutes and 54 seconds after Součin netted the first goal, he unleashed a thunderous header directed at the awaiting ball. Before the goal, Valdez was poised, fully aware that Inter's long passes were invariably aimed at Součin. Thus, even before Maicon delivered the pass, he instinctively shifted towards Součin's zone. And indeed, it unfolded just as he had envisioned. Maicon ultimately delivered the ball to Součin's head. As Součin leapt high into the air, Valdez, brimming with confidence, anticipated the trajectory and hurled his body towards the near corner of the goal. Given Součin's position, it seemed most probable he would direct the ball towards that same near corner. Alas, just as Valdez extended his left arm and exerted every ounce of strength to leap, Součin, in an astonishing twist, directed the ball towards the far corner instead. What was happening? How could this be? In such a scenario, this fellow managed to aim for the far corner? The difficulty was beyond comprehension. Even before the header in the air, Součin had anticipated Valdez's prediction, using the close header module to send the ball soaring towards the far corner. The football sailed past Valdez and nestled into the far corner of the net. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed. Within a mere 3 minutes, the referee had already blown the whistle 3 times. Magnificent. Splendid. The ball has entered. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. A second goal. A brace. In just 3 minutes, Součin scored his second header of the match. Right here at Camp Nou. Right before peak. In an astonishing display, Součin breached Barcelona's defenses twice in a span of 3 minutes. Incredible. Unthinkable. The score now stood at 4-1. With Součin's goal, the aggregate score was rewritten to 4-1. Based on this scoreline, Barcelona would need to net at least 4 more goals to overcome Inter Milan. However, I firmly believe that there is no team in the world capable of breaching Jose Mourinho's defenses 5 times in a single match. Could it be that Inter is on the verge of advancement? What the hell is happening? That's 2 goals already. Am I witnessing a fixed match? Is Inter this formidable? 2 goals in 3 minutes? No, it's not just Inter being fierce. It's Součín's brilliance. 2 headers, 2 goals, such efficiency. No, it's not merely Součín. Did you not see the speed of Inter's counterattack? The entire team of 6, moving as if possessed. This is terrifying. 3 minutes. With an aggregate score of 4-1. This is just unbelievable. I am utterly flabbergasted. By the way, can someone enlighten me? Is Inter truly so much stronger than Barcelona? Why in the group stage? Did Inter struggle so hard just to tie Barcelona 2-2? To clarify, from what we've seen in these past 3 minutes, Inter has completely abandoned midfield transitions. Once they gain possession, they pass it out wide, either to Eto'o on the left or to Maicon and Beckham on the right. Mourinho clearly regards Součín as Inter's sole hope with this formation, and it seems the madman has made the right gamble. 2 goals in 3 minutes. Who knows how Barcelona will contend with Inter now? The excitement was palpable, not just from Huang, but all the Inter players on the field surged towards Součín like a whirlwind. And this time, Součín offered no respite to the exuberant wild beasts around him. After colliding with the first rushing Eto'o, he dashed straight to the Inter Milan bench. Without any ostentatious celebration, he embraced Mourinho, who was also sprinting towards him. Stankovic, Montari, and Materazzi, among others on the bench, eagerly converged. The entire Inter Milan team celebrated passionately in front of Guardiola. Guardiola, a man known for his unyielding composure, found his steadiness evaporate upon witnessing Součín, once his least favored player, score 2 goals for Barcelona in a mere 3 minutes. With 2 away goals yet trailing by 3, it was evident that Barcelona stood perilously on the brink of elimination. Although surprised by Součín's explosive performance, Guardiola fervently urged his players to maintain their composure. Steady. Do not rush into the attack. Maintain the rhythm. Indeed, Guardiola believed that the consecutive goals conceded were simply a result of Barcelona failing to impose their tempo on the match. The game had only just commenced. There remained hope. Thus, Guardiola called for his entire team to steady their rhythm. However, while Guardiola sought to stabilize the pace, the Special One had no intentions of granting Barcelona any breathing room. The madman understood that Součín's 2 headers had disrupted not only the team's rhythm, but had shattered their morale as well. In such moments, how could he relinquish the opportunity to mercilessly strike a drowning opponent? As the match resumed, Barcelona aimed to regain control through possession in midfield. Yet, under Mourinho's command, the Inter squad surged forth like ravenous wolves. Milito, Součín, Sneijder, Eto'o, Beckham, and even Cambiasso and Maicon joined in the unprecedented frenzy of pressing. Indeed, at their peak, the trio of Xavi, Iniesta, and Busquets was formidable, making it challenging for any team to dispossess them. However, at this moment, with 2 goals conceded within 3 minutes, even their mentality had been slightly unsettled. Xavi found himself surrounded. Struggling, he utilized a series of feints to escape the clutches of Sneijder and Milito, swiftly passing the ball to Iniesta before Sneijder could fully recover. Yet, just as Cambiasso, who had been awaiting Xavi's pass, lunged towards Iniesta, the latter seemed prepared. In a graceful maneuver, Iniesta executed a deft turn, evading Cambiasso just as he closed in. However, just when Iniesta believed he was safe, another figure emerged, Eto'o. The cheetah emerged with the suddenness of a predator lying in wait among the grass. With a powerful tackle, this time, even Iniesta could only watch helplessly as the ball was swept away by Eto'o. Just as Iniesta intended to rise and pursue, Eto'o had already propelled himself forward with a fierce right-footed strike, charging towards his own half with the ball. Inter Milan's most frenzied assault was upon them once more. Here he comes. Eto'o, so swift. Within just 3 strides, he left Iniesta far behind. Busquets had arrived, and Alves came rushing in. A dual onslaught. Eto'o, with a sudden halt. He deftly evaded the combined pressure of Busquets and Alves, delivering a precise pass to Sneijder at his side. Madness. The entire Inter squad, invigorated by 2 goals, was now in a frenzy. Under the relentless pursuit of Xavi, Sneijder, unable to penetrate the box directly, executed a diagonal pass. At that position, Beckham had already anticipated the play, standing resolutely at the edge of the penalty arc, the very spot where David Beckham had provided countless assists to top forwards. Without any pause, as the ball rolled into his path, Beckham's right leg, guided by muscle memory, was lifted high. His entire body swiftly leaned to the left. Just before the frantic Maxwell could close in, Beckham struck the ball's lower right with force. A 45-degree cross. With a dull thud, the ball soared once again into the busy sky above Camp Nou. Meanwhile, within the Barcelona penalty area, Milito was overlooked, despite being in a better position. Before Beckham could take the shot, Puyol and Pique unhesitatingly surged towards the back post where Suarez awaited. However, as Beckham's ball arced into the box, panic set in for Puyol. Not just Puyol, but Pique was also alarmed. For Beckham's long pass was not aimed at Suarez, but at the unmarked Milito, on the sidelines. Upon witnessing Milito being left unguarded, Mourinho triumphantly raised his right fist. This was precisely the reason he had placed the Twin Towers on the field. The dual towers. Their greatest strength lay here, in the open space. Milito, unencumbered in Barcelona's penalty area, calmly controlled the ball with his chest, without waiting for the ball to descend. The 30-year-old Argentine striker turned and unleashed a powerful strike. Boom! With an explosive sound, the ball, devoid of any spin, transformed into a streak of white light. Hurtling towards Barcelona's goal, Valdez, with all his might, leaped in the direction of Milito's shot. However, it was futile. The force of Milito's strike was simply too immense. In an instant, the football soared past Valdez, crashing into the net behind him. The referee pointed to the center circle while blowing his whistle. A goal. Good heavens. Another goal. The third. Unbelievable. What just transpired? Milito received a splendid pass from Beckham within the penalty area and executed a stunning volley, sending the ball into the net for the third time past Valdez. 3-0. The aggregate score stands at 5-1. Barcelona faces elimination. There is no doubt left. In the 7th minute of the match, Inter Milan scored their third goal, following Součín's consecutive headers at the outset. Barcelona felt compelled to focus all their defensive efforts on him. Beckham, having seemingly foreseen this scenario, delivered the ball directly to the forward Diego Milito. They are on fire. In this Champions League semi-final, where everyone anticipated Inter Milan to falter, they have gone completely wild. At this moment, commentator Huang could hardly believe his eyes. He repeatedly looked up, rubbing his eyes as he stared at the glaring score of 3-0 displayed on the big screen. Just like Huang, the 100,000 Barcelona fans in the stands were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding events on the pitch. 3-0, merely 7 minutes into the match. What has transpired? Many Barcelona fans, who had just arrived at the stadium, were incessantly questioning their neighbors about why the scoreboard displayed 3-0 on the field. As Milito watched the ball nestle into the net, he was overwhelmed with excitement and dashed towards the north stand, the only section of blue and black in Camp Nou. At 30 years of age, Milito stood beneath that hue, listening to over 6,000 Inter fans fervently chanting his name. In this moment, Milito was filled with the echoes of Mourinho's invitation. Diego, trust me, 30 is the pinnacle of your career. Genoa is not for you. Are you willing to waste your prime years in relegation battles? How many more 30s do you think you have? Indeed, Mourinho was right. At 30, he was still in peak form. On the intimidating grounds of Camp Nou, he demonstrated to the world that Argentina boasts more than just Messi. It also has a striker named Diego Milito. Boss, I'm 30. My God, what has happened? Rouet exclaimed excitedly, embracing the equally animated Mourinho. Not far from them, the once calm Pep Guardiola, the young coach of the 6-time champions, had completely lost his composure, angrily berating the pitch. Why let that Milito through? Damn it. 3 goals down within 7 minutes. Not only were the 100,000 fans in the stands taken aback, but Guardiola himself was utterly astonished. This is Camp Nou, after all. Since the establishment of this stadium, no team has ever commenced with such a fervent start over the course of several decades. 51. An aggregate score of 5-1. If Barcelona wishes to advance, they must score at least 5 goals. 5 goals, what a formidable concept. Far away in Manchester, England, Sir Alex Ferguson sits before his television, intently fixated on the screen where Součín is being enveloped by Pique and Puyol, as if they were cradling him. Indeed, this venerable figure, intent on rekindling Manchester United's third dynasty, is utterly captivated by Součín's seemingly insurmountable header, particularly after witnessing Milito's third goal, which was allowed to be scored in open space. Ferguson appears to reminisce about his long-adored little fatty Ruud van Nistelrooy. If only there were a towering center forward like number 39. Then, his Manchester United would transform entirely. Not only Ferguson is enchanted by Milito's goals. In an opulent mansion situated in the bustling heart of Madrid, the esteemed Florentino Perez admires the player adorned in the number 39 jersey on the pitch. What a splendid gift from the heavens. With such a standing presence, if he were to grace the Bernabeu, whether with his own headers or by drawing attention away from Cristiano Ronaldo and Kaká, the possibilities would be endless. Moreover, aside from his individual prowess, Perez particularly values Su Qin's Chinese heritage. He comprehends the vastness of the market in China, even if Su Qin is merely of Chinese descent. His renown within the domestic sphere rivals that of Yao Ming. His commercial potential is undeniable. In a certain office in London, an elderly gentleman, exuding an air of frugality, is also engrossed in the match. 18. What a splendid age. If they could acquire him, bestowing upon him the captaincy would not be out of the question. At Camp Nou, following a 3-goal lead, Mourinho, after concluding his celebrations, immediately calls for his team to stabilize the tempo. The madman's objective has been achieved. He knows that with this 3-goal cushion, his Inter Milan cannot possibly lose. Now, as long as they adhere to the pre-match strategy, maintaining a solid defense while continuing to counterattack and suppress Barcelona's offense, victory is within reach. Conversely, having conceded 3 goals in under 10 minutes, Guardiola naturally refrains from allowing his team to attack recklessly. He remains steadfast in his initial strategy, urging his players to first stabilize the situation before fully seizing control of the rhythm of the game. Thus, under the deliberate orchestration of both coaches, the once frenetic exchanges between the two teams gradually slow. The match settles into a more typical tempo. Habib maintains a firm grip on the midfield, while Inter resolutely defends their half. In moments when a counterattack was possible, Inter Milan persisted in their relentless offensive onslaught. In the 14th minute of the match, Barcelona finally orchestrated their most threatening attack of the evening. Following a series of intricate exchanges between Xavi and Pedro on the left flank, a sweeping pass was delivered to Messi on the right. The illustrious Messi once again showcased his unparalleled dribbling prowess, launching a vigorous assault from the right side. With a deft shoulder drop, he shed Eto'o and then executed a swift change of direction, evading Sneijder's attempt to reposition. Simultaneously, as he maneuvered past Sneijder, he executed a precise ground pass with his left foot, delivering the ball to Iniesta, who had surged forward. However, as Iniesta advanced, Zé Castro swiftly closed in. Yet, Iniesta denied Zé Castro any opportunity. Just before Zé Castro could make contact, he deftly nudged the ball back to Messi. Thus, the left flank of Inter was utterly dismantled by Messi's indomitable individual talent and Iniesta's seamless collaboration. Regrettably, when Messi finally passed to the youthful Boyan, who had raced into the penalty area, the overly eager Boyan failed to strike the ball before Caesar could intercept. Inter narrowly escaped disaster. In the 26th minute, once again it was Messi at the heart of the action. Despite Inter concentrating all defensive efforts upon him, Messi maneuvered adroitly within a 4-man encirclement, threading the ball through Cambiaso's legs. From the left flank, Pedro, arriving just in time, seized the moment and unleashed a shot. The ball soared over Samuel and narrowly cleared the leaping Caesar, ultimately brushing the crossbar before sailing out of play. In these two attacking sequences, the throngs of Barcelona supporters, numbering over 100,000, seemed to revive with renewed vigor. Messi, 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 they chanted repeatedly, calling for their king to rise and save the team. Indeed, the 22-year-old Messi did not disappoint. In the 38th minute, following a series of 21 consecutive passes in midfield, Xavi seized upon a gap behind Sneijder. The astute Messi initiated his run, and Xavi delivered a low, penetrating pass between Sneijder and Milito. With remarkable speed, Messi advanced into Inter's defensive territory, controlling the ball with his right foot and charging towards goal. Cambiaso rushed to apply pressure, yet Messi deftly navigated past him with a brilliant feint. As Messi approached the penalty area, Lucio abandoned Boyan and lunged towards him. Regrettably, in the face of peak Messi, Lucio was swiftly outmaneuvered by Messi's lightning-quick change of direction. Just at the edge of the penalty arc, as Messi, dribbling horizontally, swiftly swung his left leg, he executed a magnificent shot. The ball soared into the air, tracing a breathtaking arc as it deftly evaded every Inter Milan player, including Cesar, and nestled into the far corner of the net. 31. with his unparalleled individual prowess. Messi aided Barcelona in reclaiming a goal. Boom. When the referee's whistle pierced the air, the long silent Camp Nou erupted once more. The proud Barcelona supporters had endured over 30 minutes of suppression, but at last, their king had emerged. The ecstatic Barca fans erupted into fervent cheers, and many of the zealous front-row supporters turned their ire towards Suarez and Eto'o on the field. It was inevitable. After all, both were products of Barcelona, returning to their former stomping ground, particularly Suarez, who displayed no semblance of gratitude, instead celebrating exuberantly after scoring. Such a display of ingratitude naturally irked the proud native Barca fans. Hijo de puta, olvides quién eres. Judas, sin los regalos de Barcelona. Te habrás muerto de hambre junto a la basura. Various venomous curses began to resound, initially from a small cluster, gradually, as time progressed and the score remained unchanged. An increasing number of Barca fans joined in. Ultimately, every time Suarez touched the ball, he was met with the frenzied jeers and curses of the 100,000 strong crowd at Camp Nou. On the sidelines, Mourinho listened to the so-called noble fans' vitriol, his expression unchanging. Yes, he knew his disciple was not one to be daunted by such jeers. On the contrary, these boos and insults, perhaps they heralded an unexpected reaction at Camp Nou. Little Duan, can you understand Spanish? In the commentary box, although Lao Huang could not comprehend Spanish, the thunderous jeers that erupted whenever Suarez touched the ball led him to surmise that these intense native Spanish remarks were directed at Suarez. Teacher Huang, I think it's better if we don't understand. What a great play. Lucio's block was absolutely crucial. Cesar, securely grasping the ball. A counterattack from Inter Milan is imminent. On the field, Suarez fixed his gaze intently on the ball in Cesar's hands. After his extensive time at La Meazza, he had long since mastered the Spanish language. Do not speak Spanish. He is well versed even in the obscure vernacular of La Meazza. He is acutely aware of what the Barcelona supporters in the stands are shouting. However, Suchin remains unfazed. He knows that the vitriol directed at him by the Barcelona fans stems from their growing trepidation towards him. The only remedy for such contemptible souls is to retaliate with goals, one after another, striking them squarely in the face. Sassel, positioned before the goal, launches a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring towards the vicinity of the center circle. Without a moment's hesitation, Suchin sprints towards the landing spot. After deftly maneuvering past Pedro, Suchin heads the ball to his side, directing it to Sneijder, and then he dashes into the depths of Barcelona's defense. Both flanks of Inter Milan spring into action simultaneously, compelling Xavi and Iniesta, who had intended to mark Suchin, to swiftly shift towards the right. They believe that having Busquets shadowing Suchin is sufficient. Indeed, Suchin's heading ability and physical presence are almost monstrous. Yet, his limitations are also evident. He lacks the capacity for ball advancement. Thus, the Barcelona players assume that once Sneijder secures the ball, he will immediately seek to distribute it to the wings for a cross. As such, Busquets leisurely trails behind Suchin, angling leftward. Upon observing Suchin's trajectory, Busquets can hardly suppress a chuckle. After all, this individual has spent years honing his skills at La Meazza. However, before Busquets can close the gap, Suchin, who had been running at an angle, suddenly pivots towards Sneijder, signaling for support. In response, Busquets hastily adjusts his stride, positioning himself to intercept the anticipated pass. Yet, at that very moment, the previously retreating Suchin springs into action again, darting into the penalty area from Busquets' blind side. The once awkward number 39, who merely stood in the box tussling with opponents, has, in mere seconds, altered his running path 3 times, shaking off Busquets in the process. Behind Suchin, Sneijder, as if he had foreseen Suchin's evasion of Busquets, delivers a precise ground pass, placing the ball right at Suchin's feet. Meanwhile, Puyol is preoccupied with the advancing Milito. What a spectacle! Sneijder's incisive pass finds Suchin, who has outmaneuvered Busquets and penetrated the penalty area. With the precision of a scalpel, Suchin receives Sneijder's ball. Peak approaches, but Suchin withstands the challenge with his left shoulder. No. Inside Barcelona's penalty area. Upon witnessing Suchin seize the ball and surge into the box, Peak rushes towards him recklessly. He truly did not anticipate that Suchin could evade Busquets with his movement. As Suchin seemed poised to take a shot, Peak, as if oblivious to Suchin's identity, launched himself with great determination toward him. At the very least, He needed to thwart Suchin's attempt at goal. Maxwell had already made his way over. Just as he thought he could intervene, thud. Peak was taken aback. The moment his body collided with the sprinting Suchin, memories he wished to forget flooded back into his mind. It was reminiscent of their last encounter. Upon making contact, Peak found himself helplessly sprawled on the grass, while the young man he had desperately tried to block lifted his right leg high above him. From the left side of the penalty area, Suchin summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful shot. In front of Barcelona's goal, Valdez dove in despair. However, such a close-range strike left him with no chance. The ball soared like a beam of white light straight into the net. Beep. The referee's whistle echoed for the fourth time. Splendid. The third goal. A hat trick. Suchin. Incredible. In the 44th minute of the match, after skillfully maneuvering away from Busquets, Suchin received a through ball from Sneijder and scored again, altering the scoreline. 4-1. Suchin netted Inter Milan's fourth goal and secured his third in this match. A hat trick at Camp Nou. Oh my. In this crucial UEFA Champions League semi-final, Suchin became the 9th player in football history to achieve a hat trick at Camp Nou. The last player to score 3 goals here was Fran in 2005. Among the previous 8 players, Suchin stands out as the only one under 20 years of age. Furthermore, he is also the sole player hailing from La Masia. Huang Jinxiang erupted with fervent shouts. Meanwhile, on the Inter Milan bench, the special one bolted onto the field, pointing skyward in a passionate slide on his knees. This lad has done it. He has accomplished it. The ecstatic Mourinho celebrated wildly, mumbling in exhilaration. On the pitch, after the young number 39 netted his third goal, he pushed aside all his approaching teammates. He removed his jersey. He rushed toward the south stand. Standing there, he extended 3 fingers to the Barcelona natives who had just hurled the most venomous insults at him. Then came a masterpiece at Camp Nou. Suchin, before the eyes of 100,000 Barcelona fans, proudly lifted his jersey high. On that white Inter Milan shirt was a number and a name that sent shivers through the hearts of Barcelona supporters. 39. Suchin. In this moment, the once vibrant Camp Nou, filled with 100,000 souls, has succumbed to an eerie silence. Esteemed readers, I present to you this lengthy chapter. I humbly beseech you for your support, as I have fallen to the 11th position. Due to the initial groundwork, I lost 12 subscriptions, which pains me greatly. Nevertheless, this has only strengthened my resolve. I shall remain steadfast in my creative vision. A work of art is akin to a cherished child. As long as I nurture it, it shall flourish, would you not agree? As the 100,000 Barcelona supporters sat in stillness, gazing at the young man with dark hair before them, the atmosphere felt suspended in time. He raised his jersey, revealing 3 outstretched fingers, his expression one of unabashed defiance. 1 second passed, then 2, then 3. Finally, the proud Barcelona fans reacted, hurling their scornful exclamations at him. Instantly, all the supporters surged towards Suchin, shouting the most venomous insults. Unfortunately for them, the security personnel intervened with remarkable efficiency, preventing their advance. What a magnificent tableau it was. The jersey hanging in Camp Nou. An unmistakable act of provocation that incited the ire of the fervent Barcelona fans. Indeed, a rather unfriendly scene unfolded in the stands, which the viewers at home may not fully grasp. However, from our commentary booth, my colleague and I could hear everything distinctly. What did I say back then? He mused. Suchin is unlike anyone else. Despite his seemingly harmless demeanor, he possesses an indomitable spirit. Just witnessing his celebration, one can be assured that any mention of Barcelona in the future will inevitably evoke this moment. A hat trick. And we are merely at halftime. If Su continues to play like this, I dare say, not only a hat trick, but a quadruple is firmly within reach. Has anyone ever achieved a quadruple at Camp Nou? To my knowledge, 9 players have scored a hat trick, but as for a quadruple, it appears no one has yet done so. Then let us hope that in the second half, young Su can net another goal. Is it not the duty of commentators to maintain neutrality? Yet, with my colleague present, it seems we are on the verge of outright disparagement of Barcelona. Oh, you still do not comprehend the style of Coach Huang, do you? However, he speaks the truth. If Suchin were to score a magnificent 4 goals at Camp Nou, it would indeed be exhilarating, particularly in the semi-finals of the Champions League. How absurd these 2 fools are. Do they not recognize what type of team Barcelona is? A club so compassionate that they provide free medical care for Messi, yet they dare to speak of it in such a derogatory manner. I am utterly incensed. I anticipate that by tomorrow, or rather, tonight, media outlets across the globe will erupt in pandemonium over Součin's remarkable 4 goals at Camp Nou. Those mere words are already immensely captivating. I am eagerly looking forward to more. Barcelona is on the verge of tears, given the current circumstances. It seems Guardiola will need to substitute in Ibrahimovic and Henry during the second half. Yet, even with such substitutions, it may prove futile. If Mourinho's team were to score 5 goals in the first half, it wouldn't matter if the national team were brought in to face him. How could one speak of Mourinho in such a manner? Haha, every time I see Peak, I cannot help but chuckle. This fellow had his partner stolen by Součin. And now he finds himself humiliated in the Champions League as well. If I were Peak, I would steer clear of Součin from now on. Speaking of which, is there a possibility that Součin could join Real Madrid at the end of this season? What I desire most is to witness Součin don the white jersey, forming a trident alongside Kaká and Cristiano Ronaldo, one on the left, one on the right, and one in the center. You are dreaming. The Champions League is far from over. Ultimately, it seems Inter will be facing our Southern King, who is certainly no easy opponent like Barcelona. At Camp Nou, amidst the frenzied jeers of 100,000 Barcelona fans, Součin, as if exhausted from play, gradually withdrew his jersey. Haha, you rascal. You stole my celebration. The first to embrace Součin was, of course, Eto'o. When it comes to disdain for Barcelona, Eto'o likely surpasses even Součin. How magnificent. You rascal. No one has dared to flaunt a jersey at Camp Nou like that. Sneijder, having rushed over, embraced Součin as well. Certainly, besides the players of Inter. The referee promptly approached Součin, who had removed his jersey in celebration. Without hesitation, the referee brandished a yellow card from his pocket. Not only that, he also issued a warning to Součin, for his celebration bore a hint of provocation towards the fans. Should there be a next time? Regardless of whether Součin removes his jersey again, the referee would not hesitate to show him a second yellow card. All of Inter's players surrounded Součin, while on the other side, Peak sat dazed on the grass. Once again, he had been humiliated by that damned Součin. The sheer force of impact was overwhelming. However, compared to his own plight, it was evident that Barcelona's situation was far more dire. In the first half, Barcelona had shockingly been defeated 4-1 at home by Inter. The aggregate score stood at 6-2. What does that even signify? Only 45 minutes remain. Barcelona must score at least 5 goals to secure victory. Yet, will the madman truly grant Barcelona any opportunity? Given his temperament, it is certain that he will alter the formation during halftime. Peak despondently shakes his head, a reflection of the despair shared by many around him. Even the indomitable captain, the ever-resilient Puyol, has lost the strength to inspire his teammates. Following Inter Milan celebrations, the referee swiftly sounded the whistle to conclude the first half. In the visiting team's dressing room, the madman stands proudly before his comrades. A score of 4-1 at halftime. This is a result he had never envisioned before the match. In his view, his reckless strategy could have yielded 2 possible outcomes, either a significant defeat to Barcelona or a draw. Who could have anticipated such an exaggerated scoreline of 4-1? Nevertheless, Mourinho remains true to himself. The substantial lead does not induce any sense of arrogance. Resolutely, during the break, the madman substitutes Stankovic for Beckham and Montari for the goalscorer Milito. A 4-4-2 formation, albeit temporarily, as he intends to maintain this for merely 20 minutes. Should the dynamics of the match shift, he might need to substitute either Suarez or Eto'o. For the pragmatic Mourinho, the distinction between a 6-2 and a 3-2 scoreline is negligible. Victory over Barcelona is all that matters. In the Inter camp, the team engages in animated discussions about whether Eto'o truly treated the entire squad to an outing later that evening. Meanwhile, in the Barcelona dressing room, the atmosphere is tense, with every player seated in silence, furrowed brows reflecting their concern. Guardiola stands before the tactical board, outlining Barcelona's offensive strategy for the second half. Time is of the essence. This time, Guardiola refrains from discussing intricate tactics. Not only has the strategy shifted, but he also replaces the underperforming Boyan with Ibrahimovic. At this moment, Guardiola prioritizes scoring above all else, as any goal would become his focal point. Thus, the 15-minute halftime swiftly concludes, as both teams re-emerge onto the pitch. The once deafening Camp Nou has suddenly grown hushed. Numerous empty seats are now visible in the stands. Indeed, with an aggregate score of 6-2, Barcelona must score 5 more goals, facing a formidable opponent in Inter Milan rather than Paris Saint-Germain. Even though Barcelona supporters believe in the divine favor of their team, they cannot help but doubt their ability to stage a comeback under such circumstances. The match begins. On the Inter Milan side, Beckham and Milito were substituted due to tactical demands, with the more defensively adept Montari and Stankovic stepping in for them. Meanwhile, on the Barcelona front, Guardiola made a preliminary adjustment by replacing the underperforming Boyan with Ibrahimovic. How intriguing. Look at these two teams on the field. In the Barcelona lineup, Ibrahimovic and Maxwell were both players for Inter last season. Conversely, in the Inter squad, Souchian and Eto'o were once part of Barcelona. The commentators Huang and Duan Xian began to indulge in gossip. On the pitch, Barcelona commenced their all-out offensive. During halftime, Guardiola had already anticipated Mourinho's tactical changes, so the substitutions of Beckham and Milito did not surprise Barcelona. Ibrahimovic was the first to charge into Inter's half as the whistle blew. The first 45 minutes were undoubtedly the most excruciating of Ibrahimovic's career. The world knew he had joined Barcelona in pursuit of the Champions League trophy. But now, it felt like a cruel joke. Inter Milan led 2-0 against Barcelona. The formidable cosmic team was on the brink of elimination by the very Inter Milan he had deemed hopeless, especially with that addition. A player whose value barely reached 300,000 euros, performing a hat-trick at Camp Nou? That was a storyline meant for Ibrahimovic. Thus, driven by jealousy, Ibrahimovic became more earnest than ever before. He no longer stubbornly believed he was the sole core of Barcelona. Instead, he began to frequently pass the ball to Messi. Likewise, Messi started to collaborate with Ibrahimovic. In the 48th minute of the match, Ibrahimovic's return pass allowed Messi to seize an opportunity. At the edge of Inter Milan's penalty area, Messi deftly evaded Eto'o and Chivu's pressure with a series of directional changes, before delivering a diagonal pass to the approaching Ibrahimovic. With legs as graceful as those of a taekwondo master, Ibrahimovic, without waiting for Cambiasso to close in, flicked the ball back to Messi with his heel. Receiving the ball, Messi wasted no time. With his left foot, he curled a deadly arc towards Inter's goal. However, this time, Caesar had already anticipated Messi's shot direction. With all his might, he dove and, at the last moment, managed to touch the airborne ball with his fingertips. That slight deflection caused the ball to veer off course and exit the baseline. A corner kick. Inter had narrowly escaped a crisis. As the ball sailed out, Messi, frustrated, placed his hands on his hips and lowered his head. Yet, Ibrahimovic approached him, ruffling Messi's hair with his large hand, offering words of encouragement. A corner kick opportunity. In the presence of Inter's towering defenders, Barcelona, hesitant to launch a full-scale assault, could only watch helplessly as Lucio soared to clear the ball from the penalty area. Sneijder promptly intervened with a powerful kick, sending the ball forward and alleviating the immediate threat. The relentless offensive onslaught from Barcelona persisted. In the stands of Camp Nou, over 80,000 fans awaited a miracle. Although they were acutely aware of the challenges in overturning the situation, their hopeful anticipation remained palpable. In the 54th minute of the match, after more than 3 minutes of intricate passing and possession, Barcelona could no longer contain their urgency. Xavi delivered a precise through ball to Pedro, who had shifted from the left flank to the center. Upon receiving the ball, Pedro, noticing Cambiasso charging towards him, deftly nudged it to Iniesta. Faced with a dual challenge from Sneijder and Montari, Iniesta executed a graceful nutmeg, astonishingly maneuvering the ball through their defensive grasp. Spotting the swift approach of Messi on the right, Iniesta wasted no time in sending the ball forward. With a deft flick of his left foot, Messi sprinted into the Inter Milan penalty area. However, despite the impeccable coordination displayed by Barcelona, Samuel positioned himself expertly to thwart Messi's advance. In that moment, with Samuel's timely block, Messi was left with no choice but to nudge the ball slightly to the right, retreating towards the sideline. Barcelona regrouped to mount another attack. This exemplified Mourinho's defensive strategy, where all 11 players, including forwards, actively participated in defense. It was evident that Mourinho had meticulously prepared for this match, as every time Messi received the ball, at least 3 Inter players converged upon him immediately. While such tactics might have been less effective in midfield, where Messi could easily evade pressure with his agility and speed, the current situation offered him no space to exploit. Mourinho had transformed his defense into a series of well-guarded zones, making it exceedingly difficult for Barcelona to score 5 goals against such resolute defensive efforts. Barcelona's possession continued, yet Inter's ironclad defense showed no signs of relent. The despair among Barcelona's players intensified, particularly after Mourinho adjusted his formation, seemingly enhancing Inter's defensive intensity beyond that of the first half. As the minutes ticked away, the beleaguered Barcelona side found themselves unable to find the back of the net. Instead, in the 67th minute, they suffered a devastating blow. Motta, who had entered the fray in the second half, teamed up with Cambiasso to close in on Iniesta. The diminutive midfielder, intending to replicate his earlier nutmeg, was caught off guard as Motta had anticipated his move. The moment Iniesta shifted the ball to the left, Motta executed a swift sliding tackle, reclaiming possession for Sneijder, who was ready to counterattack. Sneijder beheld the cheetah, Eto'o, surging forward at high speed down the left flank. Without the slightest hesitation, Sneijder lifted his right leg high and struck the bottom of the ball with great force. In an instant, the ball soared into the air, swiftly darting towards the defensively vulnerable half of Barcelona. During this period, Inter Milan had been entrenched in their own half, resolutely defending. This allowed the entire Barcelona team to advance recklessly. Even Alves on the right flank joined the attack. Thus, Eto'o found himself in a state of near unmarked freedom. Only Pique and Puyol remained in the backline. Faced with the fierce, determined Eto'o, Pique was the first to challenge, closely followed by Puyol. However, at this moment, Eto'o had reached the pinnacle of his speed. In response to Pique's advance, Eto'o executed a deft touch to change direction. In the blink of an eye, Pique found himself left behind by the cheetah. Having bypassed Pique, only his former captain, Puyol, stood between Eto'o and the goal. Born in 1978, Puyol was now 31 years old. Although he maintained commendable form, he was no match for the prime Eto'o, especially since Eto'o was intimately familiar with his old captain. With a slight flick of his right foot, Eto'o feigned a direct assault, compelling Puyol to shift his weight to the left. Yet, Eto'o's change of direction was merely a ruse. Almost the moment Puyol adjusted his stance, Eto'o deftly tapped the ball with his right foot. In less than a second, Eto'o executed 2 rapid changes of direction. The indomitable spirit of Barcelona, the iron-willed Puyol, lost his balance and fell to the ground as if performing a split. Eto'o had bypassed Puyol. One-on-one. Valdez rushed out of his goal. A swift maneuver. He's through. A right-footed shot. Magnificent. The ball is in. 51. 5-1. Inter Milan scores their 5th goal. Eto'o, the former Barcelona player, plunged the sword deep into the heart of Barcelona at the Camp Nou, seizing the opportunity from a counterattack. Hope was extinguished. Eto'o's goal felt like the final blow to Barcelona's last vestige of hope. 51. The aggregate score stands at 7-2. Who could have imagined that the pre-tournament favorites for this year's Champions League would falter so dramatically on their home turf? At the Camp Nou, after scoring, Eto'o, akin to Su Chin, passionately tore off his jersey. Thus, the cheetah dashed from the Barcelona goal, sprinting along the sideline with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Racing in the opposite direction, the jersey he waved in his right hand fluttered like a victorious banner, soaring high in the sky above the Camp Nou. Eto'o pushed past Sneijder, pushed past Cambiasso, pushed past Motta. As Eto'o sprinted furiously, he unleashed a primal roar, as if to vent the grievances and frustrations that had accumulated over the past year. A staggering distance of 90 meters. Beginning from the Barcelona goal, Eto'o surged forth, showcasing his explosive prowess, until he reached the edge of his own goal. At last, upon arriving at the south stand of Barcelona, Eto'o bent his knees and slid to his knees, culminating his most exuberant celebration. Once the cheetah had come to a halt, the camera refocused on his resolute, unyielding visage. There was no exhilaration, no smile, only tears adorned his face. The cheetah, once the mightiest marksman at Camp Nou, had just delivered a blow that struck down Barcelona, revealing to the remaining 70,000 fans the grave error of selling him, embodied by the bald man on the sidelines. In the south stand, the very Barcelona supporters who had jeered and hurled insults at Eto'o during his frantic dash fell into an unexpected silence upon seeing his tear-streaked face on the big screen. Indeed, this man is Samuel Eto'o Fils. He was once Barcelona's pride, a player who led the club to an unprecedented sextuple, dedicating the finest 5 years of his career to this team. Yet, in the end, What did he receive in return? An unceremonious exit? Even worse. As a mere bargaining chip? For a player who served 5 years with valor, this was undoubtedly the most merciless humiliation. Eto'o's exuberant celebration, a display of unrestrained joy, was indeed one of the most exhilarating matches I have ever witnessed. Součin and Eto'o, both former Barcelona players, made a remarkable return to Camp Nou today, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. A score of 7-2, the collapse of the so-called cosmic team, and finally, Eto'o's unforgettable tears. Yet, one must acknowledge that this is football. In this merciless game of survival of the fittest, there is no such thing as a permanent home. The veteran commentator, upon witnessing Eto'o's celebration, was filled with sentiment. Meanwhile, on the substitute bench, as Eto'o netted his 5th goal, even Mourinho seemed devoid of the passion to celebrate. However, on the other side, Guardiola was in a frenzy, pointing wildly at the pitch, shouting with fervor. With over 20 minutes remaining and his team trailing by 5 goals. Having conceded 5 away goals, Guardiola realized that their Champions League journey had come to a close. Eto'o's goal appeared to extinguish the match itself. From that moment on, Barcelona's offense lost its fervor. They maintained possession as usual, yet their effective attacks dwindled. The 71st minute of the match had arrived. In a moment of fervent determination, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the most fervent player in the Barcelona squad, successfully directed a header towards the far corner of Inter Milan's goal during a corner kick. However, due to his proximity to the goal, in the final moments, Sasa made a miraculous save, deflecting the ball away with a powerful punch, causing it to soar over the crossbar. Ibrahimovic's indomitable spirit, akin to the ball that flew out of the stadium, fell into a profound silence. In the 73rd minute, Guardiola made another substitution, bringing Henry on for Pedro. Nonetheless, Henry's entrance did little to alter the course of the match. As the game approached the 80th minute, Barcelona's attack showed signs of fatigue, while Inter Milan's counterattacks remained relentless. In the 84th minute, Eto'o seized yet another splendid opportunity for a counterattack. However, this time, Busquets' timely defensive maneuver, executing a tactical foul from 29 meters in front of the goal, thwarted Eto'o's advance. Barcelona was awarded a prime free-kick opportunity just outside the penalty area. On the sidelines, witnessing victory within reach, Mourinho returned to the bench, already contemplating the final match. He believed that Inter's potential opponent in the final would likely be Bayern Munich. Although on paper, Barcelona appeared slightly stronger. The astute manager knew that the depth of Bayern's legacy was not to be underestimated. "Look, it seems Součin is about to take the free kick," Milito remarked, interrupting Mourinho's thoughts about the final. Surprised, Mourinho glanced up to find Součin standing before Sneijder, engaged in conversation. A free kick? Součin had indeed practiced a considerable amount of free kicks recently, but his skill level suggested that practice had not significantly improved his prowess. Moreover, considering Součin's heading ability, one might question his chances of executing a successful free kick. Consequently, despite Mourinho's sympathy for Součin's dedication, the latter was still ranked 6th in the hierarchy of free kick takers. What does 6th place signify? To put it in perspective, Cesar was ranked 5th. "So, are you really going to take it?" Sneijder inquired, observing Součin's resolute demeanor on the field. "Well, I'll give it a shot," Součin replied. "Haha, Sue. This isn't a penalty. You're not hoping for a hat trick, are you? All right, go ahead. Given the current scoreline, I can't be bothered to critique you." Sneijder handed the ball directly to Součin. Upon receiving the ball, Součin promptly placed it at the designated spot indicated by the referee. To be honest, he had always been reluctant to squander this hard-earned opportunity. Yet, with the aggregate score stagnating at 72 and only a few minutes remaining in the match, his mischief got the better of him, leading to the scene where he requested the ball from Sneijder. Součin successfully positioned himself at the free kick spot. However, Lucio, who initially intended to push through the wall of players in hopes of scoring a header, suddenly dashed back towards his own defensive zone. He was acutely aware of Součin's capabilities. The last thing he desired was for his advance to result in a concession of a goal, leading to post-match criticism from the venerable Mourinho. Amidst the stands of Camp Nou, although the crowd had dwindled to less than 60,000 Barcelona supporters, their fervent voices and heartfelt greetings continued to resonate for Součin. Unlike Eto'o, who had devoted 5 years of youth and countless goals to Barcelona, Součin, a product of La Masia, displayed a troubling lack of gratitude toward the club, even daring to display his jersey at Camp Nou. This singular act ensured that all Barcelona fans would eternally remember him as a traitor. From this day forth, every sighting of Suchin would elicit a chorus of jeers from the passionate fans. As the supporters jeered at Suchin, the Inter Milan substitutes could hardly contain their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. "What if he fluffs the kick?" David remarked, pondering the outcome of Su's impending strike. On the Barcelona bench, however, the mood was grim. Every substitute, along with those positioned in the wall, wore expressions of deep concern. Indeed, allowing Suchin to take this free kick felt like a humiliation for Barcelona. Yet, they found themselves powerless to contest this indignity. After all, they couldn't very well approach the referee to lodge a complaint. In that charged atmosphere, the referee blew his whistle as the sound echoed across the pitch. Suchin raised his head with a sudden intensity. Puyol, positioned in the wall facing Suchin, was the first to sense an unusual energy in the air. It's often said that the football field possesses an enigmatic magic. Both defenders and attackers seem to harbor an instinctual awareness before a goal is scored. At that moment, Puyol felt that very sensation deep within him. "Stay alert," he shouted, promptly urging all his teammates to focus. In response to their captain's call, Valdez turned his attention seriously towards Suchin, who had yet to score from a free kick in his career. With 5,000 repetitions behind him, Suchin finally prepared to execute his signature curve shot. He lifted his gaze, gauged the distance, and retreated to the optimal position. Taking a deep breath, he initiated his run. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. As he surged toward the ball, Suchin's left leg struck the ground with such force that it felt as though it were embedded in the turf, making contact with the left side of the football. Suchin's entire body began to tilt rapidly to the left, appearing to align parallel with the lush grass beneath him. In that moment, his right foot forcefully struck the lower right edge of the football. The arch of his foot tensed. As the arch enveloped the ball, he slightly elevated it. Bang! In an instant, propelled by the tremendous force of Suchin's right foot, the football ascended with explosive speed. To the right. Indeed, the ball initially soared swiftly to the right. On the far left of the wall, Busquets exerted every ounce of strength to hurl himself sideways in an attempt to block the ball, but despite the immense force and rapid spin, the football grazed the top of Busquets' head as it flew over the wall. Moreover, as the ball arched over the wall, its violent spin created an astonishing trajectory that was beyond imagination. In front of the goal, poor Valdez was already prepared. However, it was only after Suchin executed the free kick that Valdez realized the truth. This individual, who had never taken a free kick before, possessed such an unanswerable mastery of the technique. There was no time for reaction. Under that extreme curvature, not only Valdez, but no goalkeeper in the entire world of football could hope to save such a free kick. Whoosh! The football penetrated the net from the dead angle of Barcelona's goal. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the goal's validity with a pointed gesture towards the center circle. At Camp Nou, everyone, including the 60,000 Barcelona fans, all the Barcelona players in the penalty area, even the Inter Milan players and Mourinho on the substitutes bench, all stood frozen, gazing at Suchin, who had already spread his arms and was sprinting towards the corner area. What just happened? Did it go in? Such a beautifully executed banana kick. Splendid. Splendid. The ball found the net. The fourth one. The fourth one. A remarkable quadruple. Unbelievable. The crescent moon curve. Goodness. Suchin, at Camp Nou, scored a breathtaking free kick. An absolutely unanswerable crescent moon curve. The most lethal of its kind at Camp Nou. Goodness. In the commentary booth, originally, Huang Jinxiang, who had been secretly mocking Suchin alongside Duan Xian, was the first to leap up and scream in ecstatic disbelief upon witnessing such an explosive free kick from Suchin. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Mourinho, who had just been seated on the substitutes bench, dashed out like a madman. He sprinted to the edge of the pitch, hands on his head in disbelief, staring at the big screen. Has Su actually mastered this? Not only Mourinho, but Milito, who rushed out alongside him, also widened his eyes, gazing at the figure of Suchin, now surrounded by all the Inter Milan players. The jeers at Camp Nou ceased. The insults vanished. All that remained were the silhouettes of those rising to leave. 82. This is a score that all Barcelona fans find utterly unacceptable. Many supporters of Barca have even begun to weep openly. On the field, Messi stands there, hands on hips, staring blankly. He gazes at Suchin, a player once overlooked by Barcelona. He vividly recalls feeling sympathy for Suchin upon learning of his sale. Yet, who could have imagined that today, a year later, this once-ignored youth would return to Camp Nou in such a manner? Not far from Messi, the proud Ibrahimovic bows his head in humility. Zlatan has never known despair. However, at this moment, as he gazes at the score displayed on the big screen, a flicker of hopelessness stirs within him. Is it true, as those loathsome Italian journalists have claimed, that he will never have the opportunity to lift the Champions League trophy in his lifetime? Xavi, Iniesta, Busquets, the pinnacle of the trio, now find themselves engulfed in confusion. They led the most glorious transformation in world football, elevating possession play to its zenith. But why? In their own fortress, does their cherished style of play seem as trivial as a child's game against this Inter Milan? Far away in Croatia, as Suchin's stunning free kick found its mark, a poor dog once again howled in despair. Meanwhile, the old fan in front of the television leaped up in excitement. Oh my God, Su, this guy. Haha, a free kick. I can't believe he had such a trick up his sleeve. Modric's free kick efficiency may not have been stellar, but with Suchin on the team, the dynamics on the World Cup stage shift dramatically. Wait, Suchin is a poacher. If he takes the free kick, who will contest the header? The match concluded at 61 minutes. As the 3 minutes of stoppage time came to an end, the referee unhesitatingly blew the final whistle. At that moment, all the Inter players erupted in jubilant celebration. However, the cameras did not focus on these ecstatic Inter players. Instead, they captured the sight of the grizzled Mourinho, who, upon the sound of the whistle, sprinted forward, pointing skyward with fervor. Camp Nou, this place, often dubbed a fortress of devils, witnessed the emergence of a masterpiece by the Special One. In this moment, Mourinho recalled the penalty that had been denied him in the first leg. He remembered the scene when Motta was unjustly dismissed by Busquets' clumsy theatrics. He also recalled those insufferable Spanish journalists who, fully aware they could not criticize the referee's decisions, still dared to provoke him, igniting his fury. The aging army, the Galaxy team, the formidable Barcelona, the finest Camp Nou in the world. These words have always pricked at the heart of the Special One. Indeed, Barcelona is strong. But where are those proud Barcelona fans now? Did they see the score on the big screen? 82. Did they witness it? One hand pointed skyward. The madman sprinted across the grass of Camp Nou. The reporters on the sidelines were ecstatic, each one clutching their cameras, desperately trailing behind Mourinho to capture every single movement of the madman. Boss, may I make a request? What is it? If one day, just if, you could bring Inter Milan to Camp Nou, please, after the victory, unleash your most flamboyant celebration. You rascal. Boss, I am serious. In the midst of his wild dash, Mourinho suddenly recalled a conversation he had never forgotten. That lad had already anticipated it. The match concluded. 82. A score that defied all imagination. The formidable Barcelona Universe team was utterly dismantled by Mourinho's Inter Milan across 2 legs. This score may forever be etched upon the pillars of shame in Barcelona's history. Before the match, no one had ever envisioned that the mighty Barcelona would be eliminated by Inter Milan in such a manner. Yet this is football. Until the final whistle blows, one can never predict the denouement of the match. From the outset of the season, beginning with a draw against Bari, who could have imagined that this collection of castaways, assembled by Mourinho, would perform such an epic battle at Camp Nou? Ironclad defense, exquisite counterattacks. All of this was accomplished by the madman at the most modest of prices, gathering discarded players from various teams. The discarded Eto'o and Suarez from Barcelona, the cleansed Sneijder from Real Madrid, the benched Pandev from Lazio, the cast-off Lucio from Bayern Munich. Remember this. On April 28, 2010, right at Camp Nou, a man named Mourinho created one of the most dazzling miracles in the annals of football history. Esteemed colleagues, it's past 9 and I'm just getting home. Work has been exceedingly busy and I'm on duty again tomorrow. However, I will deliver today's and tomorrow's updates as the month draws to a close. In light of Pippo's earnestness, I humbly beseech all esteemed colleagues for their monthly votes. I earnestly request your support. End of chapter. Chapter 101. The Elegy of Sorrow at Camp Nou, Suarez' record-breaking brilliance. At Camp Nou, 100,000 Barcelona fans hastily exited the stadium after the referee's whistle blew. For the proud Barcelona supporters, accustomed to celebrations, they knew not how to nurse their wounds after such a calamitous defeat. They were utterly at a loss, unable to chant elegies for their team in the aftermath of such a crushing loss. Indeed, they are the proud Barcelonans. How could they have ever fathomed being slaughtered in such a manner, akin to uncorking a bottle of wine? Thus, those remaining in the stands were merely the once-neglected Inter Milan fans. Suarez, Suarez, Suarez. Over 6,000 visiting supporters waved the blue flags of Inter Milan, fervently chanting the names of their heroes. At this moment, on the pitch, Su, who had remarkably scored a record-breaking 4 goals, naturally became the focal point for all the media. Reporters, almost in a frenzy, surrounded Su, treating each of his movements and expressions with the reverence typically reserved for top celebrities. Meanwhile, the players of Barcelona stood on their designated turf, looking utterly bewildered. Messi, with his hands on his hips, bowed his head. Even the celebrated Puyol wore a dejected expression as he exited the field. This was the stage of victors, albeit not one that belonged to the triumphant. There was no scene of camaraderie, no gestures of goodwill from any Barcelona player towards their Inter counterparts, including Eto'o, a former stalwart of Barcelona. It seemed that, in the eyes of the Barcelona players, every individual clad in the white jersey of Inter was a sworn enemy, harboring deep-seated animosities. Su, in this familiar stadium, having secured the MVP title for this match, do you have anything you wish to convey? In the interview area nestled in a corner of Camp Nou, Su, the MVP of the match, held the microphone as he faced the host from the event organizers. Su was not one to revel in the limelight, although he celebrated with exuberance at Camp Nou, showing off his jersey in wild fashion. When it came to the media, he humbly expressed his respect for the iconic stadium. This is a magnificent arena. I have cherished 6 perfect years in Barcelona. From U16 to U18, every moment here is etched in my memory. Barcelona is the most compassionate club in the world. From the moment I arrived, I fell in love with everything about this place. However, it is regrettable that last season, due to certain circumstances, I had to part ways with this great club. I once dreamed of spending my career here, much like Leo did. But ultimately, this is Camp Nou, and my talents were insufficient to carve a place for myself here. Su spoke like an eloquent orator, reciting the sentiments expected from a former player, even though he understood that his words held little significance for the Barcelona fans. Perhaps even carrying a hint of humiliation, he articulated them earnestly. Su's intent was far from mocking Barcelona, at least not over the past decade. After concluding his remarks, he cradled the MVP trophy and returned to the locker room. You know, for a goal, I would give my life for the Nerazzurri. We shall remain here. Upon entering, Su was greeted by the thunderous anthem of Inter Milan. From Eto'o onwards, all the players gathered together, singing fervently as if in a jubilant dance. Upon seeing Su enter with a small trophy in hand, the singing abruptly ceased. Someone had secretly hidden the celebratory champagne behind their back. Consequently, Su's originally stylish hairstyle became utterly disheveled in the champagne's deluge. The match had concluded. Inside the Barcelona locker room, everyone, including Messi, sat in stunned silence at their respective spots. At that moment, the proud mantle of the sextuplet champions seemed to be entirely stripped away by Inter Milan. Do not despair. Football has always involved victories and defeats. We have merely lost one match. This season, without the Champions League, we still have the League and the Copa del Rey. We remain the strongest sovereigns of Spain. Believe me, next season, we shall return with vengeance. Everything we lost today will surely be reclaimed from Inter Milan, with interest. As the head coach, even amidst his discomfort, Guardiola must continue to encourage the team. However, for Guardiola, his nightmare was just beginning. He knew that the post-match press conference would be the true hell. Indeed, when the once proud young coach of the sextuplet champions took his seat for the interview, the multitude of reporters erupted like a boiling pot, especially the reporters from AS, the newspaper favored by Real Madrid. Mr. Guardiola, after concluding the Champions League journey with the worst performance in Barcelona's history at 16, what do you have to say to the fans as the team's head coach? How could he address the fans? Should he stand and bow in apology, perhaps even resign on the spot? Casting a glance at the loathed AS reporter, Guardiola, who typically maintained a congenial demeanor with the press, was uncharacteristically incensed. As the head coach, I have no obligation to explain myself to the fans. I only know that my team reached the semi-finals, eliminated Arsenal, and unfortunately lost at home to Inter Milan. My team is still young. We have ample time ahead to rectify today's outcomes. For now, our only focus should be on clinching the league title and the Copa del Rey. To provoke the AS reporter in such a manner regarding Real Madrid was quite a feat, yes. Barcelona was thoroughly defeated by Inter. But it was not Real Madrid that accomplished this. Your esteemed Madrid did not even make it to the quarterfinals. What right does AS have to pose such questions? Guardiola's retort was indeed powerful. However, the AS reporters had prepared more inquiries than just that one. Mr. Guardiola, might I inquire how you assess the departure of Eto'o and Su, whom you so graciously bestowed upon Inter Milan at the season's outset? These two former Barcelona players combined to score 5 of the 6 goals today at Camp Nou. The moment this question was posed, the journalists present turned their gazes towards Guardiola, eager to discern the reaction of the proud coach. Indeed, upon hearing the query, Guardiola's previously serene demeanor underwent a profound transformation. He fixed a cold stare upon the reporter from AS, an expression that seemed to convey a sentiment akin to, "What do you expect me to say?" Indeed, parting ways with these two individuals stands as one of the most humiliating moments of Guardiola's career. He found himself grappling with the discomfort of the situation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the MVP Su naturally accompanied Mourinho to the post-match press conference. As anticipated, the victorious Mourinho was afforded the highest hospitality at La Meazza. The press conference, originally designed to accommodate 70 to 80 journalists, was now overflowing with attendees, necessitating an unprecedented doubling of security personnel. Mr. Mourinho, following your 6-1 triumph over Barcelona, does your objective for this season's Champions League now solely revolve around securing the championship? This was the inquiry posed by Gazzetta dello Sport. While this publication often critiques Inter Milan, it is worth noting that on the hallowed grounds of La Meazza, the journalists identified themselves as Italians. This was a perfectly reasonable question. Not only the reporters, but even the fans recognized that, having achieved such a staggering victory over Barcelona, Inter Milan's singular aspiration remained that coveted trophy they had long yearned for. Indeed, I have stated that from the very first match of the Champions League group stage, Inter Milan's sole aim has been the championship. Mourinho reiterated a sentiment he had expressed long ago, though at that time, many journalists had stifled their laughter while taking notes. Now, however, none of those present questioned Mourinho's assertion. After all, this audacious figure had sprinted across Camp Nou, pointing skyward in triumph. Su, having returned to your former club in the knockout stage and delivered an extraordinary performance with 4 goals, how do you reflect on your contribution to this match? The inquiry from Gazzetta dello Sport concluded, and naturally, the journalists from the sports media affiliated with Barcelona turned their attention to Su, the chief architect of Inter's success. How do you perceive this resounding victory over Barcelona? Su had much to express internally, yet he could not afford to voice his true sentiments candidly. Thus, once more, Su articulated his meticulously crafted response before the media. His sincerity resonated so profoundly that all present journalists were left with a peculiar illusion. They believed that the esteemed Su, who holds Barcelona in such high regard, may indeed possess a heart akin to that of Fabregas. If that is the case, then this summer, Su might have the opportunity to return to Barcelona adorned with the titles of both UEFA Champions League and Serie A top scorer. The press conference has concluded. The astute Mourinho generously granted the entire Inter Milan squad a day and a night of respite. This was not merely the customary night off following a match, but a full day and night. Mourinho graciously afforded the team the time to revel in the allure of Spanish culture. That very night, Eto'o upheld his promise. The entire Inter squad of 23 players, along with the coaching staff of 8, all partook in a night orchestrated by Eto'o at Queen, one of Spain's premier nightclubs renowned for its vibrant atmosphere. The Inter team experienced a night of unrestrained revelry. Naturally, Su, with his private gathering, abstained from this team event. There was no particular reason. Prior to the match, Shakira had already arranged to meet with Su to discuss matters pertaining to their song recording. Su is a reserved individual, especially when faced with an invitation from a diva like Shakira. Moreover, she had mentioned that this was merely an academic invitation. How could he possibly decline? Thus, while the Inter squad engaged in boisterous festivities, Su had commenced his own melodic endeavors. "Su, isn't it time to sing?" "Indeed it is." Yet, this time felt different from the last. This is now, and that was then. "Su, focus, it's nearly May. We must finalize the product swiftly. Haven't you already sorted it out? This is our song. My solo version is not the same as our final version." "Very well, I shall proceed at my own pace." "Yes, do so." The following morning, at the break of dawn, Shakira departed the room, limping, while Su Qin was still indulging in deep slumber. Compared to Su Qin's leisurely existence, the pop icon was burdened with far more responsibilities. The day after tomorrow, she was set to embark on her global tour in Las Vegas. Coming to Barcelona was already a significant endeavor for her. Initially intending to meet and sign a contract before promptly returning to the United States, she found herself delayed for an entire night due to her curiosity. Not only did she lose time, but her body also began to exhibit signs of strain. Truth be told, Shakira had never subscribed to the notion of a second maturation. Yet this time, she was convinced. The wonders of science are indeed limitless. Who would have expected that, despite it being labeled as a second, it would persist until noon? It was only then that Su Qin stirred from his slumber. Without delay, he returned to the hotel, only to discover that he was the sole individual to have returned so dutifully. Even his own coach had yet to rejoin the team. The UEFA Champions League semi-final had concluded, yet the media frenzy was far from over. The headlines of football newspapers around the globe the following day were nothing short of sensational. Su Qin's magnificent 4 goals, Inter Milan's 8-2 rout of Barcelona. The Champions League's top contender emerges. Mourinho aims for the title. Guardiola's humiliating defeat. Former players unite to decimate Barcelona. The media, akin to commercial workers, report on whatever brings them profit. The narrative of Inter Milan's unexpected triumph over the seemingly invincible Barcelona captivated readers far more than the anticipated elimination of the latter. Thus, the once overlooked Inter Milan transformed into a coveted topic of discussion. Every player from Inter, whenever given the opportunity, relentlessly sought out any story that might pique the reader's interest. Notably, Su Qin's free kick became a focal point. On the afternoon following the match, as Beckham returned to the Inter Milan hotel, reporters eagerly approached him, catching the beaming star. Su is undoubtedly a genius. He mastered my free kick technique in less than a month. It's not mere luck. He has truly dedicated himself to practice for a long time. I spent a few days teaching him, and thereafter, it was all him. With Beckham's endorsement. What more could the reporters say? Consequently, that evening, an article detailing Su Qin's diligent practice to master Beckham's free kick appeared on the front page of the World Sports Daily. The content praised not only Su Qin's free kick, but also his positional play. Former Inter Milan star Vieri, who was in Spain to enjoy the atmosphere and watch matches, was also interviewed by the press. He is certainly the most remarkable talent I have ever encountered. You know, I trained him for 2 months. In that time, he not only learned how to use his body effectively, but also mastered a technique that even I have not fully grasped. How did he do it? I only know he requested a plethora of videos on Drogba's back-to-goal skills from the club. In less than half a month, he learned how to use his back to facilitate the team's offensive plays. A genius. Su is undoubtedly a once-in-a-century talent in the world of football. These were the exact words of the inebriated former king of Inter Milan, Vieri, after a night of revelry. Inside the hotel, Su Qin perused the articles that nearly elevated him to the status of Ronaldo, shaking his head in disbelief. Su, you must learn to discern the media's portrayal. Beckham, with the wisdom of experience, cautioned Su against losing himself in the accolades. David, I have never cared about what the media says about me. Su retorted. Haha, Su. Sometimes I truly wonder if you're concealing your age. At 18, I genuinely believe you possess the spirit of someone in their 20s. David, all right. I was just joking. By the way, David, what are your plans for the next season once this one concludes? Suddenly, Su Qin, reclining in bed, inquired about Beckham's intentions. It was not mere curiosity on Su Qin's part. Rather, he reflected on history, recalling how Beckham, due to his absence from the 2010 South Africa World Cup, effectively distanced himself from the mainstream European leagues. It was not until 2013, the year when Paris Saint-Germain attracted significant investment, that he returned to Ligue 1, where he enjoyed a commendable season before retiring. However, the current circumstances differ greatly. Beckham's injuries have subsided, and the 2010 World Cup is, without a doubt, no longer a concern. Presently, Beckham remains a free agent. Should he perform admirably following the World Cup, there exists a possibility for him to grace one of the top 5 leagues for another year. In this era, turning 35 is often perceived as reaching the twilight of one's career. Yet, Su Qin is acutely aware that many years hence, when Cristiano Ronaldo reaches 35, he might still contribute a season at Manchester United. Perhaps it was Su Qin's words that left Beckham momentarily at a loss. After a lengthy pause, Beckham finally turned to share his own aspirations. I am uncertain, At 35, I question whether I can continue in one of the top 5 leagues. Let us wait until the World Cup concludes. If I receive an offer from a team in one of those leagues afterward, I shall play another season. Another season? Suchin's heart raced at the thought. In the contemporary football landscape, no one desires Beckham's continued presence more than Suchin himself. To others, Beckham might merely be an aging veteran with precise passing skills. However, to Suchin, Beckham is an invaluable ally in enhancing his own goal tally. With Beckham in the squad, Suchin often finds himself relieved of the burden of positioning. His focus can remain solely on seizing opportunities. If he can manage to navigate past the defenders, Beckham's passes will invariably arrive at the right place at the right time. With this in mind, Suchin could not help but vocalize his thoughts. David, how about we join forces after the season concludes? Wait. I meant, if there are transfer opportunities. Perhaps we could consider moving together? Suchin's suggestion clearly piqued Beckham's interest. Beckham serves as Suchin's secret weapon for scoring, just as Suchin acts as Beckham's catalyst for assists. In merely half a season, Suchin has propelled his assist tally to the top of Serie A. The title of assist king at 35 is a feat unparalleled in the annals of football. It is evident that Suchin's proposition indicates his intent to pursue a transfer once the season wraps up. Being a free agent himself and boasting the title of Serie A's assist king, it is conceivable that he could choose his next destination among the elite clubs in the top 5 leagues. Littleby no longer hesitated. If you are willing, I have no objections. Haha, then it is settled? No problem. Just let me know where you are going, and I will manage on my own. That's it. On a night as ordinary as any other, Suchin made a momentous agreement with his most significant partner in his career, one that thrilled all the fans of XX. On Thursday night, another match of the UEFA Champions League semi-finals proceeded as scheduled. Bayern Munich, having narrowly triumphed over Lyon in the first leg with a score of 1-0 away, delivered a resounding victory in the second leg at their home ground. At the Gerland Stadium in Lyon, Bayern exposed the true strength of the tournament's biggest dark horse. Just 5 minutes into the match, Ribery executed a lightning-fast breakthrough down the left flank, delivering a precise pass to the advancing Bayern captain, Van Bommel, with a stunning shot that left spectators in awe. The ball shot straight into the net without any spin, penetrating the defenses of the Lyon goalkeeper. 1-0. Van Bommel marked the beginning of a resounding victory. Shortly thereafter, in the 24th minute, Robben, after a series of dazzling movements on the right, received a diagonal pass from Schweinsteiger. Faced with a double team from Lyon, Robben elegantly cut inside, created an angle, and unleashed a powerful left-footed strike, altering the score to 2-0. In the 43rd and 69th minutes, Bayern secured 2 more goals from Schweinsteiger and Müller, respectively, finalizing the score at 4-0. Coupled with the first leg's 1-0, Bayern ruthlessly eliminated the dark horse Lyon, advancing triumphantly to the final. Thus, the 2 teams for the 2009-2010 UEFA Champions League final were determined. Inter Milan versus Bayern Munich. There were no surprises. Once Inter eliminated Barcelona, everyone anticipated this outcome. This Champions League final dramatically transformed from a battle between the young tacticians Mourinho and Guardiola into a showdown between mentor and disciple, Mourinho and Van Gaal. The master-disciple duel. Indeed, although Mourinho's current stature far surpasses that of the seasoned Van Gaal, it remains a fact that Mourinho is Van Gaal's protege. In 1997, with a brilliant record from his time leading Ajax, Van Gaal arrived at Barcelona. At that time, the now prominent Mourinho was merely an ordinary assistant to the then-fired coach Bobby Robson due to poor performance. However, Van Gaal, at a moment when Mourinho was poised to leave in haste, insisted on retaining him, recognizing Mourinho's potential. He kept him at Barcelona in the dual role of translator and assistant coach. Furthermore, the transformation that Van Gaal initiated in Mourinho extended far beyond this. During his previous collaboration with Robson, Mourinho's primary responsibilities encompassed analyzing opponents and devising training regimens, areas in which he excelled. However, he seldom had the opportunity to engage directly with the players from Barcelona. The arrival of Van Gaal not only tasked Mourinho with managing the Catalan media on his behalf, but also consistently provided him with chances to oversee training sessions. This afforded Mourinho the invaluable opportunity to work closely with superstars such as Rivaldo, Kluivert, and Figo, including the likes of Guardiola. It was through this intimate exposure to the contemporary elite and the dynamics of the dressing room that Mourinho learned to adeptly manage his relationships with players and stars, a crucial skill for any head coach. Moreover, Van Gaal's support for the passionate coach extended beyond this. In certain less significant friendly matches, Van Gaal even entrusted Mourinho with the authority to direct the team. During his tenure in Barcelona under Van Gaal, Mourinho experienced rapid personal growth. This foundation enabled him, later at Porto, to lead the relatively obscure club to triumph in the prestigious Champions League, a title typically reserved for footballing giants. As the Champions League drew to a close, Serie A continued its course. On the third day after returning to Milan, a Sunday evening heralded the 36th round of the Italian League at the Giuseppe Meazza Stadium, where Inter Milan faced Fiorentina. This match marked a record-breaking moment for Suchin. Despite having just concluded the Champions League semifinals, the steadfast Mourinho remained resolute, including Suchin and the rested Beckham in the starting lineup. For the already crowned Inter Milan, the outcome of this match held little significance. The fans were solely focused on whether Suchin could shatter the long-standing Serie A single-season scoring record, which had endured for an impressive 60 years. As expected, with the team largely composed of substitutes, Inter found themselves under siege from Fiorentina, who were fervently vying for a place in the Champions League. Although Inter managed to hold their ground for 40 minutes, the 42nd minute saw Fiorentina's star striker, Motta, exploit Materazzi's sluggish turn to score, putting the visitors ahead 1-0. Intriguingly, despite trailing, the over 40,000 Inter fans at the Meazza fervently chanted Suchin's name. Amidst this fervent atmosphere, Suchin did not disappoint. In the 67th minute of the second half, he seized a corner opportunity to equalize for Inter Milan, thanks to another assist from Beckham. Utilizing Wu Lei's positional acumen, Suchin deftly evaded the clutches of three Fiorentina defenders, leaped high, and headed the ball into the far corner of the net, 1-1, as the referee's whistle echoed through the stadium. The entire San Siro stadium has plunged into absolute madness. Although the score was merely a draw, this goal marked Suchin's remarkable 36th strike of the Serie A season. It was this very goal that enabled Suchin to successfully surpass the single-season record of 35 goals set by the former AC Milan Swedish forward, Gunnar Nordahl, during the 1949-50 season. Google Whalal, as the stadium DJ unleashed a wild roar proclaiming Suchin's name. The more than 600 Inter fans present rose to their feet, applauding him fervently. The colossal screens began to showcase a specially crafted documentary by Inter's official team, chronicling Suchin's record-breaking goals. From the season's inaugural header to all 36 goals, each moment was replayed in a fast-forward montage. Of course, this was merely a modest celebration amidst the match. Following the final whistle, which concluded with a score of 1-1, the soul of Inter, President Moratti, personally presented Suchin with a commemorative trophy for breaking the record. Accompanied by officials from Serie A, though it may not have appeared extravagant, its significance was undeniably substantial. After all, it represented a 60-year legacy. Under the relentless glare of countless reporters, Moratti beamed as he shook Suchin's hand. Moreover, it was not merely a handshake. After the reporters had dispersed, Moratti discreetly shared a few thoughts with Suchin regarding the team's strategic direction for the upcoming season. Indeed, Moratti, envisioning the possibility of Inter's treble, had begun contemplating the formation of his dream team. While he did not divulge specific plans, Moratti hinted at his preliminary ideas for constructing a dynasty under Mourinho's guidance. Initially, Suchin was quite intrigued. However, his enthusiasm waned when Moratti mentioned that he would fully adhere to Mourinho's directives. Alas, it seems that the devoted Moratti has yet to realize that the very coach he trusts most would depart on the day of the Champions League final, boarding a vehicle emblazoned with the Real Madrid logo. To be candid, as the Champions League final approaches, Suchin finds himself increasingly apprehensive, not out of fear of the match itself, but of the heart-wrenching scene when the special one weeps as he embraces Materazzi. If that moment were to arrive, where would he find himself? Serie A 60-year record shattered, Su becomes the first in Serie A history. The daunting intermagician. The birth of a super record terminator. The dark horse for the Ballon d'Or. The dual top scorer may end the Messi Ronaldo era. The media invariably seeks to uncover sensational news from every angle. While Suchin's record-breaking achievement is indeed commendable, the notion of ending the Messi Ronaldo era is, to be frank, a claim that Suchin, at this juncture, is far from deserving. This season, Suchin's remarkable goal-scoring prowess can be attributed not only to his commendable individual skills, but also to the unwavering support of his Inter Milan teammates, who have centered nearly all their offensive strategies around him. To date, Inter Milan boasts the highest number of crosses in the world, a testament to the confidence bestowed upon Suchin by Mourinho and the team's diligent implementation of the special ones tactics, culminating in Suchin's dual achievement as the top scorer. Without Inter, Suchin's singular technical repertoire would likely hinder him from even reaching 15 goals in a single season. After all, aside from Mourinho, who else would dare elevate an 18-year-old, whose primary skill is heading, to the position of starting center forward? Moreover, at that time, Suchin was displacing illustrious players such as Milito, the Serie A Silver Boot winner, and Mario Balotelli, widely regarded as the greatest talent of this century in Italy. While the media buzzed with excitement, Suchin remained steadfast, dedicating himself to relentless training. His tireless efforts and consistent scoring in various competitions have propelled his talent to the second tier of the third level. His shooting power has seen a notable increase as well. Presently, Suchin's sole aspiration is to accumulate more goals in the upcoming matches, hoping to unlock the fifth tier before the World Cup. Achieving this milestone would bring him closer to acquiring the coveted Reese cannon. Once attained, he would no longer be the clumsy center forward merely waiting in the penalty area for Modric's headers during the World Cup. On May 7, 2010, the Coppa Italia semi-final unfolded as scheduled. Having advanced to this stage, Inter Milan faced a formidable opponent. AS Roma, a storied team currently positioned fourth in the league, now stood as the last hurdle to Inter's quest for the Coppa Italia final. While they are labeled a strong team, much of this reputation stems from the media's respect for Totti. This season, Roma has already suffered 2 defeats at the hands of Inter Milan in the league, particularly during their second encounter at the San Siro, where Inter decisively overwhelmed Roma with a staggering 4-goal onslaught. With Totti, Roma was vanquished, without their prince due to injuries. They were no match for Inter. At the Olympic Stadium in Rome, Mourinho led Inter's full-strength squad to an astonishing 6-1 victory over Roma, who lacked star players. Suchin netted his first hat-trick in this year's Coppa Italia, scoring 2 headers and 1 volley set up by Milito's assist. With this performance, he not only propelled Inter into the finals, but also ascended to the top of the Coppa Italia scoring charts. Not to be overshadowed, David Beckham also made his mark with 2 assists, securing the leading assist tally in the competition. The Subi duo once again shone brightly on the Apennine Peninsula. Only 2 significant matches remain for Inter Milan this season: the Coppa Italia final against AC Milan on May 15, 2010, and the UEFA Champions League final of the 2009-2010 season, to be held at the Santiago Bernabéu in Madrid on May 26, 2010. As for the league, Jose Mourinho has utterly relinquished his focus, having already secured the championship title. Who truly cares about the number of points Inter can accumulate this season? Certainly, while Mourinho may be indifferent to the league, the same cannot be said for Suchin. In these remaining matches, Inter will face weaker opponents, presenting Suchin with valuable opportunities to bolster their goal tally. As the season draws to a close, an unusual atmosphere envelopes Milan, especially for Mourinho, the illustrious coach of Inter, who found himself preoccupied today as his nephew insisted on sharing a few drinks at my home. Thus, I escorted him to a beer garden where we indulged in several pints, and upon returning home at midnight, I found myself delayed in updating. Nevertheless, aside from a day off due to my child's illness mid-month, I have managed to fulfill my commitment of at least 8,000 words this month. Hence, I humbly beseech the esteemed patrons for their monthly votes, as the competition for the 11th place is becoming increasingly fierce. End of chapter. Suspected leave of absence. With splendid weekend weather, I plan to take my family out, potentially returning home late, hence requesting a day off. With final interpretation rights belonging to me. Chapter 102. Inter Milan is the champion. Mendes and a mysterious phone call emerge. Transferring turmoil begins. With the league title secured, along with the Coppa Italia and a place in the Champions League final, this truly marks one of the most glorious periods in Inter Milan's history. At least during the week following Inter's elimination of Barcelona, the fans in Milan were radiating pride, even in mundane situations like using the restroom. They were eager for the world to know that their team had bested the so-called universe team. Some fervent Inter supporters even tattooed the score of 8-2 against Barcelona onto their bodies. However, Just as the fans were basking in the hopeful anticipation of an impending interdynasty, the Gazzetta dello Sport unexpectedly published a disquieting report. Jorge Mendes, the esteemed Portuguese agent, had clandestinely met with Real Madrid's manager, Jorge Valdano, in Milan. While agent meetings with high-profile managers are not particularly unusual, the location of this encounter in Milan rendered it noteworthy. It is important to recognize that, amidst Mendes' roster of illustrious players, there are none that would compel Valdano to venture to Milan. Currently, Thiago Silva, a mainstay in Milan's starting defense, is indeed one of Mendes' most prestigious defenders. Yet, the current status of his brother-in-law does not yet reach the caliber required to attract Real Madrid's attention. Beyond his brother-in-law, none of Mendes' other players possess any link to the Spanish giants. However, Mendes does still have a coach under his wing, Jose Mourinho. This individual is none other than the one who recently led the aging squad of Inter Milan to serve a fine vintage of 1982 Bordeaux to the once mighty Barcelona at the Camp Nou. Regardless of whether Inter Milan ultimately secures the championship, the mere merit of this exquisite 1982 La fight provides Real Madrid with ample justification to pursue this singular talent capable of salvaging their fortunes. The whispers of Mendes meeting with Valdano and the possibility of Mourinho's departure from Inter Milan have begun to circulate. Mourinho's objectives for the upcoming season are established, and the countdown to his time at Inter Milan has commenced. Without waiting for Mourinho to speak, Milan's journalists have eagerly concocted a variety of sensational stories regarding the special one's potential exit. However, while the entire continent buzzes with rumors of Mourinho's departure, he remains unperturbed. Continuing his daily training regimen, the weekend heralds the commencement of the 37th round of Serie A. In preparation for the midweek Italian Cup final, Mourinho opted to field an entirely substitute lineup. Indeed, even with Suchin assuring he would remain injury-free, Mourinho granted him no playing time whatsoever. Yet, to Mourinho's satisfaction, even with this makeshift team, they managed to valiantly secure a draw against the visiting Napoli at their home ground. Throughout the match, the focal point of attention was not Napoli, but rather the pressing concern of Mourinho's future. At the post-match press conference, a reporter from Gazzetta dello Sport candidly presented this inquiry. Unsurprisingly, with the season still in progress, Mourinho could hardly acknowledge any intention of departing from Inter Milan. "I am thoroughly enjoying my time at Inter. To this day, I have yet to fulfill my promise to the Inter fans. How could I possibly leave now?" This was the response he offered at the press conference. Upon hearing his words, the anxious Inter fans found solace. Indeed, the dynasty that Mourinho promised had yet to be established. How could he possibly leave prematurely? While the fans found comfort, those within the club were acutely aware that the special one might genuinely be on the verge of departure. On May 14, 2010, the Italian Cup final between Inter Milan and AC Milan officially commenced at the neutral venue of the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. Confronted with their city rivals, who had previously suffered two significant defeats at their hands that season, Inter Milan showcased their dominance over AC Milan once more. Within the first 10 minutes of the match, Milito received a header from Suchin within the penalty area and struck the ball into the far corner of the net. Elated, Milito raced to the corner flag, emulating Suchin's celebratory gesture as he fervently called out to the ecstatic Inter supporters in the stands. However, due to his lack of finesse, Milito inadvertently slipped on the grass while attempting to turn around. Observing Milito, who was now covered in grass clippings and looking quite disheveled, all the Inter Milan players gathered around him, bursting into laughter at his expense. Naturally, the once serene Mourinho on the bench couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips at the sight of such camaraderie among his players. The Inter squad continued to jest and banter amongst themselves. Meanwhile, on the Milan side, Captain Gattuso, witnessing Inter's effortless goal, became increasingly irritable, mumbling to himself in agitation. Fortunately, Seedorf, positioned beside Gattuso, quickly rushed over to offer some words of comfort. With a one-goal lead, Inter played with increasing ease. Starting with Sneijder, the midfield quartet of Cambiaso, Pandev, and Eto'o began to engage in a style of possession reminiscent of Barcelona, further exasperating the already volatile Milan players. In the 19th minute, after Sneijder had successfully evaded Gattuso for the third time with Eto'o's assistance, the furious Milan butcher retaliated with a fierce sliding tackle, forcing Sneijder to re-evaluate his understanding of the Milan captain. Although painful, Gattuso's tackle was executed from the front, prompting the referee to issue merely a yellow card as a warning. Thus, Inter abandoned their possession play and reverted to a more direct aerial strategy, showcasing Souchien's exceptional capabilities as a pivotal player. In the 41st minute, as Souchien prepared to deliver a powerful header, he was met with a desperate tackle from a Milan defender who, in a moment of panic, opted for a body slam instead. Unsurprisingly, this resulted in a yellow card and a penalty kick for Inter, striking another blow to Milan before halftime. Souchien decisively entrusted the penalty opportunity to Milito, whose successful conversion not only elevated his total goals in the Coppa Italia, but also surpassed Souchien's tally. After scoring, Milito chose not to celebrate, but instead turned to embrace Souchien, knowing that his teammate had relinquished more than just a penalty. He had conceded the golden boot of the Coppa Italia, as Milito held Souchien in a warm embrace. The Inter fans in attendance showered Souchien with applause for his generous spirit. "Hey, Diego, you must treat us tonight. Sou is far too good to you." During halftime, upon returning to the locker room, Eto'o feigned jealousy, teasingly criticizing Milito, who was poised to claim the golden boot. The golden boot. Eto'o felt a pang of envy. He recalled how Souchien had ultimately emerged victorious from the competition with Milito and Balotelli, a moment that had brought him immense joy. After all, Souchien had initially been designated as Mourinho's trusted weapon. In the initial phase, Eto'o thrived under Souchien's diverse headers, relishing a comfortable existence. Oftentimes, Eto'o had little concern for the intricacies of the frontline interplay. His sole task was to observe the ball soaring into the opponent's penalty area, while Souchien would bulldoze through defenders, positioning the ball for Eto'o to effortlessly score. Alas, the outcome was rather ironic. Despite being the main artillery, he ultimately witnessed others claim 2 golden boots. It was not solely Souchien. Even Milito, in a daze, appeared poised to seize the golden boot in the Coppa Italia. In the end, it was he who ended up with nothing. "No worries, tonight's expenses are all on me." Upon hearing Eto'o's bitter lament, Milito readily agreed, thumping his chest in affirmation. During the 15-minute halftime, Mourinho articulated tactical strategies for no more than 3 minutes, spending the remainder of the time with a smile, observing his seasoned players engage in playful banter. Over the past few days, Mourinho had contemplated much. Real Madrid had initiated discussions with him since the previous season. However, out of loyalty to Moratti, who had entrusted him with the mission of bringing an UEFA Champions League title to Inter Milan, he had refrained from accepting. Even before Inter's clash with Barcelona, Mourinho had not provided a definitive response to the esteemed president. Yet, on that fateful night, after witnessing Inter's resounding triumph over Barcelona, the venerable president, in a late-night drive, sought out Mourinho in Barcelona for a face-to-face meeting. The sincerity of that gesture genuinely moved Mourinho. Moreover, the president's words about his anticipation for Mourinho to decisively end Barcelona's reign ignited a newfound passion in Mourinho, who had grown indifferent in Serie A. Thus, Mourinho acquiesced to the president's request. Should Inter secure the Champions League title at the Bernabeu, he would board the bus emblazoned with the Real Madrid logo that very night. The president nearly suffered a heart attack upon hearing this. However, Mourinho's agreement was not without conditions. He stipulated that he must hold absolute authority in the Real Madrid dressing room, and all transfers for that season should require his consent. Florentino readily complied. After 3 consecutive seasons of Real Madrid being eliminated in the round of 16, he was willing to overlook everything, as long as Mourinho could lead the club to the pinnacle of European football, just as he had done with Inter. Furthermore, Mourinho emphasized one crucial condition. Souchien must have a place in the Real Madrid lineup for the upcoming season. Initially, it was thought that this demand might raise doubts in Florentino. Yet, surprisingly, when Souchien was mentioned, the president appeared even more enthusiastic than Mourinho. "Jose, that's Sou, is a born genius destined for Real Madrid. The number 9 jersey for the new season is reserved for him, provided Ronaldo gets the number 7. At that moment, Raul had yet to depart for Schalke. Thus, his number 7, even Cristiano Ronaldo would find it unattainable. However, the fact that Florentino expressed this sentiment indicates a clear implication. As long as Mourinho returns to Real Madrid, the president will undoubtedly embark on a comprehensive purge of the aging remnants of the past. Raul, Van Nistelrooy, Guti, Florentino harbors no intention of allowing them to retire gracefully within the ranks of the Galactic Empire. This is the nature of elite clubs, the notion of one man. One city is merely a concept reserved for smaller clubs that cannot afford star players. Real Madrid has no space for retirement. Upon hearing the president's response, Mourinho felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, dispelling any lingering doubts. That very evening, he and Florentino reached a preliminary verbal agreement. This agreement enabled Florentino to dispatch his manager to negotiate transfer specifics with Mendes upon his return to Real Madrid. At the Stadio Olimpico, the match continued with fervor. The score stood at 2-0. Despite the rapid pace of the game, the score remained unchanged. Poor Leonardo watched with a sorrowful expression as the seasoned veterans of Milan desperately endeavored to equalize. The good news arrived in the 67th minute when the substitute striker, Eto'o, capitalized on an offside trap to score for Milan. However, the bad news struck in the 72nd minute when Sneijder's long-range shot restored the 2-goal advantage for Inter. Furthermore, just 2 minutes after Sneijder netted Inter's third goal, their captain, in a fit of rage after being outplayed yet again by Sneijder, fouled him from behind, earning Gattuso a second yellow card and subsequent dismissal. Thus, the outcome was sealed. The score remained unchanged as the referee blew the final whistle after 3 minutes of stoppage time. After the match concluded, Mourinho swiftly approached the despondent Leonardo, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Moments later, he transformed into an exuberant figure, dashing onto the pitch to celebrate alongside his jubilant squad. Consequently, Inter Milan secured their second title triumph. Milito, with a brace in the match, was honored as the top scorer of the Super Cup. In the post-match press conference, Mourinho boldly declared that Inter's singular objective for the season was the Champions League final set to occur in 10 days. When questioned about his thoughts on facing Bayern in the final, the ever-impassioned Mourinho delivered his signature statement. I have stated before that since the group stages, Inter Milan has had but one goal, the Champions League title. We have eliminated Chelsea, Moscow, and Barcelona. Now, only Bayern Munich stands in our way. I reiterate my previous assertion. Inter Milan's goal is solely to be champions. The imposing image of old Mo, commanding attention with a wave of his hand at the interview table, quickly graced the front pages of numerous football newspapers. However, unbeknownst to the spirited old Mo, on the very night that Inter Milan secured the Coppa Italia championship, David Beckham, residing with Sue Chin, received a familiar phone call from a number he could recite backward. It seemed that fate experienced a slight twist at that very moment. First, Pippi intended to address the outstanding matters, and then the anticipated updates would commence at the beginning of the month. As I always say, we do not concern ourselves with the number of chapters, but rather with the word count. In conclusion, Pippi humbly beseeches the esteemed readers for their monthly votes. Chapter 103. The battle between Ferguson and the old Buddha? The ultimate clash at Bernabeu. No one knew what Ferguson had conveyed to Beckham that fateful evening. Regardless, following Ferguson's call, Beckham promptly halted the renewal of his lease contract with Inter Milan through his agent. Upon returning from Rome, with a full 10 days remaining before the Champions League final, Old Mo generously granted the entire Inter team a 2-day holiday. On Thursday evening, team captain Javier Zanetti hosted a formal dinner at his home, as he typically does. However, this time, the gathering was not to welcome new players. Zanetti was an admirable individual, though his only flaw was that his dinners were always exceedingly formal, often attended by wives or serious girlfriends, leaving the single Sue Chin feeling somewhat out of place. Indeed, Zanetti's wife, Paola, was considerate of the discomfort that single players like Sue Chin might experience. Thus, she extended invitations to some female companions. These women were either friends of the wives or single acquaintances of Paola, with the primary objective being to engage Sue Chin, the illustrious bachelor. After all, Sue Chin's prowess as a top scorer was well known. At merely 18, he was recognized as a talent on par with Messi and Ronaldo. As for Messi, we need not elaborate. What of Ronaldo, then? Irina Shayk. Before 2010, who could have recognized this Russian model who briefly graced the cover of Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition? Yet, at an Armani endorsement event, she captivated Ronaldo with her extraordinarily long legs, managing to win him over in just one evening. From that day forth, the name Irina Shayk began to frequently appear in top fashion and sports magazines. Initially seeking opportunities, she eventually became the sought-after star at various fashion shows. This story of an overnight transformation from obscurity to prominence sent waves of excitement through the women of Milan. Although Sue Chin had an ambiguous relationship with the renowned Shakira, the details remain unclear. However, as long as Shakira and Sue Chin refrain from making an official announcement, Sue Chin will remain a target for them to pursue. Hi Sue. Greetings, I am Elena. In the corner of the party, Su was engaged in conversation with Beckham, discussing holiday arrangements while holding a glass of whiskey. A blonde woman, adorned in a daring backless dress, approached him with confidence. With her alluring red lips and a strikingly deep V-neck line, her captivating eyes alone could leave many in a state of enchantment. Unfortunately, she was the fourth woman to initiate a conversation with Su that evening. "Pardon me, lovely lady, but I am currently engrossed in a discussion with David." After politely bowing in apology, Su redirected his attention back to Beckham as Elena departed. He could only offer a resigned pout at Beckham's mischievous grin. It was not that Su was pretending to be overly serious. Rather, he understood that the atmosphere of the evening was far removed from that of a nightclub, where one could simply dance and leave with a flourish. Each individual present held a certain stature, which meant potential complications could arise. At just 18 years old, he felt he had no time to entangle himself in matters of love. So, in reality, many situations are not as complex as you perceive them. Beckham, an experienced friend, believed that Su caution bordered on excessive. At such gatherings, if two individuals found mutual attraction, it was quite normal to rendezvous in a car or a hotel, and afterward, simply walk away as if nothing had transpired. However, while Beckham thought this way, Su felt differently. Ultimately, it boiled down to Su exceedingly high standards. Among the individuals present, none captured his interest. While Su had lofty expectations, Eto'o was an entirely different matter. After one failed attempt to flirt with Su Eto'o eagerly approached him. Soon, the two were nowhere to be found. Halfway through the soiree, Su found the event rather uninteresting and bid farewell to the Zanetti couple, deciding to head home. As for Beckham, after engaging in conversation with Su for a while, he too departed with a younger woman who possessed ample assets, ostensibly to stargaze. In the eyes of the media, Beckham and Victoria epitomized a steadfast couple. However, in reality, they had been leading separate lives for several years. In 2004, news broke of Beckham's infidelity with a female assistant, a revelation that the assistant herself had leaked. Following the scandal, Victoria swiftly collaborated with Beckham to manage the crisis. The outcome was that Beckham dismissed the assistant. Yet, once a cat strays, it is certain that there will be countless subsequent occasions. In the year 2006, Beckham entered into a relationship with a model named Sarah Marb, whom he met at an event. What made the situation even more scandalous was that Victoria was pregnant at the time, with Romeo yet to be born, thus confronting the awkward reality of her husband's infidelity. Interestingly, Victoria exhibited no reaction whatsoever. However, Sarah Marb, the other party involved, openly discussed her relationship with Beckham in the media, stating, "Both Beckham and I took this relationship seriously. One cannot fathom the feeling of being involved with the world's most famous homebody. It has undoubtedly altered the course of my life." Furthermore, in front of the press, Sarah displayed no shame and candidly admitted that she and Beckham had consummated their relationship within mere hours of meeting. She referred to Beckham as Peter Pan, while he affectionately called her Tinkerbell. Their liaison lasted for 6 months, concluding only when Victoria gave birth. Subsequently, when Victoria launched their company, DVB, she effectively allowed Beckham to roam free for work commitments, with one residing in America and the other primarily in the UK. Beckham reveled in the indulgences of America, while Victoria seemed to have established her own abode in London, reportedly with an up-and-coming R&B singer. This is the reality of adulthood, more accurately, the life of accomplished individuals unburdened by financial worries. Though it may appear absurd to the average person, within their circle, it is deemed entirely normal. As for Su despite having gained some fame, he remains at heart an ordinary man shaped by traditional Chinese culture. Under such influences, he despises the irresponsible attitudes towards love exhibited by foreigners. Except of course for top-tier models or pop divas, for whom pursuing would be considered a matter of national pride. The banquet concluded, and the 2-day holiday swiftly came to an end. The Inter Milan squad returned to the club, and during the weekend's final league match, Mourinho once again deployed a fully substituted lineup. Not only did he field a reserve team, but he also summoned a few players from the U18 squad to complete the roster. Unsurprisingly, with such a lineup, Inter lost away to the weaker side Cagliari, suffering a 0-2 defeat. However, despite the loss, neither the media nor anyone else expressed any dissatisfaction. All eyes were solely focused on the Champions League final in 7 days, where the anticipation was palpable. could Inter Milan triumph over Bayern Munich and become the first Serie A team to achieve a treble? On Sunday morning at 10 a.m., the entire Inter squad, under Mourinho's stewardship, boarded a private flight bound for the Bernabeu. At Milan International Airport, the devoted Inter Milan fans gathered in droves, effectively obstructing the thoroughfare before the terminal. They fervently chanted the names of Mourinho, Suchin, Eto'o, and Zanetti, eagerly anticipating the moment in just 7 days when they could welcome a team adorned with the Champions League trophy at this very location. On the aircraft, Suchin remained seated beside Beckham, while Eto'o playfully bantered with Sneijder from the row ahead. Lucio, with his characteristic stoic expression, listened intently, occasionally interjecting with soul-stirring remarks. Further along, Samuel donned headphones, immersed in pulsating hip-hop beats, while Zanetti clutched a book he had been reading for half a season, yet had not finished. Maicon discreetly lingered in a corner, perusing spirited photographs he had captured days earlier. Motta and Pandev reclined quietly in their seats, eyes closed in repose. In the front, Mourinho was engaged in tactical discussions with his coaching staff. Outside, clouds drifted past the window like flowing water, creating an ambience reminiscent of the prologue to a grand tale. Yet, only Suchin was aware that this marked the final complete journey for this historically formidable Inter Milan team. The aircraft, a vessel of dreams for all aboard, would return without the most pivotal figure seated in the front row, marking a poignant pause in the illustrious saga of Inter Milan. At Madrid International Airport, the Inter Milan supporters had long awaited the arrival of their team. As they beheld the aircraft emblazoned with the Inter logo gently descending, they erupted into fervent cheers, despite knowing their beloved players could not hear them. On the tarmac, the ever-charismatic Mourinho was the first to emerge before the throng. Following him were Zanetti, Maicon, Eto'o, Suchin, and Beckham, each stepping forward in succession. Su. Before long, Suchin's name seemed to dominate the chants of the fans. Eureka! I knew this would happen. Eto'o, ever the self-proclaimed star of Inter Milan, could not help but voice his discontent upon hearing the multitude echo Suchin's name. The once struggling newcomer had now eclipsed him in popularity. Are you jealous that Su is more handsome than you? Sneijder interjected, provoking a nearly retaliatory response from Eto'o, who almost tossed aside his bag to confront Sneijder. Do not envy Su. In this regard, you truly cannot compete with him. Not only Su, but I dare say I am also more handsome than you. When it comes to heart-wrenching comments, Lucio undoubtedly reigns supreme in Inter Milan. Su, could you share a few words? Su. A throng of reporters, densely packed at the exit, clamored for his attention. The appearance of the entire Inter Milan squad sent the journalists into a frenzy. As the current frontrunner in the Champions League, they are favored by betting agencies. This Inter Milan team has long transcended the group stage, shedding the label of an underdog that once followed them. Despite the fervent chants from the reporters, not a single player granted an interview, adhering to Mourinho's prearranged strategy. Only Suchin paused to sign an autograph for a young fan clad in an Inter jersey, hoisted aloft by his father. Soon, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the team arrived at the entrance of the Westland Hotel, one of the most luxurious accommodations in Madrid. For the Champions League final, the hotel had entirely reserved 3 floors, along with the gym and conference hall, for Inter Milan's exclusive use. After settling in, Mourinho wasted no time and led the entire squad into the conference hall. Given the blazing sun, he opted against any ball training, choosing instead to thoroughly discuss the tactics prepared for the final. In a departure from their previous encounters with Barcelona, Mourinho showed no hesitation in planning an aggressive strategy. After the triumph against Bayern, he did not become complacent. Rather, he recognized the formidable strength of his Inter Milan side. Suchin's nearly invincible ability to hold the ball allowed him to forego the typical midfield skirmishes. Both Cambiasso and Sneijder possessed the capability for long passes, but the most crucial element was the right flank, where Beckham resided. Whether in open play or set-piece scenarios, the combination of Beckham and Suchin proved utterly unmanageable for their opponents. Mourinho firmly believed that the starting 11 from that match at Camp Nou could indeed triumph over Bayern. Diego, your task is to constantly disrupt Bayern's defense. Demichelis is your national teammate. I trust you know him well. He plays with intelligence, and during our offensive plays, your only requirement is to keep moving. I want you to be wherever Suchin needs you. Throughout the afternoon, Mourinho diligently emphasized Inter's tactics. As always, the strategy revolved around placing the ball into Suchin's capable hands. Once past the halfway line, Suchin became the rhythm orchestrator of Inter's offense. Whether through his own headers or by initiating attacks, the other players were tasked with timing their passes to find Suchin within the box, embodying the true value of a traditional number 9, particularly that of a top-tier striker. Mourinho patiently illustrated various tactical arrangements centered around Suchin on the tactical board. The entire Inter squad, including Milito and Eto'o, unanimously agreed with Mourinho's plans. Time gradually passed, and on May 23, 2010, only 3 days remained until the Champions League final commenced. Early in the morning, the entire Inter Milan team boarded their bus, heading towards the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. During their training session, which was exclusively for Inter, the cautious Mourinho requested an empty stadium. At the Bernabéu, he stood quietly at the sidelines, observing his cherished players as they executed his tactical arrangements. Suchin, as always, dominated the field under the vast sky of the Bernabéu. The agility of Milito, the swiftness of Eto'o, the precision of Beckham, and the cunning of Sneijder. Each player seemed to perfectly embody the elegance of this illustrious Inter Milan squad. Of course, Mourinho was aware that even with the stadium empty, Van Gaal would still manage to glean insights into Inter's starting formation. However, he remained unfazed, much like Guardiola, who never worried about opponents guessing his lineup. While tactics and formations can indeed influence the course of a match, the true determinant of victory lies solely in the strength of the players. On May 24, 2010, the Inter team continued their preparations as usual, while outside. A minor incident unfolded. Alex Ferguson, born in 1941 and now 69 years old, appeared at Madrid International Airport. It was evident that he had come to witness the UEFA Champions League final. Moreover, it was not just Ferguson who had arrived. The renowned journalist from The Guardian, Haynes, had published a sensational headline on the front page. Ferguson's visit to Madrid was not solely to watch the match. His primary intent was to meet with the current Serie A and Champions League top scorer, Suchin, with Beckham's introduction. The implications of their meeting were, of course, unmistakable. Haynes vividly painted a scene that sent all Manchester United fans into a frenzy. For the upcoming season, Ferguson planned to sign Beckham as a free agent and simultaneously bring the superstar newcomer, Suchin, into his ranks. In Ferguson's blueprint for the new season, Suchin was set to become Manchester United's new number 7. The prodigal son returns, and a new star joins. In an instant, all Manchester United supporters were exhilarated. The prospect of Beckham's return was already sensational enough, and the addition of Suchin raised questions about the transformative impact this formidable duo would have on the club. The fans were truly beside themselves with excitement. At the entrance of the hotel where Ferguson was staying, the distinguished manager engaged with eager journalists. However, in response to their hopeful inquiries, he categorically denied the news reported by The Guardian. According to Ferguson, his presence in Madrid was merely for a minor sponsorship event. Nonetheless, while he denied the rumors, the gleaming smile on his face hinted to reporters that this nearly septuagenarian was indeed hatching a grand plan for the twilight of his illustrious career. Thus, the entire day of the 24th was dominated by Ferguson's presence, even leading to Suchin directly inquiring about Beckham that very evening. However, Beckham skillfully diverted the conversation with his ambiguous remarks. It was not that he was reluctant to speak. Rather, he feared that prematurely sharing such thoughts might disrupt Suchin's state of mind. After all, Suchin had previously expressed his happiness at Inter Milan during an interview. Undoubtedly, Beckham was confident that Suchin would ultimately opt for a transfer, primarily because he had received highly reliable information from Real Madrid. Mourinho was confirmed to join Real Madrid next season. As Mourinho's favored forward, coupled with his tendency to bring along former players to new clubs, it was certain that Suchin would become a focal point for Mourinho's strategy. As for Suchin's decision, Beckham was uncertain. Nonetheless, he had promised Suchin that he would transfer alongside him, and no matter what choice Suchin made, Beckham would merely need to nod in agreement. Returning to Manchester United would feel just as familiar as going back to Real Madrid. On May 25, 2010, only one day remained until the final match commenced. Perhaps Sir Alex Ferguson's presence instilled a sense of threat in the usually unshakable Florentino Perez. On that day, the world sports media revealed a significant announcement. The prestigious club Real Madrid had confirmed the star player they intended to recruit during the summer transfer window, the 18-year-old sensation from Inter Milan, Suchin. Furthermore, Real Madrid had allocated a staggering budget of at least 80 million for Suchin. The mere mention of this figure sent shockwaves throughout the football world. Last season, Perez had splurged 96 million to bring the extraordinary Cristiano Ronaldo from Old Trafford, in addition to the 65 million acquisition of Kaká. Thus, Perez had launched the second era of the Galacticos. Regrettably, despite having 2 Ballon d'Or winners, Real Madrid continued to face the awkward predicament of being eliminated in the round of 16 of the Champions League, prompting Perez to once again turn his attention to the summer transfer window. Throughout the past season, there was but one player who could rival the likes of Messi and Ronaldo, Suchin. At just 18 years old, he possessed statistics that mirrored those of a superstar, perfectly aligning with the current Real Madrid squad. His unparalleled ability to serve as a pivotal point on the field would undoubtedly ignite the performances of both Ronaldo and Kaká, especially with Suchin drawing defenders' attention. Who could fathom the impact that Ronaldo and Kaká would have in the upcoming season? Moreover, there was another reason that thrilled all Real Madrid supporters. Suchin, ever since being cast off by Barcelona, he seemed to have unleashed his true potential. Whenever he faced Barcelona, he found the back of the net effortlessly. In the 3 matches against Barcelona this season, Suchin amassed an astonishing 7 goals. This was against what many regarded as the strongest Barcelona in history. If, in the new season, Suchin were to don the Real Madrid jersey, the future Spanish Clásico would be an unimaginable spectacle that fans could hardly dare to envision. Could Suchin's remarkable achievements mirror those of the illustrious 82-law fight at the Bernabeu? The fervor among Real Madrid supporters is palpable. However, such enthusiasm has not been shared by the Inter Milan fans, nor by many admirers of Suchin from Huaxia. Why would Suchin even consider Real Madrid? With Cristiano Ronaldo there, would Suchin be granted the freedom to take shots? By the end of the season, it seems the most he could do is stand in the penalty area like a mere wooden post, clearing space for Ronaldo to showcase his prowess. Indeed, going to Real Madrid might not be the best choice for Suchin. Ultimately, they would undoubtedly favor Ronaldo in a choice between the two. As a Manchester United supporter, I believe Suchin's ideal path would be to return home, perhaps even leading the team to another Champions League title before eventually making his way to Real Madrid. That would be a splendid scenario. Splendid, my foot. Why should Suchin follow in Ronaldo's footsteps? If that were the case, he would spend his entire career overshadowed by Ronaldo, starting out by walking in his shadow. True, I hadn't considered that. Given Ronaldo's character, if Suchin were to leave Manchester United for Real Madrid, he would surely be relegated to a subordinate role. Why not head to Manchester City instead? With their financial might, if Suchin were to secure a Champions League title for them, he would undoubtedly achieve legendary status. In my opinion, considering Suchin's roots in La Masia, he should simply return to Barcelona. With his current level of skill, Guardiola would likely consider offering him a position. Shut up, you foolish person. How dare you speak like that? Exactly. They can't just come to the Chinese Super League and act subservient to Barcelona. No matter where Suchin goes, as long as he can challenge Barcelona, I'll support him. Hey, what are you all arguing about? The Champions League final hasn't even started yet. If Inter loses, Suchin won't be going anywhere. He'll have to stay with Mourinho for a few more years. True. By the way, have you considered why you all think Suchin would merely serve Ronaldo at Real Madrid? Given Suchin's scoring efficiency, I believe the coach would want to make him a focal point in the attack. Why should the shooting privileges be handed solely to Ronaldo? He has only been at Real Madrid for a year, and during that time, what has he truly contributed apart from inflating his own goal tally? If Suchin maintains his efficiency, the real trouble could end up being for Ronaldo if Mourinho is brought in. Fair point. Regardless, let us focus on the final first. Everything will become clear afterward. And thus, as discussions about Suchin's future intensified across the globe, May 26, 2010, quietly approached. On this day, the magnificent Spanish capital, Madrid, was thoroughly divided by the vibrant hues of red and blue. From the break of dawn, countless fans of Bayern Munich and Inter Milan flooded the streets of Madrid. It was not merely the supporters. The eyes of the entire global sports media were also fixated upon this location. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after much anticipation, the bus carrying the entire Inter Milan squad finally made its appearance within the corridors of the Santiago Bernabeu. As the distinctive blue of Inter emerged, the entire square was instantly enveloped by a sea of blue, converging around the bus. Su, echoed through the air, reminiscent of a welcoming party. as the fervent supporters chanted the name of Su Qin in unison. Amidst the crowd, numerous fans held up banners declaring, "Su Qin, don't leave. Su Qin, stay with Inter." To be honest, Su Qin felt somewhat speechless upon seeing those slogans. It was rather exasperating. He genuinely harbored disdain for the media. They had already presumed his next destination, despite his lack of any concrete thoughts regarding a transfer. Fortunately, including Mourinho, none of his teammates believed that Su Qin would contemplate a transfer at such a critical moment. The entire Inter squad was solely focused on clinching the championship. If a transfer were to occur, it would at least have to wait until June, by which time Inter might still be reveling in the glory of a treble in Milan. Thus, amidst the resounding cheers, the bus slowly made its way into the interior of the Bernabeu Stadium. Once the bus came to a halt, the Special One hurriedly proceeded to the pre-match press conference. After all, as the protégé of the Special One, he did not wish to keep anyone waiting. Fortunately, when he arrived at the press conference, Van Gaal had not yet arrived. However, just 2 minutes after Mourinho sat down, Van Gaal made his entrance. Upon seeing his mentor, Mourinho promptly stood and approached Van Gaal to greet him. The two shared a warm embrace before the media, showcasing their camaraderie. With such a harmonious reunion, the press conference proceeded without any significant upheaval. Inter Milan had advanced to the finals after eliminating Barcelona, a match that you surely witnessed. Indeed, I watched that extraordinary game from home. Jose delivered a performance that was nothing short of astonishing. This was how Van Gaal began his remarks during an interview with a Marca reporter. Although it was evident that the reporter appeared somewhat displeased, Van Gaal continued his effusive praise. Jose is undoubtedly a genius. I have believed this for a long time. This match may prove challenging for Bayern. Yet I remain steadfastly confident in my disciples. With such amiable statements, Van Gaal's words resonated positively. On the other side, Mourinho reciprocated the compliments for his mentor, stating, "Mr. Van Gaal is certainly one of the greatest coaches of this era." Thus, the press conference concluded without any noteworthy incidents. Certainly, this conclusion was anticipated by the journalists long ago. However, despite their seemingly amiable demeanor, the reporters were acutely aware that once on the pitch, these two individuals would spare no effort in their desire to vanquish their opponents. Indeed, upon returning to the locker room, the previously cheerful Van Gaal swiftly transformed his expression. "Number 39. That's the one, Su. All of Mourinho's tactics revolve around that player, Martin de Michelis. And you, Daniel Van Buyten. In this match, your sole focus must be on that damn number 39. As for Milito, I entrust him to you, Bastian Schweinsteiger. Their midfield will be vulnerable. Long shots and inward-cutting strikes from the flanks will be our only path to triumph over Inter Milan. During the first half, do not concern yourselves with yellow cards. I demand that you exhibit the spirit of Bayern Munich." Van Gaal, his face flushed, shouted at his players. On the other side, in the Inter Milan locker room, Mourinho displayed an uncharacteristic absence of fervor. "We have arrived at this moment. In this match, I only wish for you to remember that you have eliminated Barcelona, culminating here at the Bernabeu. From this moment on, all I need is for you to relish the game. Play as if it were a regular league match. Do not burden yourselves with shackles or psychological constraints. Remember, you are Inter Milan, the Inter Milan of 5 consecutive Serie A titles. Each of you is among the finest players in the world. Today, here at the Bernabeu, let the entire world know. The strongest team in the world is named Inter Milan. When the referee's whistle blows, that will be your moment of supremacy." There were no elaborate words or phrases. Yet these simple declarations, when uttered by Mourinho, suddenly quickened the breaths of the entire Inter squad. Supremacy? Su Qin lifted his head and smiled. The images long buried in memory began to resurface gradually after Mourinho's words. Indeed, May 26, 2010. That was the most exhilarating day in the life of the Special One Mourinho. It was also the day when the true story began. As the month began, Pai humbly knelt, beseeching for a wave of guaranteed monthly votes. Pai vowed to exert every effort in writing, hoping to reclaim the pinnacle of the sports category this August with the support of esteemed patrons. A plea for monthly votes. This chapter concludes. As the month turns, the sports genre, one that is exceedingly niche. Compared to other major categories, sports writing desperately needs monthly votes. The monthly vote rankings are our sole means of survival. As the month begins, I implore all benefactors to bestow a monthly vote upon Pai. Pai will strive to write diligently in gratitude. Chapter 104. The Bernabeu, a masterpiece of the world, the true kingly team crafted by the special one. On the evening of May 26, 2010, at precisely 7:40 p.m., the Grand Santiago Bernabeu Stadium was adorned with a magnificent Champions League tifo, prominently displayed at its center. Flanking this spectacle were the colossal emblems of Bayern Munich and Inter Milan. At this moment, players from both teams, under the careful orchestration of the staff, stood hand in hand with ball boys in the players' tunnel. Inside the stadium, the thunderous strains of the Champions League anthem reverberated, stirring the already fervent blood of every spectator present. Finally, as the opening ceremony concluded, the DJ began to announce the names of the starting players for both teams. Beginning with Cesar, each name ignited the crowd's excitement, echoing through the Bernabeu. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2009 to 2010 UEFA Champions League final. Here, at one of the world's finest stadiums, the Santiago Bernabeu, Italian champions Inter Milan are set to face their ultimate adversary, German giants Bayern Munich. The players, now holding hands with the ball boys, stepped onto the pitch with less than 10 minutes remaining before the match commenced. What an intriguing shot from the broadcast. In the VIP section of the Bernabeu, we catch a glimpse of the then Argentinian national team coach, Diego Maradona. Although his physique has noticeably expanded, the charisma of the football king remains undiminished. Prior to the match, media outlets had been buzzing about Maradona's tactical arrangements for the upcoming South Africa World Cup, notably his surprising decision to summon 7 forwards in the latest squad announcement. Maradona's presence at the Bernabeu today is primarily to evaluate Diego Milito from Inter, while also keeping an eye on his favorite player, Bayern's central defender Martin de Michelis. For Maradona, regardless of whether Inter or Bayern claims victory today, he has cause to celebrate. As the camera pans, we also see Croatian coach Slaven Bilic. His attendance is self-evident. Croatia has been drawn into Group B alongside Argentina, South Korea, and Nigeria in the World Cup. For Bilic, the showdown between Suarez and de Michelis on the offensive front for Inter is equally significant. But honestly, I find myself eagerly anticipating the World Cup clash between Suarez and the South Korean team. How will they defend against Suarez's formidable heading ability? In the VIP section, as Huang Jinxiang aptly remarked, the seasoned coach, notebook in hand, awaits the commencement of the match with palpable anticipation. With all major leagues now concluded, once this match is over, the countdown to the World Cup will officially begin. The players on the field are not merely subjects of evaluation for Maradona. He is also keenly observing Bayern's lone striker, Aulick, though not for the latter's prowess alone. The primary focus of Old Bay is whether Aulick can successfully learn Milito's playing style in this match. With Mourinho's towering formation having once subdued Barcelona, he is unconvinced that his Croatian player cannot lead the team to progress from the group stage. Furthermore, Old Bay is not alone in this endeavor. He has brought along his entire coaching staff. Not only did he generously purchase VIP tickets for the whole team, but he also procured a multitude of DV cameras from the notoriously stingy Croatian Football Federation. Old Bay's intentions are crystal clear. He seeks detailed footage and data on every player's movement during the match to facilitate analysis. Of course, he is not the only one with such intentions. Not far away, an elderly gentleman with a red nose shares similar thoughts. His presence here is not merely to witness who will clinch the championship. Rather, he wishes to observe up close whether the so-called Inter Milan magician truly possesses the formidable prowess attributed to him, powerful enough to undertake one last act of madness in his lifetime. On the field, the match has entered its final countdown. Referee Howard Webb begins communicating with his officiating team through his earpiece to synchronize the timing. As the countdown on the big screen reaches its conclusion, Webb raises his wrist and brings the whistle to his lips. With a sharp blow, the match officially commences. First, let us unveil the starting lineups. Bayern Munich, donned in their traditional red jerseys and attacking from left to right, have the following players: goalkeeper, Butt, left back Badstuber, center backs Van Buyten and de Michelis, right back Lahm, central midfielders Van Bommel and Schweinsteiger, left winger Frank Ribery, right winger Arjen Robben, and forwards Aulick and Muller. In contrast, Inter Milan, clad in their iconic blue and black kits and attacking from right to left, have goalkeeper Cesar, and, as in the semi-finals, the 35-year-old veteran Beckham positioned as a right winger. Bayern first claims possession. As national teammates, Aulick is acutely aware of the striking power of his younger counterpart. Thus, upon the referee's whistle, Aulick promptly returns the ball to Schweinsteiger behind him. The receiving Schweinsteiger wastes no time. He sidesteps and quickly passes the ball to Ribery on the left before Diego Milito can close in. Wings soaring. This has always been Bayern Munich's style of play. However, to be candid, while Inter Milan's starting lineup boasts formidable offensive capabilities, Beckham poses a significant concern on the defensive front today. Here comes Ribery, receiving the ball. Beckham approaches. With his left foot, he taps the ball and accelerates. On the field, just as Huang Jinxiang feared. At the age of 35, Beckham indeed appeared to struggle immensely when confronted by Ribery, who was in peak form. Ribery executed a sudden burst of acceleration, nearly brushing past Beckham. Fortunately, relying on his experience, Beckham had anticipated Ribery's move and initiated his response just in time. However, this marked the limit of Beckham's defensive capabilities. Upon noticing Beckham's approach, Ribery swiftly used his left foot to nudge the ball back a step. Beckham, naturally, paused momentarily in reaction to Ribery's maneuver. It was precisely this brief hesitation that allowed Ribery to exploit a gap, pushing the ball forward with great speed using his right foot. Just like that, Ribery deftly glided past Beckham. He continued to accelerate, showcasing his remarkable speed. Cambiasso rushed in to assist, with Maicon also sprinting to close the gap. Yet Ribery, having penetrated deep into Inter's defensive territory, showed no intention of crossing the ball. Upon seeing Cambiasso approaching from the center, Ribery unhesitatingly pushed the ball inward, engaging in a 1-2 combination with Müller. In an instant, Cambiasso found himself outmaneuvered by the interplay between Ribery and Müller. Upon regaining possession, Ribery did not hesitate. At the edge of the Inter penalty area, just before Lucio could intervene, he expertly curled the ball with the inside of his right foot, unleashing a powerful shot. Danger loomed. Accompanied by a gasp from the commentator, the ball soared towards the goal, aimed directly at Cesar. The moment Ribery and Müller executed their 1-2, Cesar had already focused all his attention on Ribery. Thus, as Ribery unleashed his unexpected strike, Cesar sprang into action, propelling himself forward with all his might to intercept the ball. At the last moment, as the ball hurtled past him, Cesar managed to touch it with the tips of his left hand. This last-minute deflection caused the ball to ricochet off the post and out of play. The crowd gasped in disbelief as the ball narrowly missed the goal. The over 40,000 Bayern fans at the Bernabeu collectively sighed in disappointment. Meanwhile, the scarred warrior at the edge of the penalty area wore a face of regret. What a perilous moment. I warned you. The defensive capabilities on the right flank are undoubtedly problematic. Mourinho is being overly ambitious. The previous match, where they triumphed over Barcelona, was largely due to Barcelona's preference for a slower tempo in their possession play. However, Bayern is different. Both Ribery on the left and Robben on the right thrive on sheer speed. While Eto'o managed to keep pace with Robben, expecting Beckham to match Sneijder was utterly unrealistic. Observing such a precarious moment, the commentator took the opportunity to critique Mourinho's formation. Similarly, at that moment, the Bayern substitutes watched intently. As he watched his team's first foray into offense nearly culminate in a goal, Van Gaal couldn't help but smile, offering applause to his players on the field. Indeed, long before Mourinho positioned the aging Beckham on the right flank, Van Gaal had sensed that his Bayern side was on a steady path to victory in this match. A 35-year-old veteran, aside from his precise passing, how could he possibly command an entire wing? Was Mourinho truly contemplating a strategy of forsaking defense to engage in a goal-scoring duel? With this thought, Van Gaal instinctively turned to observe his protégé. As anticipated, he saw Beckham being thoroughly overwhelmed by Ribery from the outset, causing Mourinho to furrow his brow in concern. The match resumed, presenting Bayern with a corner kick opportunity. As a proficient header, Demichelis, the stalwart of the defense, naturally joined Schweinsteiger and others in advancing towards Inter's penalty area. Meanwhile, Součin, as usual, returned to the defensive zone. Throughout this season, Součin's goals via headers had, truth be told, been outnumbered by his own defensive clearances within the box. Upon spotting Součin's approach, Lucio wasted no time and promptly shoved Součin in front of Demichelis. Thus, the inaugural encounter between Demichelis and Součin unfolded within the confines of their own penalty area. Ribery swiftly delivered the corner kick. This time, he did not target Demichelis at the far post, resulting in minimal interaction between Součin and the Argentine core. Similarly, although Aulick managed to make initial contact at the near post, he was thwarted by Samuel's interference, sending the ball harmlessly out of play without posing any threat to Inter's goal. 5 minutes into the match, it appeared that the scenario diverged sharply from everyone's expectations. The Inter side, which had previously decimated Barcelona, showed no signs of that formidable offensive prowess against Bayern Munich. Conversely, Bayern seemed to be gradually seizing the upper hand, particularly with their dominance on the flanks. Nevertheless, the sole consolation for Inter supporters was that, with Mourinho's explicit guidance and Sneijder's assistance, Beckham on that side had begun to stabilize. At the Bernabeu Stadium, a scene familiar to all Inter fans unfolded once more. Bayern Munich's defense steadily encroached upon their own territory, including Součin and Milito. The entire Inter squad once again found themselves immersed in the routine of half-field offensive and defensive drills. It had been a long and arduous journey. We desired more from the very beginning. The match was fierce, yet we persevered. For us, only success matters. With each successive wave of aggressive attacks, over 40,000 Bayern fans seemed to be swept away by the spectacle before them. They began to fervently chant the team's anthem in the unfamiliar confines of the Bernabeu. On the sidelines, Van Gaal, brimming with confidence, gestured emphatically to his disciples to press forward. He was acutely aware of Mourinho's expertise in counterattacks. However, he had long prepared for such scenarios. From Schweinsteiger at the center circle to the retreating Demichelis, he believed that even if Mourinho's strategy was to lure the opponents in and then strike with a swift counter, his Bayern could still utilize their speed to return to their half in record time. What an unexpected start. Van Bommel was on the move again, with Milito closely pressing him. No issue. With a deft feint, Van Bommel evaded Milito. On the pitch, the spirited Bayern captain strode forward. Although the entire Inter Milan squad was tightly compacted in defense, Van Bommel was convinced that if they continued to press, his team would soon uncover a weakness in Inter and alter the scoreline. However, perhaps due to the ease with which he had bypassed Milito, the 32-year-old veteran seemed to forget the roughness he had struggled with during his time at Barcelona when faced with Cambiasso. With a simple feint, Van Bommel noticed Robben darting diagonally down the right flank. Just as he contemplated delivering a perfectly timed through ball to Robben, panic suddenly seized him. The reason was simple. Cambiasso, without any warning, had slid in to tackle him. That very tackle allowed Cambiasso to effortlessly intercept the ball and send it directly to Sneijder. Oh, what a marvelous interception. Inter's counterattack commenced. In the Bernabeu, it felt as though a long-dormant lion had finally awakened. Or perhaps the horn had sounded the charge for all troops. In an instant, the previously reclusive Inter Milan surged forward. All players. Sneijder, without hesitation, passed the ball to his diagonal front, David Beckham. The man who had resurrected his iconic mohawk hairstyle before the match was now back in the Bernabeu, showcasing his signature Beckham-style long pass. Beckham's entire body seemed to tip as he struck the ball with his right foot. Making contact with the lower right side of the football, he spotted Součin and the trajectory of his run. At that moment, all Beckham could see was the silhouette of Součin sprinting forward. Simultaneously, in Bayern's backline, the instant Cambiasso intercepted Van Bommel, Součin surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. As Van Gaal's contingency plan, Schweinsteiger immediately raced towards Součin. In terms of physicality, to speak frankly, the robust little pig has never feared anyone. Although Součin has devoured opponents countless times this season, the Bayern coaching staff has unequivocally advised Schweinsteiger to refrain from attempting to defend Součin with mere physicality on the field. Yet, human nature is peculiar. It is akin to the relentless spirit that persists until one reaches the Yellow River. As Schweinsteiger observed Beckham's long pass soaring over his head towards Součin, he instinctively sought to position himself to thwart this youthful lad of merely 18. Not only Schweinsteiger, the cornerstone of Bayern's defense, Demichelis, upon witnessing the ball's descent, surged frenetically towards Součin. In that moment of impending impact, Součin, Schweinsteiger, and Demichelis arrived nearly simultaneously at the ball's landing spot. Just as the ball was about to touch down, Schweinsteiger positioned his body against Součin's left side, aiming to establish his foothold. However, what unfolded next left the proud Schweinsteiger astounded. In that moment of close proximity, he felt an unimaginable force emanating from his right side. Accompanied by this overwhelming strength, his towering figure of 1.80 meters was sent tumbling to the left, akin to Haaland's unyielding tenacity. Yet, Součin's display was far from over. As the ball descended, having brushed past Schweinsteiger, he did not halt his advance. At the precise moment Demichelis exerted every ounce of his effort to propel his head toward the ball, Součin, with a remarkable leap, made contact first. Domitius missed entirely. The ball sailed past him, leaving the bewildered Domitius momentarily disoriented, executing a complete turn, reminiscent of a Marseille turn. Yet this one occurred above his head, with the ball nowhere in sight. While Domitius was left in a state of confusion, Součin surged forth from the clutches of the Bayern duo with unbridled ferocity. Boom! The Bernabeu erupted. Even before a goal was scored, the 40,000 Inter fans, who had been subdued by Bayern supporters for a full 10 minutes, sprang to life, roaring with exhilaration. As Součin burst through the Bayern pair, he had already penetrated the penalty area. Within the confines of Bayern's box, all hope rested upon Van Buyten. However, just as every Bayern player, including Butt, focused their attention on Součin, he unexpectedly lifted his left foot. A pass, just as he was poised to score a monumental goal destined for the history books. Součin, however, opted for the most prudent approach, delivering the ball to Diego Milito, who had been tirelessly pursuing him from behind. Without the slightest hesitation, Milito received the pass and, without pausing to control the ball, deftly directed it towards the opposite side of the goalkeeper. At that very moment, the defender, Butt, remained on Součin's side, staring blankly as Milito's shot whizzed past him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, accompanied by a gesture signaling a goal. Following the score, Milito had scarcely begun to celebrate when he was suddenly overwhelmed by Sneijder, who had rushed in from behind. What a spectacular moment. The ball found the net. 10. Diego Milito scored the first goal for Inter Milan at the Santiago Bernabéu Stadium. A counterattack of sheer brilliance. In a mere 9 seconds, from Cambiaso's tackle to Sneijder's pass, Beckham's exquisitely precise long ball, and Součin's ruthless advance, culminating in a selfless assist from Součin and Milito's pinpoint shot. Inter Milan executed a textbook play at the Bernabéu. In over 20 years of watching football, I have never witnessed such a succinct and effective counterattack. The 5 Inter players involved in the attack dismantled Bayern Munich's entire defense in just 9 seconds, transitioning seamlessly from the center to the flanks and back again. Inter Milan showcased to the world the essence of true team football. Each player maximized their strengths, particularly Součin, who fearlessly confronted the opposing midfielders and showcased an unparalleled heading ability to bypass the defenders. At the critical moment in front of goal, Součin displayed no selfish ambition. At the most opportune time and in the most advantageous position, he made the optimal choice. 10. Once again, it was the exhilarating Mourinho-style counterattack. After Bayern Munich's seemingly dominant assault lasted a full 9 minutes, Mourinho's team transformed the game in just 9 seconds. Wow, this is incredible. I now realize that Mourinho is playing chess here, or rather, employing Sun Tzu's art of war. By feigning weakness, he exposed his own vulnerabilities, waiting for the right moment to strike decisively. Indeed, Beckham was overwhelmed by rivalry during those minutes, but aside from that initial curling shot, Bayern had little threat after Mourinho adjusted the defense slightly to the right. Instead, in counterattacks, Mourinho effectively utilized Beckham as the engine of the midfield. Unstoppable. This duo is phenomenal. Just look at Součin's physicality. He practically sent Schweinsteiger flying. I went back to watch the replay, and Beckham's pass was absolutely sublime, threading perfectly between Součin and Domitius, as if it had been calculated precisely. This exemplifies the value of Mourinho positioning Beckham on the pitch. There is no need for intricate team coordination in attack. With a single strike, he unleashed his prowess, transforming a chaotic offensive play into something extraordinary under the maestro's guidance. Van Gaal was clearly outmaneuvered by Mourinho, while he seemed to dominate the field. It was Inter Milan that found the back of the net. What are you all so excited about? Součin didn't even score. Just moments ago, he effortlessly bypassed Van Basten and scored. Wasn't he that exhilarating? If that were the case, Součin's goal would rival the most celestial of feats. The person above must be deluded. This is football, not the NBA. It's not about a parade of superstars. I don't think there's anything wrong with Součin's pass. In fact, the essence of that goal lies in his final assist. That single touch utterly dismantled Bayern's defense. This is the essence of a traditional number 9. It's not merely about scoring. As a number 9, the ability to orchestrate play in the attacking front is what makes the position truly captivating. Old Huang celebrated with fervor. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Mourinho, who had been furrowed in concentration, suddenly erupted in jubilant strides upon witnessing Součin's pass. At the sound of the whistle, he bent his knees and slid on the turf in ecstatic celebration. Mourinho was exhilarated. Not far away, Van Gaal, who had previously worn a smug expression, was now bewildered. What just happened? A goal already? In 9 seconds? Inter Milan breached their own defense in less than 9 seconds? Impossible. On the field, whether on the flanks or through the middle, Bayern seemed to dominate completely. How could this be? Mourinho's counterattack was indeed formidable, but surely not to such an extent. 9 seconds. His Bayern had just been vanquished by Inter? At this moment, the Bernabeu was enveloped in the fervent cheers of Inter fans. In the VIP box, the red-nosed elder, upon witnessing Suchine's final pass, felt his hands tremble with excitement. Indeed, at Old Trafford, he had seen players like Suchine, capable of dismantling an opponent's defense single-handedly. Yet, he had never witnessed a player maintain such composure in a moment so electrifying. Delivering the ball to a teammate in a better position without hesitation. That was a gift, a spirit, an unselfishness that placed the team's victory above all else. In this moment, the red-nosed elder resolved to bring Suchine back to Old Trafford at any cost during this transfer window, even if it meant clashing with those insufferable individuals. Many, sharing Ferguson's sentiment, were present at the Bernabeu, including Florentino, who had been intently watching Suchine from the VIP box. While there are many goal scorers, a traditional number 9 as calm and formidable as Suchine is exceedingly rare. He understands. Before us stands a divine gift bestowed upon Real Madrid. His unparalleled pivoting ability, coupled with an unselfish spirit, suggests that upon joining the club, he would seamlessly integrate with both Cristiano Ronaldo and Kaká. Acquire him. At this moment, the mind of the venerable president seems consumed by this singular thought, regardless of the cost. Even if it exceeds the value of Cristiano Ronaldo, he must secure this prodigious number 9. However, others entertain their own ambitions regarding the acquisition of Suchine. Yet, one individual preoccupies himself solely with the positioning runs of Milito, his acceleration, deceleration, and subsequent burst to receive the ball. Is this mastery learned from Aulick or an artful imitation of Mandzukic? At the Bernabeu Stadium, as Milito scores, the rhythm of the match transforms instantaneously. Schweinsteiger, recognizing Suchine's impact, refrains from pushing past the midfield. Likewise, on the left flank, Ribery receives a new directive from Van Gaal to closely mark Beckham, preventing the Englishman from effortlessly delivering the ball forward. Thus, what initially appeared to be a one-sided contest takes an unexpected turn. Bayern hesitates to advance boldly, instead opting to harass Inter along the flanks. In the 13th minute, Robben, after receiving a diagonal pass from Van Bommel, showcases his speed along the right side. Just as the formidable Chiellini approaches, Robben executes an intricate cut inward, evading Chiellini and unleashing a powerful shot with his left foot towards the goal. Alas, this tactic, frequently rehearsed under Mourinho's watchful eye, meets an unfortunate fate. As Robben strikes, Eto'o, who has shadowed him, collapses at the last moment to block the shot. Robben's attempt ricochets off Eto'o's thigh and sails out of bounds. Gasping for breath, Eto'o promptly rises, refocusing on Robben. Defense. Every Inter player is resolutely committed to defending, exerting themselves to the utmost. Bayern's flank attacks falter, prompting a shift in strategy towards the center. In the 18th minute, after encountering heavy resistance on the wing, Ribery delivers a lateral pass to the center for Van Bommel, who responds with a powerful long-range shot. Although the strike possesses commendable quality, it is ultimately thwarted by a prepared Cesar, who deflects it with both palms. Bayern finds itself ensnared in a predicament. To be frank, Bayern's dual wings have proven effective in counterattacks, yet in dismantling a densely fortified defense, the absence of sprinting space renders the dual wing strategy ineffective. Ribery. He once again leverages his speed to surpass Beckham, yet Maicon swiftly intervenes, with Beckham trailing closely behind. With no alternative, Ribery is compelled to return the ball to the center. Van Bommel receives it, only to be intercepted by Cambiasso, while Muller drops back to provide support. It appears Bayern intends to navigate through the center at the Bernabeu. Upon receiving the ball, Muller promptly passed it back to Robben on the right flank. In the span of less than 20 minutes, both he and Aulick had been intent on breaching Inter Milan's defense through the center. Alas, Cambiasso, Lucio, and Samuel stood resolutely, as if they had set up an immovable tripod within the confines of the Inter penalty area. Whether it was Muller or Aulick, Any promising opportunity was invariably met with a double team from Inter. Observing the stagnation of their ground attack, Bayern was compelled to adopt a strategy reminiscent of Inter, launching the ball into the air. While he may not rival Su Qian, Aulich is undoubtedly one of the Bundesliga's premier aerial threats. Robben delivered a cross, and Aulich leapt high, aiming to head the ball into the net. However, in a direct confrontation with Lucio, the 30-year-old Aulich was surprisingly overpowered by the 31-year-old Lucio. Witnessing Aulich easily subdued beneath him, the elder Lucio couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. After all, one must consider with whom Lucio had been training. Despite having been schooled by the extraordinary Su Qian for a year, Lucio's aerial defensive prowess remained unparalleled upon leaving Inter. Not even Aulich, nor even the substitute Van Basten, could intimidate him. Lucio was confident he could dominate any challenge. While Bayern Munich's offensive efforts faced a temporary setback, Inter's momentum gradually began to assert itself as the match progressed. From the outset, Van Gaal found himself ensnared in the trap laid by Mourinho. Indeed, the Special One had boldly adopted an imposing 4-4-2 formation. However, this configuration was unlike any other. Rarely do teams employ two forwards who defend deep within their own half. Su Qian and Milito, having undergone a season of Mourinho's tutelage, had seamlessly transformed from mere forwards into robust defensive players, serving as Inter's first line of defense. This was particularly true in defense, as the extraordinary long passing capabilities of Beckham rendered midfield coordination unnecessary for Inter. Once possession shifted, and upon receiving the ball, Beckham could effortlessly bypass all Bayern midfielders, sending the ball directly to the forefront. Yes, Bayern could indeed leave reinforcements in the back line, but the only reason they could contain Su Qian was due to their dual marking strategy. However, when Bayern committed their forces to attack and Inter countered, how could they still manage to double-team Su Qian? Thus, Van Gaal's Bayern appeared to be trapped in a vicious cycle from the very beginning. Should they press forward, they would have to expose their defense. Yet, if they refrained from attacking, Inter had already taken the lead with a counterattack. Van Gaal furrowed his brow as the 20 minutes elapsed. He finally comprehended that the once diminutive translator by his side had matured into a formidable opponent, one that he could scarcely fathom. It was under this almost inscrutable tactical arrangement that the score was swiftly revised once more. In the 31st minute of the match, Bayern found themselves on the offensive again. Ribery, having evaded Maicon on the left flank, surged towards the byline with remarkable speed. This time, Ribery refrained from a reckless cross. Instead, he charged relentlessly towards the Inter Milan penalty area along the edge. However, at the crucial moment when Ribery aimed to deliver the ball to Aulich, Beckham, who had been doggedly pursuing him, appeared in the pivotal position. With a well-timed dive, Beckham successfully intercepted Ribery's cutback pass. In that instant, Beckham had long forgotten his age and physical limitations. All that mattered to him was to thwart the advancing Ribery. Without a hint of hesitation, Lucio sent the ball soaring out of the penalty area. Outside the box, Sneijder was quick to receive the ball, executing a graceful turn to sidestep the closely pressing Van Bommel. He swiftly passed the ball to his left. The Cheetah, who had been diligently marking Robben for the first 30 minutes, finally seized the opportunity to showcase his speed. Receiving the ball with his left foot, he effortlessly pushed it forward with his right. Eto'o commenced his dazzling display down Bayern's right flank. Confronted by Lamm's challenge, Eto'o offered the German no chance to intervene. With a powerful thrust, he surged past Lamm, executing a brilliant combination of man and ball. Boom! The Inter Milan fans erupted once more, leaping to their feet in exuberant cheers. They knew their most familiar counterattack orchestrated by Mourinho was back in full swing. Likewise, Mourinho sprinted along the sideline, mirroring Eto'o's exhilarating run. In the center, Suarez and Milito advanced in unison, one left and the other right, while Schweinsteiger was still trailing back. Inside the box, Demichelis and Van Basten, witnessing the approaching Suarez and Milito, could only grit their teeth and commit to their respective marks. From the opposite side, Badstuber charged towards the Cheetah. However, faced with Badstuber, Eto'o executed a swift change of direction, penetrating the left side of the penalty area. Panic ensued for Demichelis. Unable to concern himself with Suarez any longer, he exerted every ounce of effort to cover the gap. Yet, he was now confronting not the Eto'o who once solely sought to score, but rather the Eto'o who would willingly assume a defensive role for the sake of the championship. Without the slightest hesitation, at the moment he faced the goalkeeper, Eto'o delivered a precise pass to the better positioned Diego Milito. Equally, Milito harbored no selfish intentions. At the instant Van Basten abandoned his pursuit of Suarez, he nudged the ball with his right foot. The ball arrived at Suarez's feet. An open goal opportunity. A simple tap-in. No miracle was to unfold. The ball seamlessly penetrated the net. Beep. The referee's whistle resonated once more. At the same moment, the Grand Bernabeu erupted in a thunderous roar. Magnificent. Beautiful. The ball has found its way in. The second. 20. Once again, a counterattack. Eto'o Milito, Suching. Within the confines of Bayern Munich's penalty area, the Inter Milan trident, with dazzling interplay, sent the ball into Bayern Munich's net. An astonishing efficiency in counterattacking. An unbelievable display of collective football. In this moment at the Bernabeu, this ensemble of discarded players, meticulously assembled by Mourinho, showcased to the world that football is not a solitary endeavor. They may lack superstars like Messi or Ronaldo. Yet, this Inter Milan, comprised largely of castaways and seasoned veterans, has persevered through trials and tribulations since the group stage, arriving at this pivotal moment with unwavering determination. In this Inter squad, there is no singular protagonist. Each player, including the tirelessly sprinting veteran Beckham and Lucio, who maintained relentless focus against his former club, contributed wholeheartedly in their respective roles. 20. Though 50 minutes remain in the match, the coveted UEFA Champions League trophy, which has captivated countless hearts, seems to lean towards the blue and black. At the Bernabeu, the jubilant celebrations continue unabated. Meanwhile, all eyes are drawn to the Inter Milan trident in Bayern Munich's penalty area, embracing one another. Eto'o, Suching, Milito. The trio dashed shoulder to shoulder towards the corner flag amidst a flurry of cameras. Once more, the masterpiece of Inter Milan is unveiled. Naturally, Pai's foremost sentiment is one of gratitude. Pai, with humble merit, has found himself among the top 50 in the monthly vote rankings. Throughout the day, while at work, Pai was inundated with the sounds of contributions from the esteemed patrons. With no way to repay them, he could only fervently pen his words. In conclusion, he earnestly implores the esteemed patrons to continue supporting him with their votes. End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Moment of Ascendance. The wheel of fate begins to turn. Suching's 17th goal in the Champions League has emerged, an unfathomable statistic. Since the hat-trick in the match at Camp Nou, Suching has shattered the previous record of 12 goals in a single Champions League season, set by Dutch superstar Ruud van Nistelrooy in the 2002-2003 season. From 12 to 17, the world is in awe of this remarkable young talent. At just 18 years old, while breaking the long-standing Serie A goal-scoring record, he has quietly elevated the single-season Champions League goal tally to an astonishing 17. Indeed, even now, countless detractors continue to critique the singularity of Suching's scoring methods. Among these 17 goals, an impressive 11 were scored by Suching with his head. Yet, Suching has shattered records. He has led Inter Milan to the finals using what his naysayers deem the most simplistic of methods. The celebration of Inter at the Bernabeu has concluded, and with the referee's whistle, the match swiftly resumes. On the sidelines, Van Gaal's arrogance has dissipated, replaced by a palpable anxiety. There was no alternative. Before him, Inter, who had just dominated to rewrite the score to 2-0, has retreated once more. Suching, the remarkable anomaly with 17 goals in this Champions League. A forward who now finds himself positioned at the edge of his own penalty area. It is not only Suching. Diego Milito has ventured to the flanks, assisting Beckham in defending against Ribery. What does 4-4-2 mean? The current Inter has exaggeratedly adopted a 4-6-0 formation. Oh dear God, how can someone be so shameless? After stealing 2 goals, the entire team retreats to such an extent? Yet, this is not the most disheartening aspect. The truly disheartening part is that whenever their team concedes, these 3 extraordinary players in Inter's forward line can seemingly teleport to their own defensive area. This very reason prevents Bayern from committing too many resources to their attack. Van Gaal anxiously contemplates a breakthrough strategy for Bayern, while on the pitch, Inter grows increasingly fluid in their play. In the 37th minute, another relentless counterattack from Inter Milan strikes. Samuel, under Bayern's futile cross attempt, outmuscles Aulich with a header, directing the ball to Sneijder in the center. Like a goal replay, Sneijder lightly nudges the ball forward before promptly returning it to the right flank where Beckham is poised. In the front line, Suching has already dashed past the halfway line. penetrating the heart of Bayern's defense. Upon seeing Suchin ready, Beckham showcases his exquisitely artistic Beckham curve once more. Thus, the football at his feet arcs like a splendid rainbow across the Bernabeu, landing before Suchin. Demichelis grits his teeth, doggedly pursuing Suchin from behind. However, in the face of Suchin, enhanced by 5 additional attributes akin to Holland, despite the Argentine defensive stalwart exerting every ounce of effort, Suchin effortlessly pushes Demichelis out of the ball's landing zone, calmly controlling it with his right foot. Upon gaining possession, Suchin neither hesitates nor passes. Under Demichelis's helpless gaze, he swiftly nudges the ball backward with his left foot. A dazzling display. Thus, the unfortunate Demichelis finds himself left in Suchin's wake. Demichelis is bewildered. This fellow's speed is simply astonishing. Oh, how beautiful. Suchin executes another unfathomable back-to-goal touch, followed by a turn. Demichelis is left behind. PSN. Van Buyten rushes in. Not seeking glory for himself, Suchin deftly directs the ball to the right. Milito, pushing past Schweinsteiger, a swift strike, but falls to make the save, making contact with the ball. Alas, it strikes the crossbar. Eto'o, a keen follow-up in front of the goal. The ball finds the net. Magnificent. Magnificent. The ball is in, the third one. 30. Unbelievable. In the 39th minute of the match, Inter Milan scored their third goal at the Bernabeu Stadium. Eto'o, the cheetah Eto'o, just as but desperately blocked the ball. Eto'o appeared precisely where he was needed. A quick shot. The third goal. 30. Before halftime, Inter Milan astonishingly netted 3 goals at the Bernabeu Stadium with relentless force. The outcome of the match seems inevitable. Yes, there have indeed been miracles in Istanbul. But today, at this very moment, the leading team is Inter Milan. It is Jose Mourinho's Inter Milan. At the Bernabeu Stadium, Eto'o, after scoring the third goal, once again tore off his shirt. Revealing his chiseled physique, the cheetah sprinted towards the corner flag. Facing the camera at the corner area, Eto'o lunged forward. XXXXXX. XXXXX. Amidst the jubilant celebrations of the fervent Inter fans, the old Eto'o once again unleashed a barrage of expletives. As for the content, merely something about what a melon or what a bar. Although he had once delivered an 82nd-minute blow to Barcelona, not being able to display his shirt at Camp Nou left Eto'o feeling somewhat unsatisfied. In a frenzy of celebration, the elder Mourinho, with a beaming smile, applauded Eto'o before returning to the bench. With a 3-goal advantage, Mourinho already sensed the match's outcome. It was not arrogance. Rather, Mourinho was acutely aware that no team in the world could score 3 goals against his side within a half. Indeed, no team could. As Eto'o's exuberant celebration concluded, the match resumed with the whistle from the referee. As everyone anticipated, after scoring, Inter Milan retreated entirely. 460. Faced with such a formidable Inter, the Bayern players on the pitch became utterly bewildered. They were frightened. They were fearful of Inter Milan's extraordinarily swift counterattacks. In this atmosphere of trepidation, the mentality of the Bundesliga giants seemed to implode. Their offense grew hesitant. Whether it was Aulich or Müller, or Ribery and Robben, each player was at a loss as to how to advance. Thus, as the whistle for the end of the first half sounded, the entire Bayern team trudged off the pitch with their heads hung low. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Inter players, as they jovially strolled past the Champions League trophy, standing resolutely at the entrance of the players' tunnel, none of the Inter Milan players dared to touch the coveted prize, mindful of the curse that surrounded it. Yet, they were all acutely aware that in just 45 minutes, they would raise it high within the grand confines of the Bernabeu Stadium. With a score of 3-0, the attacking trident of Inter Milan had each found the net, rendering the suspense of the match seemingly obsolete. It was widely believed that, as per Mourinho's customary strategy, the team's formation would undergo another transformation following the halftime interlude. On the commentary bench, Old Huang, observing the players from both teams disappear into the tunnel, lifted his cup with a beaming smile, savoring the fragrant Longjing tea he had brewed. Over the course of 6 months of commentary, he had inadvertently morphed into a staunch supporter of Inter Milan. Although his biased commentary style had drawn the attention of the sports channel's management on several occasions, he remained resolute in his ways. As he was no longer a staff member of the channel, for the past half year, he had been operating under a guest contract. Should the situation demand it, he could simply return to Siena. Moreover, the financial rewards of live streaming were substantial, and he relished the freedom to express his thoughts unabashedly. Within the interdressing room, there was no palpable tension. Mourinho, sporting a broad smile, praised each of his disciples. Following the commendations, he, akin to Huang Jianxiang's observation, began to alter the formation. The duo of Beckham and Milito, having successfully fulfilled their attacking roles, were substituted for Stankovic and Motta. The strategy was clear, a resolute defense complemented by counterattacks, embodying Mourinho's tactical philosophy. Meanwhile, in the Bayern dressing room, the esteemed coach Van Gaal was well aware that Inter would likely substitute the only vulnerability of the first half: Beckham. Consequently, he initiated his own tactical adjustments. The underwhelming Alec was replaced by the veteran Klose. Van Gaal's directive was succinct: enhance long-range shots while endeavoring to deliver the ball to Klose's head. He understood that only magic could vanquish magic. Inter relied on the prowess of Suchin, yet Bayern also boasted world-class aerial talents. As the match resumed, the tactical shifts from both teams were anticipated. Especially on Inter's side, old Huang chuckled, proclaiming, "What did I tell you? Mourinho would certainly alter the formation, and I was correct, wasn't I?" Motta replaced Beckham on the right flank, eliminating Inter's sole vulnerability. Who was Motta, after all? He was the very player who had successfully contained Messi during the group stages in a short span. With ample stamina at his disposal, it was unlikely that Ribery would enjoy the same level of control as he had in the first half. Not only was Motta bolstering the defense, but Milito's substitution also saw Stankovic stepping into the midfield. With the addition of Eto'o on the left flank, Mourinho has seemingly adopted a 4-5-1 formation. However, Van Gaal is not without his countermeasures. The introduction of veteran Klose suggests that Bayern intends to emulate Inter Milan's strategy, relying on aerial balls to alleviate their offensive struggles. Nevertheless, I believe Klose's presence is unlikely to make a significant impact. At 32 years of age, his once formidable prowess has diminished considerably. If he were still in top form, he would not have been relegated to the bench by Alec for an entire season. Alec, too, struggled to find success against the towering Samuel and Lucio. Thus, an aging Klose faces an even steeper challenge. As the match commenced, Inter Milan not only continued their defensive efforts but, with the inclusion of Stankovic and Motta, appeared to have retreated their defensive line even further. This defensive posture rendered the game quite monotonous. Such is the nature of Mourinho's pragmatic approach, which often alienates neutral fans. He prioritizes results over aesthetics, caring only for the scoreline. In the 49th minute, after more than 20 consecutive passes, Bayern's attack culminated in a long-range shot from Schweinsteiger that sailed out of play, signaling a hasty conclusion to their positional play. Likewise, Inter's offensive efforts lacked any spark. Caesar's long clearance found Suchin, who valiantly contested for the first touch before passing to the advancing Sneijder. The latter, evading Muller's pressure, delivered the ball to Eto'o on the left. The agile Cameroonian surged down the flank, and upon nearing the byline, surrounded by Lahm and Robin, he deftly maneuvered to bring the ball back toward midfield, handing it off to Sneijder for a renewed offensive effort. Inter's attack involved merely 3 players. Suchin awaited a header opportunity inside the box, while Sneijder moved slightly forward to support Eto'o. Such cautious play characterizes Inter's strategy. Motta, akin to a persistent leech, clung to Ribery, showing no intent to attack, remaining firmly in his half. Similarly, Cambiasso and Stankovic anchored the center. To be frank, I find myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Van Gaal. Enduring 3 unexpected blows in the first half, he sought to retaliate in the second, only to find Mourinho opting out, pressing his entire team back into their own half, thus abandoning any notion of positional play. Nevertheless, Mourinho's retreat pertains solely to extensive offensive pressure. Should Bayern disregard all caution and push forward, I am confident that Inter's counterattacks would mirror those of the first half. Motta's speed surpasses even that of Milito, not to mention the still active Eto'o on the left flank. The style of play exhibited by Inter Milan is indeed perplexing. How on earth can Van Gaal contend with it? Although the match may not have been visually captivating, it is quintessential Mourinho. He is not one to be swayed by the opinions of the spectators. I suspect the second half will be filled with this rather unremarkable defensive display. Truth be told, Mourinho's strategy seems equally inscrutable in the World Cup context, with a player as formidable as Suchin stationed there. The team merely needs to maintain their defense and deliver the ball to him. Alas, there is only one Mourinho in the world, and his tactical acumen is not easily replicated. Moreover, It is improbable that he would take on the role of a national team coach. What a startling revelation. Have you seen the news from Siena? It appears that a convoy has entered the Bernabeu Stadium. The photos have surfaced, and it seems to be none other than Real Madrid's general manager, Valdano. What could this mean? It is perplexing, as there should be no connection to Real Madrid. Why is Valdano at the Bernabeu? Could it be that Mourinho is heading straight to Real Madrid post-match? I am currently studying in Spain, and there have been numerous whispers in Madrid recently suggesting that Mourinho has already reached a preliminary agreement with Florentino. Is it possible that he would announce his move to Real Madrid immediately after the match? Does he truly need to rush? Let us not focus solely on Mourinho. What if he departs? What becomes of Su Qin? If a new coach were to come in, that would be quite absurd. Mourinho's departure does not diminish Su Qin's significance. As the record-breaking scorer in both the Champions League and Serie A, any new coach would need to build the team around him. In my opinion, this match might be Su Qin's final appearance for Inter. Although he has signed a 3-year contract, it is evident that, having achieved the treble, the aging team will struggle to maintain this level next season. Given Raiola's tendencies, it is likely that Su Qin has already discussed a transfer with him. Why is the match still ongoing? I feel a sudden sense of melancholy. Is it possible that my beloved Inter Milan is merely a fleeting moment? At the Bernabeu Stadium, no one noticed Valdano's arrival. The crowd of 100,000 spectators watched intently as Bayern Munich continued to assault Inter's defense. Indeed, the Bayern players were giving their all. Yet, in football, effort does not always guarantee success. Motta's introduction effectively neutralized Ribery, who had previously been a force on the left flank. Meanwhile, Eto'o, seemingly invigorated, not only exerted himself in attack, but also, alongside Sneijder and Chivu, successfully contained the elusive Robben. Not only Robben, but even Lom's incursions have lost their former potency. The flanks have been rendered immobile. In the center, the formidable duo of Stankovic and Cambiasso, coupled with the ironclad defenses of Lucio and Samuel, along with Su Qin's relentless withdrawals, have enveloped Inter Milan in a suit of steel armor. Regardless of how fervently the Bayern players exert themselves, they find themselves incapable of posing any threat to Inter's goal. In the 57th minute, Schweinsteiger once again concluded yet another futile attack with a meaningless long-range shot. In the stands, over 40,000 Bayern supporters, who had been passionately singing, fell silent as the ball sailed out of the stadium. By the 64th minute, Bayern's ineffective assaults continued. Finally, Lom discovered an opening on the right and delivered an exquisitely precise long pass. Indeed, the 32-year-old Klose adeptly capitalized on his experience and positioning to secure the first touch. However, despite his exceptional heading prowess, Klose, lacking the physical tenacity of Su Qin, could only direct the ball outside the goal's reach under Samuel's interference. Klose, sprawled awkwardly in Inter's penalty area, gazed blankly at the returning Inter defender, number 39. His expression was one of envy. Once upon a time, on the grand stage of the World Cup, Klose had performed a hat trick with his head, becoming the center of attention in the box, much like the 18-year-old lad today. Alas, all of that is now in the past. Time is merciless. It has cruelly severed all glory from the present. Are you all right, Miroslav? A hand appeared before Klose. It was number 39, facing the outstretched hand of his opponent. Klose accepted it. I'm fine. They exchanged a pat on each other's shoulder. Meanwhile, the journalists at the sidelines captured this moment, which seemed to embody a legacy. One was the setting sun, while the other radiated the brilliance of a rising dawn. In the 74th minute, Bayern's frenzied attacks not only failed to narrow the scoreline, but during a set piece for Inter Milan, they conceded yet another goal. A direct free-kick opportunity was seized by Eto'o on the left flank. Sneijder expertly delivered the ball into Bayern's penalty area. Perfectly blending with Wu Lei's agile movement, Su Qin utilized a deceptive acceleration to shake off the closely following Van Buyten. Just over Demichelis's head, Su Qin executed a stunning overhead shot, sending the ball into the far corner of the goal for the 4th time. Magnificent. A second goal. Su Qin has netted his second goal in the Champions League final. Moreover, this goal elevated Su Qin's total tally in the Champions League to 18 goals. My goodness, 18 goals. This is the Champions League, after all. A mere 13 matches in total. What does Su Qin's 18 goals signify? Unparalleled goal efficiency. From 12 goals to 18, Su Qin has catapulted the long-dormant Champions League goal record, untouched for 8 years, to an astonishing new height. The commentator, Lao Huang, found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe Suchin's brilliance. Meanwhile, at the Bernabeu Stadium, after scoring his second goal, Suchin displayed no extravagant celebration. He simply jogged to the south stand, amidst the gaze of over 40,000 Inter Milan fans, and waved his right hand. Then, he leaped high into the air. Su! 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 This marked the first time the Bernabeu echoed with the distinctive chant of Suchin's name. Similarly, Mourinho, seated on the Inter bench, exhibited no excessive jubilation. With a complex expression, he turned his gaze towards the large screen at the sidelines, where a replay of Suchin's goal was being broadcasted. The screen showed Sneijder's pass, Suchin's positioning, followed by scenes of all the Inter players celebrating with raised arms. In that moment, the special one seemed intent on absorbing every frame displayed on the screen. On the other side, upon witnessing Suchin's goal that definitively sealed the match, the venerable Van Gaal appeared to surrender, retreating directly to the substitutes bench. Seated there, he furiously smashed the water bottle handed to him by an assistant onto the ground. With still a little over 10 minutes left in the match, Bayern fans in the stands realized the inevitable defeat. From that moment on, many chose to leave, unwilling to watch their rivals lift the coveted championship trophy before their eyes. Indeed, Bayern fans opted to exit the stadium, while Inter supporters commenced their wild celebrations. Loci. Per un gol. Io darei la vida la mia vida. 90 minuti per segnare. Nerazzurri. Nerazzurri. They began to roar the melody ingrained in their very bones at the top of their lungs. A deficit of 4 goals not only shattered Van Gaal's confidence, but also seemed to exhaust the Bayern players on the pitch, who had grown weary of the torturous contest. Thus, Bayern's fervent attacks dissipated, and Inter chose not to intensify their assault. The match transitioned into garbage time. In the 86th minute, Mourinho utilized Inter's final substitution, bringing on Pandev for Suchin. At that moment, the Bernabeu Stadium was filled with over 40,000 Inter fans who stood in unison as Suchin departed the field. There were no frenzied shouts. Instead, they focused their attention on the player who had guided them to this climactic moment, offering him a resounding ovation. Applause erupted. Applause erupted. Observing the actions of all the Inter Milan fans, Suchin also raised his hands, signaling to them. On the sidelines, after exchanging a high-five with Pandev, the charismatic manager, with a beaming smile, opened his arms towards Suchin. In that moment, a century-defining scene unfolded, one that would forever remain etched in the memories of Inter Milan supporters. Before them stood a youthful visage, still bearing a hint of naivety, embraced by none other than the dark-haired Mourinho. Boss. Su, thank you. Although Suchin could not see Mourinho's face, he discerned the tremor in the manager's voice. Laden with emotion, Suchin understood that the cause of Mourinho's quivering was the realization that his time at Inter was now reduced to mere minutes. In the stands, upon Suchin's substitution, a red-nosed elderly gentleman in the VIP section abruptly rose and departed. Yet, as he exited, he slipped his hand into his trouser pocket. Retrieving a mobile phone that he had owned for nearly a decade, the old man dialed a number he had long despised, Malcolm Glazer, a businessman of dubious reputation. As early as 2003, this American mogul had acquired a 317 stake in Manchester United. By November of that year, through various means, he had increased his share to 15. In 2005, Glazer reached an agreement with 2 Manchester United shareholders, J.P. McManus and John Magner, to purchase their 28.7 stakes. The following day, he further acquired shares from the club's third-largest shareholder, Harry Dobson, bringing his total ownership to 62. Later that day, Glazer announced that he had secured a 71.8 stake in Manchester United, rendering the club entirely his personal possession. However, despite being a businessman, Glazer was acutely aware that Manchester United's current stature was a testament to Sir Alex Ferguson's contributions. Thus, upon becoming the owner, he chose not to alter the long-standing managerial structure of the club. Yet, while Glazer did not diminish Ferguson's status, he tightened his purse strings. His parsimony in the transfer market had long left Ferguson discontented. Within the VIP corridor, Ferguson engaged in conversation with Glazer. From an initially calm tone, Ferguson's voice escalated in pitch, revealing his mounting frustration. It was evident that he did not receive the answers he sought. Meanwhile, on the pitch, the unfortunate old bee was equally engulfed in anxiety. Damn it, that Alec fellow. After over 80 minutes of scrutiny, the old man despaired, realizing that the player he intended to assess seemed utterly incompatible with Suchin. No, it wasn't merely a matter of incompatibility. Rather, it appeared that Alec was entirely incapable of emulating Milito's playing style. This posed a significant dilemma. Could it be that Croatia, in the forthcoming World Cup, is destined to rely solely on long passes? If the strategy truly is that simplistic, how could they possibly aspire to victory? Contemplating this, the old man felt a twinge of embarrassment himself. He had been preoccupied with the challenge of leading Croatia into the World Cup. How could he now dare to entertain thoughts of the illustrious trophy? The old man was in a state of anxiety. Meanwhile, in the VIP stands, the one who appeared most despondent was the once-spirited Diego Maradona. As the king of football, Maradona's singular ambition as the head coach of the Argentine national team was to elevate Argentina to the throne of glory. To achieve this, he had even contemplated bringing 7 forwards to the World Cup to unleash a torrent of attacks against the world's elite teams. However, after today's match, he found himself somewhat bewildered. Indeed, the football king was taken aback. The good news was that the forward he had scouted, Milito, scored a stunning goal in the Champions League final. Yet, the bad news was that his trusted defensive cornerstone had, due to his own shortcomings, allowed the team to concede 4 goals, 3 of which were a direct result of his deplorable performance. The match at the Bernabeu Stadium was still underway. In the 90th minute, the 4th official raised the sign indicating 2 minutes of stoppage time. Cesar delivered another powerful goal kick. Schweinsteiger reached it first. However, Ribery, upon receiving the ball, opted not to attempt another breakthrough, but instead passed it back to a teammate. In the 91st minute and 45 seconds, Sasser collected the ball from the ball boy and carefully placed it before him. With another mighty kick, he sent the ball soaring once more. In that moment at the Bernabeu, all the Inter Milan fans began an electrifying countdown. 10, 9, 8. In the 92nd minute, the referee, without hesitation, blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The game was over. The match concluded with a score of 4:00. At the Bernabeu Stadium, Inter Milan triumphed over the formidable Bundesliga giants Bayern Munich, successfully claiming the UEFA Champions League title for the 2009-2010 season. This was undeniably a memorable Champions League campaign. A team that had been dismissed by many at the onset of the league, powered by their indomitable spirit and tireless efforts, had made it to this moment. They had eliminated the Premier League champions Chelsea. They had also ousted the illustrious Barcelona, who had achieved a historic sextuple. In the final showdown, they had once again vanquished the dominant Bayern Munich. From the group stages onward, they had forged a path through every obstacle. In these 13 matches, we remember the young prodigy Suchin, who shattered the record with 18 goals. We also recall the once-forward Eto'o, who willingly transformed under Mourinho's guidance into a player comparable to a wing-back. Yet, our memories encompass far more than these. Diego Milito, the one who repeatedly performs miraculous feats of scoring. Thiago Motta, who valiantly tackles the most challenging defenses for the team. Esteban Cambiasso, whose steadiness in midfield is as solid as a rock. Wesley Sneijder, the former Real Madrid player orchestrating the entire offensive tempo of Inter Milan. Javier Zanetti, the soul of the team, steadfastly holding the fort at 36. Lucio, the defender who obstructs every goal attempt in the penalty area. And lastly, we must not forget Jose Mourinho, who, under immense pressure, integrated Suchin into the starting lineup since the beginning of the season. I firmly believe that this Inter Milan team will undoubtedly be etched in the annals of football history. They may lack superstar icons, but their journey to this point relies solely on one word: unity, just as described in the club's founding declaration. A magnificent evening adorned their emblem with the colors, blue and black against a golden starry backdrop. They are known as Inter, for they embody the most united brotherhood in the world. At the Bernabeu Stadium, when the referee's whistle blew, the entire Inter squad, already poised at the sidelines, surged onto the pitch like a whirlwind. Suchin paid no heed to the incessant notifications blaring from the system and charged forward towards Eto'o. In that moment, all the Inter players embraced one another. In the stands, fervent Inter fans erupted into their wildest cheers. They had sung their anthem until their voices were hoarse. Yet they continued to chant the name of the miraculous young star who had scored twice. Suchin, Suchin, Suchin. As the protagonist, Suchin naturally joined in the embrace with all his teammates. Meanwhile, the journalists at the scene excitedly followed closely behind him, fervently clicking their shutters. They knew that starting tomorrow, this young man, who had shattered 2 scoring records, would become the brightest star in the world. However, amidst the celebration of the Inter players, one individual remained apart. He did not celebrate wildly, pointing to the sky as he had after triumphing over Barcelona. Instead, he strolled slowly across the grass of the Bernabeu, hands in pockets, like a general savoring victory. Countless journalists surrounded him, while the defeated Bayern players lay around him like captured prisoners, devoid of any jubilant expressions. Even on his weathered face, there was a hint of melancholy. Under the gaze of thousands, the man with graying hair lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. He resembled a king, a ruler. Amidst the dazzling lights, the special one surveyed the grandeur of the stadium. As if concluding one chapter and preparing to embark on a new journey. Go speak with Jose when he exits the locker room. Remember, we desire more than just Jose. Let him bring Sue to the car. Regardless of the means employed, we must secure that victory. The king reigns supreme. A new dynasty, a new era seems to have truly commenced at this very moment. The chapter of Inter Milan is drawing to a close, while a new World Cup tale is about to unfold. Here, I bow deeply to all the readers who have cast their votes for me. Illustrations will be ready by tomorrow morning. Bang! Of course, in conclusion, I humbly implore for your monthly votes once more. I wish to remain among the top 50 on the monthly voting list, relying solely on the generosity of my esteemed supporters. Chapter 106. The color of miracles is blue and black, as the moment of the madman's tears arrives. If miracles were to be adorned in color, for Inter Milan, the miraculous hue belongs solely to blue and black today. As Mourinho reigns, all the players of Inter Milan are fervently shouting, leaping, and expressing their exuberance. Amidst the resounding anthems, they suddenly glimpse the man encircled by reporters. No one incited them, yet over 20 players rushed towards him in unison. Suchin was the first to sprint to the madman's side. After enveloping him in a warm embrace, Eto'o lifted the madman's legs. Zanetti supported his waist, while Lucio hoisted him up. Thus, amidst the passionate roars of all the Inter Milan players, the madman was tossed into the air repeatedly. They knew that their journey to this moment was entirely due to this man's efforts. In the stands, over 40,000 Inter Milan fans had already taken over the Bernabeu. Lo sai per un gol. Io darei la vita la mia vita. 90 minuti per segnare. Nerazzurri. Nerazzurri. The deafening chorus of the Inter Milan anthem resonated through the skies of the Bernabeu for the very first time. Following the fervent celebrations, the Inter players began to extend friendly greetings to their Bayern counterparts. Amidst the frenzy of countless reporters capturing the moments, Suchin approached the despondent Klose. To be candid, since the previous lifetime, Suchin has been an admirer of K. Although Klose appeared forlorn now, Suchin knew that this German football leader had yet to experience his most glorious moments. In 2010 and 2014, this veteran graced the World Cup stage twice, continually breaking his own scoring records. Only when his contemporaries sat in the stands did the world truly recognize Klose's greatness. Suchin is not one for consolation. He could merely extend his right hand to Klose, helping him rise from the pitch. Standing before Suchin, Klose finally took a serious look at this young player, often referred to by the media as Klose's successor. Congratulations to you. Well, it is evident that Klose is not particularly loquacious. Under the gaze of countless media lenses, the two embraced briefly. Suchin sought out Klose, while on the other side, Melito approached his national teammate Tenacious. The match had seen his blunders lead to 3 goals conceded. Even the normally boisterous Tenacious found himself engulfed in despair at that moment. Melito, with a cheerful demeanor, walked over and clasped Tenacious' shoulder, attempting to lighten the mood. Do not wear such a long face. It was merely the Champions League. There will be another opportunity next time. It was clear that Melito was not adept at offering consolation. What do you mean, merely the Champions League? Tenacious retorted, incredulous. Haha, well, there will be future chances. After all, Croatia is in the same group as us, right? The World Cup is approaching, and you'll have your chance to return. Upon hearing this, Tenacious seemed to have a realization, pushing away his national teammate beside him. What kind of person are you? How can you be so demoralizing? I have already been humiliated by Sue and the club. Do you expect me to take revenge on the World Cup stage? The players exchanged pleasantries, while the head coaches of both teams also congregated. Mourinho, facing his mentor, exhibited no signs of the arrogance typical of a victor. Likewise, despite being thoroughly vanquished by his pupil, Van Gaal graciously opened his arms to embrace this former protege, who had once merely stood behind him as a translator. The Minter-student rivalry, at this moment, officially drew to a close. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes of waiting, the staff at the Bernabeu Stadium completed the setup for the award ceremony. Following a rousing musical interlude, UEFA President Michel Platini ascended the stage. This legendary figure, born in 1955, grasped his notes under the watchful eyes of the audience. The first item on the award ceremony agenda was the introduction of the officiating referee team for the match. Given the significance of the Champions League final, it was evident that the referees had executed their duties with remarkable precision. Throughout the 92 minutes of the match, there was not a single controversial decision that aroused dissent among the players on either side. Of course, this might stem primarily from the fact that neither of these teams were favored by the one holding the notes. After the referee team's award presentation concluded, the Inter Milan players, under Mourinho's guidance, quickly formed two lines. Following Platini's announcement of the runners-up, the entire Inter squad lined up to applaud the Bayern players. Reluctantly, yet with a sense of duty, the Bayern team, under Van Gaal's leadership, traversed through the applause of Inter and ascended the podium. Soon enough, including Van Gaal, the entire Bayern team exited the Bernabeu immediately after receiving the runners-up silver medal from Platini. They understood that from this moment forth, this stadium, this grand stage, would solely belong to Inter Milan. Finally, as the Bayern players departed the scene, the most anticipated moment for the Inter fans arrived. The champions of the 2009 to 2010 UEFA Champions League, Inter Milan. Amidst Platini's deliberately elevated call, the entire Inter squad, led by Mourinho, made their way to the spotlight-drenched champions stage. With a beaming smile, Platini adorned each Inter player with their medal. In the stands, over 40,000 fervent Inter supporters waved their flags with fervor, singing the club anthem with ecstatic abandon. Once all the medals were awarded to the players, Platini wasted no time and presented the illustrious Champions League trophy, already positioned beside him, to Zanetti. Subsequently, accompanied by staff, Platini departed the stage. The 36-year-old soul of Inter, Zanetti, gazed dreamily at the magnificent trophy in his hands. Captain! Captain! Behind him, Samuel, Eto'o, and Lucio, unable to contain their excitement, surged forward, drawn to the trophy. Meanwhile, the Bernabeu was illuminated, with every spotlight converging on the stage. Roars of joy erupted from the Inter supporters, and the DJ fittingly began to play the triumphant anthem designated for champions. At last, amidst the cacophony of cheers, Zanetti slowly placed the coveted trophy down before gathering his strength, waiting for the collective euphoria to reach its zenith. With a sudden flourish, he raised the trophy high above his head. "We are the champions! We are the champions! No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world." Under the exhilarating strains of the music, as Zanetti lifted the trophy, the podium erupted with golden fireworks. Suchian embraced Eto'o and Sneijder, dancing in rhythm with the music. Congratulations to Inter Milan. After a tumultuous journey, this team, once underestimated, ultimately claimed the coveted trophy they had longed for. Across 13 matches, we witnessed the unwavering determination of every Inter player. It was this steadfastness that enabled them to triumph over all adversaries to reach this moment. Thus concludes today's live broadcast on the Sports Channel. Lastly, congratulations to the lucky number 3354. You will receive a UEFA Champions League Super Gift Pack sponsored by Lining Sports. From the commentary booth, Old Huang, with a look of contentment, removed his earpiece. Though he had much more to express, he decisively concluded his remarks. Indeed, victory always seems to elude oneself, but what of the path for Chinese football? Last night, he stumbled upon a most astonishing rumor regarding a coach in the Chinese Super League. Yes, the very one he knew, who brazenly priced starting positions. How amusing. Such a person seems to be a key figure in the Football Association's nurturing program. Old Huang understood that the so-called change was merely a theatrical performance. Like a word inscribed, no matter how much you wash it, it remains a dirty thing. At the Santiago Bernabeu Stadium, the Inter Milan team continued their jubilant celebrations, and the fervent chants of their supporters echoed on. Everything appeared to be utterly perfect. Below the podium, the special one gazed at his disciples with satisfaction, aware that the countdown to departure had commenced. Yet, before that moment arrived, he wished to savor this final passionate instant with his beloved protégés. "Boss, come, let us take a picture," shouted Cesar, cradling the Champions League trophy as he rushed toward Mourinho, prompting his wife to capture the moment. "Give me one, Captain. I want a photo with the boss too," called out Materazzi, who, despite not having played in the final, had steadfastly guarded Inter's defense throughout the group and knockout stages. Little did he expect to achieve such an enviable treble at the twilight of his career. While no one had uttered the words that Mourinho would depart, it seemed that, from this moment, everyone sensed an impending change. Each teammate, Materazzi, Montari, Cambiasso, Lucio, Samuel, took turns capturing a moment with Mourinho. In the end, the entire Inter squad gathered around Mourinho, placing the trophy prominently before them for a final family portrait. In that photograph, their smiles radiated like sunlight piercing through the clouds. Even after the award ceremony concluded and the players began to embrace and return to the dressing room, the fervor of their triumph did not wane with the passage of time. Inside the locker room, these seasoned warriors of Inter continued to sing their club anthem with exuberance. Eto'o, embodying the spirit of a child, sprayed champagne joyfully. However, the atmosphere abruptly shifted upon Mourinho's arrival. The raucous cheers and songs faded into silence as all eyes turned to the impeccably dressed Mourinho. He struggled to speak, attempting 3 times to find his words, yet ultimately, they remained unspoken. Perhaps a formidable presence, akin to a madman, struggles to find the words to initiate a farewell. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Mourinho finally speaks. "I apologize. I recognize that uttering this now may be somewhat untimely. However, as your coach, I refuse to deceive you. I must depart." A hush falls over the room. Not merely silence, but the once jubilant atmosphere seems to plunge into a frigid stillness following his announcement. "Boss, what do you mean you are leaving?" Materazzi interjects. Although not the captain, his status as a veteran of Inter Milan grants him the right to voice this concern on behalf of all the players. "I must leave Inter Milan. We have achieved everything possible in Serie A, and I believe it is time for me to move on. I am profoundly grateful for the companionship you all have offered over these past 2 years. You, Zanetti, Samuel, I truly appreciate each one of you. These 2 years at Inter have undoubtedly been the happiest of my life. Truly, every championship we secured together will forever hold a paramount place in my heart." His words falter, and the resolute man finds himself choked with emotion. "Boss, don't go. We are not finished yet. Next year, we can win again." Zanetti speaks. As the captain, he understands that Mourinho's departure may carry deeper implications. Many of Inter's seasoned veterans have contracts that are set to expire. Although Inter is a club filled with camaraderie, no one will sign contracts that merely serve as a safety net for retirement. The United States, the Middle East, these are the places suited for their twilight years. With the Champions League secured, everyone's dreams have been fulfilled. Henceforth, what they require is a sense of reality. Perhaps this very reason compels Mourinho to believe it is indeed time for him to depart. After all, he has elevated Inter to an unparalleled pinnacle that may never be surpassed. Perhaps withdrawing at the height of success is indeed the wisest choice. Yet, even though Zanetti comprehends all of this, he still yearns to retain Mourinho, for he knows the strength of this Inter lies solely in the resolute and audacious figure standing before them. He will confront the world's media for his players. He will battle against the despicable forces for the sake of his team. As the helmsman, he governs all aspects of Inter, selflessly dedicating himself to aid the club. "I apologize." The madman offers no direct response. He merely stands there, head held high. "Boss, thank you." At last, after a brief moment of calm, Zanetti realizes the entirety of the situation. As captain, he rises and approaches Mourinho. He understands that Inter's great ship has indeed reached its port. Upon reaching the madman's side, Zanetti embraces him. Following suit are Materazzi, Samuel, Lucio, and Sneijder. Each player from Inter Milan approached to embrace Mourinho, right until the very end. When Suchin stepped forward, Mourinho's gaze suddenly flickered as though a memory had surged forth. Yet, the words he intended to utter were swallowed back. He merely patted Suchin on the back before turning to open the locker room door with a resounding clang. After a brief pause, the enigmatic figure finally took a step forward. At that moment, silence enveloped the locker room. No songs, no shouts, not even the murmur of conversation. Even Eto'o, typically the life of the party, was subdued. Everyone quietly tidied their belongings, awaiting further instructions from the staff. Soon, the team leader called for the entire squad to begin their return journey. The bus was stationed at the exit, surrounded by a throng of journalists. News of Mourinho's impending contract with Real Madrid had already spread like wildfire after the match concluded. In that instant, the triumph of Inter Milan seemed to pale significantly, as they understood that next season, the most illustrious stage of the football world would unfold in La Liga. The monumental face-off between Mourinho and Guardiola would take place in Spain, where the likes of Kaká and Cristiano Ronaldo would lead Real Madrid into exhilarating super derbies against Messi and the Tiki-Taka Brigade. Click, click, click. An Audi with the license plate 0755CZD stood quietly behind the Inter bus, while countless reporters frantically pressed their shutters, eager to capture the moment when the special one would embark on his journey to Real Madrid. After what felt like an eternity, the Inter squad began to emerge from the exit. The journalists remained oblivious to the events that had transpired inside. They only noted that not a single player, who had just clinched the championship, displayed any sign of joy. They hurriedly exited the doorway and swiftly boarded the team bus. From Zanetti to the last, Materazzi, every player passed by the cameras with stoic expressions. Only Materazzi lingered, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality, standing in a corner. This compelled Suchin, already on the bus, to return, not out of sentimentality, but as a devoted Inter fan reluctant to miss the poignant moment of Mourinho bidding farewell to Materazzi. Finally, after much anticipation, the grizzled figure of Mourinho appeared before the reporters. The door of the Audi swung open. The Real Madrid general manager did not alight, but the staff swiftly cleared the encroaching journalists, escorting Mourinho into the vehicle. Thus, with the closing of the car door, the tale of Mourinho and Inter Milan seemed to reach its definitive conclusion. However, just as the car had barely traveled 5 meters, it came to an abrupt halt. The proud madman flung open the door and, without a moment's hesitation, strode towards Materazzi, who was leaning against the wall. No words were exchanged. Mourinho directly embraced both Suchin and Materazzi, bowing his head. Tears streamed down the madman's face uncontrollably. He had held back for far too long. However, as he sat in the Real Madrid vehicle preparing to depart, catching a glimpse of Materazzi and Suchin standing in the corner by the wall through the window, Old Mal could no longer contain himself. "Boss, I'm sorry." Amidst his choked sobs, the madman allowed his tears to soak his collar. After a considerable while, it seemed he had sufficiently vented his emotions. He lifted his head, wiped away the tears, and readied himself to return to the car. Casting a glance at Suchin, Old Mal restrained the impulse to pull Suchin into the Audi. He was leaving, and the Inter fans could forgive that. Yet, at such a moment, to take Suchin to Real Madrid would equate to severing the hopes of Inter fans as he departed. Despite having stipulated in his negotiations with Real Madrid that Suchin must join the club in the summer transfer window, he could not bring himself to do it. As for Florentino's demands, he decided to let that slide. Suchin helped Materazzi onto the bus, and even as they settled into their seats, Old Ma continued to weep profusely. "All right, the boss has given us enough. He has his own thoughts. All we can do is wish him well. That evening, it's my treat. No one is allowed to miss it." As the captain, Zanetti stepped forward in this moment. "Captain, what kind of treat are you offering?" "I've already told my wife to rest early." Eto'o, the LSP, chimed in. On a night like this, he certainly did not wish to attend a symphonic soiree, dancing the night away with his wife in a Zanetti-style party. Haha, you only think with your lower half. Indeed. How could the captain possibly take them to such a gathering at a time like this? The melancholy of parting seemed to fade amidst the playful banter of the crowd. Upon returning to the hotel, the celebrations for Inter were far from over. As the mainstay of Inter, how could he possibly be absent at such a time? In the hotel banquet hall, Moratti hosted a victory dinner for the entire Inter team. Even though it was already past midnight, the old man excitedly distributed the promised 30 million championship bonus to everyone. Once Moratti's dinner concluded, Suchin wasted no time and hurried off with Beckham and others to the Marti, a venue that Zanetti had long since reserved as the most luxurious nightclub in Madrid. Zanetti splurged extravagantly to book the entire top floor. In this most exclusive nightclub in all of Madrid, the Inter team indulged in a splendid celebration. On this night, apart from the admirable Zanetti, not a single individual returned to the hotel. Champions, forever accompanied by the most fervent of hormones. At 10 in the morning, Suchin finally extricated himself from several pairs of arms. Indeed, Suchin had lost his memory. As a pivotal contributor to the championship victory, he truly had no recollection of how much he had consumed. While alcohol may impact one's body, athletes are, after all, human. With the season concluded and the coveted Champions League title acquired, something many players dream of throughout their lives, Suchin could hardly concern himself with the merits of drinking. Rubbing his somewhat swollen head, he hastily located his trousers and emerged from his room. Upon reaching the lounge, Suchin discovered that most of the Inter Milan players were already seated, awaiting him. As for the nightclub, known for its unparalleled privacy, Marty's confidentiality measures were undeniably impeccable. After navigating several laps in the underground parking, the vehicle carrying the Inter players finally exited a hospital parking lot in Madrid. Once back at the hotel, and with Beckham yet to return, Suchin was eager to check the system for any rewards associated with his remarkable achievements this season. However, despair washed over him when he delved into the system, for the coveted rewards he had longed for had indeed arrived. Yet, at this critical juncture, the system had unexpectedly updated. Under the treble bonus, it seemed that the rewards had become overwhelmingly formidable. The system had directly transitioned to version 30, with this latest update extending from an exaggerated 72 hours to a staggering 144 hours. 6 days indeed. Well, the season's matches had all concluded. So let the system update unfurl. While Suchin was engrossed in examining his system at the hotel, in a private cafe in Madrid, a kindly old man with a red nose finally awaited the arrival of someone he had long anticipated. Upon seeing his most cherished disciple, he greeted him with an enthusiastic embrace. "Boss, David." Following the embrace, the two took a seat, and the old man wasted no time in expressing his intentions to Beckham. "Come on, David. Return home. In the new season, join that Sue and come to Manchester United." Meanwhile, at the Haas Hotel in Madrid, Raiola, emerging from a throng of women, impatiently picked up his phone. However, upon seeing a familiar name on the screen, he immediately awakened to attention. "Good morning, Mr. Perez." "Haha. Yes, I understand. It's time." After exchanging pleasantries, Raiola hung up the phone, and at that moment, the smile faded from his face. "Oh, so they plan to sign Sue now? These fellows are truly presumptuous. The World Cup is approaching, and given Sue's capabilities, breaking the record of 5 goals in this edition seems quite feasible, especially with his prowess in heading. Should Sue achieve this record and secure the title of top scorer at the World Cup, one can only imagine the value he would command. It is merely the day after Inter Milan's championship victory, yet the news surrounding their triumph appears to be losing its fervor. Rumors swirl. Did Ferguson secretly meet Beckham? Is the Manchester United prodigal son returning? Real Madrid officially bids for Inter's sharpshooter Suchin, heralding the era of the three giants. Wenger rushes to Madrid overnight. The football world is in an uproar. Suchin, a name that has become the focal point of attention just a day after Inter's victory. As the world eagerly anticipates Suchin's next destination, he finds himself mysteriously whisked away by Mourinho from the hotel where the Inter team is staying. Despite having left Inter, Mourinho seems reluctant to relinquish his dream striker. Meanwhile, as the football world prepares to vie for Suchin, another figure has spent the entire night devising a unique tactical plan tailored specifically for him. Oldby, the Champions League has concluded. Oldby understands that the curtain has fallen on the grand spectacle orchestrated by the eccentric Mourinho. Now, it is time for his own brilliance to shine on the world stage. His first order of business is to meticulously replicate yesterday's Inter Milan success within his Croatian squad. After all, Croatia's opening match in the World Cup is against the Asian powerhouse, South Korea. Although Croatia has never faced South Korea, and Oldby is not well acquainted with their capabilities, one must not underestimate a team that has reached the World Cup semifinals. To tackle South Korea, he must diligently research how to assemble a dazzling support lineup for the prolific scorer, Suchin. This chapter concludes with Chapter 107, the final glorious chapter of the Blue-Black saga, the culmination of Inter Milan's era. Sue. This is Real Madrid's manager, Baldano. In a discreet cafe in Madrid, Mourinho introduces Suchin to the Real Madrid general manager. "Hello, Sue. Last night's match was truly spectacular. You are undoubtedly the most gifted young talent I have ever encountered. To say your talent rivals that of an 18-year-old Ronaldo is no exaggeration. Of course, I mean the Brazilian one." Baldano's words immediately alleviate the initially tense atmosphere. "Thank you, Mr. Baldano." While Suchin is aware that Baldano is flattering him, being compared to someone with extraterrestrial talent brings immense joy, even to someone as composed as Suchin. After all, that Ronaldo secured the Ballon d'Or at the age of 20, leaving the football world in awe of his extraordinary presence. Had it not been for his susceptibility to serious injuries, Ronaldo could undoubtedly have reached heights that neither Messi nor Cristiano Ronaldo could ever aspire to. At the very least, with Ronaldo alone, the Brazilian national team could have added several more stars to their illustrious trophy collection. All right, Sue, take a seat. The sight of Su Qin still standing prompted Mourinho to gently press him down onto the chair. What would you like to drink? Just water will suffice. Very well. Jose, you have indeed raised a remarkably disciplined child. There were no ambiguous opening remarks. Once the coffee and water ordered by the trio were served, Valdano candidly divulged the purpose of his invitation to Su Qin. Sue, as the new season approaches, Real Madrid requires your talents. The club has begun preparing an offer for you, and we would like to know your thoughts. Su Qin was not naive. He had already surmised the clandestine purpose of Real Madrid's interest when Mourinho first contacted him. A move to Real Madrid? To be honest, deep down, Su Qin was rather eager about the prospect. After all, what player doesn't harbor a dream of wearing the royal white? However, prior to his arrival, he had conferred with Raiola. At this juncture, he needed to adhere to one resolute statement. He had no intentions of leaving Inter Milan. This did not mean he was truly against transferring. Rather, he intended to postpone discussions about transfers until after the World Cup. What is the World Cup? The notion of playing for national glory is often reserved for the natives, for someone like him, who has inhabited this Chinese body. The World Cup represents the finest battleground for personal acclaim. Much like James Rodriguez, who skyrocketed in value after clinching the Golden Boot in a single World Cup. With his dual identity as a top scorer, if he were to add the luster of a World Cup Golden Boot to his name, who could predict the extent to which his market value might soar during the summer transfer window? What does market value signify? It is a symbol of status. Regardless of which team one joins, as long as the market value is sufficiently high, age becomes irrelevant to one's standing in the new squad. Furthermore, Real Madrid currently boasts superstars like Cristiano Ronaldo and Kaká, even with Mourinho at the helm. If he arrived without substantial value, would he not merely serve as a supporting player? Indeed, during his time at Inter, he had been classified as a pivot striker. Yet, having shattered 2 scoring records, could he willingly continue to play a supporting role, feeding the likes of Ronaldo or Kaká? Alas, people are inherently self-serving. There is little room for genuine willingness, only a sense of inevitability. I apologize, Mr. Valdano, but I am quite happy at Inter Milan and do not wish to leave the team. With unwavering conviction, Su Qin firmly declined the olive branch extended by Valdano. As expected, upon hearing this, a look of astonishment instantly crossed Valdano's face. He glanced at Mourinho with a bewildered expression, as if to say, how does this differ from our previous assumptions? In the eyes of Valdano, for an 18-year-old youth to be personally invited by such a figure to join one of the world's finest clubs is an occasion that, at the very least, should elicit a semblance of pride and exhilaration, if not tears of joy. However, as Su Qin's words seemingly sealed the matter, Valdano turned to Mourinho in a plea for assistance. Su, there is truly no need to rush into contemplating a transfer. Your paramount focus should be on the World Cup. Mourinho, who had remained silent until now, disregarded Valdano's desperate glance. As Su Qin's mentor, old Eto'o understood that this 18-year-old possessed a maturity far beyond that of his peers. Indeed, this lad had always shared an uncanny likeness to him, and moreover, Su Qin had grown up in a war-torn nation, which compelled him to mature at an earlier age than others. Yes, that is precisely my thought, boss. Haha, you rascal. By the way, when are you returning to Inter? The flight is at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You should head back early. Take a break from training for a few days. You've toiled relentlessly all season. It's time to indulge in a well-deserved respite. Understood, boss. By the way, will you be returning to Milan? I believe the fans would be thrilled to see you at the championship celebration. I shall not return. I have done all I could. Given the current circumstances, my presence would not be beneficial. I understand, boss. That settles it. After bidding farewell to Valdano, Su Qin departed without delay. Hey, Jose. Why didn't you counsel him properly just now? Valdano inquired, puzzled, as soon as Su Qin exited. In Valdano's view, it would have been a simple matter for Mourinho to entice Su Qin to Real Madrid with a few empty promises. Valdano, Su is not like the others. Without offering a direct response, Mourinho merely sipped his coffee, stood up, and left. He was acutely aware that Su Qin's refusal of Valdano must stem from his own convictions. If he were resolute in his unwillingness to join Real Madrid, then even Mourinho's entreaties could only serve to fracture their relationship. Let us wait a while longer. If that lad does not come to Real Madrid, he is unlikely to hastily seek out another club. After all, he has the formidable Raiola standing behind him, a figure that causes distress for clubs worldwide. After leaving Mourinho, Součin had scarcely settled into his hotel room when he was once again whisked away by Beckham. Without needing to think, Součin could surmise that Beckham was taking him to meet someone. Sure enough, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the rosy-faced, red-nosed old man. For a full half hour, the old man passionately outlined the bespoke formation he had devised for Součin for the upcoming season. One could not help but be impressed by Ferguson's earnest demeanor, coupled with tactical arrangements that revolved entirely around Součin as the focal point. Součin indeed felt a flicker of excitement. However, as he had been advised by Raiola, he gracefully declined Ferguson's overtures, expressing his reluctance to leave Inter Milan. Of course, the season Ferguson displayed no signs of disappointment. He was acutely aware of Raiola's influence behind Součin. At that moment, his primary aim was to leave a favorable impression on Součin, emphasizing the value he placed on him. In terms of historical prestige and financial power, Manchester United could not compete with Real Madrid. Yet, when it came to valuing Součin, Ferguson could confidently assure him that should he join Manchester United, he would undoubtedly be a pivotal figure. In that club, no one dared to defy Ferguson, not even the American owner above him. After returning to the hotel with Beckham, Součin anticipated a well-deserved rest. However, he was taken aback when Raiola called to inform him that someone wished to meet. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and Součin was reluctant to entertain anyone. Unfortunately, the individual in question was someone he could not refuse, Professor Wenger, a figure renowned in the Premier League. On par with Ferguson, in a nearby cafe, Součin met the illustrious tactician. Despite his fatigue, he maintained a demeanor of utmost respect in the presence of the professor, especially after Wenger laid out a clear tactical plan. Indeed, Wenger's insights were impressive, having crafted a strategy tailored specifically for Součin, which sparked a sense of enlightenment within him. Unlike Ferguson's singular focus on a lone striker, Wenger boldly entrusted all offensive responsibilities for the upcoming season to Součin. In this tactical framework, Eduardo, his compatriot on the national team, played a crucial role, observing the meticulously devised strategy. Součin felt it was remarkably suitable for Croatia's current lineup. Thus, while he politely declined Wenger's proposition, he made a mental note of the professor's tactical insights. Součin contemplated sharing this strategy with Bilic, uncertain if it would be implemented. But at least it offered Croatia a glimmer of hope against teams that favored possession-based play during the World Cup. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Součin finally boarded the flight back to Milan. Unfortunately, the much-anticipated figure did not materialize on the plane. The only sight that graced the cabin was the gleaming Champions League trophy stationed at the front row. "Hey, Sue, are you really considering a transfer?" Eto'o whispered, leaning in closer to Součin. Since the previous day, numerous media outlets had reported on the possibility of Součin's transfer, and the speculation was mounting. The media has directly exposed photographs of Součin in clandestine meetings with Baldano, Ferguson, and Wenger. Real Madrid, Manchester United, and Arsenal have naturally emerged as the latest rumored destinations for Inter Milan star striker Součin. As an old teammate, Eto'o is eager to learn whether his younger brother will indeed depart from Inter Milan as the reporters suggest. What nonsense is this? Sue, don't deceive me. Remember, I was the first to share my intention to join Inter with you. I assure you, I have no plans to leave, at least not for now. Eto'o chuckled. See, Sue, I knew you were contemplating a departure. I never said that. However, if you truly decide to leave, I recommend you go to Real Madrid. Huh? What did you say? To Real Madrid? Why is that? Just think about the reaction from Barcelona's higher-ups, especially each time you play a derby at Camp Nou. Picturing the expressions on their faces brings me such delight. Phil, I believe you've become somewhat obsessed. All right, Sue, speak your mind. How does it feel? As a forward from La Masia, to hang your jersey at Camp Nou? Well, Phil, it certainly felt exhilarating. Hey, in that match, you scored 3 goals. Just imagine. If you join Real Madrid and score 4 or 5, you could flaunt 5 fingers while hanging your jersey at Camp Nou. Hold on, Phil. How much do you dislike Barcelona? On the plane, Součin covered his mouth and, along with Eto'o, engaged in playful banter. At 6 o'clock that afternoon, the chartered flight carrying the entire Inter Milan team finally descended slowly at Milan International Airport. Even while taxiing, The passengers could hear the deafening cheers from outside the windows. Let us go. Mourinho is no longer here. The leader was naturally Zanetti. Under Zanetti's guidance, the entire Inter Milan team began to emerge from the cabin door. As Zanetti, holding the Champions League trophy, appeared, the cheers from the airport surged as if they would pierce the skies. 45 years of waiting. 45 years of perseverance. Finally, as the generation that witnessed Inter's glory ages, their beloved team stands once again at the pinnacle of the world. Lo sai, per un gol. Io dar ei la vida la mia vida. Nerazzurri, in oi saremo chuai. Am alla pazza interum la. Thus, from the moment they saw Zanetti raise the trophy, the anthem of Inter Milan became the continuous soundtrack of their journey home, echoing repeatedly, once, twice, thrice, like a living echo of the fans' fervor. As the stars of Inter Milan sat aboard the specially designed championship bus, they began engaging with the fervent supporters from the airport onward. Each time Javier Zanetti raised the trophy, the fans lining the streets echoed his gestures with jubilant shouts. This continued until the bus arrived at the Grand Piazza del Duomo in Milan. Before the historic landmark, which boasts over a century of history, Inter had already prepared the stage for their triumphant celebration. The moment the bus entered the piazza, the renowned Italian group Lost commenced their spirited performance. Frankly, Suchin found it difficult to comprehend the Italian taste in music. The melodies were undeniably grating, yet the crowd of Inter fans danced with reckless abandon, as if enchanted. After a considerable duration, Lost concluded their performance, and the host began the proceedings of the championship celebration, starting with Zanetti. One by one, each Inter player was called forth amidst the enthusiastic shouts of the host. Remarkably, Suchin, who had once been considered a mere supporting character by Barcelona, had spectacularly transformed into the star attraction of the celebration, thanks to his outstanding performance throughout the season. Once every player's name had been announced, the host glanced at the final name on the list. At last, the moment arrived. Let us welcome the top scorer of the 2009 to 2010 Serie A, the record holder for most goals in a single Serie A season, the leading scorer of the 2009 to 2010 UEFA Champions League, and the holder of the single-season goals record in the Champions League, Suchin. The host bellowed Suchin's name with palpable excitement, and the tens of thousands of Inter fans gathered in the piazza responded with a deafening cheer that could shake the very foundations of Milan. Suchin, Suchin, Suchin. In unison, the multitude chanted his name. Clad in an Inter Milan treble-winning commemorative shirt, Suchin swiftly made his way to the front, joining his teammates in the celebration. The grand festivities continued until 11 o'clock in the evening. By the time Suchin returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Exhausted from the day's events, he politely declined Samuel Eto'o's invitation for a night out. After greeting his waiting friend, Old Stan, Suchin retreated to his room for a well-deserved rest. The conclusion of the championship celebration signified the team's complete break from duty. That night, Suchin experienced a truly restful slumber, awakening the following day at 10 o'clock. Indeed, as Mourinho had suggested, Suchin intended to grant himself a week of well-earned respite. Despite the rigorous training regimen imposed by the system, Suchin, being but a mortal, recognized his need for substantial recovery after a season of relentless intensity. While Old Stan could not assist with training, the prospect of a holiday was undeniably enticing. This is undoubtedly an area of expertise for Old Stan. As soon as Suchin expressed his intention to take a week off, Old Stan's face lit up with excitement, and he began his impassioned speech. Haha, at last. It's my turn to shine. Let me put it this way. When it comes to training, I cannot compete with that fellow Hart. However, when it comes to vacations, Sue, tell me, what do you fancy? A romantic getaway along the enchanting Spanish coast? Or perhaps a delightful jaunt through the windmills of Amsterdam? Or even a wondrous expedition to distant Asia, immersed in the unique culture of Japan? Observing Old Stan's animated demeanor, Suchin suddenly began to regret his words. This old chap was increasingly resembling a promoter for his own interests. Sue, you've dedicated an entire season to relentless training. It is indeed time for a proper rest. How about this? I'll purchase the tickets right now, and our first destination will be the Netherlands. You wouldn't believe it, last year, when I secretly took that rascal Mario to the Netherlands, he caused quite a stir. Ultimately, Suchin did not heed Old Stan's plans. It was not that Suchin lacked integrity. Rather, their departure was disrupted by a phone call from Raiola. The reason was simple. Su Qin had received a plethora of endorsement contracts, not only from Europe but also from Asia, with numerous intentions to collaborate from countries such as China, Japan, South Korea, and Singapore, all converging at Raiola's doorstep. In summary, buoyed by the dazzling aura of being a record-breaking scorer in the Champions League, Su Qin had come tantalizingly close to the legendary status of Messi and Ronaldo. Furthermore, due to Su Qin's Asian heritage, an undeniable wave of admiration for him had swept across the entire continent. Of course, aside from his achievements, another significant reason for Su Qin's immense popularity was his striking good looks. In an era where David Beckham had aged, Su Qin had successfully assumed the mantle of captivating female football fans, rekindling their interest in the sport. Thus, Old Stan's meticulously planned travel itinerary was promptly abandoned. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Raiola, with his ample belly, arrived punctually at Su Qin's home. Upon entering, he immediately instructed his assistant to place a stack of documents on the table. "Su, my boy, you have truly skyrocketed to fame. Do you know that since the night before last, my phone has not ceased ringing? The number of endorsement proposals arriving at the office is astonishing. Not only from Italy but also from England, France, Germany, and Spain. These are relatively standard. At least their offers are within a reasonable range. But do you know? Your homeland, China, has been exceedingly generous. Just like I mentioned before regarding that pharmaceutical company, they have raised their offer to a staggering 200 million renminbi. It's utterly outrageous. That equates to a whopping 20 million euros, simply for you to film an advertisement and endorse them for 3 years. Can a pharmaceutical company truly recoup such a hefty advertising fee? Not merely engaged in the sale of pharmaceuticals, but also in men's fashion under the moniker Kimbox, which is not a sports brand. They too wish to enlist you as their spokesperson, asserting that your demeanor and physique align perfectly with their company's image. As for the remuneration, it amounts to a staggering 24 million euros over 4 years. I have inquired, and their only stipulation is that you don their brand during formal occasions, such as award ceremonies, when formal attire is required. Such simplicity. Raiola, while wiping the sweat from his brow, babbled on. Mino, what are your thoughts on these endorsements? When it comes to endorsement contracts, Su Qin genuinely finds himself at a loss regarding his current positioning. While he would never turn down an opportunity to earn, he understands that endorsements cannot be taken lightly. As for Kimbox, I believe it is entirely worth considering. The market for top-tier men's fashion endorsements is largely saturated, and recently, Armani renewed its contract with Cristiano Ronaldo for another 5 years, offering him a sum comparable to what Huaxia has proposed for you. Moreover, our agreement with Victoria does not encompass formal attire. Indeed, Raiola seems to have accounted for every detail. The lingerie segment is managed by Victoria's company, while the athletic line is poised to compete fiercely against Adidas and Nike. The only remaining segment, formal wear, is where Raiola can still provide substantial support. When one considers this, it appears that I need never worry about clothing in my lifetime. No, it's not merely a matter of having ample attire. Each time I don my clothes, I am profiting as well. Truly, being a top-tier football star is exhilarating. Reflecting on my inheritance, I recall the days spent at my uncle's home in Croatia, surviving on leftovers from his son's meals. Indeed, I have endured much to arrive at such a fortunate position. If only my parents had been luckier, they might have lived to witness this success. All right, Mino, please present to me the contracts you deem suitable, and I shall review them thoroughly. It is not that Su Qin lacks trust in Raiola. After all, having grown up in a cautious environment, it is wise to be meticulous in all endeavors, is it not? All right, Su, I have conducted a preliminary assessment. The endorsements we can entertain from Huaxia are roughly these two. The throat lozenges are the simplest, followed by Kimbox. Beyond Huaxia, the only other option is Samsung from Korea. The endorsement fee they offer is still substantial. Let us disregard the Korean option then. Why is that? Samsung is currently the leading mobile brand globally. Isn't it? No particular reason. Well, Su, I will decline that then. After all, as I have always said, the decision ultimately lies with you. Indeed, I must admit, what I appreciate most about Raiola is this very aspect. This fellow, though he may appear somewhat unsavory, genuinely prioritizes the players. In essence, he will handle all the arduous and unpleasant tasks for you. Recently, the antics of Balotelli, including his escapades with a Playboy bunny and other scandals, have always been orchestrated by Raiola, who deftly manages the narrative. Even when Balotelli found himself ostracized, he audaciously confronted the club, demanding his wages. This singular determination is what has kept Su Qin from contemplating a change in agents. As for Su Qin's refusal to endorse Samsung, it is not merely a matter of youthful rebellion. Indeed, his distaste for the brand plays a role, but fundamentally, he believes he has already secured his scoring prowess over the South Korean team on the World Cup stage. Given Croatia's current lineup, facing Argentina presents a challenge. While a match against Nigeria seems evenly matched, however, when it comes to the South Korean team, Su Qin is confident that, with his current striking capabilities, not only a hat trick, but even 5 goals should be well within reach. Having made up his mind to showcase his scoring statistics against the South Koreans, he realized that accepting an endorsement from Samsung could lead to a contractual breach, given the brand's propensity for such actions. The prospect of having the South Korean team compensate him for a breach of contract is undeniably enticing. Thus, should he consult Raiola for a more detailed strategy? After an afternoon of discussions, Su Qin finally organized his vacation itinerary. His first destination is to return to China to finalize the contract with Kinbox. In addition to negotiating endorsements with Raiola, Su Qin also revisited discussions concerning transfer opportunities for the upcoming season. As per Raiola's advice, Su Qin's primary focus should be on preparing for the World Cup, while Raiola has already laid the groundwork for potential moves, whether to Real Madrid, Manchester United, or even Barcelona. Moreover, Chelsea's owner, Abramovich, has prioritized Su Qin on the club's list of summer transfer targets. With Drogba aging, it is anticipated that he will depart the club within a year or two, and Su Qin would seamlessly fill the void in Chelsea's attacking lineup. Furthermore, it is inconceivable that the newly affluent Manchester City would overlook a candidate for the Ballon d'Or this season. In essence, Raiola possesses his own methods to elevate Su Qin's market value before the World Cup commences. While others may struggle with such endeavors, Raiola is undoubtedly up to the task. Admittedly, Raiola's reputation is not without blemishes, particularly among major clubs. However, this does not deter players from appreciating him. Notably, even years after Raiola's passing, Ibrahimovic candidly expressed that had Mino been alive, he would have continued playing, thereby generating commissions for Raiola. After all, he is the legendary Zlatan Ibrahimovic. Even the notoriously demanding Ibrahimovic held a fondness for Raiola, which speaks volumes about the latter's character. With Raiola's departure, the ever-enthusiastic Stan returned to his room, gazing longingly at Su Qin. "Why are you still dawdling? Pack your bags. We have a flight at 7 a.m. tomorrow," he exclaimed. "But Su, your luggage has already been sorted by Susan." Stan replied, "Well, actually, I was referring to your luggage. Mine? Are you suggesting that you intend to take me along to Asia?" "Well, I didn't explicitly say that, but if you wish to join, I wouldn't mind." "Haha. No problem, Su. I'll pack my bags right away. By the way, after our work in Huaxia, we could take a couple of days to enjoy the hot springs in Japan. Have you heard about Japan's hot spring culture? It's truly enchanting." "Hey, Stan, could you please be a bit more serious?" "Haha, all right, Su. I'm off to pack." Observing Stan's exuberance, Su Qin couldn't help but smile wryly. This old chap, how old is he? Yet he remains so childlike. However, the thought of a future without Stan's incessant chatter in this grand house feels strangely unsettling. Lost in thought, Su Qin reminisced about his arrival in Milan a year ago, when Stan had picked him up. Stan had complained about the road in front of the airport being under construction for 4 years, and now it seemed it would be 5. Additionally, he had mentioned the mayor's term nearing its end, and recently, while idly watching television, Su Qin had seen a new mayoral candidate promising to resolve the road issue. Stan had also shared tales of Milan's attractions, yet in the span of a year, Su Qin had not visited any of them. A significant part of the reason was his disinterest, but couldn't Stan have persuaded him to explore the city? As dusk approached, the last rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow across the living room through the expansive windows, transforming the blue-black carpet into a shimmering gold. Su Qin lifted his gaze to survey the luxurious residence he had not inhabited for long. Although uncertain of his future path, he recognized that this chapter of his life in Milan, which had offered him hope and promise, was drawing to a close. "Oh dear, it's quite a fall. I isn't it, but we must pin this transitional phase, mustn't we? It cannot be all about competitions, can it? Finally, I earnestly seek the support of all the esteemed patrons for their monthly votes." End of chapter. Chapter 108. System 30 Major Update. The ultimate weapon of the perfect demon. Hey, don't crowd at the front. Su Qin's flight is at 11 p.m., and it's only 9 p.m. now. What's the rush? Well, if we don't squeeze in now, when will we have the chance to see? Indeed, Su Qin's return to China was a mere 3 days, filled with a packed schedule. The airport was the only place where one might catch him for an autograph on a jersey. Elsewhere, the prospect was futile. Alas, how I wish he could linger a few more days, and perhaps engage in a friendly match with our Goan team. However, with the World Cup approaching, it is likely that Su Qin must report to Croatia early. Speaking of the World Cup, what I anticipate most is how he will perform against the Koreans. In Serie A and the Champions League, he has demonstrated his prowess with spectacular headers. I wonder if the Koreans can withstand his skill? Yet, let us not dwell on discouraging topics. I am here to see Su Qin, and I have my jersey ready. At the vast Beijing International Airport, starting from 6 in the morning, countless fans gathered to welcome Su Qin, the record-breaking Golden Boot winner of Serie A. Combined with his accolades as Champions League champion and top scorer, has catapulted his already considerable popularity in China to unprecedented heights. Moreover, among the multitude of domestic fans, female supporters constitute a significant portion. Upon learning that Su Qin would arrive at the Beijing airport on the morning of the 29th, many female fans took prompt action, with some even choosing to spend the night at the airport. Their sole desire was to catch a glimpse of the superlative Chinese star they had admired on television for the past year. Naturally, a close encounter, perhaps even an autograph, would be an added delight. At 11 a.m., Flight 23441 from Milan landed punctually on the runway of Beijing International Airport. As the control tower announced the smooth landing, the airport erupted in excitement. A throng of supporters clad in Inter Milan jerseys surged toward the arrival gate. Fortunately, the airport had preemptively contacted a security firm to summon all available personnel back from leave, ensuring that despite the overwhelming crowd, order was maintained. "Hey Su, we have arrived. Wake up." Old Stan, brimming with excitement, roused Su Qin, who was still in deep slumber, wearing a sleep mask on the plane. "Oh, we've arrived. Quickly, let's go. The car from the hotel is waiting in the parking lot." As Old Stan gathered everyone's luggage, Raiola donned his sunglasses and prepared to depart. However, just as Su Qin finished tidying up, the flight attendants, having endured a long flight, eagerly surrounded him, requesting photos together. Though pressed for time, Su Qin did not wish to disappoint these ardent fans, especially the lovely flight attendants. He signed autographs and posed for pictures, and of course, his pockets occasionally filled with little notes bearing phone numbers. To be honest, Su Qin had long since grown accustomed to receiving phone numbers throughout the year. Although the quality was indeed commendable, it was a pity that Su Qin lacked the courage to make that call. Who knows how many people had been given the wrong number, and how many others were misled. Thus, after disembarking from the plane, Su Qin promptly discarded all the phone numbers into the trash bin. Old Stan, who had been following closely behind Su Qin, felt his heart shatter at this sight. He was on the verge of rushing over to lift the lid of the bin and retrieve those numbers. Watching Su Qin squander such opportunities, Old Stan truly wanted to exclaim that Su Qin was oblivious to the plight of those less fortunate. Su Qin, Su Qin, Su Qin. Just as he arrived at the exit, he was engaged in discussions with Raiola regarding the itinerary for their trip to Japan. Upon turning a corner, the overwhelming throng of people startled Su Qin. A sea of security personnel clad in black uniforms stood before the exit, while facing them was an endless wave of fervent fans. Dressed in blue and black Inter Milan jerseys, they raised posters adorned with their team's emblem, repeatedly chanting Su Qin's name. This spectacle, to be honest, Su Qin had never witnessed anything like it before. In Milan or during matches in Europe, there were fans, but none could compare to the sheer scale of what he was experiencing in his homeland. After all, the population of his country was a force to be reckoned with. "Hey Su, let us move quickly. If you linger here for a few more minutes, it could turn chaotic." It was evident that Raiola was equally taken aback by the scene before them. Although he represented numerous stars, including legends like Ibrahimovic and Nedved, none had ever drawn a crowd of this magnitude. "Su, is your influence in our homeland truly this formidable?" After pulling Su Qin, who was still waving at fans and even stopping to sign a few autographs, into the terminal, Raiola hurriedly inquired. "This is my first return to my homeland after the season ended. How would I know?" Su Qin admitted, genuinely perplexed about how he had garnered such immense popularity domestically. As Su Qin pondered this, Raiola sighed heavily. "What's wrong, Mino?" "Oh, Su, had I known your popularity was this overwhelming, we could have negotiated a more lucrative contract." "Indeed, Raiola's character remained unchanged, fixated solely on the filthy lucre. Upon exiting the airport, Su Qin smoothly arrived at the hotel. As anticipated, throngs of his fans surrounded the vicinity of the hotel. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon, when staff from Throat Treasure finally escorted Su Qin away, that these exuberant fans reluctantly dispersed. Speaking of the story behind Throat Treasure, anyone familiar with football would undoubtedly know it. During the time when Ronaldo graced China with the Galaxy's star-studded lineup, the female CEO of Throat Treasure had initially sought to have Ronaldo endorse her product. However, the exorbitant endorsement fee caused her to reconsider. Nevertheless, being a formidable woman in her own right, the endorsement was beyond her financial reach. Yet treating Ronaldo to a meal seemed quite feasible. Thus, this generous female executive spent a staggering $300,000 USD to personally invite Ronaldo to dinner. Naturally, upon hearing of such an extravagant offer, Ronaldo was more than willing to attend. While the other Real Madrid players indulged in a visit to the Forbidden City, Ronaldo met with the female executive from the Throat Lozenge Company. During the first half of the dinner, she strictly focused on the meal, avoiding any other discussions. Despite the language barrier, her exceptional social skills managed to keep Ronaldo in high spirits, and by the end of the evening, both host and guest were thoroughly pleased. However, as the saying goes, one is always beholden to the hand that feeds them. Even though Ronaldo was a foreigner, he was no exception to this sentiment. After a delightful meal, the executive promptly produced a pre-prepared Throat Lozenge jersey, sincerely stating her desire to take a commemorative photograph with Mr. Ronaldo, assuring him it would not be used elsewhere. Consequently, over the next 4 years, Ronaldo found himself appearing in primetime advertisements across numerous television stations in China, quite unintentionally. This clever maneuver propelled the struggling pharmaceutical company into the ranks of top national enterprises. Despite later discovering he had been deceived, Ronaldo swiftly took legal action against the executive and her company. Yet, given the distance and complexities involved, the matter ultimately faded away. In the aftermath, the Throat Lozenge brand savored the sweetness of having a top-tier football star as their spokesperson. As luck would have it, with Kaká's contract nearing its end, the company quickly shifted its focus to the rising star Su Qin. In a mere afternoon, Su Qin finalized the endorsement deal and completed the advertisement shoot. Standing in the studio, clad in the Throat Lozenge jersey, Su Qin performed a few tricks with the ball before wrapping up filming. The company, in turn, promptly deposited €20 million into his account post-signing. However, Su Qin found himself disheartened by Italy's exorbitant taxation, 462, which stands as the highest among the top 5 leagues. Frankly, had he been paying taxes in China, he would not have batted an eyelid, feeling a deep connection to his homeland. Yet, relinquishing half of his earnings to the Italians was something he truly resented. Upon returning to his hotel room, Su Qin sat on the sofa, visibly displeased, scrolling through his phone. As a top-tier agent, Raiola was undoubtedly aware of Su Qin's thoughts. "Hey, Su, how about we establish a charitable organization?" Upon hearing this suggestion from Raiola, Su Qin was momentarily taken aback. He is about to give away 10 million without any return, and what on earth is Raiola thinking? Actually asking him to spend his own money? He has experienced hardship and has no interest in donating his wealth for the sake of reputation. Su, do not get sidetracked. It seems you are still unaware of the clever methods players employ to legally evade taxes. Observing Su Qin's reluctant demeanor, Raiola felt compelled to enlighten him. Among the 5 major leagues, Syria currently imposes the highest personal income tax. However, despite this high taxation, players have their own legitimate ways to mitigate tax burdens. The most commonly utilized, and arguably the safest, method is through charitable endeavors. Many European nations have corresponding laws that allow for tax exemptions if charitable donations reach a certain amount. In other words, as long as players participate in charitable events or donate a portion of their income to charitable organizations, they can effectively avoid taxes. Among these strategies, the most ideal approach is to establish our own charitable foundation. By spending a portion of our money on genuine charitable activities, we can simultaneously minimize our tax obligations. After an hour-long lecture from Raiola, Su Qin was left in awe. He had finally grasped the underlying reason why many foreigners, particularly famous personalities, are so passionate about philanthropy. Especially those charity galas that provide opportunities for exposure. Celebrities are willing to invest hundreds of thousands or even millions in such events. It turns out that they are not merely altruistic benefactors. the real strategy lies here. Upon fully comprehending the true purpose of philanthropy, Su Qin immediately transformed into a remarkably benevolent individual. Without hesitation, he decided to dedicate all of his earnings to charitable causes. Conveniently, Raiola had already set up charitable foundations for each of his players over the years, making the process seamless. Thus, within less than a day, the War Orphans Charity Foundation, named after Su Qin, was officially established. Why did Su Qin opt for the category of war orphans? It was, of course, due to his own challenging childhood experiences, akin to those of Modric. The initial charitable donation of 20 million euros naturally came from Su Qin's earnings. After Raiola's careful calculations, it became evident that out of the 20 million, only about 5 million would genuinely be allocated to charitable pursuits. The remaining 15 million, while not to be touched lightly, still belonged to Su Qin. Particularly after establishing the charity and donating 20 million, his personal income tax rate plummeted from over 40% to just 23%. At last, Su Qin felt a sense of relief. Indeed, when it comes to matters like these, old Raiola is the most reliable. The day swiftly came to an end. After concluding his contract with Hobao Pian, Su Qin swiftly made his way to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. In this vibrant city, he secured a new endorsement agreement with Kinbox. However, this time, Mino had a cunning plan. In addition to the original endorsement contract, Mino insisted on a supplementary clause. The stipulations of this clause were quite straightforward. Should Su Qin achieve the Golden Boot at the upcoming World Cup in South Africa or win the Ballon d'Or by the year's end, Kinbox would be obliged to grant him an additional 20 in endorsement rewards. Naturally, upon hearing Mino's proposal, Kinbox's executives expressed no dissent. They were astute enough to recognize that whether Su Qin secured the Golden Boot or the Ballon d'Or, it would ultimately enhance Kinbox's visibility. In comparison to the potential increase in recognition, the 20 seemed a trivial expense. Thus, after 3 days of relentless work, Su Qin finally had the opportunity to rest. His next destination, as fervently recommended by Old Stan, was Japan. Originally, Mino intended to fly directly to Barcelona to handle Ibrahimovic's transfer after wrapping up Su Qin's affairs. However, upon learning that Su Qin and Old Stan were heading to Japan, Mino promptly dialed Ibrahimovic's number in Su Qin's presence. The message conveyed was simple. Su Qin's matters were not yet finalized, but he would arrive in Barcelona within a couple of days. Indeed, only such matters could momentarily delay Mino's relentless work. The 3 days in Japan proved to be the most rejuvenating of the entire year for Su Qin. From the snowy vistas of Mount Fuji to the exclusive hot springs of the Kii Peninsula and the customized experiences in Osaka Village, he donned sunglasses and explored the largest film production hub in Japan. Accompanied by Mino and Old Stan, Su Qin truly experienced and appreciated the breathtaking beauty and rich cultural heritage of Japan that he had only dreamt of before. However, even the most enchanting journeys must come to an end. After the 3rd day, disregarding Old Stan's wistful gaze, Su Qin boarded a flight back to Milan without hesitation. The reason was simple. His dormant system, which had been inactive for 6 days, was finally due for an update. Moreover, the coveted treble reward he had long anticipated was about to be unlocked. Upon returning to his villa from the airport, Su Qin tossed his luggage to Old Stan for unpacking and hurriedly retreated to his bedroom. After closing the door, he accessed the system. After 6 days of anticipation, Su Qin was genuinely astonished by the upgraded version 30 of the system. The previously simplistic interface had transformed into an exquisite human model display, surrounded by panels detailing his existing attributes. Offensive, 78. The host's comprehensive understanding of the movements of forward players and the timing of shots. With a maximum template of Trezeguet, 99. Acceleration, 80, 16 Belgian Soup's acceleration. The host's initial speed when receiving the ball or dribbling forward. With a maximum template of Ronaldo, 99. Dribbling speed, 81. The host's overall speed while in possession. With a maximum template of peak Kaka, 99. Physical balance, 95. Enhanced by both the Holland module and the talent tree. The host's overall attribute in physical confrontations has surpassed the maximum template character Adriano, 99. Shooting accuracy, 77. Enhanced when the 15 resilient attacker skill is activated. The host's overall attribute for shooting. With a maximum template of peak Ronaldo, 99. Shooting power, 75. Enhanced by the talent tree and the activation of the resilient attacker skill. Maximum template of peak Carlos, 99. Short pass accuracy, 71. Maximum template of Xavi, 99. Long pass accuracy, 69. Maximum template of David Beckham, 99. Heading, 95. Enhanced by the close heading module. Maximum template of the Golden Bomber Klinsmann, 99. These are still the old data from version 20. With the upgrade to 30, these simple statistics have been refreshed, revealing some finer details. Shooting technique, 72. Jumping, 88. Stamina, 84. Non-dominant foot accuracy, B. Durability, S. Injury tolerance, A. Well, these statistics have merely materialized. They hold little practical value for him now. However, the most crucial point has emerged. The training mode he previously deemed trivial has also been upgraded with the system. It has transformed from the master training directly into the superstar training mode. The shift from master to superstar, just by glancing at the name change. Su Qin knew this would be promising. Upon entering the superstar training mode, Su Qin was thoroughly astonished by the system's generosity. Superstar training mode. After comprehensive evaluation, the eligible superstar players include David Beckham, Eto'o, Vieira, Maicon, Sneijder, when the host shares the same team with the superstar training teammates. A random trigger of the superstar skill replication mode may occur. Upon replicating the skills of superstar teammates, the host can convert these replicated skills into permanent skills after a varying number of practice sessions. Overjoyed. Upon seeing this, Su Qin was instantly filled with uncontainable joy. He understood what this meant. Although it is randomly triggered, Su Qin was uncertain about the frequency of activation. Nevertheless, even if it were triggered just once a year, Su Qin could acquire an extraordinarily exaggerated skill. Taking a deep breath, Su Qin calmed his excitement and shifted his gaze away from the superstar training mode. He knew that the most important thing now was not the copying of skills. He also needed to check the precious modules bestowed upon him by his Triple Crown. Last season, just 2 modules enabled him to dominate both Serie A and the Champions League. Who knows what kind of extraordinary module the system might generate this time, given the high level of engagement? However, the only lament was that he could only utilize one of the 3 modules. Ding! The settlement of the 2009 to 2010 season is underway. Congratulations, host, on securing the Serie A championship, the Coppa Italia, and the Champions League title. The host shall receive 3 chances to draw from the module lottery. Ding! It has been detected that the host's engagement in all 3 championships is at a high level. Thus, the lottery's prize pool has been established as an epic level module. How touching! Reflecting on a year prior, when the system indicated that the host's engagement in the 3 championships was exceedingly low, resulting in modules akin to Wu Lei's nimble one-on-one, Lukaku's predatory instincts, and Lautaro's lethal strikes. A year has passed, and indeed, hardship has yielded sweetness. With this thought, Su Qin hesitated no longer and directly pressed the high-level lottery button thrice. In that instant, the previously unremarkable system space emitted a dazzling golden light, a stark contrast to the pale glow of lower-level modules. Just the brilliance of this legendary gold made Su Qin aware that this lottery was unlike any other. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the epic level module 3, Neymar's flamboyant dribbling module. Incredible! What a phenomenal start, Neymar. To have his dribbling skill is simply astonishing. Zlatan Ibrahimovic's spectacular goal module. Huh, the stylish strikes of the great warrior? The scorpion kick, dizzying the camera, the super bicycle kick? Just hearing the first 2 had Su Qin on the verge of jumping for joy. If the first 2 were this impressive, could the third possibly deliver a knockout? Perhaps a Maradona dribbling module? Or Messi's shoulder drop? However, the subsequent third module nearly made Su Qin curse in frustration. The Didier Drogba back-to-goal module. Seriously, the Drogba back-to-goal module. Well, it certainly qualifies as an epic-level module. Yet, he had already mastered Drogba's back-to-goal technique by the talent tree. What use is another Drogba back-to-goal module? Moreover, the most disheartening part was that this epic-level module could not be fused like the previous lower-level ones. This meant that one of the 3 modules he had longed for was now rendered useless. With this thought, Su Qin couldn't help but sigh despondently. After a considerable while, he managed to regain his composure. Well, having Neymar and Zlatan's spectacular shooting is sufficient. It is certainly better than having none. However, a new dilemma arose. Now that the system could only accommodate 3 modules, how should he choose? Erling Haaland's raw power was undoubtedly foundational and irreplaceable. Furthermore, The header prowess of Miroslav Klose seemed equally non-negotiable. In the concluding remarks, the choice ultimately lay between Neymar's ball control and Ibrahimovic's flamboyant shooting technique. Neymar, as his name suggests, is associated with enhancing one's ball control attributes. In contrast, Ibrahimovic naturally signifies an improvement in shooting prowess. After considerable contemplation, I, Suchin, resolved to equip myself with the Ibrahimovic module, which presently suits my needs best. Indeed, upon integrating the flamboyant shooting module, my shooting skills surged from a modest 72 to an impressive 92, a remarkable increase of 20 points. There was no euphoric sensation akin to a surge of electricity. Yet the anticipation of experiencing this enhancement would have to wait until the training camp commenced. Following the system update and the conclusion of the lottery, my life returned to a tranquil routine. Rising at 6 each morning for training and retiring promptly in the evening, I patiently awaited the start of the Croatian training camp. On June 2nd, with less than 14 days remaining before the World Cup's commencement, Croatia unveiled the final roster of 23 players for the tournament. Naturally, I appeared on this list as the star player. My teammate, Beckham, amid a whirl of controversy, secured his participation in the World Cup at the last moment. Upon seeing the news, I immediately called Beckham. Although I couldn't see his expression over the phone, his excitement was palpable in his voice. On June 3rd, I boarded the flight to Croatia's national training base. This time, upon arriving at Zagreb International Airport, I was no longer an unnoticed figure. The atmosphere was electric, filled with fervent Croatian fans. For those who had longed for a superstar striker to emerge in Croatia, my presence signified something substantial. While they may not replicate the miraculous run to the semifinals in 1998, at the very least, my presence alleviated any concerns about Croatia's chances of advancing from the group stage. With me in the squad, the only question remained whether Croatia would emerge as the group leader or runner-up. Sublak. Upon arriving in Zagreb, I understood the necessity of adapting to local customs. After being greeted by the official delegation, I took a moment to sign autographs for a few excited young Croatian fans. At 11:30, I arrived punctually at the Croatian national team's training base. As I stepped onto the training field, I was surrounded by the Croatian players who had already begun their warm-up. Haha Su, long time no see. The first to rush over was none other than Modric. His injury during the World Cup qualifiers had sidelined him for a full month. However, just as everyone anticipated a decline in Modric's form, he returned under pressure and delivered 2 assists in his first match against Manchester United. Although Tottenham ultimately succumbed to a typical late collapse, losing 2-3 to Manchester United, Modric's performance garnered the admiration of all Spurs fans. Long time no see, Luka, exclaimed Kranjčar, who had consistently taken on the role of chauffeur. To be frank, among the Croatian national team, the players most familiar to Suchin were Modric and Kranjčar. Upon meeting, the three embraced warmly. Hi, Su. It hasn't been that long since we last met. Bayern striker Oleg joined in, extending his hand. Seeing Oleg's gesture, Suchin quickly reciprocated, especially since it had been just over a week since they had faced each other on the pitch. Indeed. By the way, Su, are you really considering joining Arsenal? Suddenly, Eduardo piped up from the crowd. Startled, Suchin immediately recalled his meeting with Wenger. Although the media had indeed captured photos of their encounter, he hoped the details of their conversation would remain confidential. Eduardo, where did you hear that? The entire Arsenal squad is talking about it. The professor has already prepared a list of players to sell this summer. It seems he's serious this time. Rumor has it he's willing to sell half the team just to secure you. That's impossible, Suchin exclaimed. Haha Su, I'm just joking. But honestly, you should seriously consider joining Arsenal. The current Premier League is far superior to Serie A. Suchin found himself at a loss for words in response to Eduardo's comments. Little did Eduardo know that Wenger had already devised a tailored strategy for both Suchin and himself. Just as the conversation heated up, a pitifully loud bark echoed from behind the group, startling Suchin. Turning around, he spotted a comical Shar-Pei staring at him for a moment before bolting from the training ground as if it had encountered something terrifying. What is going on? Usually, this dog isn't so timid, Eduardo remarked, watching the dog disappear from sight. Who knows? The boss hasn't had anyone at home lately. So he brought the dog to the club. After chatting for a while on the training ground, the entire Croatian team headed to the dining hall. With only 2 weeks remaining until the World Cup's opening, Croatia was set to face the Chinese national team in a friendly match in the middle of this week. Indeed, Having not followed the news much lately, Suchin was taken aback upon hearing that Croatia was to play a pre-World Cup friendly against such an opponent. He truly did not expect Croatia to randomly select the Chinese national team as their opponent for a warm-up match. However, after careful contemplation, Suchin came to a realization. After all, Croatia's first opponent in the World Cup would be South Korea, as another East Asian team. South Korea shares significant similarities in playing style and player physique with the Chinese national team. Most importantly, during a previous four-nation invitational tournament, the Chinese team had managed to defeat South Korea, making them the ideal experimental opponent for Croatia before the World Cup opener. Well, although there was an inherent strangeness in playing against the Chinese team, Suchin could not simply withdraw from the friendly match to avoid suspicion. After all, he had meticulously prepared several tactical formations centered around himself. Without his presence, what purpose would the friendly match serve? After lunch, just as Suchin intended to have a proper discussion with Modric in their room, he was approached by Croatia's assistant coach, Kalbaci. Sabrachi, the boss wants to see you in his office. Great. It seemed that his wish for a restful day would not materialize. Thus, Suchin followed Kalbaci to the boss's office. Knock, knock. After a brief rap on the door, Kalbaci swung it open. Upon entering, Suchin noticed the boss tidying up some photographs on his desk. Although he only caught a glimpse, he recognized the faces clad in blue and black jerseys immediately. Ever since the last time he heard the boss's tactical plans while in the national team, Suchin had suspected that the boss had been drawing inspiration from Mourinho's tactics. Today, it seemed like a confirmation. However, one could not label this as mere plagiarism. It was rather a form of homage among intellectuals. Haha, Su, you arrived quite promptly. The boss greeted him with a smile, though he shot a fierce glare at Kalbaci, evidently critiquing his swift entrance. Being the boss he was, he quickly regained his confident demeanor. Su, truly, you have had a season that astonished me. Who would have imagined that last season you were an inconspicuous young player, and in just one season, you have emerged as a formidable contender for the Ballon d'Or? Thank you, boss. I still have much to learn. Haha, Su, do not be overly modest. The main reason I called you here today is that I wanted to. Kalbaci, could you check if Pippo has returned? Huh, boss, hasn't Pippo already come back for lunch? I am referring to now. All right, boss. I will check on Pippo again. As Kalbaci exited and closed the door, the boss resumed the conversation. Well, here's the thing, Su. I find myself pondering within our current tactical arrangements. With whom do you believe you would exhibit a more harmonious collaboration? This is merely a casual discussion. Do not take it to heart. Simply express your genuine feelings. Chief, I am entirely adaptable. Your tactics seem to resonate with me effortlessly. Upon uttering these words, the old man's face, as formidable as a fortress, revealed a hint of crimson. Ha, Su, the tactics are fundamentally designed with you at the core. Your ability to adapt is indeed your gift. However, I now perceive that Eduardo has a tendency to operate independently, and pairing him with you might not be ideal. On the other hand, I believe Perisic has shown commendable improvement this season. Oh, at that moment, Suchin comprehended the implication. The old man intended to revamp the main lineup. It seems he can no longer tolerate Eduardo's solitary approach, or rather, he fears his own capacity to endure it. Hence his desire to elevate the young Perisic to serve as his supporting player. Yet, to be candid, among the current Croatian squad, there are only a few who possess the prowess to rival the elite of the Premier League. While it is true that Eduardo does have a penchant for individual play, his breakthrough ability is undeniably superior to that of the nascent Perisic. Chief, I believe Eduardo's capacity for breakthroughs significantly enhances the team's strength. Very well, Su. I merely inquired. Understood, Chief. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Certainly, Su. Do return and ensure you rest well. Be cautious to avoid injury in the friendly match 3 days hence. Indeed. Thus, Suchin rose to depart. However, upon reaching the doorway and observing the old man's furrowed brow, he could not resist turning back. Chief, I have a somewhat immature tactical notion that I casually devised. May I share it with you for your guidance? Oh, tactics. You say. Haha. Go ahead, Su. Apart from all else, in the realm of tactical insight, no one in the world could make Bilic feel inadequate. Chief, it goes like this, and then this. Hiss. Su, wait. This is not feasible. Let us experiment with this lineup in the friendly match. Why the rush, Chief? Forget everything else. We shall trial it in the friendly match. After all, it's merely a friendly. Victory or defeat matters little. Very well, Chief, if you deem it suitable. So be it. And thus, the elder and the youth found themselves in the head coach's office at the Croatian national team's training center. Delving into a certain unfortunate elder's painstakingly crafted tactics, conceived after many sleepless nights. Though it seemed merciless to the elder, there was little recourse, as his own resolve was not robust enough. Even if he had devised the tactics, without Suchin, they would be rendered futile. Meanwhile, in the distant expanse of Asia, the South Korean national team's roster was also announced at that very moment, representing the pinnacle of Asian football excellence. In the qualifying matches, they achieved a record of 7 victories and 7 draws, making them the only unbeaten team in the Asian region. The formidable players plying their trade in Europe formed the backbone of the South Korean squad, with the 28-year-old star Park Ji-sung, who plays for Manchester United, serving as their captain. Additionally, the promising young talent Lee Chung-yong, who also competes in the Premier League, alongside Park Ju-young from League One's Monaco, represent the pinnacle of Asian football. However, while the forward lineup of the South Korean team undoubtedly reassures fans, their defense raises significant concerns. Particularly, the goalkeeper position is worrisome, as the 37-year-old veteran Lee Woon-jae remains the team's primary choice. Shortly after announcing the final roster, South Korea's head coach, Ha Young-moo, discreetly arranged for his assistant to procure tickets for a flight to Croatia 2 days later. Ha understood that in 3 days, Croatia would face the Chinese national team in a friendly match. As the head coach of South Korea, he felt compelled to attend in person to assess Croatia's capabilities. After all, he had made a solemn pledge to the Korean Football Association to lead the team to the knockout stage with a record of 1 defeat and 2 victories in this World Cup. It was not merely the association's expectations. The entire nation of fans eagerly hoped for their Taeguk warriors to return to the heights of the 2002 era in this World Cup. If Croatia failed to dominate against the Chinese team, perhaps this Taeguk warrior squad could indeed achieve a surprising upset on the World Cup stage. At that moment, Ha Young-moo could surpass Gus Hiddink and become the new father figure of Korean football. Similarly, not long after, the Chinese national team boarded a flight to Croatia. For a team already preparing for the 2014 World Cup qualifiers, this friendly match against Croatia presented an invaluable opportunity for learning. Although the head coach Gao Hongba, seated in the front row, anticipated a significant defeat for his team, he remained hopeful that this experience would foster growth for his players. Naturally, it would be even better if those in his squad, who were pressured to be included, were not placed in the starting lineup. The World Cup chapter had officially begun. Let us refrain from disparaging the Chinese national team during Gao Hongba's decade-long era. Truth be told, having watched 2 decades of matches, I feel that Gao Hongba's tenure had a fleeting quality. Moreover, given Croatia's grouping, they were indeed the most suitable friendly opponent for the Chinese team among East Asian squads. Finally, as is customary, I bow to all the readers and humbly request your monthly support. The chapter concludes here. Chapter 109. The day of shame for the Republic of Korea arrives. The demon god Suchin descends. June 6, 2010, at 7:40 p.m. local time in Zagreb. With less than 20 minutes remaining before the friendly match between Croatia and the Chinese national team commenced, players from both teams were already positioned in the player tunnel under the guidance of the staff. For the other players from Croatia, none of them recognized the 11 members of the Chinese national football team. However, Suchin was different. He had genuinely followed the team led by Gao Hongba for quite some time, particularly the diminutive yet exceptionally talented Deng Zhuoxiang. In an alternate history, it was the French team that sought to engage the Chinese national team in a friendly match. During that encounter, the French team was earnestly aiming for victory. Yet who could have anticipated that just before the World Cup, they would suffer an unexpected defeat, losing 0-1 to the Chinese team. The sole goal of that match was scored by the midfield prodigy Deng Zhuoxiang, who was highly regarded by all Chinese football fans. Hello. Hey Zhengge, greetings. Zhang Limpang, good day. How Ju-min, how do you do? Suchin, adorned with the title of Croatia's star player, stood in the player tunnel, greeting each member of the Chinese national team with a handshake. It is worth noting that for these seasoned veterans of the national team, having such a prominent figure as Suchin treat them with such courtesy prompted them to eagerly respond and engage with him. This was particularly true for the shy-faced Deng Zhuoxiang. As Suchin interacted with the national team players, the live broadcast swiftly transmitted these moments back to China. This scene undoubtedly brought a sense of comfort to domestic fans. Though 98 of fans criticized the national team, at the end of the day, the national team was still their own. Thus, an intriguing friendly match commenced. On one side, Gao Hongbo was rehearsing their passing and controlling strategy, while the old coach was hastily implementing his newly copied tactical approach, characterized by a singular point of explosive action centered around Eduardo, who served as a pseudo-core. Su Qin was positioned behind Eduardo, embodying a role that straddled both attacking midfielder and shadow striker. The primary allure of this tactical arrangement was its capacity to liberate Su Qin from the opponent's pressing tactics. Once Eduardo attracted sufficient defensive pressure, Modric would seize the opportunity to accelerate and deliver the ball directly to Su Qin, who would be in an open position. To experiment with this strategy, the old coach arranged for all players to grant ample possession time to the national team. After all, Croatia's tactic was designed to dismantle the possession-based style of play. While intentionally allowing the Chinese team to maintain possession, they remained oblivious to the concept of a pseudo-core, simply opting to deploy 3 players to encircle Su Qin. Thus, after a painfully awkward 90 minutes of play, the final score between the two teams astonishingly stood at just 2-0. Both goals were, of course, header strikes from Su Qin. A score of 2-0 against the Chinese national team was indeed a shocking revelation, leading numerous fans in China to perceive this as a sign of newfound progress. Simultaneously, fans worldwide, who had anticipated that Su Qin's inclusion would elevate Croatia to a top-tier team, were left astounded. Among those present, the most delighted was undoubtedly the South Korean coach, Ha Young-moo, who secretly observed the match for 90 minutes. Indeed, Ha Young-moo was overjoyed. Prior to arriving in Croatia, he harbored concerns that his team might be overwhelmed by Croatia's aerial tactics. However, upon witnessing the match firsthand, it became evident that Croatia was not as formidable as anticipated. Their midfield and forward lines lacked any pressing capability, predominantly focusing on defensive maneuvers. Although the player Su Qin posed a challenge, Ha believed that with sufficient determination, they could neutralize him. In fact, it was conceivable that they could eliminate Su Qin entirely. With this in mind, Ha felt confident that in their opening World Cup match, fueled by the indomitable spirit of the Republic of Korea, securing at least a draw was well within reach. Thus, he cheerfully boarded his flight back to Korea. Meanwhile, in Zagreb, Su Qin treated the entire national team to a hearty meal. Remarkably, when it came to dining and drinking, Su Qin was indeed unmatched. The following day, upon Ha's return to Korea, the esteemed local coach immediately initiated a covert training session. Although labeled as secret, it was soon revealed by reporters that Ha was fully prepared to secure victory against Croatia in the World Cup opener. Korea, this nation possesses a remarkably rich historical tradition, particularly in sports. Over the years, it has upheld a commendable legacy that has often been met with disdain by the global community. During the 2002 World Cup, the South Korean team astonished football fans worldwide. Interestingly, while the entire world is aware of how Korea reached the semifinals, the Koreans themselves believe that their success was solely attributed to their unmatched endurance and relentless fighting spirit. As the years have passed, whenever the World Cup is mentioned, Koreans proudly recount their historical best achievement of reaching the semifinals. This time, under the assumption that Croatia would be a formidable opponent. The Croatian team surprisingly appeared rather feeble against the Chinese team. This revelation naturally reignited a sense of pride among Korean fans. Croatia is merely average. I watched the live broadcast, and their offense was limited to Su's header, with everyone else being ineffective. Our Republic of Korea should have no problem advancing to the knockout stage, as long as Ha Young-moo can harness our team's true potential. A draw seems feasible, and ultimately defeating Nigeria should easily lead us to the round of 16. I initially thought Croatia would be strong, but it turns out they are just of ordinary caliber. No wonder they only qualified for the World Cup at the last moment. In the Republic of Korea, we have Park Ji-sung, and this nation boasts 6 overseas returned players. It seems to me that we are poised to replicate the glorious achievements of 2002. I can hardly contain my excitement to witness the Republic of Korea's debut in the World Cup. Let us not even mention a draw, with a solid defensive counterattack. I envision both Park Ji-sung and Lee Chung-yong scoring, leading us to a 2-0 victory over Croatia. This sentiment resonates with all South Korean netizens following their friendly match against the national team. It is indeed a peculiar nation, where their pride appears to reside within an extraordinarily enchanting realm. Of course, far away in Croatia, Suchin remains unaware of the immense confidence this friendly match has instilled in the Korean team. Until now, Suchin has been contemplating how to secure a few more goals for the South Korean team. After all, East Timor has unequivocally declared a complete severance of ties with Croatia since that friendly match. Time swiftly passes. On June 11, 2010, just 5 days before the World Cup commences, the esteemed coach finally led the entire Croatian team to South Africa. Interestingly, less than 10 minutes before Croatia's arrival at the airport, the Portuguese national team also made their entrance almost on cue. Compared to Croatia, Portugal, with its superstar Cristiano Ronaldo, garners far more attention. The South African airport buzzed with fans brandishing posters of Ronaldo and jerseys from Real Madrid and Manchester United. Among them were some Portuguese, but a greater number hailed from around the globe, devoted admirers of Ronaldo. As the focal point, Ronaldo, with a beaming smile, lingered at the exit, tirelessly signing autographs for his fans. One cannot overlook how gracious he has always been towards his supporters. However, despite his cheerful demeanor, Ronaldo was not entirely at ease. The reason? A prolonged goal drought. Yes, this superstar had endured a staggering 16 months without scoring for his national team. Who can fathom the anxiety of Ronaldo, who regards scoring as essential as life itself? At the exit, Suchin and Luka Modric appeared, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. The Croatian team intended to swiftly pass through the exit, but they found Ronaldo still engaging with his fans. Consequently, Suchin had no choice but to wait alongside Modric for a few moments. It wasn't that Suchin wished to linger, rather, on the other side of Ronaldo's admirers. A group of Inter Milan fans was fervently chanting their names, having waited patiently for this moment. Suchin, not wanting to disappoint these devoted fans, resolved to approach once Ronaldo had concluded his interactions. Fortunately, the wait was not long, as a staff member from the Portuguese team alerted Ronaldo to Suchin's presence. Thus, after casting a glance at Suchin, Cristiano Ronaldo smiled and apologized to the fans before departing. Haha, Su, look at what you've done. You've scared Ronaldo away. Luka Modric, standing beside Suchin, couldn't resist teasing him about the situation. To Suchin's surprise, Modric had taken to jesting. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Croatian team finally arrived at the hotel in South Africa, which had been prepared for them. As usual, Suchin was assigned to share a room with Modric. Meanwhile, the coach did not impose any tasks on his players, who had endured a long night of travel. Shortly after returning to their room, Suchin and Modric fell into a deep slumber. However, while Suchin was blissfully asleep, the incident at the airport unexpectedly caught the attention of reporters. The headline read, "Ronaldo displeased with Florentino's summer transfer plans, ignores Suchin at the airport." What was clearly a non-issue was sensationalized into a narrative of Ronaldo's discontent towards Suchin. Upon awakening and seeing the news, Suchin was utterly speechless at the antics of the reporters. As the World Cup drew ever closer, all 32 teams gradually arrived in South Africa. In Group A, the host nation, South Africa, had advanced to the finals solely by virtue of hosting, lacking any notable stars and facing virtually no chance of progression. Among the other 3 teams, the clear favorites were the French team, led by Domenech, with Barcelona's Thierry Henry, Chelsea's Malouda and Anelka, and Bayern's Ribéry. Their formidable attacking quartet ranked among the finest in the tournament. Prior to arriving in South Africa, Domenech had publicly declared that the team's minimum objective for this tournament was to reach the semifinals, a modest claim given the strength of his squad. Domenech harbored aspirations of reliving the glory of 1998, aiming to bring the coveted trophy back to Paris. Moreover, another traditional powerhouse in Group A was Uruguay, featuring the elite strikers Luis Suarez and Diego Forlan. The remaining team, Mexico, could only be described as average, with their most prominent player being the aging prince of the frog leap, Blanco. In Group B, Argentina required little introduction, as Maradona had brought nearly all of Argentina's notable forwards to South Africa. While their attacking prowess was arguably the best in the world, their defense was, to be candid, viewed with skepticism. Nevertheless, Argentina was expected to advance from the group, as the only formidable contender besides them was Croatia, while South Korea and Nigeria were merely there to fill the ranks. In Group C, the 3 Lions stood as the top favorites. In a dramatic turn of events, Beckham's last-minute inclusion in the squad has brought a sense of completeness to this iconic figure of English football. According to Capello, the singular ambition for this tournament is the coveted World Cup trophy. Beyond this, the teams of the United States, Algeria, and Slovenia seem to linger in relative obscurity. In Group D, Germany stands as the sole favorite. On June 16, 2010, the FIFA World Cup in South Africa officially commenced, igniting fervor among football enthusiasts worldwide. During the opening ceremony, Shakira delivered an electrifying performance of her hit Waka Waka. Curiously, for reasons unknown, she used the original track recorded by Su Chin as the final version. Consequently, as Shakira swayed her alluring hips, a male voice unexpectedly interjected with a resounding Waka Waka during the climactic moments, much to the amusement of the Croatian team, who were watching the ceremony from their hotel. Following the opening ceremony, the inaugural match of the World Cup commenced, featuring the host nation South Africa against Mexico. In a match that lacked brilliance, South Africa managed a surprising 1-1 draw against a significantly stronger Mexican side, buoyed by the raucous cheers of their home fans and the sound of vuvuzelas. On June 17, 2010, the much-anticipated debut of Croatia finally arrived. At 3 o'clock local time, under the scorching sun, a red bus carrying the Croatian team slowly entered the inner passage of the Port Elizabeth Stadium. Alongside the road, a modest number of Croatian fans fervently waved their national flags and chanted Su Chin's name. After years of waiting for a formidable forward, the Croatian supporters could hardly contain their adoration for Su Chin. However, the Croatian players were somewhat dismayed when their fans, who had initially been cheering for their bus, suddenly found themselves overshadowed by the arrival of the South Korean team's bus. A large group of Korean fans surged forward, overwhelming the already sparse Croatian supporters. Tensions flared as some Croatian fans clashed with their Korean counterparts, and it quickly became evident that the numerical disadvantage was to their detriment. In a matter of moments, the stark white flags of the Korean fans completely dominated both sides of the road, with fervent shouts of Park Ji-sung echoing throughout. Feeling discontented, not only Su Chin but even the usually amiable Luka Modric furrowed his brow at this display. As for the elder statesman of the team, the individual in question possesses quite the tempestuous temperament. Witnessing the misfortunes of his own fans, he even contemplated halting the bus to engage in a meaningful discourse with those Korean supporters. Nonetheless, the coach's bus eventually glided into the confines of the Elizabeth Port Stadium. Upon disembarking, he rushed towards the press conference with a stern countenance. Frankly speaking, from the perspective of the seasoned coach, who has amassed tactical expertise, the only team in Group B that remains uncertain is Argentina. He hardly regards the Korean team with any seriousness. Upon his swift arrival at the press conference, he discovered that the head coach of the Korean team, Shin Tae-yong, had yet to make an appearance. The simmering frustration within him reached a boiling point. Consequently, when Shin finally arrived, the coach disregarded his insincere nod of acknowledgement. The journalists, with their keen eyes, noted this blatant dismissal, sensing an opportunity for a sensational story. Mr. Shin, I am Hayes from the Football Report. How do you perceive your team's first opponent? And does the Korean team possess confidence in securing a triumphant opening match? The question was exquisitely phrased. As Hayes posed it, every journalist present turned their cameras toward Shin, who, suddenly thrust into the limelight, beamed with delight at the attention his team was receiving. Indeed, Croatia is a traditional powerhouse, and their best historical performance mirrors that of our great Republic of Korea, both reaching the semifinals. Thus, I believe this match will be a closely contested battle. Naturally, as the head coach of the Republic of Korea, I fervently hope my team can achieve a perfect opening victory in this World Cup in South Africa. Shin's declaration was resolute, eliciting exuberance from the journalists below, who were aware of the notorious temper of his counterpart, Bilic. To suggest that the Korean team's semi-final achievement is on par with that of Croatia was a statement that would surely provoke Bilic's ire. Indeed, when questions from Marca's reporters were posed, Bilic responded without a hint of decorum. Croatia's only rival in Group B is Argentina. Diego Maradona is a legendary player whom I hold in great esteem. Facing the Argentina led by Mr. Maradona, I believe it will undoubtedly be a fierce contest for Croatia. As for the other matches, I trust they pose no significant challenges for Croatia. How charmingly forthright Bilic is. Mr. Bilic, are you suggesting that Croatia has never regarded the Korean team as a rival? That is not my intention. The press conference concluded. Su Dingmao left with a scowl, while Lao Bai returned to the locker room with a stoic expression. The sight of Korean fans taunting their Croatian counterparts had already irked Lao Bai. Who would have imagined that the Korean head coach would audaciously compare his team to Croatia? How could Lao Bai possibly tolerate this? He dismissed all tactical considerations. All that mattered was seizing the opportunity to deliver the ball to Su. Upon returning to the locker room, Lao Bai appeared still riled up. He had no desire to lay out any tactical arrangements, uttering only one command: feed the ball to Su. Simultaneously, in the Korean team's locker room, an infuriated Su Dingmao began to rally his players with fervent motivation. Moments ago, that insufferable Bilic had the gall to disregard our esteemed Republic of Korea right in front of me. He shamelessly proclaimed that Croatia's only opponent was Argentina. Anger surged within me. They seemed to have forgotten that their adversary is the formidable Republic of Korea, a semi-finalist in the World Cup. In this match, I demand but one outcome: victory. Remember, before receiving a yellow card, keep your feet firm. That Su is their sole point of attack. If we can neutralize him, then victory will undoubtedly belong to us, the Republic of Korea. Su Dingmao stood before his team, passionately shouting, while the players nodded in agreement, gritting their teeth. In this nation where the class system is rigidly enforced, the head coach's words carry the weight of divine decree. Since their coach had spoken so, they would focus all their efforts on the Chinese player Su Qin. Welcome to the live broadcast of the first match in Group B of the 2010 South Africa World Cup, featuring Croatia against South Korea. After the team captains completed the coin toss, the players have taken their positions on the field. The referee is now checking the time. Beep. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match has officially commenced. First, let's review the starting lineups. Wearing their traditional blue checkered jerseys and attacking from left to right, Croatia's starting goalkeeper is number 1, Pleticosa. Left back, number 6, Pranic. Center backs, number 3, Simunik, and number 4, Robert Kovac. Right back, number 5, Joel Luka. In midfield, number 19, Vukojevic, number 10, Modric, number 11, Cerna, and number 8, Kranjčar. Up front, number 21, Su Qin, and number 22, Eduardo. On the opposite side, clad in their traditional white jerseys and attacking from right to left, South Korea's starting goalkeeper is number 18, Young Sung-ryong. Left back, number 12, Lee Yong-pyo. Center backs, number 4, Jang Hyun-soo, and number 14, Lee Young-soo. Right back, number 2, Woo Young-woo. In defensive midfield, number 16, Ki Sung-yuing, and number 8, Jin Jong-woo. In the midfield, we have the formidable trio of 17 Lee Ching-long, the captain number 7 Park Ji-sung, and 19 Ryu Sung-woo. Leading the attack, we find the lone striker 10 Park Ju-young. To speak frankly, this current South Korean team, when assessed on paper, indeed possesses a semblance of strength that could rival Croatia. As the game unfolds, Modric receives the ball and swiftly passes it to the right flank, where Kranjčar awaits. With a deft change of direction, Kranjčar easily evades Lee Ching-long's defense. Park Ji-sung rushes over, but Kranjčar, without hesitation, quickly delivers the ball to Joao Luka, who has surged forward from the right side. Su Qin has already dashed into the Korean penalty area. Joao Luka sends a long pass directly aimed at Su Qin. At the Elizabeth Port Stadium, which accommodates 60,000 spectators, the stands are overwhelmingly filled with fervent South Korean fans. Indeed, the Croatian population is only a few million and has only recently emerged from the ravages of war, making it unlikely for them to afford a trip to distant Africa to support their team. Nonetheless, the modest contingent of over 6,000 Croatian fans remains passionately vocal, cheering for their team, even if their shouts are drowned out by the harmonious chants of the Korean supporters. On the field, Su Qin pays no mind to the chants of his adversaries. His singular focus is to score a goal. After all, he is less than 8 goals away from unlocking the coveted power shot reminiscent of Reiser. As the referee's whistle blows, Su Qin immediately passes the ball back to the maestro, Modric. For Su Qin in this moment, facing a South Korean team lacking a strong central defense, there is no need for elaborate tactical arrangements. As the seasoned veterans say, simply deliver the ball to his head. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, after passing the ball to Modric, Su Qin strides purposefully towards the Korean penalty area. In no time, he bursts into the box. Naturally, the South Korean team is well aware of Su Qin's formidable heading ability. Under the coach's directive, as soon as Su Qin enters the area, the defensive duo of Zhao Yonghyun and Lee Jong-soo, along with defensive midfielder Ki Sung-yuing, close in on him, attempting to sandwich him in between. This three-pronged defense is a strategy devised by coach Su Dingmao. In his view, with their three strongest players converging on Su Qin. Even his prowess would be insufficient to overcome their united front, leaving him merely to watch as the ball sails over his head. Indeed, this was the shared sentiment of the trio pressing against Su Qin. However, as Joao Lucas' cross arcs into the penalty area, within Su Qin's striking range, an astonishing spectacle unfolds. The very Su Qin, seemingly trapped amidst the three defenders, leaps vertically with remarkable tenacity. The trio, originally surrounding him, collapse like petals of a blooming Korean chrysanthemum, tumbling aside as Su Qin rises above them. In a stunning display of athletic prowess, Su Qin executed a powerful header, sending the ball soaring directly towards goalkeeper Zheng Chenglong. A shot to the dead angle. Despite Zheng's desperate dive in an attempt to intercept Su Qin's strike, the ball eluded him, weaving its way into the net. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the validity of the goal with both hands pointed towards the center circle. An eerie silence enveloped Elizabeth Port Stadium. The over 50,000 Korean fans in attendance were bewildered, having scarcely begun to sing their national anthem. How could the referee have blown the whistle so soon? Was that a goal? Spectacular. Remarkable. The ball has found the back of the net. In a mere 8 seconds from the kickoff, Croatia had scored. Good heavens. A record-breaking goal had been achieved. 8 seconds. Su Qin, with his signature header, had rewritten the scoreline. Not only had he changed the score to 1-0, but he had also shattered the long-standing record for the fastest goal in World Cup history. A record that had remained untouched for 8 years. Intriguingly, prior to Su Qin's goal, the record for the fastest World Cup goal had been set during the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, where Turkish forward Hakan Şükür scored just 11 seconds into the match against South Korea in the third-place playoff. Hakan Şükür had established the record over the head of South Korean goalkeeper Lee Woon-jae. 8 years later, facing South Korea once more, Su Qin had obliterated that record by a full 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Lee Woon-jae now sat on the bench, a mere spectator to history as it seemingly repeated itself. In the commentary booth, the exuberance of commentator Hwang surged as he witnessed Su Qin's rapid goal, prompting him to leap up in excitement before he had even set down his water cup. On the Croatian bench, Coach Lobby appeared to have anticipated Su Qin's swift strike. Without a hint of celebration, he merely turned to glance at the flabbergasted South Korean head coach, Seo Dong-moo. Yes, Seo Dong-moo was utterly bewildered. He stared at the replay on the large screen with a look of disbelief. What had just occurred? How could a goal have been scored so swiftly? His trio of defenders had seemingly succeeded in their efforts. It was evident that in Serie A matches, Su Qin had struggled to jump when faced with a three-man blockade. Why, then, had he managed to score now? It had only been 8 seconds since kickoff. As Seo Dong-moo grappled with his confusion, the South Korean players on the field, witnessing Su Qin surrounded by the Croatian team, stood in shock, particularly the three defenders. They gazed at Su Qin as if he were a creature from another world. What on earth was the composition of that player's physique? One might argue that Su Qin's overwhelming dominance against the South Korean side could hardly be deemed fair. End of chapter 110. The number etched on the spine. The tale of the supreme 95. Even a trio of pigs obstructing the path serves a purpose. Are you all merely standing by, watching that Su score while riding atop your heads? Useless. Useless. In front of the Korean team's bench at the Elizabeth Port Stadium, as the Croatian team erupted in exuberant celebration, the head coach of the Korean team, Ha Young-moo, was utterly enraged after witnessing his team concede a goal in less than 8 seconds. Ha Young-moo simply could not comprehend why, after meticulously preparing for so long, his team could not withstand even 10 seconds against a Croatia that struggled to secure a mere 20 against the national team of Russia. 8 years prior, the Turks had shamefully claimed the record for the fastest goal in World Cup history against our beloved Republic of Korea. Who would have thought that merely 8 years later, Croatia would once again shatter this record over our heads? Coach, the match has just begun. Our players are likely not fully prepared yet. So let us not be too anxious. Give these youngsters a moment to acclimatize. Observing Ha Young-moo's furious demeanor, assistant coach Park Ho-sang hastened to offer an excuse for his superior. Indeed, the match has only just started. It is surely because these young lads have yet to regain their focus that we conceded that goal. Seemingly in subconscious agreement with Park Ho-sang's perspective, Ha Young-moo began to calm down. Keep your eyes on number 21. Just focus on him. Remember what I said before the match. The game has just commenced, and we still have 89 minutes to turn the tide. Thus, Following a modicum of adjustments and encouragement from Ha Young-moo, the match resumed. On the field, the captain of the Korean team, the Manchester United star Park Ji-sung, naturally took on his leadership responsibilities. Ki Sung-yuing, forget about the offense. Just keep a close watch on that, Soo. Let us bolster our defense in the midfield. Come on, come on. We are the mightiest Korean team in Asia, and victory shall surely belong to us. Simultaneously, on the sidelines, the commentators from KBS, along with their special guest, former key player On Young-hwan from the 2002 World Cup Korean team, were explaining the recent events to the Korean audience. Everyone, do not be anxious. Although we conceded a goal merely 8 seconds into the match, considering the proportion of players from both teams competing in major European leagues, as well as the overall strength of both teams, our Republic of Korea can still hold its own against Croatia. The recent goal conceded was simply due to our players not yet adjusting to the game's commencement, allowing that Soo to sneak one in. Now, following Coach Ha's urgent adjustments, I believe we are about to witness a wave of relentless attacks from our Republic of Korea. What do you think, On? Indeed, I share the same sentiment. What the world knows best about our Republic of Korea is our indomitable sporting spirit. In every competition, regardless of the event, our athletes from the Republic of Korea consistently strive to give their all. I recall the thrilling moments of the 2002 World Cup when we faced Italy and Spain. Yet our indomitable spirit left the world in awe as we advanced to the semifinals. I firmly believe that with the legacy of the Korean spirit being passed down through generations, these young players will boldly initiate their most audacious counterattacks. Here we go. The match has resumed. Park Ji-young passes the ball to our captain, Park Ji-sung. With a splendid pullback, Park Ji-sung evades Arsenal forward Eduardo from the Croatian side. This exemplifies the prowess of the Republic of Korea. It must be noted, although Park Ji-sung is no longer in his prime, he remains a source of pride for both Korea and Asia. Indeed, Park Ji-sung is undeniably our nation's strongest player. Just look at that dribble. There was absolutely no hesitation, and the previous goal conceded was merely a reflection of our team not being fully in the game yet. I believe that our only formidable opponent in Group B is still Argentina. If we can secure a draw against them, we might even aspire for the top position in our group. Certainly, the analysis from our esteemed veteran On Young-hwan is quite objective. On paper, we are indeed on par with Croatia, though they possess that standout player, which gives them a slight edge. However, as long as Coach Co's tactics are executed flawlessly, once that standout player is neutralized, Croatia will be left waiting for us to score. Let us rally, citizens of the Republic of Korea. May our magnificent taegukgi fly high in the distant lands of Africa. Haha, that dribble is undoubtedly world-class. It's clear that Park Ji-sung, who has established himself as a starter at Manchester United, is a dominating force on this field. In the Korean commentary booth, KBS commentators alongside On Young-hwan, witnessing our team advance past the halfway line, are brimming with confidence as they extol their team once more. With a beautiful distribution, Park Ji-sung executes a world-class pass to the right flank, finding Lee Kun-ho. Born in 1983, Lee Kun-ho is only 27 this year and has long held a pivotal position as a winger at Suwon Samsung. While he may not be classified as world-class in terms of individual talent, in terms of speed and breakthrough ability, I believe that the only player on the field who can match Lee Kun-ho is Eduardo of Arsenal. Lee Kun-ho, he begins to make his move. Faced with the relatively unknown Croatian player, Fakjevic, Lee Kun-ho attempts a simple left-right feint. Yes, at this moment on the field, Lee Kun-ho, likened to Messi by the Korean commentators, loses possession. He underestimated the challenge presented by the so-called unremarkable Fakjevic and intended to overpower him solely with his speed. Yet, who could have anticipated that Fakjevic, a mere supporting player, would shift the focus towards Lien Jishuan? The football at Lien Jishuan's feet was effortlessly snatched away by Fakjevic. Without hesitation, Fakjevic directed a long pass towards Soo Chin, who had surged forward to the edge of the penalty area. Coach Chimu had always said that whenever an opportunity arose, the ball should be delivered to Soo. Indeed, Fakjevic was a dutiful player, not daring to defy his fiery senior. Thus, the football soared over the densely packed midfield, landing squarely in front of Soo Chin at the edge of the penalty area, just as Soo Dingmao had articulated. The South Korean defensive midfielder, Ki Sung-yuing, had closely followed Soo Chin since the resumption of play. Not only Ki, but another South Korean midfielder, Kim Jong-woo, also rushed to join him, effectively sandwiching Soo Chin between them. They believed that given the considerable distance from the goal, it would be utterly fanciful for Su Qin to attempt a header. Therefore, their strategy was to prevent Su Qin from controlling the ball in front of him. As anticipated by Qi and Kim, Su Qin did not opt for a direct header. Instead, at the moment the ball was about to land at his feet, he exerted force, shoving Kim Jong-woo aside. Then, like an eagle spreading its wings, he positioned himself elegantly in front of both Kim and Qi, skillfully cushioning the ball with his chest, employing the technique reminiscent of Didier Drogba. At this juncture, having securely controlled the ball, Su Qin swung his right leg, preparing to deliver it to the onrushing Luka Modric. Observing Su Qin's movements, Qi Sungyuing instinctively panicked and darted out from the side, intending to block Su Qin's passing lane. However, at the very moment Qi moved, Su Qin, who had appeared poised to pass, suddenly flicked his ankle. In that instant, the ball miraculously slipped through the position where Qi had just stood. With the speed boost akin to that of a Belgian whirlwind, Kim Jong-woo, who had been clinging tightly to Su Qin, was left bewildered as he watched Su Qin vanish before his eyes. Simultaneously, as Su Qin maneuvered past Kim Jong-woo, the most delightful sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has triggered the rare title, Indomitable Striker Effect Skill. Striker Moment. Enhances the host's shooting accuracy by 20 and shooting power by 20 for 10 seconds. At that moment on the Elizabethport Stadium, having evaded Kim Jong-woo, Su Qin erupted. In this fleeting instant, with the striker moment amplifying his shooting precision and power, and the Zlatan Ibrahimovic-style shooting module enhancing his technique, Su Qin hesitated not for a moment. Right at the arc of the South Korean penalty area, Su Qin elevated his right leg high and struck the football beneath him with tremendous force. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted before the astonished Jin Zhengyu. Simultaneously, as the sound reverberated, the football beneath Su Qin underwent a remarkable transformation, instantly morphing into a streak of white light that darted towards the Korean goal. With no spin whatsoever, the ball surged past the towering defenders in the Korean penalty area. In the bewildered gaze of the Korean goalkeeper, Jung Changlong, it directly pierced the net. A dead corner. An absolute dead corner. In an instant, the Korean fans, who had been fervently singing their national anthem, fell silent. Not only the Korean supporters, but even the Croatian fans, who had been overshadowed by their Korean counterparts, were left in shock. It was a superlative strike that could ignite the fervor of any spectator. Furthermore, less than 2 minutes after Su Qin had altered the score, the young Croatian forward they had placed their hopes upon again changed the outcome. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, his hands raised to signal the goal's validity. This resounding whistle shattered the tranquility of the Elizabethport Stadium. Thousands of Croatian fans erupted into wild celebration the moment the whistle blew. Beautiful. Beautiful. The ball has entered. The ball has entered. The second one. In the 3rd minute of the match, Su Qin scored his second goal of this World Cup. A brace. My goodness. Just 2 minutes had elapsed since Su Qin's first goal, and he had propelled Croatia to a 2-0 lead. Incredible. Against the Asian powerhouse, the Korean team, Croatia had offered them no respite. 5 passes, 2 goals, a signature header, and a bewildering explosive shot. Magnificent. Magnificent. On the commentary bench, Lao Huang was beside himself with excitement. As a staunch Italian supporter, his love for Italy was matched only by his disdain for the Korean team. He understood that in the eyes of these proud Koreans, nothing could exhilarate Italian fans more than witnessing their national team being humiliated. As Lao Huang shouted Lao Bai, standing before the Croatian bench, finally abandoned his earlier pretense of composure, mimicking the legendary Mourinho upon witnessing Su Qin's explosive strike. He dashed several meters towards the Korean bench and celebrated with a triumphant slide on his knees. 2 goals within 3 minutes. To be honest, Lao Bai himself had not anticipated his beloved Croatia, or rather his dear Subrachi, to be this formidable. After all, they were not facing some East Timorese underdog. They were up against a bona fide World Cup semi-finalist, the Republic of Korea. 2 goals in 3 minutes. Old Bai truly could not fathom anything more outrageous than this. However, just 6 minutes later, his perspective shifted dramatically. Su Qin scored once again, and Jung Hwan, who had just been searching for excuses for his team from the commentary booth, found himself in an awkward position alongside the KBS commentator. Seniorin, he stammered, now at a loss for justifications for his team's performance. Fortunately, he was not one to shy away from such moments. Having experienced the 2002 World Cup and Jung-hwan was unperturbed. Grabbing the microphone, he spoke up. It's the same old issue. Isn't Simida. The recent goal conceded was due to our defender, Zhao Yonghyun, losing focus. Perhaps he thought that Ki Sungyuing and Kim Young-woo could contain Su Qin. Yet, he must not forget that this Croatian number 21 is a dual scoring champion in Serie A and the Champions League. There is still ample time. It's high time we rallied our spirits. We are merely 2 goals down. Let us regain our momentum and play with more intensity. I firmly believe we have sufficient time to equalize. And Jung-hwan concluded his remarks. The KBS commentator, sitting nearby, discreetly gave a thumbs up after listening to his senior's analysis. As KBS's star commentator, he understood precisely what the Korean audience yearned to hear. Indeed, following in Jung-hwan's explanation and encouragement, the great fans of the Republic of Korea regained their spirits. After all, Jung-hwan was a key player during the semi-final stage, Simida. His commentary always addresses the crux of the issues. Only 3 minutes have passed. We still have time, Simida. From the 2 goals conceded, it's evident that Croatia's weaknesses are pronounced. Their offense hinges solely on Su Qin. If our defenders play with greater aggression, I am confident that victory will ultimately belong to the Republic of Korea, Simida. Thus, after Su Qin exchanged brief embraces with Modric and others, the match resumed. 2 goals in 3 minutes. Su Qin felt his entire body invigorated. Nevertheless, he was aware that after scoring 2 goals in such a short span, all eyes would undoubtedly be on him. Therefore, on his way back, Su Qin patted Eduardo on the shoulder to communicate his strategy. Switch positions. Let Eduardo lead the front, while I linger behind to seize opportunities for headers. It wasn't that Su Qin feared the opposing players. Rather, he recognized that the World Cup offered him a rare chance to bolster his goal tally against this particular team. He anticipated a much tougher challenge against Argentina in the next match. This strategic withdrawal was entirely aimed at scoring 2 goals in 3 minutes. Su Qin's form today was indeed remarkable. It seemed that before long, his first hat trick of the World Cup would be within reach. In a brief moment, you remarked, do you think Su Qin can also manage to secure the Golden Boot for this World Cup? As the conversation unfolded, Lao Huang seemed to ponder a crucial question, turning to Duan Xian for his thoughts. Indeed, Teacher Huang, I have contemplated this matter as well. In the previous editions of the World Cup, 5 goals have constituted a threshold for the Golden Boot. Currently, Su Qin has already netted 2 goals. Given his prowess in headers, I believe he can score 3 more in the upcoming matches. What a splendid play. Modric executed a cunning sliding tackle to regain possession. As soon as Korea kicked off, Croatia completed a swift interception. Modric, the right-winger Kranjčar, surged forward, while the Korean midfield had yet to retreat. A diagonal pass. Modric skillfully directed the ball to the right flank. Lee Qinglong rushed to defend, but against the formidable Kranjčar, his speed was evidently insufficient. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, on the field, just as Kranjčar advanced rapidly along the wing, Su Qin was also sprinting with great strides in the midfield. However, this time, even before Su Qin made his move, Eduardo had already penetrated deep into the Korean defense. This positional shift left the Korean defenders in a quandary. While Ji Qingyong and Kim Young-woo intended to double-team Su Qin, he was still lagging behind. They couldn't simply ignore Eduardo. After all, he was not an unknown player, but a key forward for the illustrious Premier League club Arsenal. With no other option, Ji Qingyong had to grit his teeth and follow Eduardo, while Kim Young-woo charged towards Su Qin. Meanwhile, on the wing, Kranjčar was now face-to-face with Korea's fullback, Lee Yongpyo, confronting the former Dortmund player. Kranjčar chose not to underestimate him and bravely opted to engage directly. With a deft touch of his right foot, he evaded Lee Yongpyo's aggressive lunge and swiftly passed the ball. At that moment, Croatia's right back, Joel Luka, who had closely followed Kranjčar's run, was in perfect position. Unmarked, Joel Luka delivered a precise cross into the Korean penalty area. Croatia was resolute in their strategy, persistently attacking down the flanks and targeting Su Qin. Su Qin, charging into the box. Faced with the imposing Korean center back, Lee Jong-soo, Su Qin showed no signs of hesitation and leapt into action. No problem. Su Qin, against an opponent of a different physical caliber, he offered the Koreans no opportunity. A powerful header. Magnificent. Absolutely stunning. The ball has found the net. A hat trick. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable. A hat trick. At 4 minutes and 21 seconds into the match. Su Qin has netted his third goal of the match. A hat trick. At this moment in the Elizabethport Stadium, Su Qin resembles the embodiment of Bierhoff and Klinsmann. Undeterred by the relentless pursuit of the Korean players, Su Qin boldly pressed on. Within the confines of the Korean penalty area, he executed a thunderous header as if descending from the heavens. 30. A record-breaking moment has been born. 3 goals in 4 minutes. Such a spectacle has never been witnessed in the annals of World Cup history. Completing a hat trick in just 4 minutes. My heavens. In the commentary box, as Su Qin smashed the ball into the Korean net for the 3rd time, Hwang Jinxiang erupted into frenzied shouts. Not just Hwang Jinxiang. At this moment, even more fervent than him is the venerable Bai, who has fallen to his knees on the Croatian bench, raising his arms in exultation. Oh my God. Am I dreaming? Is this real or merely an illusion? What has come over Su? A hat trick? 30? Bai stammered incoherently. Meanwhile, on the other side, in front of the Korean bench, the coach, Eto'o, who had boasted pre-match about the evenly matched contest, now sat in stunned silence, his expression vacant. He gazed blankly at the field, where number 21 was being encircled by all the Croatian players. What is happening? Why have 3 goals been conceded in 4 minutes? This is impossible. His team is the illustrious national team of the Republic of Korea. Even Brazil could not concede 3 goals in 4 minutes. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Eto'o cast a fierce glare at the number 21, who seemed disinclined to celebrate, simply leading the team back. That number 21. Without uttering another word, Eto'o conveyed his thoughts to Lee Chong-ryong, who quickly relayed the message to every member of the Korean team. A hat trick in 4 minutes. Haha Xiaoduan. This match has taken an intriguing turn. What do you think the final score will be? I am now curious, after such record-breaking feats. Could this match also set a new high for the largest score in World Cup history? Haha, Huang, I cannot say. The record for the largest margin in a World Cup match was set in 1982 during the Spain World Cup, when Hungary defeated El Salvador 10-1. While it appears that Croatia has reached a score of 30 in just 4 minutes, such double-digit scores are indeed challenging to achieve in modern football. Moreover, according to Bilic's tactical habits, if the victory is secured in the first half, Su Qin is likely to be substituted. Well, that is a valid point. Achieving 10 goals is quite a tall order, but I wonder if Su Qin can strive to exceed 5 goals in this match. In this manner, the Golden Boot for the World Cup seems assured. With triumphs in the UEFA Champions League, Serie A, and now the World Cup, Su Qin's candidacy for the Ballon d'Or in the latter half of the year is undoubtedly cemented. Haha, one can only hope. Oh, the match is resuming, indeed. The referee is facing quite a challenge today, having blown the whistle 4 times in under 4 minutes. Lao Huang and Duan Xin are joking at the Huaxia commentary booth. Not far from them, the KBS commentators, who were vociferously seeking excuses for their team, have fallen silent. 3 goals in 4 minutes. They seem at a loss for words to defend their national team. Moreover, they can see on their monitors that the KBS live broadcast in Korea has completely erupted in chaos. Goodness. Are these guys in South Africa to bring shame to the Republic of Korea? With this level of play, how did they even make it to the national team? Damn it. I've always said that Su Dingmao lacks real talent. He is a disgrace to the Republic of Korea. 3 goals conceded in 4 minutes. I can hardly bear to watch. This is a day of national humiliation for the Republic of Korea. If they can lose this badly to Croatia, how can they possibly face the formidable Argentina? Goodness. At the Port Elizabeth Stadium, the match resumes. 3 goals in 4 minutes, and with a hat trick achieved. Su Qin finally feels a sense of relief. Currently, he is just 5 goals away from unlocking the formidable riser cannon. With that skill, Su Qin can't even fathom the formidable presence he will embody in the subsequent matches. However, aside from that, observing the increasingly agitated Korean team, Su Qin's mischievous side reemerges. Speaking of which, having scored 3 goals in 4 minutes, should he strive to snatch the title of the 95 sovereign from that double-standard dog? With this thought, Su Qin is instantly filled with renewed vigor. Without further ado, let us demonstrate the 95 sovereign above the heads of the opponents. What a scene it would create. Luka, continue. To the left. Pass to the left. Captain, I can still score. Planik, come on. Haven't you seen that Joel Luka has already assisted 2 goals? In the 5th minute of the match, the atmosphere at the Port Elizabeth Stadium suddenly shifted. Su Qin, initially positioned by Lao Bai as a stationary center forward, began to sprint across the field. He pressed, passed, and urged his teammates to advance. At this moment, Su Qin resembled a free spirit in the midfield. He shouted fervently for each of his teammates to push forward aggressively. From a visual standpoint, no one would believe that it is the Croatian team, leading by 3 goals, that appears so vigorously engaged. And amidst Su Qin's relentless pressing and calls, Croatia's offense surged once more. In the 6th minute, Pjanic, responding to Su Qin's encouragement, abandoned his defensive post on the left flank and charged into the Korean team's territory. After executing a stylish 1-2 with his captain, Serna, he pressed on. Pjanic executed a breathtaking left-footed curve, delivering the ball to the far post. Just before the ball reached the South Korean penalty area, Su Qin, employing his agile positioning skills, elegantly evaded the triple encirclement of 3 Korean defenders with a perfect run. At the far post, Su Qin leapt high, executing a powerful header that sent the football crashing into the net for the 4th time. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air, and he once again pointed towards the center circle, signaling the goal as valid. The South Korean players were engulfed in despair, gazing in confusion at Su Qin, who had completed the goal yet showed no inclination to celebrate while hurriedly returning. They could not fathom what the 21st player, who had utterly humiliated them, intended to do next. On the commentary bench, Lao Huang seemed to have lost his earlier exuberance after Su Qin's remarkable quadruple. Invincible. Su Qin's heading prowess was an insurmountable force against a South Korean team lacking tall defenders. Just 6 minutes into the match, Su Qin achieved the miraculous feat of 4 goals. I find myself at a loss for words to express my current emotions. Not only Lao Huang, but even Old Bai on the Croatian bench appeared to have been drained of celebratory energy as he returned to his seat. To him, with a 4-goal lead, the match was firmly in the bag. His greatest concern now was whether the South Korean players would succumb to despair due to this demoralizing scoreline. Indeed, Old Bai's worries materialized. As the match resumed, Su Qin had just received the ball near the sideline when the infuriated South Korean midfielder, Ki Sung-yuing, executed a vicious tackle from behind, striking Su Qin's calf. Fortunately, the fallen Su Qin was unharmed, especially upon seeing the referee merely brandish a yellow card at Ki Sung-yuing. He quickly sprang to his feet with a look of delight. Su Qin was genuinely frightened. He feared that the South Korean player might receive a red card, jeopardizing his chance to score further goals. Su Qin was unscathed, yet Old Bai was so anxious that he called for Alec to warm up on the bench. An amusing scene unfolded. Despite Ki Sung-yuing's malicious foul causing no harm to Su Qin, Croatian coach Bilic was so concerned that he contemplated a substitution. Less than 7 minutes had passed in the match. Substituting after just 6 minutes is utterly unprecedented in World Cup history. Lao Huang chuckled as he commented. Meanwhile, Su Qin noticed Old Bai's actions from the field. Seeing that Old Bai was preparing to substitute, Su Qin was genuinely alarmed. He still wanted to score. If he were substituted, how could he possibly add to his tally? Thus, regardless of Old Bai's feelings, Su Qin fervently shook his head at the bench. Upon witnessing Su Qin's refusal, Old Bai reluctantly instructed Alec to return to his seat. Elder Bai is an exceptionally formidable player. However, when faced with the precious gem that is Su Qin, how could he bear to exert his dominance? The match has resumed, and Croatia has been awarded a set-piece opportunity down the right flank. Given the distance from the goal, Modric opts to loft the ball into the penalty area. On the other hand, the South Korean team, despite acknowledging the daunting score of 4-0, realizes their chances of victory are utterly non-existent. Their singular objective is to contain Su Qin, the player who has brought such disgrace upon the Republic of Korea. Their head coach has already signaled that, regardless of the match's outcome, they must ensure this notorious number 21 concludes his World Cup journey. As Modric extends his right hand, the 4 core defenders of South Korea, Ji Sung-yong, Kim Young-woo, Jang Yong-hyun, and Lee Young-soo, steadfastly position themselves around Su Qin. Particularly Ji Sung-yong, who has already received a yellow card, has been expressly instructed by the coach to mark Su Qin closely. Yet, under his vigilant watch, this insufferable number 21 astonishingly nets 4 goals in under 7 minutes. Frustration mounts within Ji Sung-yong, who now harbors thoughts of taking Su Qin down with him. As soon as Su Qin leaps, he intends to ensure this bothersome player bids farewell to the World Cup. However, just as Ji Sung-yong braces himself for a desperate confrontation, Su Qin unexpectedly retreats from the fray, exiting the penalty area. This sudden maneuver leaves the South Korean players in an awkward predicament. It must be noted that numerous Croatian players are currently stationed within their own penalty box, particularly the towering duo of Simunic and Robert Kovac, both of whom are formidable in the air. They cannot entirely withdraw to guard against Suchin, after all. Thus, the hastily formed quartet of defenders is rendered ineffective by Suchin's agile withdrawal. At this moment, Modric, seemingly a beat behind, finally delivers the ball into the South Korean penalty area. The ball travels with remarkable speed, accompanied by a fierce spin. With its intense rotation, the football soars past the near post and plunges into the far corner of the net. On the sidelines, witnessing the trajectory of the ball, the already despondent South Korean coach, Ha Young-moo, shuts his eyes in despair. Indeed, as his gaze shifts towards the ball, he catches a glimpse of the almost demonic number 21 surging towards the back post, positioned at the far left side of the goal. Suchin shoves aside the recklessly diving South Korean defender, Lee Young-soo, and with a powerful header, redirects the ball. This mere touch transforms the football, which was on the verge of crossing the goal line, into a desperate arc that sails over the head of the South Korean goalkeeper, Young Sung-ryong, tracing a trajectory that fills every South Korean heart with despair. The referee's whistle resounded. In the Elizabethport Stadium, over 6,000 Croatian fans erupted into a frenzy of cheers. Magnificent! Magnificent! The fifth goal. My goodness, what is happening? Is this truly the World Cup arena? 5 goals. A quintuplet. Suchin, in his inaugural World Cup match, astonishingly netted 5 goals within a mere 9 minutes. This is undoubtedly an unprecedented feat. The once mighty South Koreans have been utterly vanquished by Suchin. From this moment forth, the name Suchin will be eternally etched in the souls of all Koreans. 9 minutes, 5 goals. My heavens! The commentator, Lao Huang, was left in a state of disbelief. Not far away, the previously frenzied commentator, Lao Bai, who had been shouting in ecstasy for Suchin's goals, now bore a blank expression. He knelt before his team's bench, cradling his bald head, his eyes wide as he gazed at Suchin on the field. Indeed, Lao Bai's mind had gone blank. He was at a loss for words or actions to convey his emotions. He sat there, lost in thought. Meanwhile, South Korea's head coach, Soo Ding-mao, had slumped in his seat, as if his spine had been severed, ever since Suchin's hat trick began. He understood the humiliation this brief 10 minutes would bring to the proud citizens of the Republic of Korea. On the field, after scoring his 5th goal, Suchin was finally satisfied. He dashed towards the northern stand, where only 6,000 Croatian fans resided. He leaped high into the air, executing a magnificent turn before landing firmly on the grass. In unison, the already ecstatic Croatian fans, as Suchin celebrated, screamed in their wildest voices, Su! The match had yet to reach 9 minutes. This is a day of national shame for the Republic of Korea. In its illustrious history, our team has never faced such disgrace. At the KBS commentary booth, after a silence that lasted 4 minutes, the lead commentator could no longer withstand the director's insistence to speak. Meanwhile, back in distant Asia, countless Koreans began smashing their televisions. In bars, Koreans wept uncontrollably as they destroyed their screens, mourning as if they had lost a loved one. This is a national disgrace. An absolute disgrace. These scoundrels should not return. They should commit seppuku right there. Soo Ding-mao is the bane of the Korean team. What a travesty he has brought forth. 5 goals in 9 minutes. Even if we fielded 11 pigs, we wouldn't concede 5 goals in 9 minutes. The glorious history of the Republic of Korea has come to a definitive end today. I am at a loss for words. Farewell, Korean football. Why, oh why, has our team suffered such a crushing defeat? We are undeniably among the top 4 in the World Cup. How is it that we were so thoroughly bested by a seemingly insignificant Croatia? And that detestable Sue. Wasn't he there a time when Samsung considered having him endorse their products? How dare they? June 17, 2010. This is a date that will forever remain etched in the memories of all Koreans. Even many years down the line, they find it difficult to hear the number 95 without a rush of emotions. For on this day, a young man of Chinese descent inscribed a tale of 95 upon the proud spine of a nation. A story of the revered 95. Herein lies a modest tribute. After much contemplation, I have decided to dedicate this auspicious number to the proud Republic of Korea. Lastly, I humbly beseech for your support once more. End of chapter. Chapter 111. The birth of the most disgraced Korean team in history. What? Messi is astounded. The fans of Korea at the Elizabethport Stadium have already begun to vacate their seats. They have completely lost the courage to remain any longer. Only 9 minutes have elapsed in the match, yet the score displayed on the big screen is an excruciatingly glaring 5 o'clock. What is even more outrageous is that all 5 goals were scored by a single individual. I am at a loss for words in my evaluation of our national team. A disgrace, a true disgrace. And Young-hwan and the commentator at the KBS booth witnessed the exodus of their own fans. Well, had it not been for their inability to leave, they would have surely followed suit. How could one endure conceding 5 goals in less than 10 minutes? Who knows what absurd final score this match will yield? On the field, Croatia's celebrations were short-lived as the game quickly resumed. The absurdity of the score, 5 o'clock, seemed to evoke a sense of embarrassment even among the Croatian players. Thus, for the next several minutes, Croatia refrained from pressing forward aggressively. After all, the incident that severed diplomatic ties between East Timor and Croatia following that friendly match had garnered considerable media attention. Moreover, having conceded 5 goals in just 10 minutes, one could only speculate how the match might unfold. However, as the Croatian team graciously showed a modicum of compassion towards the beleaguered Koreans, it seemed as if the latter, under the urging of their coach, Ha Young-moo, attempted a counterattack. Not only did they seek to retaliate, but their defensive actions also grew increasingly vigorous. In the 12th minute of the match, Soo Chin received the ball in the center and, before he could even turn, was unceremoniously knocked down by Korea's captain, Park Ji-sung. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Soo Chin, visibly irritated, stood up and confronted Park Ji-sung. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Naturally, Soo Chin expressed this in Mandarin, unmistakably calling him out. However, as Soo Chin prepared for yet another confrontation, the smiling Park Ji-sung unexpectedly extended his right hand. Incredibly, as the old adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face, and Soo Chin's earlier irritation dissipated like mist in the morning sun. Indeed, while Soo Chin had moved on, the veteran coach on the sidelines was a different story. Observing the situation, he could not restrain himself and beckoned the entire Croatian team to launch another fervent assault on the South Korean goal. Thus began a relentless barrage against a South Korean side that was crumbling under pressure. In the 24th minute of the match, Soo Chin received a long pass from Modric at the edge of the penalty area, with the South Korean defense collapsing under the weight of their focus on him. Soo Chin, without allowing the ball to touch the ground, deftly nodded it to the advancing Eduardo on the right. One-on-one, facing the charging South Korean goalkeeper, Young Sung-ryong. Eduardo skillfully slotted the ball into the bottom right corner of the net for the 6th time. Scoring his first World Cup goal, Eduardo showed no signs of modesty. Within the South Korean penalty area, as he watched the ball find the back of the net, he sprinted exuberantly toward the corner flag. In front of the dwindling South Korean fans, he executed a graceful slide knee celebration. Indeed, Eduardo appeared far more exuberant than Soo Chin, who had already scored 5 goals. However, one could understand Eduardo's excitement. It had been a long time since he had found the net in an official match for his national team due to a severe injury that had sidelined him. To score in the opening match of the World Cup was understandably exhilarating for him. As the game progressed, the South Korean players began to resort to increasingly petty tactics. In the 27th minute, just as Eduardo received a header from Soo Chin, he was unceremoniously brought down to the turf by South Korean midfielder Kim Young-woo. Witnessing his teammate being fouled, Soo Chin could hardly contain his fury. Before the referee could intervene, he positioned his imposing frame, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, directly in front of Kim Young-woo. Remarkably, even without physical confrontation, Soo Chin's sheer size was enough to intimidate Kim Young-woo considerably. Fortunately, the referee arrived swiftly, preventing any escalation of the conflict. A yellow card was issued, and thus both of South Korea's defensive midfielders found themselves cautioned. In the 39th minute, with the South Korean team entirely retreating to defend their half, Soo Chin once again utilized his unparalleled movement to evade the defender's grasp. He leapt with fervor, directing his head toward the ball. However, during this defensive play by the South Korean team, the defensive midfielder, Ki Sung-yuing, bravely positioned himself in front of Soo Chin. It was this decisive block that successfully thwarted Soo Chin's header. However, tragically, the collision resulted in Soo Chin's excessive force, combined with both players landing simultaneously, causing Soo Chin to inadvertently elbow Ki Sung-yuing in the chest. This unfortunate incident left Ki Sung-yuing in evident agony as he was carried off the field on a stretcher. On the sidelines, following an initial assessment by the team doctor, it was revealed that the unfortunate Ki Sung-yueng had suffered 2 broken ribs due to his fearless defensive effort, thereby ending his participation in this World Cup. On the field, witnessing Ki Sung-yueng's distress, Su Qin felt a sense of satisfaction. Remarkably, Su Qin had been concerned that he might not have the opportunity to retaliate for the kick he received earlier from Ki Sung-yueng. The first half concluded with an astounding score of 6-0, a result that took everyone by surprise. Naturally, this exaggerated score not only devastated South Korean fans, but also prompted many in Hwaxia to mournfully ascend to their rooftops. They knew Croatia could prevail against South Korea, but they never anticipated such fragility from their opponents, conceding 6 goals in just 45 minutes. In the locker room at Victoria Harbour Stadium, upon Su Qin's entrance, Lao Bai joyfully rushed over to envelop him in a grand embrace. Not only did he offer Su Qin a warm hug, but he also unabashedly inquired whether Su Qin wished to return to the pitch in the second half to score a few more goals. Indeed, Lao Bai understood that Su Qin was intent on breaking records today. Although keeping Su Qin on the field posed certain risks, Lao Bai was willing to overlook them as long as Su Qin was content. Substitute? How could I possibly come off the field now? I've only scored 5 goals. Su Qin protested, knowing that the talented striker, Lee Se, still needed 3 more goals to reach his target. Seeing Su Qin's reluctance, Lao Bai refrained from further discussion. The second half commenced, with the objective of continuing the offensive while minimizing personal injury. The goal difference was crucial for their advancement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the South Korean team was nearly on their knees. Head coach, Shin Tae-yong, roared like a ferocious tiger in heat, berating every player who had taken to the field in the first half. Yet, despite his furious tirades, he was acutely aware that the South Korean squad had completely collapsed in this match. After this debacle, Shin Tae-yong knew the severe repercussions he and his players would face. The citizens of the Republic of Korea would undoubtedly struggle to accept such an excruciatingly painful defeat. Nevertheless, amidst the halftime break, Shin Tae-yong seized the last fleeting moments to impart some tactical advice on counterattacking defense to his players. Although he recognized that, at this juncture, no amount of advice could remedy the dire situation of the South Korean team, as he had anticipated. In the second half of the match, the South Korean team completely lost their composure. Any semblance of tactical offense vanished entirely. With such a staggering scoreline, they resorted to incessant fouling. In the 49th minute, merely 4 minutes into the second half, South Korean midfielder Lee Chung-yong delivered a brutal elbow to Croatia's Kranjčar during a confrontation. The referee promptly halted the game, issuing a red card to Lee. Initially, Su Qin and Modric, along with their teammates, converged on Lee, intent on teaching him a lesson. However, upon witnessing the referee brandishing the red card, Modric immediately dispersed the Croatian players, mindful that the South Korean squad was eager for a confrontation. Consequently, South Korea found themselves a man down, becoming increasingly overwhelmed by Croatia, who pinned them within their own half. In the 57th minute, amidst the fervent cheers of over 6,000 Croatian fans, Su Qin netted another goal. This time, it was not a header. In a chaotic scramble in front of the goal, Su Qin, with his back to the net, seized the opportunity as the ball rolled unexpectedly towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed an audacious backheel strike. At that moment, players from both teams, including South Korean goalkeeper Young Sung-ryong, were caught off guard by the referee's whistle. The ball had found its way into the net once more, an astonishing 6th goal. Unbelievable. Su Qin's remarkable backheel shot had shattered expectations. With 6 goals in a single match, he had set yet another record. A scoreline of 70 is unimaginable on the grand stage of the World Cup finals. The South Koreans were utterly disheartened. At the Elizabeth Port Stadium, we bore witness to an epic showdown, as Su Qin, with his extraordinary display, led Croatia to a resounding victory over South Korea. Thousands of South Korean fans had already vacated the stands. At that moment, the entire Elizabeth Port Stadium echoed with one resounding chant, the name of Su Qin, reverberating from the Croatian supporters. In the commentary booth, the veteran Huang was devoid of excitement. Not only Huang, but also the substitute coach, Bai, wore a contented grin as he returned to his seat. However, just as Bai settled down, Su Qin signaled for a substitution, acknowledging that his young protege had played enough. Bai promptly called upon the well-prepared Alec. As the 4th official raised the substitution board, the atmosphere in the stadium shifted once more. Su Chin raised his hands above his head, greeting the fervent Croatian fans in the stands who were still chanting his name with unrestrained enthusiasm. At such a juncture, it was indeed prudent to make a substitution. The outcome of the match was already beyond doubt, and with his 6 goals, Su Chin had essentially secured the Golden Boot for the World Cup. Continuing to contest the game could only risk the possibility of the South Korean team, comprised of remarkably talented young players, reviving their historical prowess. As Su Chin departed the pitch, the pace of the match significantly softened. The South Korean team had already been reduced to 10 men, and given that this was merely the first match of the group stage, they harbored dreams of survival in the forthcoming encounters despite the overwhelming scoreline. Consequently, the South Korean side exhibited restraint, avoiding any further excessive actions. However, in the 84th minute, the substitute, Alec, found the net once again during a corner kick. The South Korean players, witnessing yet another goal from Alec, were utterly exasperated. Their singular thought was to hasten the conclusion of this nightmarish match. Thus, as the regular 90 minutes elapsed, the referee, without even accounting for stoppage time, hastily blew the final whistle to signal the end of the match. This was a game that left everyone astounded. As the final whistle blew, reporters on the sidelines swarmed around Su Chin, who had astonishingly scored 6 goals. Su, after netting 6 goals in a single match, do you have anything to say to your devoted fans? They clamored. Meanwhile, the entire South Korean team, including their coach, Ha Young-moo, swiftly retreated into the players' tunnel without a backward glance. The notion of post-match handshakes was far from Ha Young-moo's mind. He truly felt no inclination to shake hands with the arrogant Bilic. In the stands, over 6,000 Croatian fans continued to roar Su Chin's name in unison. In response, Su Chin, alongside Modric, stood at the sidelines, engaging with the enthusiastic Croatian supporters. The headlines read, "In Croatia's opening match, Su Chin obliterates South Korea with 6 goals. The fervent Bilic, the passionate Croatia, the World Cup's greatest dark horse emerges. The Cup's nuclear weapon, Su, is born. Could one match determine the World Cup's Golden Boot?" Despite the post-match press conference yet to commence, football media outlets around the world were already brimming with headlines, emerging like mushrooms after rain. On that night, every leading media outlet featured but one name, Su Chin. Celebrating his birthday today, Su Chin gifted himself the finest birthday present with 6 goals in the World Cup. At that moment in Victoria Harbour Stadium, as Su Chin and Modric entered the locker room, they were greeted by an enormous 3-tiered cake placed on the floor. What is going on? Whose birthday is it today? Su Chin wondered, perplexed. Su, have you forgotten? Today is your birthday. Bang, 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 as Modric responded. All the Croatian players and staff simultaneously launched small fireworks and began to warmly sing the universally recognized birthday song for Su Chin. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Su Chin found himself somewhat bewildered. Birthday? June 17th? Oh my. It indeed seemed to be so. It had been nearly 3 years since he traversed into this world, and during this time of solitude, he realized he had never celebrated a birthday. Although this birthday belonged to the original Su Chin of this world, it was still a moment of joy. Su, happy birthday. Modric approached him, holding a cake adorned with candles. One by one, each Croatian teammate came forward to embrace Su Chin, offering their heartfelt wishes. Thank you. Thank you all. To be honest, after spending 3 solitary years, suddenly being surrounded by so many people wishing him a happy birthday touched the long-frozen heart of Su Chin. Of course, as a being of magic, shedding tears was out of the question. Su, blow out the candles. All right. The warm scene in the locker room was clearly captured by the Croatian national team's staff. After Su Chin extinguished the candles, the ever-watchful old Bai, who had been lingering at the back, smiled and invited Su Chin to join him at the post-match press conference. With a record-breaking 6 goals, the press conference venue, originally accommodating fewer than 100 people, was now overflowing with nearly 300 attendees. Marca Mundo Deportivo and AS, every renowned sports media from around the globe, eagerly awaited Su Chin and old Bai. The journalists understood that from this day forth, Su Chin's name would be firmly placed alongside Messi and Ronaldo. Interestingly, at the same time the journalists awaited Su Chin and old Bai. In a nearby press conference for the South Korean team, Coach Yoo De-young, along with all the players, knelt on the stage under the cameras of scattered South Korean, Japanese, and Chinese journalists. Yes, the devastating defeat of 2008 compelled Yoo De-young to seek forgiveness from the proud fans of the Republic of Korea in this manner. However, even so, countless South Korean fans were still angrily taking to the streets, demanding severe penalties for the current team following the disgraceful 8-goal loss. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere surrounding the South Korean team, when Old Bai appeared at the press conference, adjusting his tie and polishing his bald head, the atmosphere on the Croatian side was vibrant and celebratory. Countless journalists surged forward like fish drawn to bait. Fortunately, the organizers had already deployed sufficient security personnel. With the shouts of the security staff, order was swiftly restored at the scene. Coach Lobi confidently took his seat and turned his gaze towards the eager journalists. Hands raised high. The fourth journalist in the front row, a prominent figure, introduced herself. "Thank you, Mr. Billick. I am Helen from the Football Gazette. Could you please share your thoughts on your team's remarkable 8-0 victory over South Korea?" Upon hearing such a professional inquiry from the journalist named Helen, Lobi nodded in satisfaction. It was an exhilarating match. My players showcased the essence of Croatian football. Admittedly, I did not anticipate such a scoreline, but beyond the numbers, what truly astounds me is Subradic's performance. Oh my, 5 goals in 9 minutes. After the 5th goal, I genuinely felt as though I were dreaming. I have never witnessed anyone score 5 goals in 9 minutes, not even in lower-tier leagues. Indeed, as anticipated by the journalists, Lobi unabashedly praised Suchin from the outset. Sitting beside him, Suchin could only manage an embarrassed smile. After a considerable time, Lobi finally concluded his response to the first question. Thus, the press conference transformed from a post-match briefing into a celebration of Suchin's extraordinary performance. The journalists were not surprised. After all, who wouldn't desire a phenomenal striker like Suchin on their team? Suchin's feat of 6 goals in a single match continued to reverberate. Meanwhile, in the locker room, as Messi prepared for his first match, he heard Agüero's astonished exclamation. "Oh my God! What is it, Sergio? Why the fuss?" Messi inquired. "Leo, you must see the news. Croatia defeated South Korea 8-0, and that Su, whom you sent from Barcelona to Inter, scored 6 goals in a single match." What? Upon hearing Agüero's words, the other Argentine players, who had been organizing their gear, gathered around. "Sergio, what did you just say? Who scored 6? Di Maria chimed in. "That's Su. Don't you know? He's the one from Inter." "Of course we know. He has broken the Champions League scoring record. Who wouldn't he know? My goodness, 6 goals. Is the South Korean team that weak?" Indeed, South Korea has reached the semi-finals before. How could one player score 6 against them? A chorus of chatter erupted among the group. However, one voice suddenly broke through the commotion. 6? I believe 6 is entirely plausible, Melito asserted. The club teammate of Suchin, Melito, stepped forward, fully aware of Suchin's capabilities, unlike others. His almost unassailable physique combined with his prowess in heading the ball rendered him a transcendent presence against the South Korean team, which lacked top-tier defenders. "I believe that in a match against South Korea, Su could potentially score 6 goals. It wasn't only Melito who spoke up. Demicius, who had been humiliated by Suchin more than once in the Champions League final, also chimed in. As Demicius's words rang out, the previously animated Argentine squad fell into an immediate hush. Indeed, the upcoming match would pit Argentina against Croatia. This meant that the very Su they had been discussing would soon be their adversary. "Hey, Leo, speaking of which, if Su is so formidable, why did you all let him go to Inter Milan last year?" In terms of lightening the mood, no one in Argentina could outshine the charming Kuhn. Upon hearing Kuhn's remark, Melito couldn't help but burst into laughter, while Messi wore an expression of embarrassment. "Sergio, if I told you that a year ago, Su could only head the ball, would you believe me?" "Haha, Leo, don't jest. That's impossible." Sergio, it's true. Otherwise, how could Guardiola bear to send Su to Inter?" An hour later, the moment the entire world had been eagerly anticipating arrived. Messi's World Cup debut officially commenced at the Johannesburg Stadium. Over 50,000 Argentine fans occupied the stands, creating a sea of blue. In this vibrant atmosphere, everyone hoped that Argentina's pride, Messi, would lead them to triumph over the African Eagles, just as Suchin had recently astonished the world. Indeed, at the outset, Messi orchestrated a dazzling series of plays for Argentina. However, as time progressed, the unchanged score began to incite mounting anxiety among the Argentine supporters. They repeatedly chanted Messi's name. Yet, despite their fervent calls, Messi seemed to mirror his usual national team performances, remaining tantalizingly close to scoring but just shy of the goal. It wasn't just Argentina that failed to find the net. The African Eagles nearly breached Argentina's defenses with several counterattacks. On the substitutes bench, the Inter Milan superstar, Diego Milito, sat there in a daze. Unfortunately, in Maradona's hierarchy, Milito couldn't even make it into the top 5. Thus, Argentina's relentless yet fruitless offensive persisted until the closing moments of the first half. Veteran Verón finally seized a corner opportunity, delivering the ball to Heinz, who headed it in, altering the score to 1-0. This score would stand as the final tally for the match, 1-0, as the Argentine team, a favorite to win the World Cup, faced off against the relatively less formidable Nigerian squad. They astonishingly managed to secure a mere 1-0 victory. Most notably, the globally acclaimed superstar Lionel Messi, who has captured the attention of millions, failed to even provide an assist throughout the match. In stark contrast, fellow group member Su Qin achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 6 goals in his inaugural World Cup match. Well, the explosive news that reporters craved was finally here. That very evening, a journalist from Gazzetta dello Sport revealed the goal and assist statistics of both Messi and Su Qin for the season thus far. The revelation was astonishing. Upon the publication of their detailed statistics, everyone was left utterly astounded. The reason was simple. Su Qin, once discarded by Barcelona, exhibited an absolute dominance and performance across all competitions, including the League, Cup, and World Cup matches. The football world erupted in shock. Who could have anticipated that Messi, often hailed as the heir to the throne of football, would appear so feeble in comparison to Su Qin? Shortly thereafter, Jose Mourinho, stationed in Madrid, took to his recently created personal Twitter account to post his inaugural tweet. Accompanied by a photograph with Su Qin, he penned a heartfelt message, "Happy birthday, kid. You are the best player I have ever seen in this world." Initially, some had begun to consider that this 19-year-old prodigy, having achieved such accolades, could indeed be compared to the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. However, following Mourinho's tweet, many began to feel that with Su Qin's age, he might truly surpass both Messi and Ronaldo. Mourinho began to champion Su Qin, and soon after, players from Inter Milan, including Eto'o and Sneijder, joined him in rallying support for Su Qin. In no time, it seemed that Su Qin was on the verge of eclipsing both Messi and Ronaldo. Yet, amidst the clamor outside, Su Qin, sequestered in his hotel, remained unfazed by the media frenzy. Even when approached by reporters during a leisurely stroll, he humbly remarked, "Messi and Ronaldo are currently the strongest players in world football. I am still far from their level. There is much I need to learn. At just 19 years old, I lack both experience and personal capability." What an exceptionally modest individual Su Qin is. Naturally, upon receiving Su Qin's response, reporters hurriedly disseminated his statements. However, in a twist of irony, Su Qin's self-effacing remarks were misconstrued by many fans of Messi and Ronaldo as veiled criticism of their idols. Thus, the World Cup group matches continued to unfold. Yet, amidst the fervor of the tournament, a sensational piece of news emerged from far-off Barcelona, sending the club's supporters into a frenzy. Raiola. The world-renowned agent Mino Raiola, known for his exceptional prowess, has made an appearance in Barcelona. According to the esteemed journalist Haydn from Barcelona, Raiola's presence is not merely to negotiate the transfer of Zlatan Ibrahimovic. For over an hour, he engaged in clandestine discussions with key figures in Barcelona, with the focal point being the remarkable Su Qin, who recently achieved a staggering 6 goals in his World Cup debut. The news, is the super magician poised to return to Camp Nou? Has ignited excitement throughout the global football community. Fans are indeed in a frenzy. The once composed Florentino Perez, president of Real Madrid, could no longer remain passive and hastily boarded a flight to Barcelona. Although he is aware that this could be one of Raiola's notorious tactics, he cannot afford to take such a gamble. His Galacticos have yet to make a significant impact, and should Su Qin truly return to Barcelona, how could Real Madrid ever compete? Florentino, now 63 years old, found himself unsettled upon learning of Raiola's secretive dealings with Barcelona. "Jorge, what have you and Raiola negotiated regarding Su?" he inquired, swirling the red wine in his glass aboard the private jet. "Sir, there has been no solid news regarding Su. And as for Raiola, you know he is an insatiable opportunist. His current maneuver with Barcelona is reminiscent of tactics he employed years ago during Nedved's transfer," replied Jorge Valdano, the cautious general manager of Real Madrid, seated across from Florentino. "Indeed, while Valdano holds a prestigious position as the general manager of the illustrious Real Madrid. He is acutely aware that his standing hinges entirely on Florentino's whims. The urgency to venture to Barcelona and confront the corpulent agent underscores Florentino's eagerness to secure Su for Real Madrid. After splurging on Kaká and Cristiano Ronaldo, the fact that Real Madrid is merely among the top 16 in the Champions League is a source of mockery. Such a dismal outcome is hardly commensurate with the extravagant investments made by the club. Thus, the one most anxious in this scenario is Florentino himself. Especially after witnessing Su's explosive performance in the World Cup, he dreams of the day Su dons the white jersey. Do I not understand Raiola's intentions? You have seen Su's divine talent. You cannot fathom the emotions I felt while watching him play. His aerial prowess and dominance in the penalty area are unparalleled. Truly, I have never encountered a striker of his caliber. We are running out of time. This visit to Raiola must solidify the transfer of that player, Su, at any cost. Upon uttering these words, the venerable president downed his glass of red wine in one swift motion. I understand, sir, observing the unusually flushed visage of my father. Whether due to the wine or the mention of that formidable striker, I, Florentino Baldano, could only nod in agreement. I am well aware of my father's disposition. Since he has expressed such determination, it is imperative that Su becomes a part of Real Madrid. Meanwhile, as Real Madrid engaged in negotiations with Raiola, the World Cup continued. Following the unveiling of all 4 teams in Group B, the matches in Group C commenced. At 4 o'clock local time, England, under the leadership of Capello, faced a staunch challenge from the United States at the Royal Bafokeng Stadium in Rustenburg. Merely 212 seconds into the match, England achieved a dream start. Glenn Johnson threw in a throw-in from the right side. Lampard's pass was deftly redirected by Rooney to Heskey. Heskey, positioned at the edge of the penalty area, turned and deftly set up Gerrard, who calmly controlled the ball with his left foot. As Clark lunged into tackle, Gerrard executed a precise backheeled shot from 12 meters out, nestling the ball into the bottom corner. The crowd of over 30,000 English fans erupted with joy, as if England had already secured the championship. However, just as the English fans began to revel in their lead, the resilient American team equalized. In the 6th minute, American player Dempsey skillfully maneuvered through the center, evading Gerrard, and unleashed a powerful shot from 24 meters out. Unfortunately, due to an improper angle, Dempsey's shot lacked force, rolling gently towards the waiting English goalkeeper, Green. Then, in a bewildering turn of events, Green inexplicably fumbled the ball, allowing it to slip from his grasp and into the net. The Americans had miraculously leveled the score, witnessing the ball's uncanny trajectory into his goal. Capello was left fuming, throwing his water bottle to the ground in frustration. From that moment on, the Americans fortified their defense, setting up a formidable blockade in front of their goal. For a grueling 70 minutes, England struggled to find any vulnerabilities in the American defense. As the clock ticked down, Capello was compelled to substitute the veteran and Serie A assist leader, David Beckham, onto the field. Indeed, Beckham's entrance generated several promising opportunities for headed goals. However, the frequently hapless Crouch squandered those chances, repeatedly failing to convert what were essentially gift-wrapped opportunities. Though considerably taller than Su, this individual's heading ability was so lamentable that even the typically composed and charming David Beckham uttered expletives on the pitch. In that moment, Beckham truly yearned for his dear Su, as well as Su's delightful little head. Thus, the score of 1-1 persisted until the referee's whistle sounded. England was held to a draw by the United States team. Post-match, the question most frequently posed to England's coach Capello by journalists was why he did not substitute Beckham onto the field earlier. Unfortunately, apart from Gerrard's opening goal, England's most threatening attacks throughout the match only emerged after Beckham's entrance. Faced with such a foolish inquiry, Capello, in his irritation, ignored the reporters and stormed off. An earlier substitution? Without the eccentric Su, substituting Beckham would have been utterly futile. Shortly after England's match concluded, another game in Group C commenced. 2 relatively obscure teams, Algeria and Slovenia, engaged in a tedious defensive battle at the Peter Mokaba Stadium in Polokwane. In the final moments, Slovenia triumphed narrowly over the North African Foxes, thanks to a penalty kick. Meanwhile, in a luxurious hotel suite, the esteemed Florentino Perez finally encountered the so-called busy Mino Raiola after waiting all day. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Florentino. You have no idea how troublesome those wretched Barcelona folks can be. It took the entire day, and still, the transfer deal remained unresolved. Transfer? Merely hearing that term made the usually unflappable Perez's heart race with urgency. Have discussions about transfers already commenced? Could it be that Mr. Mino has confirmed a transfer to Barcelona? Ah, what transfer to Barcelona? Oh, haha, Mr. Florentino, I believe you are mistaken. I am not referring to Sue, but rather to Ibrahimovic. Oh, by the way, Florentino, isn't Real Madrid in need of a powerful striker? What about Zlatan? The offer from AC Milan was rather meager. I believe a superstar striker like Zlatan is truly deserving of a team like Real Madrid. Ahem. Mino, let us not jest. At this point, Florentino realized, to his chagrin, that he had inadvertently allowed Raiola to lead him astray. Damn it. This fellow truly is the nemesis of every club in the world. Unabashedly astute. Florentino was genuinely perplexed as to how this individual had honed such a skill that plagued clubs globally. Haha, Mr. Florentino, are you not interested in Zlatan? Mino, let us dispense with the circumlocution. What would be the cost of bringing Sue to Real Madrid? As the captain of the Galacticos, Florentino is no mere minor character. He does not wish to be led by Raiola any longer. Haha, Mr. Florentino is always so forthright. To be honest, I am quite uncertain about Sue's thoughts as well. After all, he is merely 19 years old. You know how the minds of young men at that age can be. I truly cannot fathom. Furthermore, at the tender age of 19, this lad has already clinched both the UEFA Champions League and Serie A's record-breaking Golden Boot. Just yesterday, he astonishingly scored 6 goals in a single match during the World Cup. Can you believe that? A player with such remarkable achievements at just 19. I dare say even the Almighty may not foresee how formidable he will ultimately become. Moreover, Mr. Florentino, did you know? Sue is still in his developmental phase. Haha. Speaking of development, it makes me chuckle. Have you heard the rumors about Sue and Shakira? I came across a report suggesting that Shakira has been influenced by Sue's second phase of development. What would it be like to negotiate with someone utterly devoid of boundaries? Ah, the helm of the galactic battleship, Mr. Florentino, could certainly enlighten you. For a solid half hour, Raiola engaged in an endless stream of drivel. Not merely drivel, mind you. Within those words, one could distill some useful elements. What about being 19? What about being a genius? A super striker? Still developing, with the promise of becoming even stronger. Indeed, Mino Raiola utilized an abundance of superfluous words to convey a singular truth to the esteemed Florentino. His player is merely 19, and at this age, he has already attained every accolade that players worldwide yearn for. To summarize, it is simply that Sue is exceptionally talented, a non-negotiable asset. However, should you be determined to acquire him, there is no alternative but to increase the offer. Alright, enough of this, Mino. A signing fee of 10 million, plus 60 for image rights. Mr. Zhu, how generous. But truly, I remain in the dark about Sue's intentions. Shall we wait a little longer? Perhaps until after the World Cup to discuss? The negotiations concluded. Beyond a plethora of trivialities, the two did not arrive at any substantial agreements. Alas, though Florentino was earnest, Raiola remained steadfastly in a position of leverage. Moreover, this illustrious journey has merely commenced its inaugural leg, with his prized asset Sue still augmenting his bargaining power on the World Cup stage. At such a juncture, how could he possibly hinder Sue's progress? Thus, shortly after departing the hotel, an intrepid reporter, seemingly from nowhere, managed to capture an impeccable photograph of Raiola being personally escorted to a vehicle by Valdano. Subsequently, the headline read, Florentino and Raiola engage in secret talks. Super Sue's return to Barcelona in doubt? Indeed, a sensational piece of news that rendered the World Cup seemingly less valuable. Manchester, England. Observing this recently emerged news, yet another elderly gentleman found himself unable to remain still. Cursed be this vampire, so shameless. Why must such brazen individuals exist? Though it infuriated him to the brink of a heart attack. However, Ferguson reluctantly dialed the number he wished to avoid. Although he had only met Su Qin once, the old man was certain that Su Qin would never return to Barcelona. Yet, circumstances had shifted. Florentino had emerged. A man capable of luring even his most cherished Cristiano Ronaldo away. Ferguson found himself increasingly agitated, as the frenzy for Su Qin had been ignited by Raiola. Meanwhile, Su Qin, far away in Africa, was oblivious to the commotion. He had no choice. The enchanting Miranda had arrived in South Africa. Although the coach had not imposed any restrictions on his players, Suchin felt a profound sense of embarrassment about venturing out during the World Cup. What are you thinking? Su. Amidst his thoughts, a stunning supermodel, partially wrapped in a bathrobe, approached him with an alluring stride. Her long, delicate arm raised slowly, and the already tenuous bathrobe naturally slipped to the carpet below. Not far off, a pair of rabbit ears lay innocently on the bed. The following day, after a night of playful antics with the rabbit, Suchin returned to the team's residence early. Miranda Kerr, however, remained blissfully asleep until noon. Upon awakening, her first act was to open her phone and post a selfie on Twitter, where she had amassed 300,000 followers. The photo, showcasing her exquisite beauty post-bath, inadvertently featured a blurred male figure lying on the bed behind her. Though only the lower half was visible, it was clad in underwear emblazoned with the DVB logo. It was immediately evident whose lower half it belonged to. Consequently, while the explosive news of Raiola's secret meeting with Florentino still reverberated, yet another headline concerning Suchin emerged: the demon battles the supermodel, Miranda's stunning revelation. Indeed, the allure of such gossip involving a supermodel and a football star far surpassed that of transfer rumors. In just an afternoon, Miranda's Twitter following surged more than twofold. Although many of the newly arrived fans came to engage in disputes beneath her posts, the incessant notifications flashing on her screen brought an almost euphoric smile to her face. As a supermodel, she was acutely aware of the immense traffic the World Cup could generate. That evening, her agent received no fewer than 10 runway invitations, with fees that had doubled. Upon hearing her agentess report, Miranda joyfully resumed her shopping for fresh toys on Amazon, despite the fatigue. However, Miranda was acutely aware that the only advantage she possessed over that diva was her novelty. Haha, Su, your posterior is truly impressive. Just kidding. At the Croatian national team's hotel, during dinner, Suchin had already endured countless jests from his teammates. Look, even the usually earnest Alec had succumbed to the trend. Damn it, this woman. Haha, Su, you must understand, after all, it is the World Cup. It is only natural for someone to stir up a bit of excitement at such a time, isn't it? Besides, she has only revealed her own secrets, and to this day, has not admitted that the person in question is you, although that posterior undeniably belongs to you. Modric, while chewing on his salad, remarked as if he could hardly contain himself. Che, Luca, you two are joining in the mockery. No, Su, I generally do not laugh, haha, unless I simply cannot hold it back. Seeing Modric's expression, Suchin couldn't help but smile wryly. Earlier in the afternoon, Miranda had already apologized to him. To be honest, Suchin understood what Miranda aimed to gain from their entanglement. However, he too was not seeking anything from her. Their relationship was devoid of romantic notions. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Thus, Suchin truly did not mind. After all, she had not explicitly named him as the one in question. Of course, he could forgive Miranda not because she had sent him several meticulously prepared images as an apology, but because he was the renowned and upright Inter Milan figure, Suchin. After dinner, Suchin joined the entire team in the hotel's screening room to watch a significant match in Group D, Germany versus Australia. As expected, the German machine mercilessly defeated the Australian Kangaroos 4-0 at Durban Stadium. In the 8th minute, Ozil delivered a diagonal pass, and Muller crossed from the right side of the penalty area, leading Podolski to strike a powerful shot from the left side of the penalty area, scoring Germany's first goal. Following this, the Australian team attempted a counterattack. However, against Germany's formidable defense, even with their entire squad pushing forward, they could not approach the German penalty area in the slightest. Instead, Germany extended their lead in the 26th minute, as Lahm crossed from the right. The legendary Klose received Lahm's cross in the penalty area, executing a header that thudded into the Australian net. At 32 years old, Klose scored his 11th goal in World Cup history. After the goal, Klose, as always, showcased his unique somersault celebration in front of the throngs of ecstatic German fans. Observing Germany's fluid offense, the old coach hastily took out his notebook to jot down notes. There was no choice. Given the group distribution, Germany was likely to be Croatia's opponent in the knockout stage. Otherwise, the esteemed coach would not have gathered the entire team to witness the match featuring the German squad. With a score of 2-0, the Germans remained unsatisfied. In the subsequent minutes of the match, specifically the 68th and 79th, the Germans netted 2 additional goals. culminating in a resounding 4-0 victory that showcased the formidable might of the German machine to the Australian Kangaroos. In the following days, the matches in Groups E, F, G, and H concluded in succession. Within Group E, the Netherlands secured a comfortable 2-0 victory over Denmark, while Japan triumphed over the African Lions of Cameroon with a score of 1-0. Following the conclusion of these matches, Součin promptly reached out to his friend Eto'o at the club to offer words of consolation. It was unavoidable, in contrast to the Cameroonian side, which relied solely on Eto'o to breach the opponent's defenses. Japan truly demonstrated mastery over the possession-based style reminiscent of Barcelona. In Group F, Italy was held to a 1-1 draw by Paraguay, while New Zealand also finished level with Slovakia at 1-1, resulting in two rather uninspiring stalemates. As for Group G, breaking news emerged. In terms of rankings, the five-time World Cup champions Brazil were firmly positioned at the top of the FIFA standings, while North Korea? Their ranking was even lower than that of the national team. Yet, this North Korean side, ranked a mere 85th in the world, delivered a performance that left the entire globe in awe. From the onset of the match, the powerful Brazilian team commenced their familiar half-field offensive drills. However, it was not until the 55th minute that the Brazilians finally broke the deadlock, with Součin's teammate scoring a remarkable goal from an acute angle, putting Brazil ahead 1-0 against North Korea. In the 72nd minute, Robinho's incisive pass sliced through the North Korean defense, allowing Elano to finish with a shot from 12 yards on the right side of the penalty area, extending Brazil's lead to 2-0 and seemingly sealing the victory. Nevertheless, even when confronted with the suffocating strength of the Brazilian team, the North Koreans resolutely launched a full-scale counterattack in the final stages of the match. Remarkably, in the 89th minute, Young Tae-si headed the ball to Ji Yoon-nam, who penetrated the left side of the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot, scoring to make it 2-1. When the referee's whistles signaled the end of the match, every member of the North Korean team erupted in jubilant celebration. Despite the loss, scoring against Brazil was an unimaginable feat for these players, whose shoes were so worn they could scarcely be deemed fit for play. Of course, the most significant aspect of this match was the poignant image of Young Tae-si shedding tears on the pitch, which ultimately served to temper the fervor surrounding Součin. Following the conclusion of the Brazil-North Korea match, another highly anticipated contest commenced, Portugal versus Ivory Coast. However, prior to the start of this match, reporters revealed a scandal within the Portuguese team, a severe internal conflict. Yes, within the Portuguese squad, Cristiano Ronaldo serves as captain while Simão is the vice-captain. Yet, for reasons unknown, a fierce confrontation erupted between Ronaldo and Simão before the match. This predicament compelled the head coach, Queiroz, to reluctantly bench Simão at his own expense. Perhaps this was the reason why Portugal, lacking Simão, could only manage a goalless draw against Ivory Coast at the Elizabeth Port Stadium. Following the match, in an interview with reporters, Ronaldo expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, "Overall, we exerted ourselves and can hold our heads high. I strive to perform and aim for the goal. Yet their defense was formidable, making it difficult for us to penetrate." The journalists, evidently displeased with Ronaldo's assessment of the match, resorted to statistical comparisons, much like they did after the Argentine game. This time, however, the comparison was made between Messi and Ronaldo, while Součin remained the benchmark. In this light, it seemed that many began to perceive that the 94 million man could hardly be compared to the 1 million wizard of Inter Milan. When it came to statistics, Součin clearly overshadowed Ronaldo. Armed with this data, the reporters approached Ronaldo once more, yet they failed to elicit the responses they desired. After listening to their inquiries, Ronaldo shot a glare at the reporters and turned away. Consequently, the pressure appeared to shift back to Součin. When the journalists posed the same comparative questions to him, the typically modest Součin reiterated his stance. Whether it be Leo or Ronaldo, they are both superstars of Ballon d'Or caliber. There is still much I need to improve upon. Of course, I believe my utmost priority now is to continue aiding Croatia in winning the subsequent matches to advance to the knockout stage. Upon the dissemination of Součin's remarks by the reporters, many fans who previously held a lukewarm view of him suddenly found themselves drawn to this charismatic, unassuming wizard of Inter Milan. As Group G concluded its matches, the following day saw the final 4 teams of the 32 officially announced. However, it came as a surprise to all when Spain, deemed the tournament's frontrunner, suffered a defeat. Indeed, The Spain that dominated the midfield under Xavi's command was vanquished by the unheralded Switzerland, leaving everyone astounded. This loss prompted bookmakers to swiftly revise Spain's odds of winning the championship. Meanwhile, the other two teams in Group G saw Chile triumph convincingly with a 10-0 victory over Honduras. Thus, the 32 teams of the World Cup were officially confirmed. The second round of the group stage commenced promptly thereafter. In the second round of Group A, Uruguay secured a 3-0 victory over South Africa, while France, embroiled in severe internal discord, suffered a dismal 0-2 defeat to Mexico. With one draw and one loss, the French team appeared set to bid farewell to the World Cup. Such a performance naturally incited widespread outrage among countless French supporters, who began to vocalize their discontent regarding the team's lack of accountability. It is indeed perplexing that the French Football Federation, for reasons unknown, has chosen to forsake numerous black players whose seasonal statistics are markedly superior, opting instead for several underperforming white players at the last moment. Had the French team achieved commendable results, surely there would have been no cause for complaint. However, in light of the current performance, the romantic populace of France has begun to express their dissatisfaction. Many individuals of African descent have taken to the streets, embarking on their own romantic parades. Unbeknownst to them, in the not-so-distant future, a truly formidable all-black team from France may emerge, one that would send shivers down the spines of spectators worldwide. On June 22, 2010, the name Suchin once again captivated the attention of football enthusiasts. Indeed, the second match of Croatia in the World Cup is imminent. Moreover, this encounter marks the fifth clash between Suchin and the Argentine superstar Lionel Messi this season. In their previous four encounters, Messi's Barcelona managed one draw, two losses, and a single victory against Suchin. Nevertheless, many anticipate that Messi will seek to avenge his past defeats in this national team match, particularly given the stark disparity in talent between the two squads. Argentina boasts a lineup filled with elite players, starting from the goalkeeper. In contrast, aside from Suchin, Eduardo, and Alec, the rest of the Croatian team consists predominantly of players from the domestic league. Judging by appearances alone, few would place their faith in Croatia's chances. Indeed, Croatia possesses a remarkable striker in Suchin, yet football remains a collective endeavor. Suchin is not the type of player who can single-handedly bear the weight of an entire team. While his contributions were instrumental in Inter Milan's Champions League triumph, it must be acknowledged that the other players, though perhaps cast-offs, still possess the caliber of elite athletes. Consequently, prior to the commencement of the match, the prevailing sentiment worldwide seems to suggest that Croatia's best outcome would be to resiliently draw against the mighty Argentina, relying heavily on Suchin's prowess. At the pre-match press conference, the legendary Diego Maradona sat with his arms crossed, exuding an air of pride. Indeed, although the first match was a struggle, we achieved an astounding possession rate of 69. Furthermore, we registered a remarkable 16 attempts on goal throughout the match. My Argentina has simply been plagued by bad luck, and it appears that Messi's fortune has been even less favorable. While our opponents may be stronger than Nigeria, in the face of the great Argentina, no one can prevail. Winning this match and securing a place in the next round is my sole objective. And let us not even mention the name Suchin, for he is undeniably an exceptional striker. However, as you have observed, his offensive style is rather one-dimensional, rendering him incapable of being compared to Messi. Apart from his aerial prowess, I believe there exists no basis for comparison between him and Messi. Furthermore, his miraculous feat of scoring 5 goals in 9 minutes can largely be attributed to the fact that their opponents were the South Korean team. I am confident that Messi would exhibit a similar performance against South Korea. After all, the king of football is indeed the king. Regardless of how arrogant his demeanor may appear or how elevated his stance, no one present, including the old master, perceived any fault in the football king. Ultimately, his credentials speak for themselves. Awaiting the king's statement, the old master finally seized the opportunity to speak. In terms of skill, perhaps we truly cannot compete with Argentina. However, I wholeheartedly disagree with Mr. Maradona's assertion that Su cannot be compared to Messi. Su is an extraordinary player, a genuinely remarkable talent, despite being only 19 years old. In my view, Su is currently the finest player in the world, bar none. He has already substantiated his prowess with the dual golden boots in Serie A and the Champions League. And these are not merely ordinary golden boots. They are record-breaking super golden boots. Of course, I do not deny that Mr. Maradona's observation regarding Su's somewhat singular attacking style holds some truth. Nevertheless, it is precisely this singular approach to scoring that has led Inter Milan to the Champions League title and has propelled Croatia to their current standing. The atmosphere is charged with tension. The fiery Croatian coach Bilic and the world football king Maradona, both possessing distinctly vibrant personalities, found themselves clashing at the press conference. The catalyst for this confrontation? The comparison between Su and Messi. In an instant, the journalists present were electrified. Click, click, click. Every reporter began fervently snapping photographs. In the frame, the old master and Maradona locked eyes in a fierce contest of wills. The one-dimensional Su versus the heir to the football throne, Lionel Messi. It seemed that the most exhilarating match of this World Cup was about to unfold. A plea for votes. My dear friends, this chapter concludes. Chapter 113. Oh, Diego. Oh, Diego. The moment of divine inspiration reminiscent of the great Frenzied. The press conference has come to a close. The old master departed his seat, fists clenched. Indeed, the old master has lost. At least in the verbal sparring match between the two, he has been bested. As the old master prepared to defend Su with fervor against Maradona's claims, the latter simply stated, I have reached that height. Thus I possess the authority to judge who can attain it. Well then, the conversation has reached this point. The old master is not one to emulate the crow and abruptly abandon the discourse. Ultimately, the press conference concluded with a resounding victory for the old master. He walked alone towards his dressing room, yet with each step, his agitation grew. Just at the door, the old master retrieved his well-preserved notebook. Open the most familiar page. Number 21. On it lies the tactical formation he has simulated countless times. 2 forwards, Su Chin and Melito, Alex simulation level at 69, Mandzukic at 37. 4 midfielders, Eto'o, Eduardo's simulation level at 84, Sneijder, Modric's simulation level at 94, Cambiasso, Pjanic's simulation level at 76, Beckham, Kranjcar's simulation level at 59, with a defensive index increase of 50. For defenders, Zanetti, Pjanic's simulation level at 75, Samuel, Simunic's simulation level at 80, Lucio, Robert Kovac's simulation level at 70, Maicon, Joel Lucas' simulation level at 60. Beyond mere formations, Oldby has meticulously combined an extensive database of match statistics to devise the most fitting attacking strategy for Croatia today. After thoroughly confirming that his tactics were flawless, Oldby finally seemed to relax, closing his notebook and straightening his slightly wrinkled suit caused by his earlier agitation before stepping into the locker room. Upon entering, Oldby was unexpectedly struck by the peculiar demeanor of his players, who appeared rather uncharacteristic. After all, they were about to face the top favorites of the World Cup. Argentina, led by none other than the football king, Messi, Aguero, and Varane, each one of them worth more than half of the Croatian team. At such a moment, one would expect these young lads to be too nervous even to breathe. Yet, astonishingly, they were huddled together, chattering away and joking about Su Chin. Haha Su, your backside has gone viral. Not just your backside, but it seems your underwear has sold out. Who could have imagined that after your rear became an internet sensation, the guests in the adjacent room could step forward to say you disturbed them for a full 5 hours? Hilarious. After a brief moment of eavesdropping, Oldby could surmise what the laughter was about. Ahem. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he finally restored order within the locker room. The assistant coach, Kalbasi, who had been laughing the loudest, quickly brought over the tactical board. With a keen gaze scanning the room, Oldby began to speak. I do not wish to impose pressure upon you. However, the match is about to commence. I must convey something of utmost importance. The opponents you are about to face may very well be the strongest team you encounter in this World Cup. Perhaps even the eventual champions. Just at the recent press conference, Mr. Maradona explicitly stated that our ability to defeat South Korea by a significant margin was solely due to the fact that they were our opponents. But today, the scenario is different. We stand against the greatest Argentina, a team so formidable that it instills fear in all adversaries. Oldby recited Maradona's words with deliberate composure. Indeed, Oldby possesses little else, yet his mastery in simulating human speech is truly remarkable. As these words were uttered, the previously jovial atmosphere dissipated. The smiles on the faces of everyone in the locker room vanished, and their breathing gradually became more rapid. Mr. Maradona spoke wisely, for they are indeed the formidable two-star Argentina. However, It is precisely this that renders the match all the more intriguing. After defeating the South Korean team, many claimed we merely triumphed over them. But today, at this very stadium in Johannesburg, I implore you to exert every ounce of your strength to conquer this Argentina. Led by the king of football, I aim to demonstrate to the world, to those who label Croatia as the dark horse, who the true stronghold is. There is no need for complex tactics. I simply require you to defend our goal. Whenever an opportunity arises, advance the ball from the flanks and deliver it into the penalty area. Just get that damn ball to Sue. With your heads. Yes, with your heads. Let those Argentinians witness who we truly are. Are we not the dark horse they speak of? Old Bai's tone escalated, and the Croatian players beneath him began to redden with fervor, their eyes gleaming like wolves ravenous for prey. Meanwhile, as Old Bai inspired his own team, old Maradona recounted Argentina's illustrious past to his players. We are the magnificent Pampa Eagles. We are the unparalleled Argentina. Remember, your opponents are merely a group of unknown players from lower-tier leagues. As long as we can contain Sue, Croatia will pose no threat. Attack. Let us overwhelm them with the most splendid offense of our Pampa Eagles. After all, it is Maradona, the very soul of Argentina. Even though these words have been spoken countless times, everyone present remained enraptured by the impassioned oration of their nation's spirit. Indeed, as Maradona stated, they face nothing more than a group of third-rate adversaries, incapable of even reaching the top 5 leagues, despite possessing a world-class striker named Sue. Welcome to the live broadcast of the second round of the 2010 FIFA World Cup Group B match, featuring Argentina, led by Maradona, versus Croatia. The players have taken their positions on the field. The referee is checking the time. Beep. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the match officially commences. First, let us present the starting lineups. Wearing traditional red checkered jerseys, from left to right, Croatia's starting goalkeeper, Pleticosa Bilic, facing the formidable Argentina, opted against a conservative defensive formation, instead deploying an offensively eager 4-4-2. On the other side, clad in traditional blue jerseys, the Argentine starting goalkeeper Romero launched an offensive from right to left. The left back, Heinz. The center backs, Demichelis partnered with Otamendi. The right back, Gutierrez. The 3 midfielders, Mascherano, Verón, and Di Maria. The 3 forwards, Tevez on the left. The young prodigy Higuaín in the center, and Lionel Messi on the right. A 4-3-3 formation. Facing the team that many hailed as the dark horse, Croatia, Maradona deployed a purely offensive 4-3-3 formation. In the stands of the Johannesburg Stadium, as the referee's whistle pierced the air, more than 30,000 Argentine fans erupted into a cacophony of fervent cheers that enveloped the entire arena. Alas, the poor Croatian supporters, numbering merely 6,000, struggled to make their voices heard amid the overwhelming presence of Argentine fans. Despite their tireless efforts, their cheers seemed to vanish into the abyss. It was amidst this fervor that the Argentine attack commenced. Upon the sounding of the whistle, Higuaín passed the ball back to the maestro Verón. Noticing Verón receive the ball, Aulick surged forward to challenge him. However, in the face of Aulick's aggressive advance, the wizard Verón executed a graceful feint, deftly evading Aulick and gliding past him with the ball. Boom. Merely a single dribble sent the 30,000 Argentine fans into a frenzy, as if witnessing a goal. Born in 1975, Juan Verón was now 35 years old, yet he exhibited no signs of aging, whether in the Argentine domestic league or the World Cup qualifiers. In Maradona's Argentina, Verón orchestrated the team's offensive play like a maestro. After bypassing Aulick, Argentina pressed forward with relentless fervor. This was Maradona's style. The football king had often proclaimed that the best defense for his Argentina was indeed a powerful offense. Suchin attempted to intercept, but Verón chose not to dribble further. As Suchin lunged, he deftly passed the ball to the right, finding Di Maria. Speaking of Ángel Di Maria, many fans might not be familiar with this young talent. Born in 1988, the 22-year-old Di Maria had already claimed the MVP title in the Primera Liga for 2 consecutive years. And reports indicated that numerous prestigious clubs had expressed interest in this prodigious player before the World Cup. Suchin. He continued to chase down Di Maria. Oh dear. Suchin's defensive efforts were indeed lacking on the pitch. At that moment, Suchin stood frozen in embarrassment. The reason? Just moments ago, in his fervor to tackle Di Maria, he had inadvertently been outmaneuvered, falling victim to a nutmeg. Well, this time he had truly underestimated his opponent, forgetting that he was up against the future stalwart of Argentina. The angel Di Maria, in his youthful, vibrant form. Taking a deep breath, Suchin relentlessly pursued Di Maria, unwavering as ever. The veteran had previously stated that, when facing Argentina, he and Alec had no opportunity to rest. The two formed the initial line of defense for the Croatian team. Thus, Suchin chased Di Maria while Alec steadfastly followed Beltran. As for the midfielders behind them, the veteran coach had meticulously crafted defensive strategies and zones for each of his midfield players during the past few days of training. Consequently, as Suchin tracked the ball-carrying Di Maria, Modric surged forward, creating a double team against Di Maria. However, upon noticing Modric's advance, Di Maria unhesitatingly passed the ball to the right. Lionel Messi. Boom. Indeed, the moment Messi received the ball, the entire stadium erupted once more. This is the treatment reserved for superstars, regardless of their performance. As long as they are within the camera's view, they undoubtedly become the focal point. Yet, as the protagonist, Messi found himself deprived of any significant role, barely having received the ball. Eduardo, who had rushed back from the left, unceremoniously knocked Messi down from behind, without using hands or feet. Thus, when the referee halted the game, there was no inclination to issue a card. Messi, resigned, was pulled up by his teammates. A free kick for Argentina on the right flank. Speaking of this defensive maneuver, Bilic indeed executed it commendably. The zonal defense, coupled with targeted pressure on key players, particularly against Messi, was evident. Eduardo was clearly testing the referee's threshold for penalties today. With no yellow card, or even a warning issued, the situation became intriguing. It seemed that Messi would be the focal point of Croatia's offensive today. Beltran positioned himself at the ball, and the taller players from Argentina gathered around, including Tenacious. Well, to be honest, Argentina did not boast many tall players. On the field, as Beltran heard the referee's whistle, he sent a long pass into the penalty area. Although the ball landed perfectly, under the ironclad defense orchestrated by Bilic, only Tenacious, the solitary tall figure, posed no threat to Croatia. Simunic elbowed Tenacious aside and, with a powerful header, cleared the ball from the penalty area. Without hesitation, Puklavasi kicked the ball away. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes had elapsed, and Argentina continued to showcase dazzling footwork in front of Croatia's impenetrable defense. However, despite the Argentinians' every attack appearing spectacular, the so-called genuinely threatening shots on goal remained at zero. Of course, Croatia, lacking favorable counterattack opportunities, had yet to register a single shot. Not only shots, but even approaching Argentina's penalty area had become exceedingly challenging. The 12th minute of the match. After a series of 16 consecutive passes in midfield, the Argentinians ultimately delivered the ball to Tevez on the left flank. Amidst the frenzied cheers of over 30,000 Argentine fans, the beast showcased his astonishing physical prowess. After crashing through Joel Luca, Tevez did not immediately pass the ball to the onrushing Messi. Instead, he unleashed a thunderous shot with his left foot. The football soared past Pletikosa's fingertips, crashing against the crossbar before flying out of bounds. Oh dear, that was a close call. Had Tevez opted to backheel the ball to Messi, Croatia might have very well conceded a goal. In those fleeting minutes, Croatia indeed found themselves in a dire struggle. The commentator, Old Huang, began to express concern for Croatia's predicament as he observed the unfolding match. Meanwhile, on the bench, witnessing how close Tevez's strike came to scoring, merely a millimeter off, left the plump football king nearly rolling on the grass in frustration. However, after regaining his composure, Maradona swiftly turned towards the stands, fervently waving his arms. It was evident. Maradona sought to elevate the volume of the cheers from the over 30,000 Argentine supporters to invigorate his team. He understood, under such circumstances, it wouldn't be long before his Argentina would take the lead. On the other side, seeing Maradona interact with the fans, Oldby felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, despite his inner turmoil, he could not mimic Maradona's charm to engage the supporters. Moreover, with only 6,000 Croatian fans present, even if he waved his arms tirelessly, it would hardly overshadow the fervor of the Argentine contingent. Of course, the primary reason Oldby maintained his stoic demeanor was that the radiant moment of his white moon, Su, had yet to shine forth. He was holding back. Not just him. Croatia was holding back as well. They awaited the instant when the Argentinians would let their guard down. Croatia's goal kick. Pletikosa placed the ball on the edge of the 6-yard box and beckoned his advancing teammates. In previous attacks, although Su had indeed managed to secure the initial touch, due to a lack of support, the ball was ultimately lost. Still, from the center, Su faced Baron's tight marking without any pressure, confidently directing the ball to his side to Alec. Tevez rushed in for the challenge. A diagonal pass. No problem. Alec sent the ball to Kranjčar on the right flank. Unmarked, Tevez's reckless pursuit allowed Kranjčar to receive the ball without any opposition. Without hesitation, the moment he received the ball, Kranjčar began to sprint furiously down the wing. On the sidelines, as he witnessed Tevez miss the tackle, the previously calm old Bai, with his hands in his pockets, suddenly seemed to be activated, dashing along the touchline. As he sprinted, old Bai raised his arms, fervently gesturing forward. This was the clandestine signal he had established with the entire Croatian team, a signal to launch a final assault after a resolute defensive stand in their penalty area. At the very moment old Bai waved his hands, the Croatian players, who had hitherto retreated into the depths of their half, surged forward as if possessed. Racing towards the Argentine backline, Modric zigzagged across the pitch, while Suchin closely trailed Alec, keenly scanning for openings. Eduardo darted into the central area, and at the back, Joel Luca propelled himself with fervor, his legs moving as if fueled by sheer determination. The entire team pressed forward, a veritable tide unleashed. In that instant, the once stagnant Croatian side erupted like a massive stone striking still waters, sending forth ripples akin to towering waves. The Argentines were taken aback. They were accustomed to subduing the Croatians, dominating them as if they were mere children incapable of retaliation. Di Maria in the center was at a loss, unsure whether to follow Suchin or Eduardo. Mascherano, equally bewildered, blindly sprinted towards Kranjčar, who was in possession of the ball. Yet, as he and left-back Heinz arrived beside Kranjčar, the latter, without hesitation, deftly nudged the ball towards the sideline. There, Joel Luca, having galloped from the back line, was already on the scene. With a slight touch of his right foot, Joel Luca steadied the ball and gazed towards the Argentine penalty area. At that moment, within Argentina's box, Alec had surged to the near post, with Argentine center-back Otamendi closely marking him. Eduardo had infiltrated the far post, while Argentine right-back Gaetan also arrived just in time. Only Suchin remained, racing at the edge of the penalty arc. In his ears, Joel Luca seemed to hear the familiar voice of his coach, old Bai. Cross it, wherever it lands. Just deliver that damned ball to the heads of the Argentines. Indeed, who cared about the precise position? Just send the ball soaring above this group of Argentines. And so, without any specific aim, Joel Luca, relying solely on instinct, struck the ball decisively. Tevez returned, yet he was unable to intercept Joel Luca's cross before it was launched. The beast turned its gaze towards the football. Inside the Argentine penalty area, as Joel Luca controlled the ball, Argentine defensive stalwart Demichelis focused intently on Suchin, poised outside the box. He disregarded his club teammate, and even Eduardo, who sped past him. In his sights, only the dark-haired number 21 remained. Having learned from past encounters, he understood that the Croatians' only hope rested upon that damned Su. Thus, even before Joel Luca's pass reached him, Demichelis lunged towards Suchin as expected. Indeed, when that Joel Luca sent the ball soaring, it flew directly towards Suchin. However, curiously enough, nobody anticipated Joel Luca's pass to be so wildly off target. After imparting a spin to the ball, it inexplicably veered past Suchin just before he could reach the intended spot, sailing behind him instead. Was it a miscalculation? No. Was it that Su had merely misjudged? Not quite. The blame lay squarely on Joel Luca's erratic delivery. Demichelis chuckled. In that moment, clarity washed over him. Why had he been so apprehensive about this Su? True, the fellow was indeed formidable in aerial duels, but that had been during his tenure at Inter Milan. At Inter, with the likes of Maicon and Beckham providing precise passes, he was invincible. Yet now, here he was in Croatia. How could this group of provincial players compare to Maicon and Beckham? Devoid of accurate deliveries, what could Suchin's heading prowess possibly amount to? On the sidelines, the venerable Maradona, recently unsettled by Croatia's rapid play, felt a weight lift from his chest upon witnessing such a woeful pass from Croatia. He had feared for Argentina's defense. However, just as Maradona and the entire Argentine contingent presumed Croatia's attack would falter, a stunning scene unfolded within their own penalty area. Before their eyes, Suchin, witnessing the ball poised to sail past him, instinctively propelled his body forward. Driven by an innate force, his posture shifted dramatically from a jump to a dive. Moreover, it wasn't just his body that surged forward. His left heel struck with tremendous power, as if he were aware of what awaited it. Thud. Indeed. At the moment his heel made contact, something collided. More accurately, it crashed against his heel. In that position, with his body leaning forward, Su Qin could not see what transpired behind him. Yet he was acutely aware. He had executed a shot. And not just any shot, but one he had never dared to envision. It had to be his new module, the flamboyant shooting module of de Fonction. A second later, as he landed, Su Qin supported his weight with his hands. He then raised his gaze towards the Argentine goal. Before him stood Domitilus, utterly dumbfounded. Otamendi, tasked with marking Alec, widened his eyes in disbelief, as if confronted with a terrifying spectacle. All the Argentine and Croatian players seemed frozen in time, their gazes fixated upon Argentina's goal. At this moment, the once boisterous Johannesburg Stadium fell into an utter silence. Over 30,000 Argentine fans, who had just been fervently singing the anthem of the Pampas Eagles, stood frozen in place, witnessing the unfolding scene on the field. Indeed, at this very moment, the Argentines were stunned by the spectacle before them. Magnificent! Magnificent! The ball is in! The ball is in! Oh my! Oh my! Unbelievable! The scorpion kick. Su Qin. Before the Argentines, he executed the most audacious scorpion kick. Just as everyone believed that Joel Lucas' pass had gone astray, Su Qin, with the most unexpected maneuver, sent the ball into the net guarded by Romero. An inscrutable scorpion kick. A superlative scorpion kick that will undoubtedly be etched in history. Oh my. Just shortly after the recent pre-match press conference, the football king Maradona boldly proclaimed that Su Qin was merely an ordinary striker with a singular attacking style, asserting that Su Qin could never be compared to the great Messi. However, less than half an hour after Maradona's grandiloquent statement, Su Qin astonished the world with an extraordinary, unparalleled scorpion kick, proving he was not just an ordinary striker who relied solely on headers. 1 o'clock, in the 16th minute of the match. After a magnificent Argentine offensive that lasted for over 10 minutes, Su Qin propelled Croatia into the lead with a scorpion kick. Splendid. Splendid. Wow. Wow. Is that really a scorpion kick? Incredible. I always thought Su Qin only knew how to head the ball. Who would have imagined he could pull off such a scorpion kick on the World Cup stage, especially against Argentina? This goal was phenomenal. He is a surefire candidate for the Puskas Award. Is this really Su Qin? Just look at the height he jumped and the forward lean at the end. How strong must his core strength be? The fact that he could strike the ball so accurately with his heel while having no leverage in the air is astonishing. Of course, you should consider who executed the shot. Su Qin's greatest asset is indeed his core strength. Haven't you heard the gossip? He spent 5 hours with a supermodel, causing complaints from hotel neighbors. Haha, that is true. If his core strength weren't impressive, would a goddess even notice Su Qin? By the way, while you all focus on Su Qin's core strength, how come no one feels sorry for our little Didi? This is already the 3rd or 4th time he has watched Su Qin breach his goal. Lao Huang was ecstatic. Yes, Lao Huang, who had been worried for Croatia and Su Qin, began to scream wildly after witnessing Su Qin's explosive scorpion kick. Meanwhile, on the field, Su Qin, the scorer, showed no signs of modesty. Rising from the ground, he immediately sprinted towards the northern stands in a frenzy. There, amidst the throng of Croatian supporters who had endured a relentless onslaught from the Argentinians for an interminable stretch, a moment unfolded akin to a meticulously rehearsed performance with Su Qin at its helm. Over 6,000 exuberant Croatian fans sprang to their feet, lowering their voices in anticipation as they beheld Su Qin charging towards them. They leapt, pivoted, and landed with fervor, erupting in a singular chant of Su. At that instant, the Johannesburg Stadium resonated with this solitary sound. Su Qin was engulfed in ecstatic celebration. Meanwhile, before the Croatian substitutes bench, the moment the referee's whistle pierced the air, the veteran player, Old Bai, surged forward like a man possessed, hurtling towards the Argentine substitutes area. After an exhilarating sprint, he executed his signature sliding kneel, a gesture not merely of celebration but also of confrontation, as he directed a fervent roar towards the Argentine bench, specifically at the legendary Maradona. In that moment, all the pent-up frustration accumulated since the press conference was unleashed. In response, the proud Maradona, Witnessing Old Buy's audacious display before his own bench shook off his initial surprise, his anger flaring as he sought to confront Old Buy. Fortunately, his assistant coach, Saviola, intervened, grabbing hold of Maradona. At such a tense juncture, Maradona's impulsive movement toward Old Buy would undoubtedly have escalated the situation further. He was keen to avoid having Argentina be short one coach while trailing by a goal. However, Saviola seemed to have overestimated his own frail physique. With a mere thrust of Maradona's hips, Saviola was sent tumbling to the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Maradona quickly turned to assist his fallen assistant, who looked up at him with a bemused expression reminiscent of a memorable scene from years hence. "Oh Maradona! Oh dear Maradona!" Back in the Johannesburg Stadium, after concluding his exuberant celebration, Suchin embraced the arriving Aulic and Modric. At the center circle, the indomitable pride of Argentina, Lionel Messi, turned, hands on hips, gazing intently at the replay of the goal on the big screen. After watching Suchin's goal replay multiple times, Messi redirected his gaze towards Suchin, now encircled by his Croatian teammates. It seemed that at this moment, the proud Messi finally recognized that this transformed old teammate was on par with himself and the illustrious player from Real Madrid. Moreover, Messi, in a reverie, contemplated the scene of Suchin donning the Barcelona jersey once more in the upcoming season. That spectacle would undoubtedly be monumental. End of chapter 114. The Fall of the Pampa Eagles. Did you, old Maradona, ever expect a Belgian rout? The seventh goal has materialized. In an astonishing display of scoring prowess, Suchin has netted 7 goals in just 2 matches at this World Cup. With these 7 goals alone, the golden boot of this World Cup is unlikely to witness any further surprises. At this juncture, our only anticipation lies in whether Suchin can shatter the single tournament goal record, a feat seemingly only achievable by divine intervention. During the 1958 World Cup, French player Just Fontaine netted a remarkable 13 goals across 6 matches for his national team. This record has remained untouched for a staggering 52 years. The match at the Johannesburg Stadium continues, while the seasoned commentator Huang sits in the booth, already envisioning Suchin not only breaking the Serie A and Champions League scoring records, but also eclipsing the World Cup single tournament goal record. On the Argentine bench, Maradona, upon witnessing his team inexplicably concede a goal to the relatively unknown Croatia, stands in a fit of rage, raising his arms to signal his players to push forward. They are the magnificent Pumas of the Pampas. Their pride forbids them from being outpaced at any moment. In Croatia's defensive zone, the recently scored Suchin and Aulic are relentlessly charging at the forefront of midfield. Though these two formidable strikers may lack agility, their sheer physicality and force have undoubtedly troubled Argentina's midfield. In the 19th minute of the match, wizard-like Baron intended to execute a 1-2 with Di Maria, but before he could release the ball, Suchin collided into the elder Baron from the side. The impact, reminiscent of Holland's formidable style, was nothing short of terrifying. While others may remain oblivious, Baron, lying on the ground, clearly felt as though his very bones might shatter. The referee's whistle blew. Unfortunately for Suchin, his intent was solely on the ball, rendering the referee's decision to blow the whistle somewhat reluctant, let alone issue any warnings or yellow cards. Noticing the referee's lack of response, the Argentine players, led by Mascherano, converged in protest. "No card. That player was clearly aiming for the man," they exclaimed, lamenting the plight of their elder Baron. Just look at the severity of it. The Argentine players, under Mascherano's leadership, incessantly pressured the referee, yet rather than yielding, the referee glared at Mascherano and ushered them aside. This is neither La Liga nor Camp Nou. Argentina earned a free kick near the center circle. The beleaguered Baron, struggling to rise after surveying his shorter teammates, reluctantly abandoned the idea of launching the ball forward with a powerful kick. In the 27th minute, Croatia remained firmly entrenched with all 11 players in their half, forcing Argentina's attacks to retreat. Messi, confined by the triple threat posed by Eduardo, Modric, and Pjanic, found himself rendered ineffective. Strangely, during this period, Messi appeared to be diminished in his national team performance. Meanwhile, on the left flank, Tevez continued to persist in his attempts to go solo. In the midfield, Suchin, Aulic, and Krivic steadfastly secured their positions. Croatia set up an impenetrable fortress at the Johannesburg Stadium, leaving the Argentinians utterly bewildered. On the sidelines, Maradona fervently urged his teammates to press forward. Yet, Much to the dismay of the Argentine fans, no matter how passionately their football king shouted, their Pampas Eagles could not breach Croatia's defenses. Hey, shouted one. Do you feel that Croatia's play seems rather familiar? Indeed, Huang. Within just 10 minutes of the match, I sensed a resemblance to Mourinho's tactics. As the match approached the 30-minute mark, I could assert with certainty that Croatia's strategy mirrored Mourinho's approach in the Champions League final against Bayern Munich. The positioning of Suchin and Olic was strikingly akin to that of Suchin and Milito in that final. Yes, the resemblance is undeniable. Shouted one. I fear that if Argentina continues to advance, they might concede a goal. Absolutely. Even the commentators have recognized the old coach's tactics. Could Maradona not see it as well? However, although old Maradona is aware, he truly does not know how to change the course of the game. Indeed, while Maradona is undeniably a football legend, his prowess as a player does not necessarily translate to effective coaching. Frankly, he might be outmatched by his assistant, Saviola. The match continued to unfold at the pace dictated by the old coach. Frustrated by their inability to score, Argentina grew increasingly anxious, pushing their formation further forward. Finally, as even Higuain crossed into the opposing half in pursuit of an attack, the old coach waved his hand, with his characteristic commanding gesture. It was as if he had sounded the horn for a counterattack. Croatia's response commenced swiftly. Following a quick goal kick, Modric surged up the center, skillfully deceiving the approaching Di Maria with a deft feint. With a powerful strike of his right foot, he sent the ball to the left flank. In that position, Eduardo had already evaded the rapidly retreating Argentine left-back, Gutierrez. With his left foot, he controlled the ball and sent it further left with his right. The advancing Croatian left-back, Planic, seamlessly received Eduardo's diagonal pass. Inside the penalty area, Suchin and Olic had already surged into Argentina's box. Indeed, under Demichelis's command, the Argentine defenders surrounded Suchin. However, this time, Planic's long pass was not aimed at Suchin, but rather at the lone Olic, who had crept in at the near post. No miracle transpired. After all, Olic was a striker capable of displacing Klose from the starting lineup at Bayern Munich. With minimal interference, Olic firmly directed a header towards the near corner of the Argentine goal. In such close proximity, Olic's header found its way into the far corner. The Argentine goalkeeper Romero, utterly devoid of response, could only watch as the ball sailed past him and nestled into the net. The referee's whistle pierced the air, his hands signaling a valid goal towards the center circle. The Johannesburg Stadium erupted in a cacophony of jubilation. Over 6,000 Croatian fans roared in ecstasy at the sound of the whistle. Olic, having scored his first goal of the World Cup, wasted no time in shedding his jersey and sprinting towards the corner flag. Suchin, Eduardo, Modric, and Pjanic excitedly followed in his wake to celebrate. Splendid. A second goal. 2-0. I had predicted this. If Argentina continued their reckless offensive onslaught, they were bound to concede. Just moments later, they indeed found themselves with another goal against them. In a familiar display of aerial bombardment, Olic, essentially unmarked, headed the score to 2-0. What is this? This is tactical dominance. Argentina may boast a plethora of stars, yet no amount of individual brilliance can penetrate the dense defensive formation of Croatia. As they pushed further forward, Bilic's strategy was poised to strike. With a single blow, he targeted their vulnerabilities. Both goals fundamentally stemmed from the same tactical approach. Argentina must tread carefully. Should this continue, they may find themselves not only unable to equalize, but also conceding further. Watching Croatia net another goal, the old coach could not help but revel in his prescient predictions. On the bench, the atmosphere was starkly contrasting for both teams. For Croatia, the score of 2-0 naturally propelled Bilic and all the substitutes to leap from their seats. On the other side, Maradona, witnessing yet another goal conceded by his team, wore a frown etched with concern. Shouldn't the team adjust their rhythm? Without uttering a word, Seville had discreetly leaned in to offer a suggestion. However, the proud Maradona had no intention of heeding Seville's advice. Trailing by 2 goals, who knew if Croatia would opt for substitutions at halftime, potentially switching to a 4-6-0 formation? Indeed, while Maradona was unsure of how to remedy the situation, he discerned that the boisterous Bilic was employing tactics reminiscent of Mourinho's strategies. With a 4-4-2 formation, Croatia had struggled to score. If they truly transitioned to a 4-6-0, how would Argentina mount any offensive? Thus, the scene unfolded with an eerily familiar script. Maradona urged his Argentine side to press on with their relentless attack. Meanwhile, Suchin and Olic continued to play the role of disruptors in midfield. The match concluded with Croatia's impeccable defense, ringing in the end of the first half. As the whistle blew, Bilic stood proudly at the players' tunnel, awaiting each of his disciples. Upon encountering an old friend, the excitement was palpable as they exchanged a jubilant high five. However, the true spectacle unfolded when Suchin made his entrance, prompting the old friend to extend a special reception in front of a multitude of media outlets. Standing at a similar height, he not only embraced his beloved Su Bialaci warmly, but also planted a fervent kiss upon Su Bialaci's cheek. Far away in Madrid, the esteemed president, nestled in his opulent residence, cradled a glass of red wine, his face flushed as he absorbed the first half of Suchin's match. Beside him was none other than the familiar figure of Jose Mourinho. Indeed, upon learning that Mourinho was still occupied at the club that afternoon, the president had promptly dispatched a driver to summon him to his abode. The mere fact that Mourinho graced the president's home was a testament to the president's admiration for him. "Jose, this lad is truly remarkable." With a raised glass, the president signaled to Mourinho before downing the wine with a beaming smile. Indeed, Su is a child one cannot help but adore, both for his innate talent and his unwavering dedication to the game and training. Throughout my decades in football, I have never encountered anyone who surpasses Su. Regrettably, however, that rascal Raiola has yet to relent. I know he is biding his time for the World Cup to conclude, anticipating Suchin's market value to soar. The president's words left Mourinho momentarily speechless, as financial matters were not within his purview to influence. "By the way, Jose, do you think Su can coexist with that fellow Ronaldo?" Suddenly, the president posed a question that made even Mourinho ponder deeply. "Coexist? To be honest, Mr. President, I am uncertain. Is that so?" Last season, Ronaldo appeared 29 times in La Liga, netting 26 goals and providing 7 assists. In the Champions League, he played 6 matches, scoring 7 goals without any assists. Based solely on these statistics, Ronaldo undeniably performed at a superstar level. However, Mr. President, these dazzling figures are precisely where Real Madrid's greatest dilemma lies. Ronaldo accounted for a staggering 474 shots across all competitions. You understand what this implies. At last, Mourinho articulated the concern that had been weighing on his mind. Indeed, Ronaldo is the captain the president envisioned for this galactic ship known as Real Madrid. Nevertheless, in Mourinho's perspective, a single leader must steer the ship, and that must be him. Furthermore, he was aware that should he take the helm, Ronaldo's shooting statistics would inevitably diminish under his directive. He sought results, not merely the individual accolades of a superstar. Yet, as you know, currently, the only contender to challenge Messi is Ronaldo. Real Madrid desires not just victories, but an abundance of aspirations. Dear Mr. Mainwash, I am acutely aware of your contemplations. There is but one matter I wish to convey. After Suchin's transfer to Inter Milan and his ascendance to a pivotal role, his jersey sales astonishingly surpassed those of all Inter players, including Eto'o, within a mere month. Indeed, by the time of the Champions League final, the sales of Su's jersey eclipsed the collective total of his teammates. You are certainly cognizant of these statistics. Yet, have you pondered the implications had Su joined Real Madrid? Do you recall the scene when your Real Madrid first visited China? If your esteemed team were to feature a superlative core player of Chinese descent, what bounties do you envision Real Madrid would reap in the vast Chinese market? Not only China, but the entire Asian market is also a realm of significant potential. Mourinho seldom articulates such thoughts. However, witnessing Suchin's formidable performances in the World Cup has stirred a sense of urgency within him. He fears that Su might ultimately gravitate towards other clubs, particularly after observing the first half of the match against Croatia. Mourinho has come to recognize a reality that even he finds daunting. If he were to stand before Argentina today, he too would be at a loss. Much like the increasingly flustered Maradona, unsure of how to unravel the very tactics he himself devised. I assure you, Jose, take heart. For Su shall undoubtedly don the Real Madrid jersey in the new season, regardless of the cost. Indeed, after hearing Mourinho's impassioned words, the esteemed president seemed to emerge from his indecision. Ronaldo is undeniably formidable. However, this season, relying solely on Ronaldo has not extricated Real Madrid from the confines of the Champions League round of 16. In the locker room of Johannesburg Stadium, as anticipated, the coach made substitutions. Olic, who had scored in the first half, was replaced by the defensive midfield stalwart Dumovic from Lokomotiv Moscow, born in 1981. Thus, the coach adopted a 4-5-1 formation. Although ostensibly a 4-5-1, it was clear to all that with Su-Chin retreating to midfield, the coach had essentially mirrored Mourinho's 4-6-0 formation. Meanwhile, Maradona disregarded Saviola's advice. Aware that Croatia would continue their staunch defense in the second half, he recklessly deployed another forward, Agüero, his son-in-law and the formidable striker from Atletico Madrid. In the locker room, while Saviola despaired at the thought of the match's potential outcome, the Argentine players found themselves invigorated by Maradona's impassioned declarations. As the 15-minute halftime interval elapsed, Argentina returned to the pitch to unleash their most fervent offensive onslaught. In the 49th minute of the match, with 4 forwards on the field, Argentina finally seized another opportunity. In a desperate situation, with 3 Croatian players converging upon him, Messi managed to nudge the ball to Di Maria's feet at the last moment. As Di Maria received the pass, he deftly flicked the ball over the entire Croatian defensive line. The freshly substituted Agüero, displaying remarkable awareness, appeared at just the right moment and executed a precise shot that found the net's dead corner. In that instant, the Argentine fans, who had endured a prolonged period of silence, erupted into ecstatic cheers. Even Agüero seemed poised to dash towards his father-in-law in celebration. However, the linesman's flag, raised high, ignited a wave of fury among the Argentine supporters. In that moment, there was no VAR to alter the decision. Once the linesman signaled and the referee concurred, even a perceived mistake in their goal left the players helpless. In the 52nd minute, Argentina mounted another attack. Verón delivered a beautifully crafted diagonal pass to Tevez on the left flank. Agüero retreated to execute a 1-2 with Tevez, who, receiving a return pass at the edge of the penalty area, unleashed an uncompromising strike. Although the shot was nearly perfect in both power and angle, Croatia's goalkeeper, Pleticosa, had already positioned himself and managed to deflect the ball off the goal line. Croatia narrowly escaped disaster. Argentina earned a corner, although such opportunities rarely bore fruit for them. In the 59th minute, Argentina continued to press through Tevez. However, this time Agüero's attempt to replicate their previous success was thwarted by Croatia's newly introduced defensive stalwart, Dujmovic, who anticipated the play. Dujmovic skillfully intercepted the ball from Agüero's feet. Without waiting for Agüero's reaction, he swiftly passed it to the side to Modric. As Modric lifted his head to initiate a quick counterattack, he regrettably noticed that Su-Chin, who should have been leading the charge, was still closely marking Verón nearby. With no other option, Modric had to hold the ball and await his teammates' advance. Kranjčar made an immediate forward run on the right. Noticing Di Maria closing in, Modric dared not linger on the ball and delivered a long pass to Argentina's backline. The swift Kranjčar expertly arrived just ahead of Heinz to collect the ball. Naturally, Su-Chin followed closely behind. The two executed an aerial relay. However, while Su-Chin's header was powerful, it was not infallible. After overpowering de Michelis to win the first ball, Su-Chin's header, driven by excessive force, narrowly grazed the post and flew out of bounds. Alas, Su-Chin, like the older player, clutched his head in despair. While the entire Argentine crowd collectively inhaled sharply, the match continued. Yet, as Argentina's formation advanced further upfield, the veteran coach began signaling to his players. This occurred in the 64th minute. Accustomed to effortlessly dominating Croatia, Argentina was taken aback when, during a goal kick from the Croatian goalkeeper, the entire Croatian team surged forward. Most notably, Su-Chin. The moment the signal was given by Old Bye, Su-Chin dashed forward like a stealthy cheetah prowling through the grass, charging into Argentina's defensive territory. At that moment, the Argentine team had yet to fully retreat to their half. Su-Chin swiftly crossed the center circle, and in an instant, the goal kick from Pleticosa reached him. Aiming for the ball's trajectory, Su-Chin turned his back to the hapless Mascherano. With no obstacles in his path, he initiated his explosive move reminiscent of Belgian flair the moment he received the ball. This swift pivot left Mascherano, who had intended to leverage his experience to pressure Su-Chin, utterly bewildered. With an unparalleled burst of speed, Su-Chin left Mascherano trailing behind in the blink of an eye. On the sidelines, Diego Maradona was taken aback. He was, after all, the king of football. While he might have been oblivious to other aspects, the speed and agility that Su-Chin displayed in that moment could easily rival the peak performances of the legendary Ronaldo. However, Maradona had no time to ponder this, for Su-Chin was rapidly approaching the penalty area. In a state of urgency, he began shouting for his players to fall back and bolster their defense. Meanwhile, in the Argentine penalty area, Domitius charged out to confront Suchin the moment he bypassed Mascherano. Yet, the anticipated collision of wills did not materialize. At the very instant Domitius bore down on him, Suchin deftly pushed the ball to the side with his left foot. At that moment, the relentless Modric had already arrived at the ball's location. With a deft touch from his right foot followed by another swift maneuver with his left, Modric surged into the Argentine penalty area. Otamendi panicked, neglecting to notice the approaching Suchin as he frantically rushed toward Modric. Unfortunately for him, Modric had no intention of shooting. Upon seeing Otamendi lunging at him, he smoothly executed a diagonal pass. A sublime interplay between the two was established, showcasing the utmost synergy between the two. The ball returned to Suchin's feet. At this juncture, Suchin faced the goalkeeper without hesitation. Aiming for the bottom left corner, he pushed the ball forward. Romero, with all his might, dove to make a save, but failed to make contact with the ball. Thus, the ball slipped through his fingertips, finding its way into the net behind him. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, pointing to the center circle to indicate the goal was valid. Splendid. Magnificent. A brace for Suchin. Croatia led Argentina 3-0. An astonishing scoreline. In this Johannesburg stadium, the once mighty Pampas Eagles were thoroughly dismantled by Croatia. Although Argentina dominated the field, Croatia seized the opportunity with 3 sudden offensive bursts, scoring 3 remarkable goals. The 4-forward formation devised by Maradona became Argentina's greatest vulnerability. Stripped of midfield control, Argentina found no one capable of thwarting the brilliance of the magician, Suchin. The match had lost all suspense. At the Johannesburg Stadium, over 30,000 Argentine fans fell silent once again. Likewise, the legendary Maradona, witnessing Suchin's second goal, could only shake his head in resignation. As for Old Boy, upon seeing his tactics succeed once more, he turned exuberantly to face the Croatian fans behind him, proudly raising both hands in triumph. Were it not for the ongoing match, Old Boy would have relished the chance to assert his dominance. Indeed, he was a man of considerable bravado. On the pitch, just after Suchin scored their second goal, he was about to rush out in celebration when he saw Modric, beaming with joy, sprinting towards him. Thus, the two shepherds embraced sweetly within the den of the Pampas Eagles. With consecutive victories and a goal differential of 10, all Croatian players knew their first place standing in the group was firmly secured. However, Suchin's joy extended beyond merely topping the group. With these 2 goals, he would completely fill the second tier of his talent tree. Particularly, the coveted skill of the heavy cannon was now within his grasp. With first place nearly assured, he anticipated a well-deserved rest in the third group match, though which team would be the first to face his heavy cannon remained uncertain. As Croatia netted their third goal, the match lost all suspense. In the ensuing play, wary of Croatia's counterattacks, Argentina refrained from pushing forward. Naturally, Old Boy adhered to Mourinho's principle of playing it safe, firmly establishing his team in their own half. Not only did he solidify their defense, but in the 70th minute, he substituted Eduardo and Kranjčar for 2 defensive wingbacks. From that point onward, Old Boy orchestrated a formation even more shameless than Mourinho's infamous bus strategy. This was a super bus formation never before seen in the World Cup. Even with the formidable arsenal of Messi, Tevez, Agüero, and Higuaín, Argentina was helpless in swallowing a humiliating 3-0 defeat. In the 93rd minute, as the 3rd minute of stoppage time concluded, the referee decisively blew the final whistle. The Croatian substitutes rushed onto the field to celebrate, while Old Boy hurriedly adjusted his attire and approached the visibly disheartened football king. Though troubled and somewhat indignant, the football king graciously shook hands with Bilic, extending his congratulations. The match had concluded 3-0, a scoreline that few could have anticipated prior to the match. Croatia, the dark horse of Group B, astonishingly triumphed over one of the World Cup favorites, Argentina, with a decisive 3-0 victory. Indeed, if you witnessed the entirety of this encounter, any doubt regarding the final score would surely dissipate. In terms of tactical execution, Bilic undeniably outmaneuvered Maradona with remarkable precision. Moreover, it was not solely the tactics at play. The synergy among the Croatian players on the field surpassed that of their Argentine counterparts. Within this Argentine squad, under Maradona's stewardship, numerous issues became apparent. Despite the constellation of stars, unlike Croatia, no Argentine player emerged as an attacking linchpin to aid their cause throughout the match. Notably, the heat maps illustrated that Tevez' ball possession and attacking efforts outstripped even Messi's. The absence of a pivotal core, coupled with a defensive line lacking a steadfast anchor, precipitated Argentina's inability to swiftly reorganize their defense in response to Croatia's sudden escalation in tempo. Consequently, the defeat felt less like an anomaly and more like an inevitability. However, Argentine supporters need not despair. This is merely the second round of the group stage. Should Argentina secure a victory against South Korea in the subsequent match, and if Croatia avoids defeat against Nigeria, Argentina will still qualify for the knockout stage as the second team in their group. Nonetheless, prior to that, congratulations are in order for Croatia, who have successfully clinched their second match and secured a place in the next round. Additionally, we commend Suchin for adding 2 goals to his tally, leading the scoring chart with a total of 8 goals. This concludes the live broadcast brought to you by Huang Jinxiang and Duan Xian. Stay tuned for more updates, and farewell. Observing the Croatian team engaging joyfully with their fans, the seasoned commentator Huang smiled with a sense of contentment as he removed his headset. Meanwhile, in distant Madrid, upon the conclusion of the match, Mourinho rose from his seat in Florentino's opulent residence. However, en route home, the special one felt compelled to send a text message to Suchin. Indeed, Florentino was anxious, and so too was Jose Mourinho. As his coveted striking talent, how could he bear the thought of Suchin joining another team? What Mourinho was unaware of, however, was that following his departure, Florentino, who had previously appeared unperturbed, was now deep in contemplation within his study. Mourinho's words had prompted Florentino to reevaluate Real Madrid's future. He pondered whether Cristiano Ronaldo, who had just completed a year with the club, or the La Masia prodigy, the extraordinary magician, would be better suited to lead his new generation of Galacticos. The market, influence, and team performance weighed heavily on his mind. There was much to consider. However, unbeknownst to him, the esteemed elder increasingly found himself contemplating the significance of that dark-haired youth in his heart. Indeed, leaving aside all else, the mere fact that he hailed from La Masia seemed sufficient to send many Real Madrid fans into a frenzy. Upon returning to the locker room after a refreshing shower, Suchin noticed a text message from Mourinho awaiting him. "Su, congratulations. Do you recall the scene when you first arrived at Inter Milan in my office?" Suchin felt somewhat bewildered. What was this all about? Why had Mourinho suddenly sent him such a message? However, just as Suchin was about to reply, he was urged by the elder to head to the post-match press conference. With a remarkable brace, Suchin was unsurprisingly named the man of the match once again. At the press conference, before he could even take his seat, the elder spoke up. "As I mentioned before the match, Su, he is a phenomenal player. He is the best player in the world, bar none. We are fortunate that Su appeared in Croatia at such a crucial time." The elder was at it again. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the journalists in attendance erupted into a frenzy of excitement. "Mr. Bilic, does this mean you believe Suchin is superior to Messi? Mr. Bilic, after defeating Argentina, do you have any comments?" Clearing his throat, the elder took hold of the microphone. 2 matches, 8 goals. Can this data not demonstrate that Su is stronger than anyone else? Of course, I have yet to reach the heights spoken of by Mr. Maradona, and I do not know if 8 goals would convince Mr. Maradona that Su is indeed the best player in the world. Alas, observing the elder's smug demeanor, Suchin sensed trouble was brewing for him. Everyone was aware of the current intense rivalry between the fans of Messi and Ronaldo. Now it seemed, the elder's words might just catalyze a monumental reconciliation among them. And what was the reason for this reconciliation? Naturally, they had found a common target to rally against. With only these 2 crucial group matches behind them, the narrative would soon accelerate. Let us not dwell on trivialities. End of chapter. Chapter 115. The Elder Bilic. I am the noble Bilic. How could I ever wish to undermine Argentina? It was a disheartening scene. While the elder sat upright, extolling the virtues of Suchin to the journalists, Maradona wore a troubled expression as he listened to the incessant questioning about Argentina's defeat. Why had Argentina lost this match? Why had Messi failed to shine, while Suchin of Croatia had set the field ablaze? To make matters worse, a journalist on Maradona's side had the audacity to relay Bilic's comments from afar. The more he listened, the more irate Maradona became. Finally, after enduring 10 minutes of this torment, he could no longer contain himself. It's merely a group match. The journey to the World Cup remains lengthy. With Argentina's steadfast ambition centered on securing the championship, a single defeat cannot diminish their aspirations. I am at a loss as to why you persist in discussing that player in my presence, regardless of the number of goals he scores. I firmly believe that the finest player in the world today remains Messi. Forever will it be Messi. Only Messi. With that declaration, Maradona cast aside the microphone before him and elegantly exited the press conference. The match may have concluded, but the media's fervor was just beginning. Within half an hour of the game's end, a prominent sports publication initiated the first salvo in the Messi versus Suarez debate, declaring, "A comprehensive rout. Argentina's faith shattered." The article meticulously chronicled the clash between Croatia and Argentina, while simultaneously critiquing Maradona's tactical shortcomings. However, the primary focus was a detailed account of Messi's lack of impact throughout the match, insinuating that his departure from Barcelona rendered him virtually ineffective, almost equating him to a mere cog in a larger system. Conversely, Suarez emerged as a formidable force, with his exceptional physical prowess and remarkable heading ability. This 19-year-old prodigy has become an irreplaceable scoring asset for both club and country. Alarmingly, Suarez appears to be an adaptable player, thriving amidst the luxurious support of Inter Milan and continuing to score prolifically even when faced with inferior counterparts in Croatia. Such versatility is indeed formidable, akin to a nuclear warhead that can launch from a strategic missile, yet can still deliver impact when wielded as a simple rocket launcher. This article incited a wave of indignation among Messi's admirers, leading to an eruption of comments on the publication's Twitter account. However, just as Messi's fans were venting their frustrations, another report from AS surfaced, titled, "The Pampa Eagles Fall, Messi Outclassed on Two Fronts." Unlike the more subtle approach of the previous publication, as offered no semblance of restraint regarding Messi's performance. The report detailed not only his ineffectiveness in the match, but also recalled his underwhelming displays in recent Champions League encounters. Furthermore, AS revealed a significant development. Real Madrid's president, Florentino Perez, has issued a firm directive to ensure that, following the World Cup, they will spare no expense to secure the signing of the Inter Milan star. In an instant, Real Madrid supporters were exhilarated. As ardent fans of the club, their singular aspiration is to triumph over Barcelona, especially upon hearing that a La Masia-trained super striker is poised to grace the Bernabeu. How could these loyal Madridistas contain their excitement? They have even begun to discuss what kind of tifo to create for the meeting at the Bernabeu where Suchin will make his appearance. Perhaps a formidable bull-headed warrior trampling over Barcelona? Why a bull-headed warrior, one might wonder. Outside, the chatter is incessant. However, at this moment, Suchin, having returned to the hotel, has little inclination to pay heed to the bothersome reporters. Seizing the moment while Modric is freshening up, Suchin quickly lies down on the bed and enters the system. After submitting the 8 goals he has achieved along with all his training time, he finally acquires the long-cherished long-range shooting skill, the wrist cannon. There was no sudden jolt of electricity as he had anticipated. With the wrist cannon in hand, the third tier of the talent tree naturally unlocks. Yet, as Suchin had imagined, the options on this final tier require a staggering 500 hours of training time for 5 enhanced shooting talent points, and the ultimate skill, Vieri's comprehensive shooting technique. As for the goals, the figure is an outrageous 135. Well, considering the training time alone, even if Suchin trains tirelessly for 10 hours each day without rest, it would take him a grueling 450 days to accomplish. Not particularly thrilled, Suchin exits the system just as Modric emerges from the bathroom. "Su, are we not going out tonight?" Suchin now realizes that Modric has taken to teasing him. Cough, cough. "All right, Luka, I'll just step out for that one night, shall I?" "Haha, just kidding, Su." Speaking of which, did you see that the South Korean team lost to Nigeria? In the last match, if we were to lose to Nigeria, do you think the Koreans could hold Argentina to a draw? Wow. Luka, do you dislike Argentina that much? I mean, hypothetically. After all, I believe we would fare much better against Nigeria than Argentina. As for the South Korean team, it's hard to say. They've already lost 2 in a row and are out of contention. Traditionally, in their final match, they will undoubtedly give their all. If the Koreans fight fiercely, the outcome against Argentina is uncertain, but I foresee some injuries. Haha, so by your reasoning, we should aim to win against Nigeria. Hey, Luka, I never realized how cunning you could be. Hee, let us not dwell on that, Su. I read that report from AS. Are you truly considering a move to Real Madrid? Well, Luka, I'm not even certain where I should go at this moment. Raiola mentioned he would facilitate things, and I'll choose when the time comes. So, my personal suggestion is that given your current performance, joining Real Madrid would be quite advantageous. Haha, Luca. Are you secretly wishing to join Real Madrid as well? Oh, come on, Sue, what are you saying? Even if I wanted to, I doubt they would have any interest in me. Besides, I've heard that Real Madrid is already negotiating with Werder Bremen regarding the transfer of Ozil from the German national team. Once Ozil arrives, their midfield will be overcrowded. Ozil. Modric's words suddenly reminded Su Chin of the fact that this deceased player had indeed transferred to Real Madrid in August following the conclusion of the World Cup. Moreover, upon joining Real Madrid, he immediately embarked on a journey of remarkable achievements, even relegating Kaká to the bench. Glancing at the somewhat disappointed Modric, Su Chin was struck by an amusing thought. As the second round of Group B matches concluded, Croatia emerged victorious in both of their games, accumulating 6 points alongside an impressive goal difference of 10, thus rightfully claiming the top position. The situation for the second place, however, was intriguing. Nigeria triumphed over South Korea with a score of 2-0, securing 2 goal difference points, which allowed them to surpass Argentina, the team that had previously defeated them, and take second place. Based on the current goal difference in their upcoming match, Croatia need only avoid losing to Nigeria by 7 or 8 goals to ensure their top spot in the group. Conversely, Argentina faced a challenge. Should Croatia purposely lose to Nigeria, Argentina would need to significantly increase their goal difference against South Korea to secure advancement. In summary, Argentina's chances of progressing seemed increasingly reliant on Croatia's performance. This predicament surely troubled Maradona. Prior to the World Cup's commencement, he had boldly declared that Argentina was there to seize the championship. Who could have anticipated that, after 2 rounds, Maradona would find himself dependent on others' fortunes? With the conclusion of the matches in Group B, the second round of competitions in other groups commenced. In Group C, Slovenia played to a 2-2 draw with the United States, while England faced Algeria, ending in a 0-0 stalemate. Consequently, England and the United States each garnered 2 points, placing them second and third, respectively, while Slovenia surprisingly occupied the top position. In Group D, Germany, who had previously triumphed over Australia, unexpectedly fell 0-1 to Serbia, while Ghana drew 1-1 with Australia, temporarily placing Ghana at the summit with 4 points. In Group E, the Netherlands secured a narrow 1-0 victory over Japan, while Cameroon suffered a 1-2 defeat to Denmark. In Group F, Italy once again settled for a draw, this time 1-1 against New Zealand, while Paraguay triumphed over Slovakia with a 2-0 victory, advancing to the knockout stage in the process. Italy found themselves in jeopardy of not advancing from their group. Group G witnessed an astonishing match. North Korea, who had previously seemed capable of holding their own against Brazil, was utterly defeated by Portugal with a score of 7-0. Thus, the 2 unfortunate brothers from the Korean peninsula, one from 2007 and the other from 2008, bid farewell to the World Cup stage. Nevertheless, this match featured a noteworthy moment that journalists eagerly highlighted. Cristiano Ronaldo, the Portuguese superstar, finally scored. In the 87th minute, after a long-range shot by Veloso sailed over the bar, Ledson intercepted the ball and passed it to Ronaldo, who deftly lifted the ball over the on-rushing goalkeeper, Lee Myung-guk, before volleying it into the empty net from 10 meters out. As Cristiano Ronaldo netted his 6th goal for Portugal, he simultaneously shattered a prolonged goal drought that had lasted an astonishing 16 months for his national team. Following this moment, journalists seized the opportunity to juxtapose Ronaldo's achievement with that of Lionel Messi, thereby mocking the latter. Both of these contemporary giants found themselves in contrasting fortunes on the World Cup stage, with one scoring and the other failing to find the net. In Group H, the pre-tournament favorites, Spain, finally regained their form, triumphing 10 over Honduras at the Soccer City Stadium in Johannesburg. Meanwhile, Chile also secured a 10 victory against Switzerland. With the conclusion of the second round of group matches, the final clashes in Group A commenced on June 27, 2010, heralding an unexpected turn of events. France shockingly succumbed to the host nation, South Africa, with a score of 12 at the Rustenburg Stadium, resulting in their dismal exit from the tournament with 1 draw and 2 losses, finishing at the bottom of their group. Uruguay and Mexico, however, advanced to the knockout stage. With the rankings of Group A established, the opponents for Group B were determined. The group winners were set to face the second-place team from Group A, Mexico. After meticulously analyzing the rosters of Uruguay and Mexico, Coach Bilic decisively opted to retain Su Qin in the starting lineup for the third group match, eschewing any notions of eliminating Argentina in favor of pursuing victory. After all, who could deny the integrity of Bilic, the most principled figure within the Croatian squad? On June 28th, at 8 p.m. local time in South Africa, the two matches in Group B commenced simultaneously: Argentina versus South Korea and Croatia versus Nigeria. At the Bloomfield Stadium, Argentine fans fervently sang their national anthem, beseeching their team to secure a victory against South Korea to ensure their progression in the tournament. Meanwhile, at the Estadio Defensores del Chaco in Paraguay, Croatian supporters reveled in each attacking play, akin to a festive celebration. However, in a match that many anticipated to be a one-sided affair, Nigeria displayed an unexpected resilience. After witnessing Croatia's 30 dismantling of Argentina, Nigerian coach Eto'o swiftly adopted a 5-defender formation for this match, opting for a 541 setup. Under this defensive strategy, Su Qin found himself besieged by at least 3 defenders at nearly every turn, failing to score. The first half concluded with the score remaining 0-0, as Croatia was unable to alter the scoreboard. Notably, Nigeria, despite their staunch defense, did not threaten with a single meaningful attack. Simultaneously, Argentina struggled against the tenacious defense of South Korea, also failing to register a goal. During halftime, fans humorously began to chant the beloved tune "Don't Cry for Me, Argentina," as the prospect of elimination loomed due to goal differential should the match continue in a scoreless tie. In the locker room, upon learning that Argentina had yet to score, the seasoned coach promptly decided that Su Qin required a respite. Thus, in a bid to maintain Su Qin's form, he substituted him for the untested Mandzukic. Well, the coach's decision was ultimately for his own welfare, leaving little room for dissent regarding Su Qin's exit. It was evident to all that the coach, witnessing the Korean team pushing Argentina to the brink, could have settled for a draw to eliminate Argentina from contention. Meanwhile, in the changing room of the Bloemfontein Stadium, Maradona, observing Argentina's dire predicament, commenced yet another impassioned speech. The moment that Argentina needs you most has arrived. Countless Argentine fans are yearning for your performance. The entire nation depends on you. We are the great Argentina. We are the Pampas Eagles. He urged Leo to find a way to penetrate the Korean defense, especially now that they were down a player. He implored him to break through while ensuring his own safety. Argentina needs you. However, the disheartening news reached Maradona's ears at the onset of the second half, that wretched Bilic had indeed replaced the equally unfortunate Su. Everyone knew Bilic aimed to eliminate Argentina, and this news ignited Maradona's frustration. Yet, he felt powerless. This was, after all, a blatant conspiracy. Thus commenced the second half. Without Su Qin, Croatia and Nigeria exchanged blows. Although Su's absence alleviated some pressure on Nigeria's defense, they still struggled to breach Croatia's formidable Mu-style defense. The score remained at 0-0 as the match approached the 90th minute. Throughout, the coach remained fixated on the outcome of the other match. On the other side, as Su Qin had anticipated, the Korean team unleashed an awe-inspiring display of tenacity. Park Ji-sung tirelessly ran from defense to attack, even cramping up in the process. Other Korean players faced expulsions and yellow cards, yet they managed to maintain the 0-0 scoreline until the end of regular time. In the stands of the Bloemfontein Stadium, Argentine fans, confronted with dwindling time, were on the verge of tears. "Messi! Messi! Messi!" they chanted repeatedly, hoping for a miracle from their star player. It seemed as if the divine had heard their prayers. In the 92nd minute, as Messi found himself entangled with a Korean player and lost possession, Di Maria miraculously surged in from the heavens, reclaiming the ball from the feet of the Koreans. Just as the opposing players were closing in, he launched a perfect arc with his left foot, sending the ball past the Korean goalkeeper's fingertips into the net's far corner. Goal! Argentina had snatched victory from Korea. In that instant, the Bloemfontein Stadium erupted into a frenzy. All the Argentine players surged towards Di Maria, pinning him down beneath their collective weight. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Maradona, in a frenzy, collapsed onto the pitch, sliding his entire body across the ground. Upon rising, he let out a triumphant roar, raising his arms high in celebration. Such a spectacle was not lost on the reporters. Di Maria, who had delivered the decisive blow against the South Korean team, found himself overshadowed by the old master. who had become the center of attention. On the other side, the veteran coach looked at the dying moments of the match, bewildered that Argentina could miraculously score again. Shaking his head in resignation, his calculations had come to naught. Yet, it mattered little. His Croatia was set to face a relatively weaker Mexico in the knockout stage. In contrast, the fortunate Argentina, having narrowly advanced, would confront the formidable Uruguay, the top team from Group A. It should be noted that Argentina had previously fallen to Uruguay in the qualifiers. The disappointment on the coach's face did not escape the notice of Su Qin. However, Su Qin understood that this Argentine squad, in all honesty, could only aspire to reach the round of 16. He found it perplexing that Maradona, who could easily replicate the tactics of the great Mourinho, had opted to leave the Inter Milan contingent on the bench, deploying a lineup lacking in strength against a powerful Uruguay. It seemed that Maradona's journey was nearing its end. At the post-match press conference, the coach was indeed questioned by reporters regarding his decision to substitute Su Qin, insinuating that it was a ploy against Argentina. Faced with such an unfounded accusation, the coach erupted in indignation, slamming his hand on the table. "I am a proud Croatian. I would never resort to such morally bankrupt tactics for the benefit of my team. Substituting Su was solely to ensure he is in optimal condition for the knockout stage. Moreover, I do not believe that facing Argentina would pose any significant challenge for Croatia." The coach asserted his innocence with fervor. However, these words stirred excitement among the journalists, as they were a direct affront to Maradona. Indeed, on the other side, Maradona passionately slammed his fist on the table during his press conference. "This is an insult to football. Do not let me see him again. I will ensure he witnesses the true might of the Pampa Eagles." Maradona was fervently animated, having already envisioned countless scenarios of how he would unleash a formidable offensive to bring the Croatians to their knees upon their next encounter. After all, he was at the helm of the illustrious Argentina. "Thus, it seems I owe you over 2,000 words today. I shall endeavor to compose a grand chapter of 12,000 words tomorrow. I humbly thank all my benefactors and seek your forgiveness." End of chapter. Chapter 116. The hat trick emerges again. Without a stalwart center back, the magician reigns supreme. In the ensuing days, the final round of matches in each group concluded in succession. Group C, Slovenia 0-1 England, USA 1-0 Algeria. The USA and England advanced together. Group D, Ghana 0-1 Germany, Australia 2-1 Serbia. Germany and Ghana occupy the first two positions. Group E, Denmark 1-3 Japan, Cameroon 1-2 Netherlands. The Netherlands and Japan progress in tandem. Group F, Slovakia 3-2 Italy, Paraguay 0-0 New Zealand. Paraguay and Slovakia proudly advance to the knockout stage. Group G, Portugal 0-0 Brazil, North Korea 0-3 Côte d'Ivoire. Brazil and Portugal jointly enter the knockout rounds. Group H, Chile 1-2 Spain, Switzerland 0-0 Honduras. Spain, after suffering a loss, dramatically reclaimed the top spot in their group, advancing alongside Chile into the round of 16. Thus, the matchups for the knockout stage's final 16 are firmly established. Among these, the most anticipated clash is undoubtedly the heavyweight showdown between England and Germany, alongside the formidable contest between Spain and Portugal. As for the other matches, they are largely devoid of suspense. Notably, Croatia, having decisively triumphed over South Korea and thwarted Argentina, has sparked considerable anticipation regarding their performance. Although Croatia faces Mexico, a team of similar caliber, many believe that due to the presence of Suarez, Croatia's progression to the quarterfinals is a foregone conclusion. On July 1, 2010, the round of 16 in the South Africa World Cup officially commenced. Indeed, the legendary Maradona once again graced the grand stage. This time, it appeared that Maradona had learned from the lessons of the group stage, as the oft-overlooked Milito was given a starting position. However, when confronted with the formidable duo of Forlan and Suarez, Maradona's Argentina faltered defensively. In the 19th minute, Forlan struck a stunning long-range shot past Mascherano, securing a goal for Uruguay. The once buoyant Maradona was suddenly deflated, hoping fervently for Messi to rise and lead a robust counterattack for Argentina. Yet, Messi found himself ensnared in the relentless pressure orchestrated by the Uruguayan defense. This solitary goal marked the end of Argentina's World Cup journey in the round of 16. As the referee's whistle blew, Argentina's spiritual icon could no longer contain his emotions, shedding tears before a multitude of cameras. In the post-match press conference, a tearful Maradona expressed his heartfelt apologies to the Argentine public. Nevertheless, despite Maradona's sincere contrition, the fans seemed unconvinced, vocally demanding the Argentine Football Association to dismiss him. Argentina's World Cup campaign had come to a close. Meanwhile, the ever-competitive Bielsa, who had been embroiled in a verbal tussle with Maradona, was diligently preparing for the future. That very night, as Argentina faced elimination, Bielsa was cornered by reporters at the hotel entrance for an interview. In the realm of football, the existence of both victories and defeats is a natural phenomenon. I have long held a deep admiration for Mr. Maradona, and I sincerely hope he can swiftly emerge from the shadows of failure to lead the Argentine national team back to the pinnacle of the football world. Observe the greatness of old Bielsa. However, shortly after Bielsa's interview was aired, the Argentine Football Association convened a press conference to announce that Mr. Maradona, due to health reasons, had voluntarily resigned from his position as head coach of the national team. While the Argentine Football Association couched their statements delicately, it was clear to all that they were seeking a scapegoat for the team's disappointing performance. Upon returning to his room that evening and learning of Maradona's abrupt dismissal, Bielsa felt a pang of embarrassment, having just extended his best wishes to Maradona. How could it be that Maradona was suddenly gone? The Argentine team had exited the World Cup stage. Meanwhile, as a rising contender, the Mexican national team, under the guidance of Coach Aguirre, took over Maradona's role and became the new darling of the media. In the current landscape of the World Cup, the most anticipated topic is not which strong team will emerge victorious, but rather whether the remarkable Suchin, who has already scored 8 goals in the group stage, can indeed shatter the long-standing record for the most goals in a single World Cup, a record that has remained unbroken for over 50 years. Thus, the day after Argentina's elimination, reporters cornered Aguirre at the hotel exit, inquiring if Mexico had devised a plan to contain Suchin and what his assessment of their chances against Croatia in the upcoming round of 16 was. However, to the reporters' dismay, the typically reserved Aguirre chose to remain silent on their questions, maintaining an air of mystery leading up to the pre-match press conference. Finally, seated alongside Bielsa, Aguirre broke his silence. A player who can score 8 goals in the group stage cannot be regarded as an ordinary player in a match. He continued, in my view, Croatia is not merely the dark horse that many portray them to be. In 1998, they reached the semi-finals in their World Cup debut. Most importantly, Croatia boasts a tactical mastermind as their head coach. Indeed, I believe Mr. Bilic can be considered a top-tier strategist. The match against Argentina in the group stage clearly demonstrated this. This upcoming match will undoubtedly be challenging for Mexico, but having reached this point, our singular objective is to secure victory. Aguirre's initial remarks left the journalists somewhat flabbergasted. Is it not unusual to extol one's opponent before the match has even commenced? They thought, bewildered by his unexpected praise. However, sitting beside Aguirre, the old coach felt somewhat awkward. A tactical mastermind? Or perhaps a top-tier one? Was this Aguirre's way of mocking me? No. With so many reporters present, I must maintain my composure and refrain from any reaction. After a brief moment of self-reassurance in my mind, the old coach calmly took the microphone. I sincerely appreciate Mr. Aguirre's acknowledgement of Croatia. However, in my view, for a team to achieve success, mere flawless tactics are insufficient. Beyond tactics, the execution by the players is paramount. I am immensely grateful to my team for their tireless efforts, which allow my strategies to be realized. Remarkably, the old coach displayed no unusual expressions while articulating these words before the throng of journalists. Thankfully, Suchin was not present, otherwise, he would have undoubtedly struggled to maintain his composure. The press conference commenced with a cordial atmosphere. Naturally, the ensuing event was imbued with harmony. The old coach praised Aguirre for stepping in during a crisis, leading the faltering Mexican team to a remarkable 5 consecutive victories, ultimately guiding them to South Africa, even likening Aguirre to Mexico's spiritual totem. Meanwhile, Aguirre confidently asserted that he was there to learn from Coach Bilic's tactical arrangements. By the end, some journalists, unable to contain their emotions, were already shaking their heads in disbelief. Once the press conference concluded, the old coach stepped outside, venting frustration. There was no way around it. Aguirre's cryptic demeanor was all too clear to the old coach. Thus, upon returning to the locker room, the old coach erupted. Victory. All I desire is triumph. And a resounding one at that. The tactics we practiced for so many days will be executed flawlessly. After compressing the defensive zones, we will strike down the flanks and deliver the ball to Su's head. Tactics? With Suchin's exceptional abilities, what more do I need? Isn't it better to copy his homework? To this day, the old coach remains perplexed as to why the neighboring Maradona, who clearly had the correct answers at his fingertips, refused to even glance at them. The old coach methodically rallied his players, infusing them with Bilic's fervor. In contrast, Aguirre adopted a different approach. He emphasized maintaining pressure on Croatian players during defense, and, after gauging the referee's leniency, aimed to disrupt the game's rhythm. Of course, they must manage their yellow card situations judiciously, at least before halftime. The team's yellow card count should not exceed 4. While keeping a close watch on Su, they must not underestimate the midfield's Modric. If there is an opportunity to intercept his transitional passes, they must exert every effort to disrupt him. Although Croatia may appear stronger, their vulnerabilities are evident. By neutralizing Su and Modric, the threat from the remaining Croatian players diminishes significantly. Expressionless. The previously amiable Mexican elder, who had appeared so benevolent at the press conference, now seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, particularly when he spoke of interrupting the rhythm of the game and limiting yellow cards to no more than 4. His gaze, chilling as ice, sent a shiver down one's spine. Upon Aguirre's conclusion, the Mexican players seated beside him obediently nodded, fully aware that the sole reason their team had reached this point was the man before them, Aguirre. On July 2, 2010, at precisely 7:45 p.m. local time. Under the meticulous organization of the staff, both teams' players assembled in the player tunnel. Interestingly, among the Mexican squad stood a familiar face to Suchin, Rafael Marquez. As a key central defender for the Mexican national team, Marquez had spent recent years playing for Barcelona. The reason for Marquez's acquaintance with Suchin dates back to the 2008 to 2009 season. That year, Pique's arrival relegated Marquez, who had previously enjoyed a fair share of rotation opportunities, to the periphery following an injury. This so-called periphery of Barcelona naturally referred to the reserve team matches. During those months of reserve play, the unfortunate Suchin became quite familiar with the newly unfortunate Marquez, especially during the time when Suchin and Pique clashed over Shakira. For some reason, Marquez intervened at the first sign of their altercation, pulling back Pique's raised arm. It was precisely at that moment that the frail Suchin managed to bring Pique down onto the grass, unleashing a flurry of punches. As for what transpired thereafter, Suchin was cast aside by Barcelona, while Marquez, due to Puyol's decline in form, unwittingly secured a contract renewal with the club. Rafa, long time no see. Haha Su. It indeed has been a while. Who would have thought that just over a year ago, you and I were lamenting our uncertain futures in the reserve team? And now you are on the verge of breaking the single tournament goal record in the World Cup. Oh, it's merely luck. The two exchanged greetings, covering their mouths before the camera. Of course, apart from Marquez, Suchin did not recognize any of the other Mexican players. Moreover, he sensed that many of them regarded him with a peculiar gaze. This look, to be honest, was something Suchin had grown accustomed to. He knew that in this match, he would once again engage in close combat. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2010 World Cup round of 16, Croatia versus Mexico. The players of both teams stood in their respective halves, and the referee was checking his watch. With a sharp whistle, the match officially commenced. First, let us review the starting lineups. Clad in traditional red and white checkered jerseys, Croatia's starting goalkeeper, Pleticosa, advances from left to right. On the opposite side, wearing classic green attire, Mexico's starting goalkeeper, Luis Michel, progresses from right to left. The left back is Salcido, flanked by central defenders Magallan and Marquez. The right back is Osorio. In midfield, the quintet of Vela, Barrera, Tirado, Castro, and Dos Santos operate in tandem, while the lone striker is Javier Hernandez. In the face of Croatia, the tournament's most formidable underdog, the cautious Aguirre forsakes his traditional 4-3-3 formation in favor of a conservative 4-5-1. Moreover, on both flanks, Aguirre has introduced players of remarkable speed, evidently aiming to curtail Croatia's ability to deliver crosses into the box. At the Johannesburg Stadium, as the referee's whistle pierces the air, the Mexicans commence their practiced possession play. Indeed, Aguirre's Mexico has secured 5 consecutive victories in the World Cup qualifiers, largely due to his decisive adoption of Guardiola's possession-based tactics, which led him to expunge the less adept ball handlers from the squad, opting instead for bold new talents, such as the solitary forward, Javier Hernandez. Reports indicate that prior to the World Cup, Manchester United's manager, Ferguson, had already alerted the club's transfer department to prepare for the acquisition of this young Mexican striker. In the third minute of the match, following a series of short passes reminiscent of Barcelona's style, Mexico finally maneuvers the ball to the edge of Croatia's penalty area. However, the anticipated progression halts abruptly. Today's veteran, unlike the one who previously relied on Mourinho's tactics, decisively integrates the possession-breaking card gifted by Součin upon realizing that Croatia's adversary is Mexico. Following the advice once given by Wenger to Součin, the veteran grants Mexico unencumbered space for ball control in their own half. Yet, as soon as Mexico approaches the penalty area, Croatia's previously compact defense suddenly expands, forming a collective blockade around the ball. Consequently, Dos Santos, who intended to dispatch the ball, is unceremoniously brought down by Pukljevic, who, with a clean tackle, incurs no foul. Immediately thereafter, Croatia initiates their simplest long ball strategy. Součin surges forward through the center, while Eduardo, embodying Wenger's philosophy, executes a classic Arsenal-style counterattack at the Johannesburg Stadium, having committed significant resources to possession in the attacking third. At this moment, Eduardo, racing down the left flank, found himself in a state of unimpeded momentum as he surged towards the edge of the Mexican penalty area. Just as the Mexican fullback closed in, Eduardo deftly released the ball from his feet. Unsurprisingly, his pass soared directly towards Součin, who, positioned within the box, launched himself into the air with fervor. In mid-flight, he encountered the combined force of his familiar adversaries, Marquez and another Mexican defender, Magallan. However, before these two relatively less robust defenders, Součin, bolstered by the prowess akin to Haaland's, effortlessly sent them sprawling to the ground. Having brushed past his challengers, Součin executed a powerful header, sending the ball crashing into the net of Mexican goalkeeper Luis Mitchell. The referee's whistle confirmed the goal, marking the 5th minute of the match with a strike that, while anticipated, electrified the atmosphere. Croatia had scored their first goal through a straightforward yet effective long pass. With this goal, Součin not only propelled Croatia into the lead, but also elevated his World Cup tally to 9 goals. Just 4 more, and he would shatter a record that had remained untouched for over 50 years. Yet, despite Součin's achievement, the excitement in the stadium was subdued, with only the Croatian fans expressing exuberance. Even the commentator, Huang, displayed a tempered response, acknowledging that Součin's ability to score against a Mexican team lacking formidable defenders was as predictable as a stubborn donkey refusing to turn away from the edge of a cliff. Mexico seemed resigned to endure this relentless assault, particularly from a towering striker like Součin, whose aerial prowess was overwhelmingly dominant against a relatively frail opponent. On the sidelines, seeing Součin's swift contribution to Croatia's lead, Oldby offered a warm round of applause. In stark contrast, Aguirre, wearing a green cap, wore a frown of discontent from the Mexican bench. He had clearly instructed his players to disrupt Croatia's attacking rhythm, yet they appeared oblivious to his guidance. In a fit of frustration, Aguirre unleashed a tirade towards his players on the pitch. Following this outburst, the dynamics of the match shifted dramatically. After the restart, Mexico resumed their possession play. After several minutes of uninterrupted passing, their left winger, Bella, finally seized an opportunity. Castro delivered a precise, surgical pass to Bella's feet. As Bella approached the byline, instead of opting for a long ball, an area where Mexico was less adept, he deftly maneuvered the ball, driving it directly into the Croatian penalty area. Although it appeared perilous, Croatia, having already stationed its defensive formation near the penalty area, remained unperturbed and swiftly organized its players to press forward. At last, after successfully reclaiming the ball from Bella, Simunic intended to launch a long pass into the attacking zone to continue the counterattack. However, as if responding to Aguirre's shouts from the sidelines, Bella wasted no time in executing a sliding tackle as he saw the ball slip away. This tackle landed squarely on Simunic's supporting foot. To the astonishment of all, the tough Simunic collapsed, rolling on the ground while clutching his left leg. The veteran on the sidelines was taken aback, knowing that his stalwart player was not one to feign injury. Indeed, after the team doctor assessed the situation, it was confirmed that Croatia's pivotal central defender, Simunic, had sustained an ankle injury and had to be substituted. Remarkably, the Mexican player incurred only a yellow card for this incident. While Croatia maintained a lead in the scoreline, a shadow suddenly loomed over the previously clear skies of Croatia. The match resumed, but the rhythm appeared to shift with Simunic's injury. In the 19th minute, as Modric received the ball in midfield and attempted to transition it to the flanks, he was unceremoniously brought down by Dos Santos charging in from the side. Although Modric was unharmed, Croatia's counterattack opportunity was abruptly halted. Dos Santos escaped without even a yellow card for this foul. In the 24th minute, Mexico finally mounted its first threatening attack of the match, instigated by the young forward, Hernandez. At the edge of the penalty area, after receiving a lateral pass from Dos Santos, Hernandez feigned to evade the pressing Croatian defender, Robert Kovac, and unleashed a powerful shot that struck the crossbar with tremendous force. Although no goal was scored, Hernandez's effort invigorated the spirits of the Mexican players. Thus began a 10-minute barrage of attacks from Mexico. However, the veteran coach employed a cautious, possession-based strategy today. During this 10-minute offensive onslaught, Mexico not only failed to score, but nearly succumbed to a counterattack from Croatia, which almost resulted in another goal. Fortunately, Suchin's header veered off the mark, hitting the crossbar and bouncing out. Amidst the enemy's relentless assault, Croatia managed to maintain its defense and even came close to scoring again. The veteran coach felt immense joy watching his fully matured Croatian side. Yet, despair struck once more in the 39th minute. During a set play, the left winger Eduardo was subjected to a brutal tackle by the Mexican midfielder Castro during a driving run. This time, Eduardo could not evade Castro's raised foot. In an instant, the already injured Eduardo was hurt once again. Tearfully, he was substituted by his teammates. Oldby began to exert relentless pressure on the fourth official at the sidelines. There was no recourse. Once again, Mexico escaped with no red card for their tackle. Before the first half concluded, Croatia was dealt a grievous blow, losing two key players. However, there was a glimmer of solace for Oldby during a set-piece strategy, as Suchin adeptly capitalized on Modric's exquisite pass, altering the score to 2-0. Despite netting his 10th World Cup goal during halftime, Suchin displayed no signs of elation. The news from the team doctor, however, cast a shadow over the Croatian squad, as it confirmed that Simunic had suffered a fracture, thus bidding farewell to the World Cup. Though Eduardo's injury was less severe, he still faced a recovery period of at least 2 weeks. With both mainstays sidelined, the locker room erupted with Oldby's fury. In a fit of rage, he smashed his fist into the cabinet before him. Yet, deep down, he understood that Simunic and Eduardo would not return. Meanwhile, in the Mexican dressing room, despite trailing by 2 goals, Aguirre remained unperturbed. He continued to meticulously orchestrate his team's offensive and defensive strategies. His plans precisely targeted Croatia's vulnerabilities. Just 7 minutes into the second half, Mexico's midfielder Eto'o seized the opportunity created by the Croatian substitute's miscommunication and delivered the ball to Hernandez's feet. With an incisive run into the penalty area, Hernandez did not squander the chance, skillfully slotting the ball home to make it 2-1. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, over 10,000 Mexican fans erupted in jubilant shouts, as if they sensed an imminent miraculous comeback. In that moment, the Croatian supporters felt a tinge of panic. With 2 key players injured and conceding a goal immediately after halftime, what once seemed a pressure-free passage to advancement now appeared perilous. In the midst of this anxiety among Croatian fans, Suchin once again emerged as a beacon of hope. This time, instead of a header, he received a cleverly threaded pass from Modric at the edge of the box, triggering the striker effect. Bolstered by this enhancement, Suchin unleashed a powerful strike, elevating the score to 3-1. Completing a hat trick, Suchin raised his World Cup tally to 11 goals. On the sidelines, witnessing Suchin stabilize the situation, Oldby felt an overwhelming urge to express his gratitude. However, even as Suchin extended the lead, Mexico's fervent counterattack persisted, with their increasingly vulnerable defensive pairing becoming the focal point of Mexico's assault. Had it not been for Pukeljevic's relentless efforts to cover the gaps, coupled with Suchin's retreat to his half, essentially relinquishing the offensive, Croatia might have even conceded a goal. Ultimately, this match concluded in a rather tumultuous fashion. Mexico, lacking a formidable central defender, predictably succumbed to defeat. However, Bilic, the victor of the match, found no joy in his triumph. The Croatian team, having advanced to the quarterfinals, suffered the loss of 2 key players, the defensive linchpin Simunic and his prized stallion, Eduardo. The absence of these two stalwarts rendered Billick's tactical notebook woefully inadequate. At the post-match press conference, Billick, seemingly transformed, began to vehemently condemn the unsportsmanlike conduct of the Mexican team. Yet, his words were futile, as the damage had already been done. Furthermore, a greater source of distress for Billick emerged the following day. In a match that was anticipated to be fiercely contested, Germany astonishingly overwhelmed England with a staggering 4-1 victory. Had it not been for Beckham's last-minute free kick that salvaged a modicum of dignity for England, Capello's Three Lions might have faced a humiliating 4-0 defeat at the hands of the German juggernaut. With the conclusion of the England-Germany match, Croatia's quarter-final opponent was confirmed, the German team. Renowned for their towering defenders such as Mertesacker and Friedrich, Germany posed a formidable challenge. Součin was indeed a force to be reckoned with, yet everyone knew that his signature headers would struggle against the German fortress. This time, Billick truly faced a conundrum. He was at a loss for how his team could possibly navigate past the German obstacle. It was evident that Součin's aerial prowess would be under close scrutiny from the Germans. However, beyond Součin's head, Croatia seemed to possess few viable weapons. The dual striker formation? The Germans, with their height and heading ability, were unfazed by such tactics. Possession play? Alas, Croatia had little mastery of that art. Counterattacks? Without Eduardo as a point of explosion, only Srna remained. Following the confirmation of Croatia's quarter-final clash with Germany, the subsequent days saw the remaining quarter-final matches also take shape. In line with Součin's memories, Ghana triumphed over the USA 2-1, setting up a showdown with Uruguay for a place in the semifinals. The Netherlands triumphed over Slovakia 2-1, while Brazil easily dispatched Chile 3-0, both advancing to the quarterfinals. Paraguay edged past Japan, and Portugal, led by Cristiano Ronaldo, was eliminated by Spain with a score of 0-1. Thus, the World Cup stage bid farewell to two giants, Messi and Ronaldo. Ronaldo contributed a goal and an assist, while Messi delivered a dismal performance, ending with a scoreline of 0. And so it was. The once fervent debate surrounding the Sumero conflict has momentarily subsided. Everyone is now eagerly anticipating whether Součin can surmount the formidable challenge posed by the Germans. Moreover, with an impressive tally of 11 goals, the question arises, can Součin indeed shatter the long-standing record that has remained untouched for over half a century against the Germans? This will suffice for now. The narrative of the World Cup is drawing to a swift conclusion, heralding the dawn of a new chapter in club football. This chapter concludes,